Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we're here finally with the start of Season 4 of the F124 Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Of course, pre-season testing, that video went live a couple of days ago. I just want to say a massive thank you to everybody for the support on that first episode. Of course, some of you were happy that we've stayed with Ferrari. Others of you were a little bit more upset by it. But ultimately, you know, I wanted to hopefully prove this season that the Ferrari second driver curse is not real. And maybe, just maybe, we can try and fight Charles Leclerc for the World Championship. Of course, if you're new around here as well, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here at the moment. And yeah, we are ready to try and kickstart our all-new season, of course. We want to try and get redemption. We want to try and obviously beat our teammate to the world title this season. That being said, of course, you know, we're probably going to see tougher competition coming from, you know, the likes of Aston Martin, McLaren, and Red Bull as well. So, yeah, we'll wait and see as to how this season goes. Of course, again, a slightly tweaked calendar this season. Obviously, Miami now is gone, with obviously Portugal still remaining. So yeah, Kota is back once again. And if we take a look at the performance, Aston Martin apparently are going to be the team to beat as we head into the new season. Now, I was going to potentially sign with Haas. They then weren't interested in me, and maybe it was a good idea in the end because they've really dropped back down towards the rear of the standings as we head into the new season as well there. But yeah, lots of opportunities. We've set ourselves a target of trying to be 95 rated by the end of this campaign. But yeah, let's head out then to Bahrain ready for the first race of an all-new season. Can we finally try and become world champion? Well, longer-term viewers of the channel will know that, yeah, generally once we kind of get a few seasons into the games, I don't tend to feature as much from free practice and things like that, but I always like to come back here to Bahrain and do a little bit for the first round of the season. Car's definitely once again feeling a little bit sketchy here. Obviously, it is a new car. We have seen some new parts going on to it over the winter. But yeah, really struggling early on there. Of course, last season here, we struggled notoriously with rear brake locking. So I've really tried to tune the setup and make sure that isn't going to be an issue. But it seems to be this time round with normal, kind of more standard on-throttle oversteer. But of course, yeah, the big thing for us this season, you know, we're not coming into Charles Leclerc's team either this time round. You know, we are here right from the get-go. We know what we should expect from the car in the opening few races. And, you know, this year we cannot allow him to build up a bit of a lead early on in the championship. Not quite getting the purple score first time round. We just narrowly missed out. Well, hopefully second time is going to be the charm here. I feel like, yeah, we are very quickly getting back into the swing of things. Of course, the other weird thing, you know, it's been a week since I last played this game as well, which hasn't happened since F124 launched. That's going to be a purple score, though. I'm going to go sort everything else behind the scenes, and I think I will see you guys in qualifying.
Under the bright lights of Bahrain, it is time for qualifying. Grid position up in the air. Who is going to seize the moment?
Well, I've got to admit, I do always find it a little bit strange that Bahrain is now a night race, especially for the opening round of the season. You know, I quite like it at the end of a year. You know, Abu Dhabi, kind of the sun sets both in the evening and over Formula 1. Bahrain, it does still feel a little bit weird as the season opener, but yeah, we need to try and get a good first lap on the board. Of course, never really showed Q1, but we might see some surprises for the opening round of a new season. You know, plenty of shake-up with the grid. Aston Martin really do look like that pace is real. I tell you what, as first laps go, this one's been pretty terrible so far. Obviously, we have opted for the medium tyres, using the same strategy as I did last season. But yeah, forgetting to use a lot of battery in the first half of the lap, and we're not really finding anything through the second half either. We cannot afford to start the year way down the order as we make our way through the final corner. We're stayed P20 for now. Well, I was hoping the first round of the season wouldn't be this dramatic this early on. I mean, we've got 5 cars covered by just 1/10 of a second at the top of the order. We, though, are right down the other end, over a second away from our teammate here. We're going to head out for our second run on the set of the soft compound tyres. I mean, we're 8/10 away from the drop zone. So we need to try and find a lot of time, and we need to try and find it very quickly here. Well, the lap has slowly come to me as it has continued on. I mean, now, yeah, we are 1 second up. This has often been a happy hunting ground for the AI as well. Over 1 lap pacer as we just run a tiny bit wide up at the top of the hill. But I think, yeah, we should put ourselves into decent territory. Ollie Behrman having an absolute snooze fest of a session so far. All the way down in P19, but I'm hopefully about to relegate him to P20. Up towards the line, 1.2 seconds clear. That's a much better lap, but still we need a bit more. And there we go, Max Verstappen, 4 thousandths of a second clear of Lance Stroll, of all people. Somehow Tsunoda as well has got in that fight at the front. So it really has been a mixed up grid there through the first session. I mean, yeah, I was not expecting Yuki to be competitive as he is. Alex Albon as well, all the way up in P8. Meanwhile, his teammate, admittedly, is only 8 tenths away from pole. He will line up last on the grid. He's joined by the Kicksauber of Fred Vesti, both V-Carbs and Esteban Ocon. There is no time between anyone. It might genuinely be difficult to see ourselves into Q2. Sorry, is Charles Leclerc there? A 10th off pole, P7. How ridiculous is that? Well, the pressure is on for absolutely everybody then. There is no guarantee that you're going to basically get yourself into Q3. One mistake on a lap will be the difference between you making it through and you not. So normally, I try and make sure I've got at least 2 sets of tyres for Q3. I probably can't afford to take that risk today, especially not if I do lines like that down at Turn 1. Really struggling with a lot of different aspects of the car early here. Leclerc clearly not doing that great either on the other side of the garage. I mean, he's inside that top 10 for now, but still not particularly great, as you can see through Sector 1. 2 tenths up on Hulkenberg. That is good, as we just have to correct a little snap of oversteer again. I'm still not quite sure how Sergio Perez held on to his F1 seat with Red Bull after last season. Was nowhere near his teammate, but clearly still Red Bull favouring stability or in a desperate need of cash. Can't really think of any other reasons here, as out of the final corner we're going to go. Gasly just on the ridge. We only go P13 again. I'm not, genuinely, we might not make Q3 here. That's how much we're struggling. Fernando Alonso and that Aston Martin team seem to be getting dialed in, though. The Aston Martin, yeah, 3 tenths clear of anybody so far in Q2. So he looks like he's, yeah, getting up to where we would expect him to be in that car. Can we do anything on our second run here? We need a good more, you know, sort of 3-4 more tenths of a second. Hopefully we'll find some of that down at Turn 1. A little bit more gentle, willing to roll off the brake a little bit earlier into that first corner, but we're still not really finding anything from it. We've kept a little bit of extra battery for the rest of the lap that'll hopefully come back to us. But like I said, I'm really not convinced that, you know, there's no guarantee we make Q3 here. Bearing in mind last season, I think apart from Miami, where we started at the back of the field, I don't think we ever didn't make Q3 over the course of last year's campaign. There is a little bit of under rotation down through the hairpin. Luckily, we'll get the power down off the exit of the corner. But, yeah, I mean, this is really, really difficult at the moment. It does feel like the car's on a knife edge. I really tried to tweak the setup and tune it to, you know, kind of give us pace. I'm hoping, if anything, it's going to suit us a little bit more in the race than it is here over 1 lap. But as we make our way up the hill, or drop the car off the exit curb, they're still trying to make sure, you know, we've got a little bit of battery ready for those final couple of corners. Are we going to be able to get this hooked up? Are we still going to see ourselves into Q3 here? As one more corner to try and navigate. The Delta is slowly moving in the right direction, but is it moving that way by enough? There is a little bit of understeer through that final corner. Luckily, we'll correct it pretty nicely. 1-2 tenths up. Is that Q3? No, it's not. It's P11. That is heartbreaking. And by the narrowest of margins in the end, Oscar Piastri, in his debut for Mercedes, he is only just going to make it into Q3 there. Alex Albon and Yuki Tsunoda, though, certainly the big surprise stars of qualifying so far. But we line up in 11th place on the grid, right in the thick of it. Leclerc's still only good enough for P6 right now. That has been an absolute shocker from Ferrari.
No more testing, no more practice. This is the real deal. And it's make or break here at round 1 of this year's Formula One World Championship. Formula One returns to the desert today and this exceptional 3.36 mile circuit. 15 corners provide plenty of overtaking opportunities, and it could be a strategic race, this one, with Sakir notorious for eating up the rear tyres. Watch out for drivers managing their rubber at some point during the Grand Prix. let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole. And Fernando Alonso completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Verstappen, Norris, Stroll, Hamilton, Oscar Piastri, Albon, Tsunoda, Firestarter, Gasly, Perez, Joe, Hulkenberg, Sainz, Ocon, Ricciardo, Vesti, and Ollie Behrman. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. And so we welcome you to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me for this race, and it's going to be some race, is Anthony Davidson. Well, welcome back after all the testing, the build-up. It all now comes down to this.
Everyone's G'd up for this one. They've done the testing, like you say. The drivers will be revving inside, heart rates going, trying to burst out their chest at this moment. With that anticipation, who's got the speed? We're going to learn now, once and for all.
Well, I do love those little attentions to details there. Obviously, Anthony Davidson no longer talking about whether anybody can beat Red Bull, because us down at Ferrari already achieved that last season there. So what are we going to be able to achieve here tonight? Tyre wear is incredibly high around the Bahrain International Circuit, and I think a 1 or a 2 stop strategy, it is going to be very, very difficult to decide there. I think we're going to stay on the 1 stop to begin with, just see how good the tyre wear is, and then if we have to, we can switch to a 2 stop, depending on how far we're able to get this first set of the mediums. But staying out of trouble, we are right in the thick of it. Lap 1 is going to be critical here. But we're ready then on the grid for the Bahrain Grand Prix. It is 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Yuki Tsunoda not getting off to a particularly good getaway, but I've not done much better with it, as Albon tries to have a look around the outside of both Mercs down towards turn 1. And I'm just going to get a little bit pinched in there between Gasly and Sergio Perez. I know I've got a car on my inside, as Carlos Sainz going for a huge dive bomb. And I think maybe he's just giving himself a little bit of front wing damage there, so everybody trying to scrap away down at turn 1, sensing opportunity. Annoyingly for me, Charles Leclerc able to get the job done in the end on Saturday. And now immediately has set sail at the front of the field there, as round the outside of both Gasly and Carlos Sainz up the top of the hill. Yeah, that's been a really, really good start for Charles at the front of the field there, as I think that's the McLaren. Oh, hello, down the inside of a couple of drivers. Max Verstappen up into P2. So Aston Martin and Fernando Alonso in particular have had an absolute shocker of a start. Then he's all the way down to P4. So we'll have to take a look as to what happened to Fernando, but we are now up into the top 10 for the first time. But Charles Leclerc, I mean, this just looks like last season by him, walking away at the front of the field. Well, let's run on board then with Fernando Alonso, ready for the start of this Grand Prix. It's going to be 5 red lights. And the Aston Martin driver, lights out and away we go, initially responds quite well, but just has no hookup off the launch there, no drive whatsoever. Leclerc immediately down towards turn 1 is going to cover him off, and you can just see Alonso runs into the back of him. So does one of the McLaren cars there. It's chaos down at the first corner there as they go 4 wide through turn 1, and Alonso from second place on the grid all the way down to P5 there. Debris being kicked up by, I think, both him and George Russell off the start. Verstappen immediately is going to move his way up into P2, but Leclerc, I mean, look at that, completely free running at the front of the order. But already then, yeah, Verstappen and Leclerc seemingly want to try and continue on with the way they dominated last season. Unfortunately, the third spoke in kind of that dominant group is nowhere near there yet, and it looks like McLaren and Aston Martin really are tripping over each other and allowing the Red Bull and our teammate to get away. Is down the inside of Alex Albon, we're going to go at turn 1. Oh, a bit of contact there, as I think Albon was expecting me to slow it down a little bit earlier.
Great manoeuvre, you made it look so easy.
It was admittedly quite aggressive, but we've hooked it up as what on earth is going on here? They're almost 4 wide, as Lance Stroll will watch on as Russell and Norris battle it out with his teammate. I think Alonso has made it back through. Nope, Lando's still there as we make our way down to the S's, and we've got to try and move through this group as soon as we can. Down the inside of Lewis Hamilton, of course, in this alternate universe, is still sticking it out with Mercedes, despite a lot less success than I'm sure he or the team would really want. So Alonso now moves up into P3. Piastri just almost running into the back of him. This is very nip and tuck early on. Here we go, Lance Stroll now trying to strut to the legs of that Aston Martin as well. Mercedes power units, basically every car I can see in front of us at the moment. as those two are going to really sit on that apex of the final corner. Of course, the only two driver moves, Oscar Piastri and George Russell.
9.2 seconds.
So very interesting, of course, that they're back near each other on the road, as we're going to try and have a look past both of them. Where on earth did Russell come from and all of that? Sorry, Piastri even. Back down at turn 1. I thought we might make a triple overtake. In the end, we ended up losing one. Back down towards turn 1. Here we go, this time round. Russell clearly struggling with battery usage. Down on the outside of the new McLaren driver. Are we going to be able to hook it up the long way around? Yes, we can, and making progress early on. But already, yeah, you just see as soon as a couple of cars battle, a huge gap forms. Well, Oscar Piastri, if he could just get past Lance Stroll here, we'd have 5 cars from 5 different teams inside the top 5, as just think there saw Verstappen make a small error on the minimap as well. Speaking of small errors, Alonso is going to do the same there. Looks like he's got front wing damage as well, so not too sure what's happened. Obviously must have been, I believe, on lap 1. But yeah, now, there we go, 5 cars from 5 different teams inside the top 5. Hopefully we're about to ruin that, though, if we can get past the Mercedes.
Nice work.
And yeah, very interesting to see, of course. First of all, George Russell, he's got nothing on those softs very early on in the night. So I think it's probably going to be better for him to pit pretty soon. Second of all, Oscar Piastri comfortably ahead of his teammate Lewis Hamilton. So far then, we've been able to put that bad qualifying effort behind us and get up into a pretty decent position early on in the race. Lance Stroll, he must have a nosebleed.
Falling away soon.
Running this high up, but yeah, I mean, are we just starting to see, you know, Aid getting the better of Fernando Alonso, or maybe Lance Stroll just getting a little bit better, or is just that car underneath them absolutely fantastic as well? I don't know, but yeah, Stroll currently trying to close in the gap on Lando Norris, and honestly, I think it's in my best interest just to sit behind him. The pace is looking really good in that car. He might be able to drag me up towards the McLaren, and it could still end up being your big 3 from last year make up the podium. Oh, here we go, Lance Stroll. 1 lap further on, he's applying more pressure to Lando Norris. He's got himself in that range. He's got himself to the outside of the McLaren. Is he going to get himself up into P3? Yes, he is. What a move that was by Lance Stroll then, up at the top of the hill. And the Canadian now up into P3 then of this Grand Prix. So having a really good time out of it so far this season. I mean, is this the Stroll that we saw throughout the first half of 2020? Just brutally consistent. Probably a little bit too early to judge. Well, the team have asked me if we can just wait until after Leclerc has pit before we make our stop here. I think they want to try and give him the optimal lap in. So here we go. Let's try and see if we can get a run on Lando Norris back down towards turn 1.
Okay, you're within 1 second of the car ahead. Get ready to use DRS for the overtake.
Both of us gaining in on the Canadian there, back down in towards that first braking zone. But yeah, McLaren have really struggled early on. Got ahead of those Aston Martins. Oh, sorry, Lando. Gave him a big squeeze on the exit, but it was only because I had too much oversteer. But yeah, we absolutely slammed the door shut on the McLaren, as he's now going to be left to battle with his former teammate. But yeah, the team want Leclerc to box first there, give him the ideal lap. So we might have to extend this first stint of mediums just a bit further. And there we go, Charles Leclerc, first one to blink. Into the pit lane comes our teammate. So at least we'll get to box the end of the next lap if I want it. As you can see, there we go, Stroll as well into the pits. So that's very, very early to be taking a set of tyres to the end. But that's exactly what he's going to do. His team want me in the end of this one. So we've got to try and keep Lando Norris at bay. Verstappen now, though, with an 8-second lead. Can we try and close that down in the second half of the afternoon? Well, tyre wear warning light just flashing up then as we come towards the end of lap 11. As Max Verstappen then peels into the pit lane here. Ferrari's tyre wear certainly, I think, has been higher than any of us would have wanted so far tonight. This is going to be a battle of the pit lane then between ourselves and Lando Norris here, as the Dutchman, I think, has had a bit of a slow stop. Yes, he has! Max Verstappen, a terrible pit stop by Red Bull then. There he is, finally getting going.
Go, go! That was a fantastic
We're not going to get held up as badly. So Leclerc then, yeah, gets a really, really big jump on the Dutchman, despite the fact he might struggle on his tyres towards the end of the afternoon. Here comes Lance Stroll in that Aston Martin, and he might be able to P2.
The race on this compound.
As Piastri's got the undercut on me then, so yeah, the 1 lap earlier definitely has worked for people. But Esteban Ocon knew fastest lap of the day. That wasn't one I was expected to say tonight. But yeah, I mean, surely everybody, though, towards the end, tyres are going to be destroyed. Well, as we close in on half distance here, this is going to have to be one of those races where patience is key.
Hit that target. Really good job.
and hopefully it'll come to us towards the end of the afternoon. Lando Norris now has got in my range as Lance Stroll versus Max Verstappen. That was never a battle I thought I would talk about inside F124, but that's what's happening here at the moment. I think at this stage of the afternoon, Lando Norris has just got the pace over me here, and I'm not really sure it's worth fighting him over it. He might be able to drag me along and maybe bring us closer to his former teammate in Oscar Piastri. I'm also worried about how much Lewis Hamilton might gain.
Stay on form.
As I think that time round, Stroll again not able to make the move work on the Dutchman. Oh, hang on to it. Don't do a Nikita Mazepin. That's a bit of a throwback, isn't it? Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone's got issues. It's Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen is slowing down here, and he might be out of the Grand Prix. Yes, he is. The Dutchman becomes our first casualty of the new season. And well, that means Lance Stroll's under a lot less pressure at the front of the order as well than in P2. But Max Verstappen, your first retirement at the Bahrain Grand Prix. Red Bull having an absolute disaster. Oh, I think Lando Norris has got issues as well. Norris suddenly just dropping back towards our clutches as well. We've taken about a second out of him on this lap so far. So are we seeing more reliability gremlins for other drivers creeping up? I mean, yeah, normally the hard compounded tyre is where we were always strong last season in this car. At the moment, it feels absolutely dreadful and we just seem to be going backwards. At this stage of the afternoon, we haven't quite got inside the range of Lando. And I think, again, just like we saw with Norris a minute ago, Hamilton, goodbye, sir. He's just got the pace over us, and from a Ferrari car last year that had the legs on everything in a straight line, we are really struggling tonight. Oh, we got another one. We got another one gone. This time around, I think it's just a spinner. Is that the Alpine of Sonoda?
3/10 a lap. Well done.
I mean, I'm staggered. We haven't seen a safety car or something for that. He's going to get back on the road. But yeah, Alpine at the rear of the field going round. He's not going anywhere. How is this not a red flag? That Alpine is stuck on the outside of the road there. I think he's finally got his way back on. There we go, Hamilton then up against Lando Norris. McLaren versus Mercedes. As we set a new fastest final sector of the Grand Prix. Hamilton will look left, he'll look right. It's the battle of the Brits back down towards turn 1. And they got another Brit watching on. These two continue to squabble. Hamilton, though, round the outside. Experience gets the better of youth this time round. And Hamilton, yeah, is having a really good recovery drive now to P4. And I do think Lando Norris took too much out of those tyres too early on into the second stint there. And that will explain why he's struggling so much here. As we start lap 20 of 29, he's still going to get the run on Hamilton, who's going to try and swing defensive there. Can we have a look around the outside of the pair of them? Down at the first corner. I mean, we've got three Brits all battling it out.
Good work. Great pass.
It's the one in the middle almost again bins it. Lando Norris are going to come back at me as we make our way up the hill.
Some ERS, so let's try and charge it up now.
Why on earth in the middle of a battle, Mark, is that what you're worried about? Well, Mark warning me that we need to look after the tyres, but ultimately I think that's why we're doing so well now and starting to make a bit of an impact again in this GP. We looked after the hard tyres. We gave them a bit more time to work themselves in at the start of the stint, and although we lost a few places because of it, now we are really leaning on a lot of other cars again. The gap to Piastri is coming down. I think it might be as well, yeah, to Stroll and Leclerc here. So I'm not saying the win's on the board or anything like that, but we are just starting to get our fighting spirit back again. And this time round, hopefully we're going to be able to get moved on Lewis Hamilton back down in towards turn 1. Once more, the Ferrari straight line speed. Clearly, it's not quite what it was last year. Barely able to pull alongside the Mercedes back down in towards that first corner. And we'll chuck it way too deep into the apex as well. Hamilton will give me a big old squeeze. We will return in kind as we make our way up the hill. I believe neither of us have ended up with a DRS. No, Lewis definitely has, looking at that. So, oh, big lock of the rear again. They're still struggling with the balance of the car, but he'll give me the room again. Up the top of the hill there. Will we be able to make it through? Yes, we have. Back up into P4 of this Grand Prix. Let's go get ourselves a podium. Well, I've got to admit, this car is utterly bizarre so far tonight. You get a couple of laps where it feels absolutely incredible, and then a couple of laps where it feels absolutely terrible again. Once I got past Lewis, I was like, great. Let's go after Oscar Piastri here and try and deny him a debut podium with Mercedes. Looks like Hamilton might be able to help his teammate out, though, as you can see again. The Merc able to get the run on me back down towards turn 1. Once again, he's got the legs down in towards the braking zone. So I think this is probably where our battle's going to be. towards the end of the afternoon. Can we try and put the power down to get another run back up the hill? Hamilton's going to go defensive on us. We'll try and have a look around the outside. A long way around once more, but it's worked for me in the past. Will it work again there as we try and utilise some of the curbing? This time around, we're still side by side. Lewis doesn't want to back out if it has to in the end. And once more, we hang on. But all this is doing is giving Stroll, Piastri and Leclerc an even bigger lead at the front. Well, Hamilton again, I think, is going to get the run on me back in towards that first corner. 5 laps to go. But I just think Lando Norris now is biding his time, waiting for a chance towards the end of the afternoon as well. Maybe doing what I did earlier on. No! Lewis just parks it on the apex through turn 1.
Looking at the damage, and we think we should be okay to continue. It's going to cost us a little bit of time, but we're nearly at the end of the race.
Oh, that's really not what we needed as well then, so we're going to have to deal with even more understeer towards the end of the race there, and Hamilton just parked it on that turn 1 apex. You know, ultimately it's up to me to not run into the back of him, but I thought he'd be a bit quicker than that. Well, I kind of wish we'd seen at least one of the front runners really try to, you know, go for that 2-stop strategy and kind of force other people into making a decision, because it kind of feels like everyone has just suffered through a 1-stop race tonight. Leclerc, though, now 3 laps from home.
So we're trailing the car ahead by 2.3 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think that gap to the car in front's going to come down much more, especially with this damage. We're more interested in the car behind us. Oh, it is going to come down as soon as I say that. Lewis Hamilton goes for a spin down at the first corner, and well, immediately we're back battling for P4. But how on earth has Hamilton done that then? Too late on in the day for a red flag, so we'll get away with it. And I mean, we'll claim the freebie. And just as I was talking about Lewis Hamilton then, I've absolutely given him the commentator's curse as he makes his way down in towards turn 1. The Mercedes man just tips it in. A bit too much throttle there. He's going to luckily reverse out of the way. Otherwise, I think I might have ran into him. But Hamilton now, just like we saw with Alonso early on, making mistakes here. And that has really cost Formula 1's 2 most experienced drivers. Well, as Charles Leclerc then rounds the final corner to start the last lap of the Bahrain Grand Prix, there's definitely a little bit of deja vu. For him, it's going to be back-to-back wins here. For Aston Martin, it is going to be back-to-back second places. For me, sadly, it's not going to be a podium. It is going to be a back-to-back last lap scrap with a McLaren car here. Lando's definitely got some kind of issue with that thing. It is not as quick as it should be right now. And as we round the final corner then to start the last lap ourselves, who is going to walk away with P4? Let's see what we can do back down towards turn 1. You can see Lando's going to have to go defensive. We'll try and go late on the brakes though, round the outside, almost banging wheels down towards turn 1, but we'll get away with it.
Car behind us, keep pushing.
Make sure we give each other fair racing room up towards the top of the hill. Once again, we've tried to go around the outside before today. Are we going to be able to make it happen this time around there? As you can just see, getting right up to the white line, but round the outside we'll go. And back up at a P4 then late on in the afternoon. So yeah, definitely. I mean, that McLaren on the inside of that corner with no front wing damage, that should be an easy position to keep hold of for Lando Norris there. So they've definitely got to go back to the drawing board and work out just what's went wrong with that car. I mean, it's gone better race than George Russell, who's ended up on a 2 or a 3 stop. I mean, he's basically down in last place there alongside Sergio Perez, so it really does feel like the entire field is converging in on each other in terms of performance. That can't be said for the performance Leclerc's had tonight, though. Once again, he has dominated here in Bahrain, and our teammate kicks off his championship defence in the way he wants to go on. Lance Stroll, what a breakout result that's going to be for him up in P2 as well there. And Oscar Piastri, first race for Mercedes. It's going to be a first podium for Mercedes as well. Through the final corner, we do one step worse than we managed to achieve here last season. It is P4 in the end. We've got a lot of work to do.
What a performance! He's left the field behind. Charles Leclerc wins it.
It's always great to kick off the season with a race victory. You hit the ground running, and it's really good for your confidence as well moving forward. It's so important to set off on the right footing, and that's exactly what they've been able to achieve today.
Looking at the podium, you can see that red suit, familiar to fans across the globe. A world-class win for a world-class team. Ferrari, do it again.
Well, there we go. Charles Leclerc, pole position, race victory, 25 points on the board. Simple as that for our teammate there, and what a drive it was. Absolutely no competition coming from anybody, pretty much from lap 1. In fact, so much so, I kind of hoped he'd started the race on a set of soft compound tyres and have to 2-stop. Wasn't the case, and 10 seconds clear of Lance Stroll come the checkered flag. What a start to the year for him. Oscar Piastri P3, a very good race in his Mercedes. They're ahead of myself and Lando Norris. Alex Albon pipped Alonso to P6 at the checkered flag. I'm sure the Spaniard will be wondering what could have been in the opening round of the year there. Just the same could be said for Hamilton, with Pierre Gasly in 9th and Zhou Guanyu. I did not notice that. Sauber, they scored no points last year. They were the only team and the only drivers unable to score. Immediately, Zhou Guanyu emulating his result from the 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix. He will pick up a point there, ahead of both V-Carbs and Esteban Ocon as well. Hulkenberg in P14, ahead of Behrman and Vesti there, with Russell Perez having absolute disasters on their one-stop strategies. Tsunoda as well with that issue early on, and Verstappen the only driver who failed to see the checkered flag. Of course, that means Drivers' Championship, exactly the same as the race results, but Ferrari don't want to relinquish their lead at the last season's world titles as well there. Aston Martin in P2 ahead of Mercedes there, with McLaren, Williams and Haas all with points on the board. Red Bull last, V-Carb 8th there, and Alpine, I guess that's a bit of not much of a surprise, down in P9. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're going to be back tomorrow after qualifying for the real-life Dutch Grand Prix with round 2 of the year from Jeddah. You guys do not want to miss it. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 2 of season 4 of the F124 My Team Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix on the Jeddah Corniche. Of course, if you missed out on the season opener that went live yesterday, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But of course, yes, season 4 kicked off. It was quite a dramatic race in Bahrain. There was certainly a lot of surprises, and yes, certainly a lot of questions left unanswered as we return here to Jeddah this weekend. However, if you guys remember last season, this was the race that got away from us. We should have won this one last campaign. I got a drive-through penalty. I got a 10-second penalty for speeding into the pit lane. So this season, we want to try and get redemption here. Taking a look at the championship standings, Charles Leclerc leads the way once again, ahead of Lance Stroll, of all people there. Oscar Piastri had a good debut race for Mercedes. They're ahead of myself and Lando Norris, with Alex Albon getting points for Williams, Pierre Gasly getting points for Haas, and Zhou Guanyu, probably the most staggering of all, getting points for Sauber. They didn't score a single point last season. I think they scored 6 points the year before. Those are the first points since Italy Season 2 that Sauber have scored in this game. So absolutely wild. But yeah, let's see whether they can keep that up this weekend. I'll be honest, I'm more interested in trying to beat Leclerc. We can't let our teammate build up a buffer in the title race.
Welcome to Jeddah Corniche, one of the fastest circuits on the calendar, but let's see who will be the fastest of them all. It's time to set the grid for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Yes, it's time for qualifying.
Well, although Charles Leclerc kind of got the perfect storm in Bahrain, he really just had his big rival Fernando Alonso picking up that damage early on. It allowed him to build up that lead in the GP on lap 1. And it kind of meant then, yeah, that none of his big rivals were really able to compete with him, especially obviously then with Verstappen retiring from the Grand Prix as well. It's safe to say the Dutchman has come back with a lot of vengeance this weekend. Currently fastest in Q1 and has set the fastest time so far in Q2. So, of course, yeah, Max winning this race last year. He loves the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Are we going to see him claim victory again today? I mean, it is razor-thin margins up and down the grid once again. I do genuinely believe this season could be an absolute barnstormer. A bit like the current My Team season we've got going on Map 2 and 2 gameplay. Maybe F124 now is truly going to start shining as we set a 27-1. We go P5 there, but I think we were less than 2 tenths slower than Verstappen at the front. And I mean, look at those gaps then. Although, yes, Verstappen is hungry, so is Alonso, only 0.03 of a second away. Lando Norris ends up P3 there at the end of the second session. Both McLarens looking a bit more racy here, so we could see a 6-way scrap at the front. But Ferrari, I mean, we're still right there. It is genuinely like Red Bull this season of every other team seems to have caught us up at pretty much exactly the same time. No major shocks though in the end. It ended up being your OG kind of 5 big teams in this game. Behrman there gets the better of Alex Albon, but I mean, look at that. 4-3 cars there, covered less than 1/10 of a second behind Sergio Perez. Well, we do get 2 bites of it here into Q3, and well, yeah, this car, of course, we'd stormed to our first ever pole position here last season. For Ferrari, Leclerc, though, looks like he wants to try and claim pole position this time around. A 26.8 there. It's a really, really quick time by our teammate. I wonder how many drivers we're going to see dip into the 1-minute 26s. Can we be one of them that joins him? Bahrain, like I said, it was a bit of a bogey track for us inside F1 24. So this weekend, we want to try and deliver through the S as we go. Just keep it planted. Bubble through that first sector, dipping down into the 1-minute 31.8. That's quicker than Verstappen was even able to do in Q2 and get it right up to the wall of death on the exit of turn 12. I mean, the last one we do, it's probably going to be a sweat mode lap, but I'll take you guys for a journey around it. I mean, this place, yeah, the margins of error are so small. It is such a good track, though, when you get it hooked up. And I'll be honest, at the moment, I'm feeling good. Unless you're on the overtake mode, we're not actually burning through any more charge. So that's just how efficient these engines are right now. It's up towards the line then. What is the time going to be? 26.9. We go a 1/10 slower than our teammate, as once again Aston Martin look to be racy in Q3. And is every car back out then ready for their final run? We need 1/100th of a second at the moment if we want to get ahead of Alonso. That's just how close the gaps are. But I'm not interested in P2. I want to put this thing on pole position once again. It's down in towards turn 1. Spot the 100-meter board. Just be careful with the brakes that you don't lock up. And really try and carry the car in third gear on the exit there. Instantly finding close to another 10th. But will we see the AI get quicker as well? So we almost hit the wall through turn 3. I've made that mistake too many times. I can't even count anymore inside the F1 games as Leclerc has lowered the benchmark. Our teammate brings it down to a 26.6. So we're going to need to try and find a little bit more as purple again through that first sector. It's the rest of the lap, though, where Charlie seems to be flying. So I think we've opted for slightly more downforce than our teammate. And he's using that to good effect here in qualifying. Don't know whether anybody else has been able to go quicker than us as we almost slap the wall through turn 13. We are a 1/10.5 up now, though, as it looks like at the very worst we're going to end up P3, but I want to go better than that. There's 2/10 up now down the back straight. We are pretty much even with Leclerc at the moment. Purple through sector 1, purple through sector 2. Just use that little bit of overtake mode slightly earlier. It'll carry us off the corner, but we might just lose a little bit of delta down in towards the final turn. One more corner to go. Just got to try and nail it as we break at the 100 meters. Tip the car in. Get on that throttle nice and early. And this is going to be so close between Leclerc and I. I think we might only just have enough, though. Is it pole? Is it pole?
Excellent lap. We're all very, very pleased with that one. Nice work. Come on, I'll see you back in the pits.
And there we go then. It is pole position here in Saudi Arabia for the second year in a row. Things looking rather predictable come the end of qualifying. Both Ferraris, both Aston Martins, Red Bulls, McLaren and Mercs there will make up your top 10. Don't know when the last time that happened in Formula 1. Someone will have to tell me down in the comments below. But just 200ths of a second in it. Admittedly, pretty much every team, the gap was incredibly tight between their two drivers. But we line up on pole. Let's get that win.
So here we are then, welcoming you today to one of the jewels of the Arab world. Jeddah, one of the biggest cities in Saudi Arabia, second only to Riyadh, gateway to Mecca. One of the biggest ports in the region and now host to the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So let's take a look at a topographical map of the Jeddah Street Circuit. As you can see, a number of challenging corners for the drivers to master here. We'll see just how much the teams have benefited from their time spent in practice this weekend. And like many street circuits, this track has the potential to punish drivers that get it wrong. Let's hope we avoid any safety cars today. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Firestarter lines up on pole position, Charles Leclerc alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Verstappen, Perez, Russell, Norris, Oscar Piastri, Hamilton, Gasly, Behrman, Albon, Ocon, Sainz, Joe, Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Vesti, and Yuki Tsunoda. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. Well, we welcome you to the broadcast. It's going to be some race today. First of all, introductions. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me for this one, Anthony Davidson. Well, they're having a better time than their teammates so far this year. How do you keep that momentum going?
Yeah, they have. And, it's, rule number one, beat your teammate. They're the one that share the same equipment as you. And yes, the cars can vary in setup from race to race and depending on who has which style. But essentially, they're your barometer, the yardstick. If you can beat them, that's the first job you have to do. And it looks like it's going their way, doesn't it? And they need to carry on this momentum, this energy through the rest of the season.
Well, Ferrari have had both pole positions so far this season, but it has been one each way between myself and Charlie, and that he was able to convert it last weekend. I'm hoping we can do the same today. I'm not convinced. The soft to the medium, though, is going to be the way to go. Tyre wear here can be a bit difficult to judge, especially with the temperatures when those softs fall off. So I think we're going to go the other way. We're going to go medium to hard and maybe just have a little bit better pace towards the end of each stint there. It's a bit of a risk, but, if we can stay in the DRS of those other cars as well, then hopefully we won't run into too many problems. Not going to bother with too much spare fuel. This thing is pretty efficient now inside this game. But let's do this thing then. It's time for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. 5 red lights here on the grid. And it's lights out, and away we go there. Pretty well judged as Alonso's had a fire start. Tries to get between myself and Leclerc down towards turn 1. We will run it deep into that first corner there and actually squeeze my teammate out as Verstappen making moves as well a little bit further back there. Gets ahead of both Aston Martins as Alonso not able to do anything with that good start here tonight. And last year, oh, we got a VSC already. Stroll's got a 10-second penalty. What on earth has Stroll done? Well, I'll be honest, watching this back, not really sure what Stroll could have done. Both cars ran his outside brake very late. He's gone and lost his entire front wing. So once again, Aston Martin with some problems. But yeah, the Canadian kind of just got squeezed into the inside wall there as they tried to go 3 wide. Oh, trying to nail this restart down the back straight, and we have done exactly that then. You can see already we've opened up the gap to a second over our teammate Leclerc, so we've really caught him napping there down the back part of the lap. But I tell you what, it seems odd to say, but Ferrari so far this year, in both races, there's been chaos, and in both races, it's kind of allowed our cars to get away a little bit. Stroll is holding every single other car up a little bit further back, so I guess Lance helping us out in that regard, but yes, Perez now makes the move on him. That's kind of spread out your top 4 a little bit more, as Leclerc immediately, though, is going to try and look for a move.
You can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Yep, we saw it in qualifying. Leclerc definitely running less downforce than me, so yeah, I think he's got to try and capitalise. He'll need as much grip as he can through this first sector. I can see Alonso and Verstappen just battling it out behind us here. Of course, there's still questions about Red Bull's reliability in that car, so I think first and foremost, Verstappen would like to see the checkered flag. The fact that we're already going under 1 minute 30 best laps here is ridiculous. We're only on lap 3. Well, I'm just studying our teammate's car at the moment then, and he's definitely, weakest through that first sector. So we could certainly get a run on him there, but I think, with DRS and overtake mode, don't think there's going to be a lot he's going to be able to do here. You can just see, though, once we pull out of that slipstream, it's actually pretty even between us. So we don't want to force the issue too much. Last season, tempers really did flare. We're hopefully going to try and build back up our relationship with Charlie this season. Maybe they'll have a bit of mercy and let me win a few races later on in the campaign. But I think we've got to try and make the move on Leclerc pretty soon. Otherwise, it looks like Alonso behind us is getting a little bit restless here. Not happy to sit in behind for all too long. And the Spaniard, he knows. Watching 2 cars that are the same team fight in front of you, if you can just push the envelope a bit, force the errors, then maybe you can capitalise. Especially between Leclerc and I. Of course, he knows firsthand what it's like to have some rivalries with your teammate. So we'll go side by side with Leclerc off at turn 1 and turn 2. Don't really want to be side by side here. Oh, Leclerc hits the inside wall. Has our teammate just misjudged that terribly? Has he picked up front wing damage? I think he might be okay, but that was not what he needed to do. Oh, I think, yep, putting ourselves at the front of the field was probably not the wise choice, because without the DRS, we are a sitting duck in a straight line there. Oh, a little bit of wheel banging with our teammate there as I tried to squeeze him through that final corner. This time around, though, we have got the DRS, and I'm sure, again, Fred Vasseur is not enjoying this, as Alonso wants to try and make it 3 wide. Just thought I'd give him the room at the last moment. And we're going to go from the lead all the way down to P3 then. By the time we make it down to turn 1 and turn 2, Verstappen as well waiting in.
Completed a pass for the leader of the race.
Oh, come on, Alonso. We can't now drop back from Charles. I have no idea how our teammate got no front wing damage. Oh, Alonso. Alonso stopping. Drama again down at Aston Martin after the contact on lap 1. Whether that's, damage, say, some of the cooling on Alonso's car. But Fernando Alonso, I wonder why he was so slow off the exit of the corner. And pulling over to the wayside, then goes the Spaniards. And, well, early season.
Okay, it looks like the problem's terminal. They're retiring the car.
Well, another virtual safety car being deployed here for an Aston Martin in the wars. And I'm going to take an opportunity here, if we can. And I'm going to opt to dive in for a new set of tyres, although that VSC is coming in again.
And we're going to risk a penalty. Slow your pace immediately.
Yeah, I was going to dive in then, but luckily we do get the DRS off Charles thanks to that VSC. So we can keep him a little bit closer, but already at the front then, dropping like flies. And now, well, it's a bit of deja vu, because it's your big 3 from last year. Right, come on then, let's try and once more force the envelope with Charles Leclerc. Could we go with new fast lap of the day? Ugh! I mean, he left that door open. It's like Ocon and Alonso here a couple of years ago. He left that door open down at turn 1. We're not going to back out of it then. Through turn 3 we go. And as much as I want to give Leclerc some racing respect, it's around the outside. We'll make it work. Again, he slaps the wall. How am I supposed to race alongside a man that will at 200 miles an hour quite happily try and put me in a wall?
Please keep the temps down if you can. Okay, mate, I'm afraid we didn't quite get what we needed there, but let's not worry about it. Get your head down now. Chin up.
Well, apparently I failed that task within about 3 seconds. That must be the quickest failure I've ever had on this game. But, yeah, the point stands. Leclerc, he has got no respect. And again, when he's got this much more straight line speed, I'm willing to give him the room off of a corner if he's clearly got the momentum on me. Verstappen as well will say thank you. So, clearly, yeah, a lot of deja vu at this stage of the afternoon. Are we going to see Verstappen try and get that Red Bull to the lead for the first time this year? Yes, we are. This team, yeah, just starting to wonder about the pit stop window as Verstappen there. He will try and get the long way around our teammate. Oh, I wanted to try and switch him off the corner. Verstappen backs out of it. I could try and force the error. Oh, tried to tuck in behind Max, but he had to let off. Charles Leclerc is playing dirty. And here we go then, this time round, Verstappen able to put the power down out of that final corner. He's still got the DRS, but Leclerc, more than a match for him, 3 wide for the lead. Back down towards turn 1, and Verstappen's just going to close our teammate off there. We'll try and squeeze him out over the curbing through that first corner as well. So, being in P1 is not where you want to be at this stage of the day, because you end up being P3 almost immediately. Don't hit that wall. Well, team providing me just to remind me there that we cannot afford to speed into the pit lane. Of course, I know that from last season, and with the track position over Leclerc, then we should be able to dive in at the end of this lap. However, I just worried for a second there what would happen if we were still around the outside of Verstappen, as he's going to opt to stay out one more lap. Leclerc as well, of course, going in hot pursuit. I took no risk there whatsoever into the pit lane. It looks like pretty much everybody trying to extend a little bit further, and that's going to be a slow stop.
Right wheel. I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put that behind us and get back into this race.
So frustrating. How often does this happen inside this game? Luckily, we don't get held up behind the likes of Behrman as he dives into the pits. As we make our way back down then in towards turn 1, we're going to come out behind Zhou Guanyu, who is again running up inside the top 10. Admittedly, I think that's slightly helped by other cars pitting. Oh, come on then. We cannot afford to spend too much time staring at that neon green car. As around the outside of Zhou will go. Use a bit more of our battery there, and we'll just about get back to the racing line in front of him. On it, Zhou Guanyu into the pit lane as well at the end of that lap, so he's not going to be able to apply any more pressure to us.
13.6 seconds.
There we go, there's Leclerc and Verstappen then, so as we make our way back down into turn 1, we're going to come out right alongside our teammate again there, who will just slip through on the outside. I believe it's George Russell then. Sorry, no, it must be Lando Norris to the lead of the Grand Prix. But yeah, lucky we had that one lap undercut with the box stop. Well, I've got to admit, it was quite weird to the end of last season not really seeing Verstappen able to fight for wins. But it's safe to say Red Bull just saved up a little bit of performance and have really unleashed it this season as well there. Leclerc and Verstappen, these are the two you expect to see fighting for world titles in years to come. As Leclerc around the outside of the Dutchman, he'll go back down towards turn 1, and will Ferrari make it all the way through? Oh, Verstappen gives him a beautiful squeeze there. We'll get the long way around on the exit of the corner. So the Dutchman this time around willing to hang on. And again, 3 cars nose to tail in these races. Well, I think Verstappen is aware that he's a bit of a sitting duck in a straight line at the moment against us two. Still, yeah, I think it's safe to say this Ferrari, I think, has still got a small margin over everybody else. As once again, we're going to try and make it 3 wide back down towards turn 1. Leclerc will power through. We'll try and not lock up the fronts down in that first corner. And yeah, Verstappen, again, how many times have we said this today? When the driver leads out of that final corner, ends up down in 3rd place by turn 2. Well, my plan was just to sit behind Leclerc for a couple of laps and try and recharge the battery pack, because we pretty much depleted it fully. I don't think Verstappen's going to give us that much time, though, to be honest. As around the outside of Charles, we'll look again. And we just might get the nose there. Yes, we can. He might well get the throttle down on the exit of the corner, which he will. But yeah, just again, pushing our teammate along. Oh, I mean, yeah, the problem we've got is if we don't try and go for a move on Leclerc, Verstappen absolutely will. Leclerc, they're just moving over right at the last moment that time round. So we're going to try and force him out through turn 1, really getting the elbows out. And just reminding him, he can be aggressive with me. I'm happy to return the favour. Back into the lead we go. 7 laps left. I mean, it is anybody's guess. Oh, surely not there. Surely not there. Leclerc, the AI, they don't normally make moves there unless they really feel they've got a good run. I don't think I've seen him go for that inside F124, but desperate times call for desperate measures. If you name Charles Leclerc as Verstappen again will get boxed in. It's like watching a steam locomotive go around the outside of us, as we'll keep the nose up the inside of the Dutchman. I think everybody still, yeah, just wants to make sure we're all in one piece by the time we get to the final lap, as again, we'll make it glaringly obvious to Leclerc. And again, he's going to try and squeeze me there. That time round, I won't accept it. We send it into that first corner, and I'm happy to return it on the exit there. Just force him out completely that time. When will he learn? I mean, this is the other thing. The AI on this game are absolutely relentless, as Leclerc again, he's going to brave it around the outside. I mean, wasn't much bravery there involved, just a lot of Italian horsepower. Back through again. 6 laps to go with this Grand Prix. It has been non-stop. It has been an assault of the mind. But still, anybody's day. Well, I'm still not sure if this is exactly what F1 had in mind with these ground effect cars, but I tell you what, it is delivering a barnstormer of a race today. As Verstappen will try and look for it. Leclerc! Whoa! What on earth was that by Leclerc there? Just moved in when he could see 2 cars coming down the inside. I didn't realise that we kind of had to cut Verstappen off in the process, as now he's going to try and look around our outside in towards the next corner. Absolutely not there, sunshine. And we'll be making it back through again, but I mean, you cannot move around like that in a braking zone. It's so dangerous, but it's kind of been accepted again in the last few years. Now we've got a bit of a window to break free, though. Can I leave them to battle? Tell you what, 3 laps to go. Leclerc and Verstappen, they are not playing strategically here. They are letting me get away with, yeah, say, we've only got 3 laps left here. They haven't got much time to catch me up. And they're actually tripping each other over into the clutches of George Russell towards the end of this race. Could we see the McLaren driver get a podium in just his 2nd ever race there, as Verstappen will make the move happen? Leclerc will get right back around him. But look at the delta. They are not closing in on me. We're keeping that 1 second gap. They must have been even over the DRS detection point, because they're still side by side down into turn 1. And for the second year in a row then, we are pulling away from Leclerc and Verstappen as they fight for P2. This time though, I haven't got a penalty hanging over my head. If I've learned anything so far in F1 24, it's that if there's an opportunity to win a Grand Prix, you grab it with both hands and you attempt to win it there as we're about to start the last lap here on the Jeddah Corniche. I tell you what, Leclerc's really dropping back. Oh, there we go, yes! Oh, damn it. I pushed to give it absolutely everything there to try and claim fastest lap bonus point, and immediately George Russell is going to snatch it off us here. But are we going to see the McLaren man get the jump on our teammate here? We saw Oscar Piastri able to get a podium back in Bahrain. Are we going to see the man that he swapped with get a podium here in Jeddah and go to showcase just how worthwhile a move that was for both of them? Leclerc, he's really dropped off the tail of Verstappen on this last lap. No idea what's happened to our teammate here, as both of them tripped over and presented us with a small but definite opportunity to try and build up a gap at the front of the order. And, well, like I said, this weekend we wanted one thing. We wanted the victory. We wanted redemption here on the Jeddah Corniche. And with just a handful of corners to go, I think we're going to get it. We want to fight for the world title this year again. And the first way you got to do that is prove that you're still in the fight for wins. We struggled a bit in Bahrain. Leclerc had the jump on everybody that weekend. But here in Jeddah, once again, it has been proven that other teams can fight. Aston Martin, we didn't really get a full showing by them yet again. So still, they remain a little bit of a mystery inside this series. But through the final corner, don't understeer too badly. Up towards the line, it is going to be P1 in Jeddah, baby. Redemption for last season.
Yes, guys, yes! Come on, boys!
And that brings the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix to a close then, as we reflect on the team's impressive performance today.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we go then. Ferrari back-to-back victories to kickstart the year, but this time it's a little bit more even. One apiece between myself and Leclerc. We cannot let him build up a margin early on this season. Verstappen splits us in the end to come through for P2, so once again proving, yeah, the Dutchman is here to fight for the crown. Russell and McLaren, I tell you what, had Aston Martin not really screwed them over early on, I would have been intrigued to see what Russell's pace was like today, ahead of Perez and his new teammate in Lando, Norris. Then it was both Mercs and both Haas who round out the top 10 there. Hulkenberg, a really good recovery from 17th on the grid. What does that do, though, to our drivers' standings? Well, the gap at the top has been cut down to just 3 points between myself and Leclerc. Oscar Piastri in P3 with some brutal consistency. Stroll, Verstappen and Norris tied on 18 points apiece there. Perez gets his first points of the year on the board. The same can be said for Hulkenberg as well. So that means, yeah, we've just got the Williams, the Alpines, the V-Carbs, I believe, and, well, yeah, Fred Vesti, who are yet to score. Ferrari, though, dominant lead at the top of the constructors. Red Bull bounced back to 4th place ahead of Aston Martin there. Williams, sorry, yeah, Albon, of course, has scored points, hasn't he? So it's just V-Carb and Alpine yet to score so far. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like. Get yourselves subscribed. We'll be back Monday after the Dutch Grand Prix tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoy that IRL race as well. And yeah, we'll be back ready in Australia. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we'll return with round 3 of season 4 of the F1 24 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in the land down under for the Australian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live on Saturday from Jeddah, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Safe to say, the opening couple of races this season have been rather interesting, but still, there are a lot of question marks being raised about some of our rivals' performance. most notably Aston Martin. For whatever reason so far this season, well, I know why, neither race so far has gone particularly well for them so far, so we don't really know how quick the team in green is at this early stage of the campaign. Looks like a few upgrades, though, have been rolling onto different cars this weekend, so I think Ferrari, we are now best of everybody again, ahead of Red Bull and McLaren there. Championship-wise, well, we're top of the board there as well. Leclerc and I each with 1 win to kickstart the campaign. Means that we've already got a 16-point lead over Oscar Piastri in 3rd there. Brutal consistency by the Australian. Will he be able to get a podium or even a win this weekend as he returns back home? Of course, if you're new around here as well, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here at the moment. And yeah, let's head then here to Albert Park, the scene of my first ever victory for Ferrari last year. Can we do it again?
Hello everyone, it is time for qualifying at one of our very favourite stops on the calendar. It's Albert Park and we're about to take the cars right up to the edge.
Well, I mentioned it last weekend, but this might now be where McLaren's season really starts to showcase the pace of the car. Lando Norris fastest in Q1. George Russell not far behind his teammate either, and I mean, you can make the argument probably either them or us have the strongest lineup on the grid right now. I mean, Oscar Piastri and Lewis Hamilton on their day both can absolutely fight. And I feel like, yeah, we've probably got 4 of the top 5 or 6 drivers inside this game at the moment across those 2 teams. Obviously, Max Verstappen, you can never count him out either, though. So as we head out into Q2, the car feeling pretty good, though. I think it is just Bahrain being a bit of a bogey track for us. I don't think we need to worry about getting knocked out in Q2 very often. I mean, the level of grip these cars have, we're going to see times in towards the 1 minute 14s here by the end of qualifying, which seems absolutely ridiculous. So much straight line speed in these cars right now. As at the final corner, it's a 15.04. You can see we end up in P4 there. As, yeah, 14s have occurred. I think Leclerc and Verstappen. There we go, Max Verstappen unhappy with how the Jeddah weekend ended for him. He has put down a gauntlet here in Q2, a 14.6. We only managed a 15.0, but I feel like there's a little bit more pace in the car. Shoutouts to Carlos Sainz as well. They're getting that V-Carb car inside the top 10. Lewis Hamilton there, kind of the big team driver that gets knocked out in Q2. I hate to say it, I think it's time he calls it quits in this series. Well, there we go then. First run here in Q3. There's not a lot you can get right around this circuit, but there's also no room for error either. It is brutal. It is high speed. It almost feels old school Albert Park, where it is, you know, either tarmac or grass. You know, it's not like one of these modern Formula 1 circuits with runoff areas absolutely everywhere. But yeah, Max Verstappen on a 1:14.6 in Q2. That is the time we're chasing. So we're going to see times continue to ramp up towards the end of Q3. So we just run it a tiny bit wide on a 1:15.0. Only good enough for P6. So as we make our way through the final couple of corners. Oh, just about kept it out the wall. I'll try and finish the lap just to make sure that we get a delta time down. But huge error there. Lucky not to completely write the car off or not hit anything. To be completely honest, as there goes a 1:15, it's going to be an 18.0. We still went quicker than someone, somehow. Well, Max Verstappen then has lowered that benchmark, a 1:14.4. And I think, yeah, Carlos Sainz unable to do another run, but the Dutchman, I'll be staggered if he finds any more time over that. But this is Max. He is the driver that can push the limits, can push the bounds of what you think is possible inside this game. Oh, as we try and do the same thing through turn 1 there. Absolutely sent it. Full commitment. Lack a little bit of straight line speed on the exit, and it didn't really work for us. Trying to shut the car down in towards turn 3. Albert Park has really been a circuit I've had to learn inside F124. Yeah, I mean, we're already on the run, Mark, so I don't know what you're talking about. As we try and shut the car in through the exit of Sector 1, quarter of a second up at the moment. That's not bad going. And hopefully we'll find a little bit more time as well through the second half of the lap. We were about 3/10 down on Verstappen by the end of Sector 2. Make that half a second. How on earth has the Dutchman done a 1:14.2 here? As I mean, we are going to continue to try and push just to find every last little bit we can in our car. Even if we can't try and challenge Max, at least get ourselves up the order So I do not need to be starting this race from all the way down in P10. Avoid that curb on the inside there. Still able to take it completely flat out. We need what, about 4 seconds over the delta, and I tell you what, we've almost found that. This could be really close as we make our way up towards the start-finish line. Will it be good enough for pole position? I think it is. I think we've done a 14-1. How? How on earth have I managed that? Well, it is very rare that we beat Charles Leclerc in a qualifying session. It's even rarer to dunk 6/10 on him, especially when you consider how good he is over one lap. McLaren are here to fight, though, this weekend. They'll lock out the second row of the grid. Norris ahead of Russell. But we, for the second time this season, start from pole. Safe to say the one-lap pace is back and Bahrain was just a bogey track.
Few places embrace Formula One like Melbourne. It is a truly brilliant sentence to say. Welcome to the Australian Grand Prix. It's Albert Park Circuit, 3.2 miles of bumpy city streets. We have changed the turns at 1, 3, 6 and 13. They have all been widened. We've got rid of the chicane at 9 and 10. That is now a flat-out right-hander. It's a new look that made its debut in 2022. New life into an old classic. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Firestarter lines up on pole position, and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Norris, Russell, Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Stroll, Oscar Piastri, Sainz, Hamilton, Behrman, Gasly, Joe, Ocon, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Hulkenberg, Vesti, and Alex Albon picks up the last spot on the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Here we are then, down on the grid, ready for the Australian Grand Prix. And for the second time in a row, we've got a nice clean open road in towards that first corner. Of course, Albert Park, Australia. This place can be complete chaos down at turn 1. I'm really hoping we don't channel our, I think it was 2002, I want to say, when, Rubens Barrichello found that Ralf Schumacher went over the top of him in towards that first corner. We've got Verstappen alongside us, though, so there's every possibility that that might happen as well. Waiting on the grid for the 5 red lights here in Albert Park. It's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're trying to get off to that start line nicely. We haven't done a good job. Lando Norris will say thank you very much and immediately swoop through into the lead of the Grand Prix. We're going to get a little bit bullied by George Russell on the exit of the corner as well. So we've ended up with our teammate Charles Leclerc. But yeah, Lando Norris hasn't really been much to talk about so far this season. But immediately jumping up into the lead then of the GP, ahead of Verstappen and George Russell. Are McLaren well and truly back this weekend? Only time will tell as we head into the GP there. But yeah, not our best start in the world. All the way down to P4, but we've kept it out of trouble. We haven't done too much damage. We know how good this car still is, where it's strong as well. If we can keep Leclerc at bay early laps as well, he might struggle to carve his way through. And, as again proven in Jeddah, we aren't friends anymore. Well, I don't think Verstappen's going to sit behind Lando Norris for very long in this Grand Prix, and I don't think we can do the same with George Russell. As you can see, Verstappen swoops to the inside there, gives himself the shorter run down the back straight. I mean, Russell, though, to be fair to him, that McLaren's looking pretty good in the straight line here. And we're trying to look around the outside. We have both got the DRS, as George will go slightly early on the brakes. Well, just so I get round him. So clearly, I wonder if the McLaren drivers have been told, we've got good pace. Just focus on where you're at towards the end of the afternoon. So back up into the podium. Oh, this is good to see. Lando Norris, he's not going to back out of it against Max. Oh, he might have to, though, when he gets faced with the wall. As, Lando Norris clearly doesn't want to lose this lead line down. I mean, already this season, how many drivers have we seen with shots at the front? Reminder, there were only 5 different winners last season. I reckon that could be broken within about the first 7 races this campaign. That's my bold call. Oh, is Lando Norris going to meet the same fate again? This time around, he'll get fully around the outside of Verstappen. And I mean, these two, they've had a lot of history, haven't they, in recent times? Verstappen kind of left a bit vulnerable on the exit, and we will fly past the Dutchman and up then into P2. So For whatever reason, it seems to be in this series, if you lose the lead, you always end up in P3. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, Lando, I was just worried he was going to slam the door on me there. Try to have a look down the inside as Verstappen wants to get back in front.
Use that overtake button a bit more.
I think Verstappen knows he needs to try and beat the Ferraris early on in this campaign. So I've got no idea what's going on with Leclerc. He is really dropping back. I haven't been told of any technical gremlins for our teammate, but yeah, that gap's up to 3.5 seconds. Maybe he just lost the DRS now and he's kind of stuck in that train. Either way, yeah, he just does not have the pace today. Oh, here we go this time round. This time, surely we'll go clean around the outside of Lando Norris.
Easy. Nice work. That's why I love working with you. Smashed it.
Well, as Mark's trying to hype me up, we almost go and bin it off of the corner there. Round the outside of Lando will still be then. So this one wasn't as simple as I thought. Oh, he tried to really cut down in on me there through the penultimate corner. And look at this, that's opened up the door for Verstappen to try and get back passes as well there. The Dutchman, he'll have some DRS back down towards turn 1, but it looks like we might have the legs on him. We'll try and cut back around the outside, and we will just make it through on the Dutchman, who loses the place to Russell as well. Hectic stuff early on. But yeah, the gap, I don't think Leclerc's got damage, because he has closed back in a little bit that lap, as we might now get the jump on those two behind us. Third time's a charm then, surely. Around the outside of Lando Norris again, we're going to go. I mean, these opening 3 Grand Prix just open it up for great wheel-to-wheel racing, don't they? Can we go the long way around this time? We'll try and get a little bit more aggressive with him. We'll still give him an avenue back around the outside there, but we will finally move back up into the lead of the Grand Prix properly. A little bit of oversteer through that penultimate corner as well, but, I mean, again, it seems to be the case early on that the races are absolutely insane in this series right now. As right on the outside of Lando will hang on through turn 1. It's kind of in the second half, everything calms down a bit. The opening laps are wild. Well, if Lando wants to go for it down this back straight, he's going to have to go the long way around, which he thinks about it, backs out, thinks about it, backs out. That time around he does decide to go for it. Side by side, in through the S's. And we're just going to get squeezed out over the curbing. Hopefully we won't get collected there as loads of cars roll by. And a scary, scary spin in front of the entire field early on in this race. We have picked up a little bit of damage. Luckily, it doesn't look like the tyres are too badly worn. But suddenly now, Leclerc back to P2. Norris has got a gap at the front of the field. I'm too busy watching the old the V-carb sparring partners going at it. But we might need a new front wing when I decide to box here. You can just see how much more understeer we've got because of it. So try and get a run on the pair of them out of that final corner. 3 wide back down towards turn 1. Don't really fancy my chances there, to be honest. I feel like I was going to get squeezed out over that inside curve. As Sonoda, how on earth did he do that all the way around the outside? As we'll try and get the run on Gasly then off of the corner. I mean, now suddenly the goal today has very much changed. It is all about just trying a recovery drive there as around the outside of the Frenchman. Thank you very much. Well, just doing a lap or so with this damage. I think we're going to have to try and dive in for an early pit stop here. And maybe do a bit of damage limitation for the rest of the afternoon. Around the outside of Sonoda will go. And Alpine's got some legs on it in a straight line still. Oh, so we just nudge that curve again. Don't bottom out again and go for another spin. That would be really bad. So yeah, we're going to dive into the pit lane then at the end of this lap. It's not too early. But hopefully is, going to do some kind of limitation to how badly we're going to get undercut here. Going to mean the hard tyres have got their work cut out towards the end of the afternoon, but I think we should be able to survive. I mean, there's a big angle of cars a little bit further back, but yeah, we go with them. First car into the pit lane this afternoon. We've got to go aggressive on pit lane entry, which we will, ish. But yeah, get a new wing on the car. Team everybody rushing out. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It always feels like such a slow stop. 7.7's not bad.
That was a fantastic stop. Faster than we were expecting.
Here we go then. We're going to re-emerge to the circuit then all the way down in last place.
Strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now.
I guess the real question, is where are we going to end up once everybody else has pit? As that is not the line on the exit. Well, based on the gaps to Alex Albon in front, I think we've negated most of the time lost from having to change the front wing. But I don't think we'll have really undercut anyone just yet, unless we see some craziness in the pit lane. Verstappen, yeah, really does seem to have dropped back down the order, though, so not too sure what's happened to the Dutchman. Don't know if he picked up some front wing damage as well. There's Alex Albon into the pit lane then, so we're going to get ahead of quite a few cars here. We're going to be out racing with Ocon and Carlos Sainz. There is Verstappen, I believe. Oh, as we just get a little bit caught up behind Sainz through turn 1. Got to try and get around the V car, but I do not want to be stuck battling him. So, big late switch. Sainz clearly doesn't see me there. Luckily, it's only minimal contact. As round the outside will go. Let's have it. Pretty much every other car then into the pit lane, so I'm going to be interested to see whether Norris gets undercut by George Russell here, because they've let the second McLaren go first. Maybe just to try and take some of the pressure off him from the likes of Charles and Fernando behind. As there we go, yep, Lando, yeah, still going to be out way in front at the top of the order. Where are we going to re-emerge though? Leclerc will come out in P4. We are going to be out in P8, so we've undercut pretty well.
You can play around with the RS modes in the MFD, or lift sometimes and ease onto the brake pedal for some manual recharge.
I mean, the timing of that for Max Verstappen has worked out beautifully. Perez there just gets out in front and slams the door on Lewis Hamilton. We will say thank you as well and move up immediately into P7. But yeah, Verstappen really struggling here. We're really struggling. There's a huge opportunity for Leclerc, or, you know, a McLaren to claim a victory and maybe build up some points. Oh, why have we got yellows? Why have we got yellows out? Who's got issues? Are we seeing one of our top drivers having a mechanical? I think it might be Hamilton behind me. Yep, Hamilton out of the Grand Prix. So that's what, at least our second Mercedes power unit failure of the year.
0.8 seconds.
And just like we saw IRL, Lewis Hamilton out here in Albert Park. It does make me chuckle, the fact that despite everything that's happened to all three of us, still Verstappen, Leclerc and I have ended up near each other on the road. Looks like we got a little bit of pace over the pair of them. I think Leclerc now is inside the range of Alonso, so might still get a podium. I just want to try and get to Verstappen, although we are being hounded by Perez still. 4 DRS zones, sorry, around a lap. Really does help you stay close to the car in front. So here goes the Mexican, he'll fly back around me. I think he'll have the DRS down the next straight, won't he, as well? Yeah, I really don't want to sit behind the Mexican for too long either. Come on, use that battery, get on with it, sir. Well, I feel like there might be a little bit of backwards and forwards now between myself and Sergio, but if we can close up the gap on Verstappen, I'm not going to complain too much there. We just need to try and use him to slingshot ourselves into the range of his teammate, which I tell you what, with aggressive lines like that, we might just be able to do. Come on, let's try and get inside that 1 second zone. It's going to be mighty close with the Dutchman. Send it in towards these final few corners.
Pressure data is currently reading 0. Assuming they still look inflated to you, we're going to guess that it's just a bad sensor. Shouldn't be anything to worry about.
I hate that. I hate that radio message. I cannot stress this enough. I hear it every single Grand Prix. How something as simple as that hasn't been fixed. Oh, new fastest lap of the day. How something as simple as that hasn't been fixed inside F1 24, I will never know. But it annoys me probably more than it should. Oh, why have we got yellows? Oh, Verstappen! Max Verstappen! Out again! 2 of the first 3 Grand Prix the Dutchman is out of.
2.6 seconds.
And it was a good job I looked up at the right time then. I was trying to have a look at the mini-map to see which car it was going bang, but for the second weekend in a row, we've been right near a car that has gone up in smoke. And another mechanical failure for the Dutchman, but let's just think back. The last time Verstappen retired from Bahrain and Australia in a season, he went on to dominate it.
They've got some kind of mechanical problem.
Don't really care about that, Mark, I'll be honest, but yeah, Verstappen out of yet another Grand Prix. His bad season just gets even worse early on. He's having my kind of luck from last year. Well, laps are starting to run out here, and if we don't see Alonso, Russell and Leclerc start battling, I think we're in for a very lonely P5 finish to this race. Would be, rather alarmingly, our worst result of the year so far. I'm taking a little bit of time out of them, but as they just keep slipstreaming each other, does make it very difficult to close in. That's what I want to see a bit more of. Tell you what, I've been sweating out trying to get this gap down towards the end of the afternoon. We are agonisingly close to that 1 second mark to Charles Leclerc there, but still they are battling in front. Still, Lando Norris is pulling away. Can't help but feel we have the pace for the win. Then again, I think it would be harsh to argue that Lando hasn't today. Didn't quite get the qualifying effort he would have wanted, but took the lead at turn 1. has never really looked back, as still Leclerc, Alonso, Russell, nose to tail. Can we get a fourth nose involved in that? Well, for Fernando Alonso then, this is a huge opportunity to try and get Aston Martin back on track at the start of this season. The paces look really good, but they have not had any luck in the opening couple of rounds there. As here we go, Russell again tries to have a look down the inside of him, but can't make anything happen. That's going to leave the McLaren and the Ferrari there caught napping a little bit on the exit. Russell, though, he's not going to wait too long before he goes for it again there. The long way round. It's off. More damage.
Looking at the damage, and we think we should be okay to continue. It's going to cost us a little bit of time, but we're nearly at the end of the race.
Don't start getting really scrappy now. It's not over. But again, just a tiny bit of contact. You know, with Charles Leclerc, who kind of parks the bus on the exit through that section. It really is ruining our afternoon. Well, the team are worried about the damage then as Leclerc now goes... Whoa! Leclerc gets put in the wall! What on earth was that? Alonso! Normally the man with the most awareness in the world, but that time around he didn't spot Leclerc, or maybe thought, what happens, happens here. Obviously, we've had a huge crash with Alonso as well around this circuit, all the way back in Season 1, but Leclerc there just got slammed into that wall. How on earth our teammates' cars got no front wing damage from that, I will never know. But as Lando Norris crosses the start-finish line then to start the last lap of the Australian Grand Prix, Russell, his teammate, could we see an historic McLaren 1-2 here in Albert Park, Australia? I mean, this would be huge for the two drivers that, of course, have battled with each other for so many years. And Alonso, I think, has probably got more starts than the pair of them combined. Here we go again. Alonso trying to look around the outside. No room that time to do anything. Leclerc and I just waiting in the wings. Or will it be... I mean, it's definitely going to be the first non-Ferrari win of the year. And it looks like for the second year in a row, we're going to get 3 winners from the first 3 Grand Prix as well. Leclerc, though, desperately trying to hang on to Alonso in front of him. Can we try and do anything on this final lap to get ahead of our teammate and just claw a couple of extra points out of him in the championship? I don't think we've got enough battery here. As Alonso, he thinks about it, last moment ditch attempt down the inside of Russell. Not able to pull it off, though, as now Leclerc and I have both got the run on the pair of me. Here goes Alonso to the outside of George once more. Leclerc trying to make it happen as well. We're going to run into the back of our teammate. And there's more contact between myself and Leclerc. We lose even more of our wing. We got to get back on the road. And once again, frustration between the two Ferrari drivers. Lando Norris is going to take the win here in Australia. Returns to the top step for the first time since Abu Dhabi last season. Luckily for us, there were no cars close behind. We will hang on, to P5. We won't lose any positions. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Leclerc and I are not friends.
What a way to head to victory! Lando Norris takes the win!
What a wonderful drive to see them come from far down the grid to win the race. Those days are the ones that throw the biggest challenges at you, and to stick out and win it is an incredible job.
Our winning drivers are on their way to the podium right now. It's been a fantastic race for McLaren, that's for sure. And no doubt they'll be celebrating tonight.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris, third winner from the first 3 Grand Prix of the year. And for the first time, neither Ferrari or Max Verstappen on the podium. I can only assume since the end of Season 2 it would have been. Of course, we locked out all the podium. Well, at least I think Ferrari got a podium in every single race last season, with the exception of Abu Dhabi. That streak not staying alive anywhere near as long this year there. And we lose another point to our teammate. And even more respect for him. Admittedly, that time round, I probably should have done a bit more to try and get on the brakes earlier there, but all of us vying for position right at the end. And unfortunately, it didn't really work out for either myself or Charles there. Russell only just loses the place to Alonso in the end. So safe to say Aston Martin are back as well here, with Stroll finishing in 6th, ahead of Sainz, Piastri, Perez, and Pierre Gasly again. Haas, they're just scoring points, left, right and centre. early on this season as well. Their disappointment for both Verstappen and Hamilton, the two drivers that failed to finish the end of the real-life Grand Prix here, also failed to see the checkered flag in Season 4 of our career mode as well. And that means in terms of the championship, the gap at the top cut down to 4 points there. The top 3 now covered by just 9 points as we leave Albert Park. Russell up to 4th ahead of Stroll and Piastri. Alonso getting some decent points on the board. They're ahead of Verstappen and Sergio Perez. And Albon is ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Think of that whatever you will. Constructors-wise, Ferrari still with a lead, but McLaren have cut that one down. Aston Martin to P3 ahead of Mercedes. Red Bull still in 5th, ahead of Williams, VCarb, Haas, and Kick Sauber. Now Alpine, the only team yet to score so far in this campaign. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Japan. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome back to round 4 of season 4 of the F124, my driver career mode even, I should say. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Japanese Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the last video from Albert Park, Australia that went live at the start of the week, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. As you guys might have noticed, I'm toning back ever so slightly how many videos we're going to be doing with this series. I just want to make some different content as well alongside it. So, of course, yeah, the video that went live yesterday from Monza 1924 versus 2024 was a really, really good one. And if you didn't check it out, then I would recommend going back and giving it a watch as well. I'm going to try and hopefully start giving channel members slightly early access to some videos as well in the future. It's not going to be guaranteed, it's not going to be set in stone, but yeah, I'm going to try and make sure that obviously if you are supporting us, it costs as little as £1 a month, then you can obviously get some access to some videos earlier than it would normally be guaranteed as well there. So you'll still get all the same content, but it is greatly, greatly appreciated. Taking a look, though, at the Drivers' Championship at the moment, Leclerc still leads by 4 points over ourselves, but Lando Norris becoming our 3rd winner in 3 races so far this campaign. Safe to say, yeah, McLaren are well and truly in the fight as well here. But, yeah, kind of tensions continued to rise at Ferrari last weekend. Leclerc and I once more weren't too happy with each other, so hopefully this weekend as we return to Japan things might calm down a little bit again. This circuit is one of the most difficult for you to compete against the AI inside this game, so we'll have to wait and see as to how things get on. Get yourself subscribed if you're new, and yeah, let's do this thing.
This is a circuit where sometimes you see something truly exceptional behind the wheel. We've seen it from Vettel, we've seen it from Verstappen. It is a remarkable place to watch a car at speed. Welcome to Suzuka. We're qualifying for the Japanese Grand Prix.
Well, historically then, Suzuka has not been a particularly good track for either myself or Charles Leclerc, both in game and at least on his side of the garage in real life. So, once again, this might be a tough weekend for Ferrari. McLaren, of course, you would expect them to be very, very quick around this high-speed venue as well. But, yeah, so far, though, pace looking okay. We had to spend a lot of time doing setup work in free practice. I just could not find anything that was working with the car until finally we had a little bit of a breakthrough. So, yeah, I really don't know whether we're going to be in the fight for pole today. Have got to be careful of some of those curves as we make our way through Dunlop. Yeah, currently you can see we're quick through Sector 1. We're definitely running more downforce than the AI cars are, as always seems to be the case. I must admit, yeah, the cars do certainly feel a lot more fun with a few more upgrades on them around a track like Suzuka, or otherwise they do just feel quite sluggish. There's 1 second up then on Carlos Sainz as we make our way down in towards the final couple of corners. He set a decent benchmark over 27.5. Of course, as always, it's very, very tight for time here in Q2. Up towards the line, though. Hopefully, we're going to see a nice improvement. 26.3. We do go top of the board there. I'm quite happy with that. There we go, then. George Russell could be our biggest threat this weekend there, as once more, it is your big 5 teams that will make it into Q3. It's really odd. It seems that the margins are super, super tight, but it is still just the Astons, Ferraris, Mercs, McLarens, and Red Bulls that make it through pretty often at the moment. I don't want to stop including Q2, because I know full well it'll be the one weekend where things do get mixed up a bit. But yeah, we do seem to have a couple of tenths in the back pocket over everybody else. Let's see if we'll keep hold of that into Q3. Well, as everybody else then has set their first times on the board, I think for everybody the goal now is just to see how close we can get to a 1 minute 25. But this has been a circuit we've seen Verstappen dominate on Saturday in recent years. Doesn't seem to be the case this weekend though. Although he is now again quicker than his teammate Sergio Perez down in towards turn 1. I mean, it's completely pinned through that first part of the corner. You are just braking as you reach the exit of that curb. And then the S's as well. Oh, I tipped it in a bit too much curb that time. Luckily, able to keep our foot in it, but that was scary there. The back end, oh, still trying to break free. We had these issues in Q3 back at Australia, didn't we, as well? The car tried to break free from underneath us. That put all the pressure on our last-ditch run, which admittedly we did still make work there as well. Just getting a little bit sloppy through the Degners. This lap, yeah, we're leaving a little bit of time on the board, but we did still go purple through Sector 1. We make our way then down in towards the final couple of corners. Yeah, this lap hasn't been perfect. In fact, I think it's going to end up being slightly slower than we saw in Q2. Try and get the throttle down out of the Casio Triangle up towards the line. 26.4. We go 2 tenths slower than our teammate Charlie, who as always we see Leclerc come on strong right when it matters. Well, although we've seen 3 different winners from the first 3 Grand Prix, I have taken back-to-back pole positions, and I'd love to make it a 3rd in a row this weekend. We need 2 more tenths of a second here against Leclerc, and I'm willing to put it all on the line if I need to. Our teammate, that was a quick lap time, but I reckon if I nail it, we could go into the 1 minute 25s there. Will we see anybody else as well be able to challenge him as the AI finishing off their final runs? Again, you can see just how aggressively we're going over those curbs. We're willing to risk it all here. I want to try and claim that pole position then. It's all nudge the curb on the exit of Dunlop that time round. Having to be a little bit more careful. Looks like we've seen no real movement behind us. Russell still in P3 ahead of Verstappen and Oscar Piastri there, and a bit tidier as we make our way under the bridge. So that is fantastic. We've found all the time we need. Now we've got to try and do is keep hold of it through the second half of the lap towards Spoon. I mean, it's just down 2 gears, flick it in at the 50-meter board, down another gear through the final part. And you've got to try and roll on that throttle on the X there, which we will do absolutely fantastically. 4 tenths up at the moment. So we are super close towards looking for a 1 minute 25 here. We're a 10.5 up on Leclerc. Clearly through the Casio Triangle, we are very, very strong against our teammate as well. Purple Sector 1. Purple Sector 2, a little bit wide on the entry through the Casio Triangle. It is going to make it a whole lot closer than I wanted to as we get up towards the line. Will it be enough? No, it's not. I've completely bottled it. No, I haven't. How close is that gap? 3 pole positions in a row, but this one easily the closest of the lot. 3 thousandths of a second in it between myself and Charles Leclerc there. I genuinely thought I'd bottled that going through the final corner, but we claim pole position. That might be one of my closest ever qualifyings inside this game, but it is P1. Let's see if we can try and convert it and become the first repeat winner of the year.
As of 2022, 12 champions have been crowned at the Japanese Grand Prix. Who will be tasting glory today at the flag? The lights go out in a few moments' time. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Firestarter lines up on pole position, Charles Leclerc alongside. Considering the rest of the grid we have, Russell, Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Norris, Hamilton, Perez, Stroll, Gasly, Ocon, Fernando Alonso, Tsunoda, Sainz, Hulkenberg, Albon, Behrman, Ricciardo, Joe, and Frederick Vesti. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
Well, after a dramatic Saturday afternoon here at Suzuka, let's wait and see whether Sunday is more of the same. Of course, we've seen some iconic teammate battles around this circuit in years gone by. Will we get another one today? Of course, tensions still getting more and more between myself and Leclerc. 4 points in it between us as we head to Suzuka this weekend. I'm hoping for the first time this year we can try and claim the World Championship lead. One-stop strategy is going to be the way to go. It's going to be medium over to the hard tyre for most of your runners. It is going to be 5 red lights here on the grid. A mighty long hole, but it is lights out and away we go there, and we have not got off to a good getaway, so immediately we're going to try and squeeze our teammate down in towards someone there. We've got another car. Whoa, there's contact as Leclerc tried to swing out there ever so slightly whilst we were still with him. We'll get a warning for contact with our teammate there, but we will just about hang on as into the S's will go side by side with Charles. He finally decides to back out of it, so despite not getting a particularly good getaway, unlike in Albert Park, this time around we do hang on to the lead of the GP through the first couple of corners there, as Russell still hangs on ahead of Verstappen. Norris, I think, has moved up then into P5 of the race as well then, but that was not really what we wanted at the start of this one. Contact between us and our teammate, but on the other hand, I absolutely refuse to let him take the lead of the GP there off the start. He has again a look down the inside down at the hairpin. Really struggled to get the car rotated in there early on, but we have hung on to the lead. Leclerc is still trying to go for it, though. I'm sure he'll have something to say about that aggressive defence in towards that first corner. Oh, Leclerc again having a look for it. Oh, and again, he just has to back out in towards that first corner. And like I said, we're running high downforce here than pretty much every other car, I would have thought. So, trying to kind of use that Ferrari straight line speed advantage to kind of keep us close. But I think once the DRS is enabled now, I think Leclerc might get past me pretty easily. It's just a case of how well we can stick with him. We've got yellows. Someone already with issues early on. Not too sure who that is. I don't know whether it's a car having a mechanical failure or what's going on. I mean, look at that. By Charles Leclerc clean past me. Looks like yellow flags have gone away again, so not too much of a concern. But yeah, now the hunter becomes the hunted. There we go. This is going to be the more important bit then. Now we've got the DRS off Charles. Are we able to go straight back past him? This is a problem we've seen early on this year, where our teammate has got that bit more straight line speed, so he can go past me. Not as easy for us to go back past him there, and you can immediately see how much we're struggling to close in to the outside again through turn 1. I mean, how many times do we reckon we're going to go side by side with Charles through that first corner today? George Russell definitely has got the best seat in the house. I'm sure he'd love to try and finally claim a win. Oh, here we go. Wait, I wasn't expecting Leclerc to get a run of me down here. So we're going to go side by side in towards Spoon then. Not too sure how this one's going to pan out. Never really do you see the AI try and get a run down there. We'll hook it up again around his outside though. Now we might see Leclerc again. The AI have got some tremendous straight line speed off of this corner, as Russell trying to wait in the wings as well. He's going to try and muscle his way around our outside. Are we just seeing McLaren once again holding off early on? So we look how bunched up this is through the final couple of corners, nose to tail, between at least your first 5 cars here, as far back as I can see on the Delta. But surely again, Leclerc, he's going to be under pressure back down towards turn 1. I mean, what do Ferrari do? Do you let us just fight, as we're going to try and look to the inside this time? Whoa! What was that? Leclerc backed out of it and then decided he was going to turn in at me through that first corner. Somehow they keep the car pointing in the right direction there. Luckily, F124's interesting grip physics working out in my favour that time, but Leclerc just tried to drive through me. What on earth was that? Well, let's ride on board then with Charles Leclerc as we make our way down in towards turn 1. You can see we're going to force ourselves to the inside of him there, in towards that first corner, and you can just see Leclerc, he tried to pinch me in, I think, onto the apex as well there, so maybe he was hoping I'd back out, but I mean, we're fully in front of him near enough at this point. We've got our rear wheelers alongside his front wheel, and still Leclerc tries to turn in on me there. Turns in even more aggressively in towards the corner. And I mean, look at that. We get a huge snap of oversteer. We just about there flick the car in, almost like a front-wheel drive car, rather oddly in this game, and then just kind of point where you want to go, use the brake and the throttle at the same time there to lock up all 4 wheels and try to find some kind of grip. Luckily, we keep it pointing the right direction, and we'll live to fight another day. Well, just watching our top 3 cars then, it looks like Leclerc might have the straight line speed to keep Russell at bay. We'll wait and see again as to whether he's able to make a move, but yeah, it seems like the Ferrari's very good in the straight line, the McLaren's very good through the corners, the Red Bull's kind of a decent all-rounder Not quite as good as either anywhere. I mean, look at that. Yeah, Russell, he cannot get close enough to Charlie down in towards turn 1. So unless it's us, I think our teammate here is just kind of sitting in control. So I need to try and find a way back through, but I think we all know Verstappen is not an easy driver to overtake ever in Formula 1. Right, come on then, let's see if we can push the envelope a bit with Verstappen there, back down towards turn 1. What on earth is that? Verstappen broke early in the end, so I said about how difficult it might be to overtake him. We might have made it look easy in towards that first corner there, as we'll give him a bit of a squeeze through turn 2. And up into the S's we go then. George Russell now in a Ferrari sandwich, but yeah, Verstappen, I mean, he was just kind of sitting half defensive in towards that first corner. We thought about it, we had a look around the outside, and he kind of just handed it to me. Not too sure what the Dutchman's plan is here. Maybe, again, just kind of seeing him not want to get involved in too many scraps. But yeah, Russell, you've got to try and get a run on Leclerc, otherwise I'm going to be getting the run on you, sunshine. How can a car that is that tucked up under the gearbox of the next car in front of it, you know, with DRS, with battery, not able to get any kind of run there? I mean, he drops a little bit in the traction zone out of the final corner, but look at the run we're able to get on Russell. He's got nothing against Leclerc right now.
Really good job with that target, mate.
Not too sure why I deserve to get squeezed entirely onto the grass there by George, but again, we'll try and hook it up around the outside. Oh, I tried to chop in there a little bit too aggressively, but we're back up. Whoa, went into P2, only temporarily though. There's a bit of a trip through the grass. Come on, hang on to it. That's annoying. That's really, really annoying there, as Leclerc now, I get a little bit of a breakaway at the front, 3.5 seconds, and I've kind of held up everybody else behind. Oh, okay. Verstappen now reporting with issues. He's just made the move on George Russell. But are we about to see the Dutchman start to slow down then? And maybe that little mistake we made has actually given Ferrari a bit more breathing room with both cars then at the front of the field. You just see, yeah, that gap opening up slightly over the Dutchman. But I'm kind of not so worried about that. I'm more focused on Leclerc in front. But looking on the mini-map then, it seems like most of the field have remained fairly bunched up throughout the first stint of this Grand Prix. It's normally the pit stop window where things really start to spread out inside F124. So I think we're going to try and go for a slightly early pit box here. Normally, the driver in front within Ferrari gets the choice of pit stop. We saw it back at Bahrain. Leclerc there able to box before myself. So yeah, I think we could come in maybe even the end of this lap. Gap is coming back down to Charlie. We've definitely got a couple of extra tenths in the back pocket over him. But it is just going to be about trying to get a couple of tenths out of him every single lap until the end. You know what, we're going to go for it. We're going to dive it in the end of this lap. Probably could have opened up my MFD at a better time there, down through 130R. Was probably not the ideal spot, but yeah, hopefully we can try and get a 2 or a 3 lap undercut then on Leclerc here and not come out in too much traffic a bit further behind. Oh, almost. Not only did we speed, but into the outside wall as well, which has been an absolute catastrophe here. That's the other thing. Trying to make sure that we don't get held up in the pit lane either.
You run the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
2.4 second stop is a pretty good one as well. Looks like, yeah, we are going to be right out of the rear of the field. But, yeah, that mistake we made has really helped out Leclerc in this Grand Prix at the moment. He's got a big old advantage. I mean, unless something dramatic happens, I think it will be a Ferrari that takes the win here. But I just want to make sure it's ours, not his. Well, there we go. That's perfect. Purple middle sector, sorry, and the first one we're measuring up against. Hoping Fred Vest is into the pit lane within the next couple of laps, though. Because ultimately, yeah, we are probably going to close in on him. Maybe we could get the DRS, and then obviously have that extra bit of straight line speed. But I think it'll probably be this lap we start seeing cars in. There we go. George Russell, I believe, and Oscar Piastri both into the pit lane then at the end of lap 13. So now we're just starting to get the first few cars into the box. I mean, Leclerc, yeah, really does want to extend his stint. No, he isn't. What on earth Mark on about? So Verstappen then is all the way down to last place temporarily. So I think he's been held up in the pits quite badly there. Hamilton, it is, sorry, not George Russell in. So, yeah, I'm hoping we haven't obviously got overcut by the AI. But the hard tyres often are the tyre I'm most comfortable with inside this game. And there we go, that's the big one for us. Leclerc into the pit lane then. Are we going to get the jump on our teammate? We've taken a lot of time out of some of the back markers, but of course you'd hope Leclerc would be a bit quicker than them, as Purple through that middle sector, so we are still flying along. bonus points could be useful by the end of the year, so if we could bag ourselves fastest lap, well, I would take it rather happily, as Leclerc already then making his way down the end of the pit lane. Are we going to be close enough to our teammate? Yes, he is. There we go.
Look into changing the ERS mode in the MFD for a more conservative burn rate.
Mark could not have timed that radio message any worse point of this Grand Prix, but up into the lead we go then here. And better than that, we've even got the DRS range over Charles. Don't know how long that'll last for. He's on much fresher tyres than myself. Hamilton now up to P3 ahead of Oscar Piastri and Fernando Alonso a little bit further behind. So the undercut has been super powerful here. Well, I'm sure Leclerc will have been over the radio to the team asking just how on earth they allowed him to get undercut so badly by his teammate here. Shades of Singapore 2019, where we saw Sebastian Vettel's last ever Formula 1 victory. But yeah, we're just holding the gap over Charles at the moment at that 1 second range.
Getting some strange readings from a couple of the sensors, so I don't think you need to be worried, just some bad data. So keep doing what you're doing. I'll let you know if we notice any genuine problems.
I hate that message. I hate that radio message, and it annoys me even more when it comes during the middle of a bit of commentary as well there. But yeah, Leclerc, we're just able to hang on at the moment. Luckily, we do seem to have the straight line speed down in towards 130R, where of course the DRS detection point is. But yeah, the team might have told him that he'll have fresher tyres to the end. I'm not going to make it easy for him. I've said it before, I'll say it again. We are not friends. Oh, we got yellows, we got yellows. One of the Mercs, that's Hamilton. Hamilton's gone for a spin. What on earth's happened to Lewis then late on in the day? Luckily for us, we don't get a safety car or anything like that. I mean, I think if we did get a safety car now, I would box for a fresh set of the soft compounded tyre. But Lewis in trouble. And Lewis Hamilton then riding in, tucked up behind his new teammate, and Oscar Piastri maybe wants to get the better of him. I think for the first time this year, it just goes straight on down the end of the Casio triangle there. So not a major error by Lewis, but it is going to drop him back into the clutches of the McLarens and Stroll behind. Not what you expect from a 7-time Formula 1 world champion. As the laps slowly ticking by then towards the end of the afternoon. 7 laps to go here from Suzuka. I mean, tyre wear is not much of a concern at all around this venue. But Leclerc, I tell you what, I don't think he's got an answer for us right now. It's looking really, really good at this stage of the day. But yeah, Leclerc, he just cannot seem to get close enough again. And, well, that works out fantastically. Is he just waiting for a last-ditch run right towards the end? Is he just charging up his battery pack to try and go for something? I don't quite know. Ferrari do seem to kind of retain information from the pair of us about each other nowadays, because we will use it strategically. That is something we haven't clearly spent enough time thinking about today either, than fuel usage. Again, this Ferrari car is a bit of a thirsty girl. I thought I'd nailed it inside the pre-race kind of setup with the car, but it looks like at the moment we're still burning through more fuel than the team are expecting us to. So yeah, 5 laps to go of this Grand Prix. Fuel saving might have to start becoming a bit of a thing, and that's not good when for the first time all race since the pit stops, Leclerc is back inside our DRS. That's the problem for us. It's actually through the S's and on the exit of Dunlop. The car, we can take it too quickly. So yeah, we're using more fuel than the team are expecting us to, because we're taking those final couple of turns pretty much flat out. That's going to be a real problem in towards the last couple of laps here. Luckily, it hasn't been an issue all day, but yeah, we've probably got, well, as you can see, no spare fuel left in the car. Go Charles Leclerc. I don't think I'm going to have much say this time round as we make our way back down towards turn 1. Our teammate closing in on me rather rapidly. He's not going to have a look, though, in towards that first corner, so that is critical for him. So I guess this time around, yeah, we're going to have to try and just coast off through these first couple of corners. You see that blend the throttle through a little bit more. Of course, near impossible to make an overtake round here. You can still see how much kind of we're losing against the Delta still. I mean, I'm going to be interested to see what that gap is to Alonso by the end of this race, but I think it's in our best interest. Let Leclerc by, and then use him for a slipstream down in towards those down in towards turn 1. Maybe then we can make up enough as Alonso instantly, whoa, takes us almost a second out of me there. Leclerc thought about having a look down the inside of the hairpin after I locked up, but we'll park it again on the exit. We'd be really strategic here and actually let Leclerc by before we get to the DRS point. You can see the team had told us to target fuel saving. We're not going to do that.
Quite what we needed, but let's not worry about it. Get your head down and chin up. There's a long way to go.
So we're going to try and claim the DRS there as wheel to wheel with our teammate through the final couple of corners. 3 laps to go of this Grand Prix. And look at that. Yeah, that's worked out nicely for us that time. But the fuel reading is measuring pretty much exactly 0. So this is not looking good for us. We're going to have to use all the best of my ability to keep ahead of Charles. But you can see Alonso nearly 3 seconds faster on that last lap. Do we sacrifice the win to make sure that Ferrari get it? Are we putting driver over team right now? Again, Leclerc, for whatever reason, seems to be strongest down this back straight, so we'll take the DRS if he's willing to give it to me. I wish the AI were still a bit more dynamic inside this game as well, you know, they kind of thought a bit more, you know, they're definitely artificial, but the intelligence is still, haven't quite decided about that one there as well. A big oversteer moment through the final corner. We've got to try and put the power down, back down towards someone though, and I think this time Leclerc might just have the legs on me. Are we going to be able to have a look to the inside? Leclerc really tries to cover me off in towards that first corner. We're not going to back out of it though. We will force one Ferrari down the inside of the other. Wheel to wheel in towards the S's, and again, Leclerc, I don't think he wants a fight over it at the moment. I think he just wants to make sure we get to the last lap. This time around, Leclerc, you can again just see him waiting in the wings this time. Just going to try and time his run so that he doesn't give me the DRS yet again. So clearly, he is just starting to learn a little bit towards the end of this race. But still, that gap is coming down for those cars behind. And this time around, Leclerc surely is going to get the run on me. Back down towards someone. DRS open for him. Whoa, I've got to be careful I don't put him in the inside wall. As we try and have a look clean around the outside again, though, we'll go. We're squeezing him. We're forcing him. We're not playing, you know, maybe the way Leclerc will be happy. But he did drive through me early on. Let's not forget that. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Ollie Behrman. Behrman's gone very late on in the afternoon, so disappointing for the Williams man. As a mechanical failure is going to ruin his day, but you can just see now that fuel drops to minus 001. It actually goes all the way to 002. Whoa, that was not quite what I wanted to do into Spoon, and Leclerc once more will say thank you very much there. A little bit of wheel banging this time round between ourselves and our teammate, but one more lap to go. Who is going to claim victory here at Suzuka? We haven't got the straight line speed to even bother having a look around the outside through 130R, but we will switch him on the exit. As you can see, Leclerc now with a little bit of front wing damage, so not too sure where he picked that up. But as we go side by side through the final couple of turns, of course, obviously, that would have been contact with us, but I'm guessing it was when we went round his outside at turn 1 last time. Side by side, back down towards the first corner, though. Who is going to come out on top this time round? As Leclerc doesn't want to back out of it. He will just about slot in there, but he forces us out a little bit wide. And look at that, yellow flags out at the perfect time because Leclerc can't do anything about it. And as we navigate our way up through the S's once again, I mean, how many times have we gone wheel to wheel with our teammate? I tell you what, so far inside F124, it really does feel like there's no guarantee which way it'll go. Anytime we come together here, the gap's still coming down to those cars behind. And you got to remember, in this game, you do need to have a little bit extra in reserve as well. Otherwise, we might just conk out on the run towards the start-finish line here. Let's not forget as well, Leclerc, he has always been strong down in towards 130R as well. So this has been one of the more oddly chaotic Grand Prix of the year. We've still got Alonso and Piastri waiting on in if something were to happen on the final lap of this Grand Prix, but we used the undercut really nicely after a couple of little errors early on in the GP. We have pushed hard right towards the end of the afternoon to try and open up an opportunity for ourselves. Here comes Leclerc, though, down in towards the final couple of corners. Are we going to see our teammate get close enough? I don't think we will this time round. And as we make our way through, Japan has not been a good circuit for us in recent years, but through the final corner, have we got enough fuel? It's going to go into low mix 1. We've done it.
Yes, guys, yes! Come on, boys!
Another action-packed Japanese Grand Prix comes to an end then, and a magnificent drive to take the win today.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Japanese Grand Prix. And I tell you what, I think for the first time ever, we are going to lead the Formula 1 World Championship inside F124 there. We take the dub here in Suzuka. Leclerc P2, just 0.3 of a second in it come the checkered flag. But Alonso, easily my driver of the day there. 12th on the grid. He had an absolute stinker after some grid penalties as well. But he fought back through, and it's another podium for Aston Martin this series. Oscar Piastri ahead of Norris, Hamilton, Stroll, Russell, Ocon and Sergio Perez will round out your top 10 there. And Alex Albon agonisingly close to some more points for Williams as well. Their Sainz also broke down on the last lap of the Grand Prix, but he was still able to beat out Ollie Behrman, who failed to see the finish. The gap at the top, it was 4 points coming in, it's 2 points leaving Suzuka, but it is the other way around. And like I said, I think for the first time ever inside this game, we are going to lead a Formula 1 World Championship, and in doing so, become the first repeat winner of the year as well so far. Norris, a bit of a quiet weekend after a dominant display in Albert Park, Australia, with Alonso now up into P4 ahead of Piastri and Stroll there. Verstappen all the way down in P8. Perez, 10th place overall in the Drivers' Championship after the opening few rounds there. And constructors-wise, well, yeah, every team has scored points so far this year, but Ferrari opening up a 59-point lead at the top of the table as well there. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We'll be back early next week, ready when Formula 1 returns, ready for the Shanghai Sprint. That one's going to be crazy, and certainly is going to spice up the title fight. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 5 of Season 4 of the F124 Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Shanghai for the first sprint of the new season. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live on Friday, I believe it was, from Japan, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. I just want to apologise as well. The opening few rounds of the season have been a bit more spread out than I would like so far in this series. I am planning on getting back into the swing of things this week as well. I've just been busy with a few other bits and pieces as well there, and obviously want to try and slowly branch out into doing some other videos as well. Of course, on Saturday, we kick-started our Let's Make Lando Norris 2024 World Champion Challenge at Monza as well. That was a really good fun video that you guys seem to love, so obviously if you haven't checked out that one, go back and make sure you do so as well. But of course, yeah, the new format that we implemented last season for the sprint weekends, that is here to stay, so I'm really looking forward to it. Of course, I believe for the first time ever, we are leading the World Championship inside F124 as well, though, with a 2-point buffer over our teammate Charles Leclerc. Japan kind of allowed us to stretch our legs a little bit. We became the first repeat winner of the year there, and now you can see we've got a bit of a buffer over McLaren and Lando Norris in the championship as well. Will that continue though? I'm not so sure. Red Bull bringing a big upgrade this weekend here to Shanghai as well. So yeah, only time will tell. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subscribers here on the channel, and let's do this thing.
Well, here we go again. Welcome back to Shanghai. Welcome back to qualifying in China. And this is a technical, tricky track. Whoever takes pole is going to deserve it.
Right, well, here we are then. One-shot qualifying once again in Shanghai. Last year here, this went pretty well for me. This year, not so confident in the car. This thing is a real handful so far this year. And kind of like we've seen with Red Bull in 2024, of course, when you've got those little issues with the car, when it's a second a lap faster than anything else, kind of not really too much for concern. When you've got that issue and other cars are right there, it becomes a real problem for you, and suddenly on the weekends you struggle. It's really bad, as you can see. Speaking of Red Bull, Verstappen currently fastest through that first sector. We need to try and hang close with the Dutchman. As always, we know we've got good straight line speed, but yeah, around the rest of the lap, only time will tell to see how we get on there. Try and tuck the car in and through that double left-hander. So difficult to try and put the throttle down. Like I said, I've really put all my eggs in the top speed basket through the final sector of the lap, but navigating your way out of a snail section as well is no easy feat. The car seems to have got worse as this game's gone on. We often talk about how easy traction is inside F124. Yeah, this thing seems to have become more and more leery as the seasons have gone on inside this game, but we will claim a little bit of ground back down the back straight there, trying to attack the curbs through that hairpin. We're definitely not going to be on for pole position, but hopefully it's going to be a decent recovery drive. Red Bulls seem to be back, ladies and gentlemen, out of the final corner. Verstappen's going to have it. We end up P4. That's better than I thought we'd do. Well, there we go. It was only 6,000ths of a second in it in the end between Verstappen and Charles Leclerc, but the Dutchman, I believe, that's his first pole position of the year. They're ahead of Charlie. Oscar Piastri ends up P3, just 14,000ths clear of ourselves there, with Norris, Perez, Alonso, so many cars waiting in the wings come the end of that session. For me, though, the goal this weekend is to try and stay ahead of Charles, because then we've got a couple of tracks that we're hopefully going to be a bit stronger at.
So it is all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? We're here in the Yangtze River Delta today, home of the 16 corners that make up the Shanghai International Circuit. 54% of this 3.3 mile lap is taken at full throttle, and we'll be getting up to speeds of around 200 miles per hour with DRS assistance down the back straight before the cars break into the tight hairpin at turn 14. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Oscar Piastri, Firestarter, Norris, Perez, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Stroll, Hamilton, Tsunoda, Gasly, Ocon, Hülkenberg, Albon, Sainz, Joe, Ricciardo, Behrman, and Frederick Vesti. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out. And so we welcome you to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me for this race, and it's going to be some race, is Anthony Davidson. So a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So for today, there's no pit stop, or shouldn't be a pit stop anyway, if things go right, and you can forget about strategy. You're just driving today as fast as you can, make those overtakes if you need to, and that's what a sprint weekend's all about.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, right directly behind our teammate Charles Leclerc here. We've had 3 pole positions in a row, but ultimately, yeah, I was never expecting that to continue here in Shanghai. I didn't even mention it at the start of sprint qualifying either there. 10 laps ahead of us, though. Of course, as always, the medium is the tire to go on. The softs do not work around Shanghai either, but we need to be aggressive off the start. We need to try and get in there with Leclerc and Verstappen. It's 5 red lights here in Shanghai, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Well, not very well if you myself. Oscar Piastri getting away to a very, very good getaway there as Lando Norris. Oh, we'll try and have a look around the outside there. We'll just chop in towards that first corner as well. We make a little bit of contact there with Lando Norris there, so a tiny bit of front wing damage. We will get a warning for the collision. Hopefully we both got away with that one, as Norris again will hang on to the place off of turn 2 as Charles Leclerc, you can see, really hounding Verstappen. We're going to again have a look down the inside of the McLaren car, and just about that time around get it stopped. Have to wait and see how bad the front wing damage is. It's up through turn 7 and turn 8 now, I believe. Yeah, still easy flat through 7 at least, so I don't think we've done too much damage to that front wing, as, yeah, Verstappen still hanging on ahead of Charlie. Oscar Piastri with the best seat in the house. Get the popcorn out, lads. I think we're going to see a fight for the lead. Well, we did finally win a sprint race at the end of last season in Qatar, only taking me about 18 to do so. So we'll have a look around the outside of Oscar Piastri there. Oh, as Oscar actually hits Charles Leclerc as well then. So that's going to be Piastri struggling by downforce through the final couple of corners. Surprisingly, we don't see him pit. Often the AI, especially early on there, will just kind of cut their losses.
When you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
I mean, surely Oscar Piastri now is going to be slow. We're going to try and have a look down the inside of the Mercedes man even. Old habits die hard. Of course, inside F124, and number to P3 will go. Oh, here we go. Oh, Leclerc. He just tried to have a look to the inside of Verstappen. The Dutchman will cover him off. They're going to be wheel to wheel through the final couple of corners, and our 2 world champions so far inside this series, going wheel to wheel through that final corner. There's more contact made as Leclerc there with a power move to the lead of the Grand Prix. We'll claim new fast lap of the day there and go around the outside of Verstappen. No, we won't. We tried to turn in there. I thought the Dutchman would back out. Clearly, Verstappen had other ideas. So front wing damage now on the Red Bull car as well then. So Ferrari getting in the walls with pretty much everybody around them right now. As Verstappen again will try and hook it up all the way around the outside. Luckily, we'll have the power down. And I don't know whether Leclerc picked up damage either there, but Verstappen's going to start dropping back as well. 2 bits of controversial contact early on in this GP, and somehow it looks like we'll get away with both of them. But as we get to half distance, then sadly I think that little bit of underfloor damage and that tiny bit of front wing damage we had as well, both admittedly my fault, yeah, just about making the difference between us being able to keep up with Leclerc or not. I think ultimately, yeah, the track like Shanghai, the AI just still a little bit too quick, I find. Inside these games, they've just got a bit more grip, a bit more traction than the human player. It's almost like they've still got like the F1 2021 levels of grip still, or even F1 2020. And they seem to have a little bit too much battery as well, which I always find a little bit odd. So, we've only got half this sprint race to go. Looks like we have got the pace over Alonso and Norris behind, so I think we just got to try and bring the car home and make sure we only lose 1 point to Charles. But as we make our way then onto the last lap of this sprint, not really a lot has happened, annoyingly, but right towards the end of this one, Lando Norris has seemed to have clawed back some time and maybe dragged Alonso and Perez with him as well there. Leclerc, though, 5.5 seconds clear up the road. Our pace is kind of falling apart a little bit, just where I haven't really been able to keep up with him. So kind of just focused on doing our own thing. We've gathered a fair amount of data about the tyres and things like that as well. But are we actually going to be under pressure from Lando out onto the back straight one final time? We're going to try and drain the battery as we make our way down here. Maybe he's used a bit more over the course of the lap. Will that McLaren have the straight line speed? He's gaining on me, but nowhere near enough there. There's a little bit of a lock-up down at the final hairpin. Charles Leclerc, though, through the final corner. He's going to be back on top for the first time, I believe, since Bahrain. Through the final corner, though, a pretty lonely, boring sprint race. It's P2.
Yes, mate, I cannot complain about that one. That was an excellent drive. Well done.
Well, to be fair, from 4th on the grid, a P2 finish is not bad going for me here in Shanghai. Charles Leclerc, though, leads another Ferrari 1-2 this season. But, yeah, admittedly, Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso got pretty close by the end of the afternoon there. Lando actually had fastest lap, so he could be a bit of a surprise as we head into the Grand Prix proper there. Verstappen and Piastri dropped all the way down to 9th and 10th in the end there. Like I said, I can only apologise because both of those bits of contact were probably my fault, with Zhou Guanyu and Pierre Gasly both failing to see the checkered flag. That means the gap at the top of the table has been cut down to just 1 point between myself and Charles Leclerc as well. Constructors-wise, though, Ferrari continuing to open up that margin at the top. Let's see what we can do as we head into real qualifying.
Well, here we go again. Welcome back to Shanghai. Welcome back to qualifying in China. And this is a technical, tricky track. Whoever takes pole is going to deserve it.
Well, I've opted to put an entire fresh new power unit into the back of the car, ready for real qualifying. Hopefully, those few extra ponies will be the difference to try and put us up on pole position. Like I said, I don't think otherwise we've really got a chance at fighting with Leclerc here, so maybe claiming a couple of extra tenths of a second could be pivotal this weekend. Like I said, I want to try and leave here still with the championship lead, and that basically means now we have to beat Leclerc this weekend. They're purple through that first sector. Not a bad way to start the lap there, and so try and put the power down out of the hairpin. Of course, yeah, these completely fresh engine components. Normally, we want to try and wear them in over a few laps, but you know, we are Ferrari, the master of engine building, apparently. So hopefully, yeah, we're just going to be able to bring this one straight out and absolutely wring the neck out of it. As Oscar Piastri now moves up towards the top of the board, but of course we know already just how good this car is in a straight line around this lap, as we're still right there coming into sector 2. Little bit of hesitation as we try and get on the loud pedal. We'll try and go for the shortest run out of the snail section. It's George Russell now in the McLaren car there that goes to the top of the board. Could we see him potentially try and get a second win of the year After what we saw all the way back in Albert Park, Australia, breaking down in towards that hairpin, getting it stopped pretty perfectly. If I do say so myself, get the power down, one more corner to go. It's always a tricky final left-hander here, but we've absolutely nailed it at the final corner. It's P1 here in Shanghai. And there we go, by less than a tenth of a second, 4 pole positions in a row. Ready for Grand Prix this year. It doesn't get much better than that. Russell lines up P3. Verstappen only good enough for 4th place there in the end, ahead of Oscar Piastri, Lando, Norris, and Lewis Hamilton. Perez a disappointing P8. I'm sure Alonso as well disappointed to end up all the way down in P9. But clearly, yet those extra power unit components I think made the difference in qualifying. Let's see if they can help us in the race.
The Chinese Grand Prix then is upon us once again. A race that saw Michael Schumacher claim his final Formula 1 victory in 2006, as well as Red Bull's first with Sebastian Vettel in 2009. There's no doubt plenty more drama to come here in Shanghai. We start a lap here at Shanghai with the long, difficult right-handers of turns 1 and 2, the first of 16 corners that make up this 3.3-mile circuit. The incredibly long back straight provides the best passing opportunity of the lap, with speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour before we head into the braking zone for turn 14. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Firestarter lines up on pole position, Charles Leclerc alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Norris, Hamilton, Perez, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, Ocon, Albon, Sainz, Gasly, Vesti, Ricciardo, Behrman, and Zhou Guanyu. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me is Anthony Davidson. Well, they're having a better time than their teammates so far this year. How do you keep that momentum going?
Yeah, they have. And, rule number 1, beat your teammate. They're the one that share the same equipment as you. And yes, the cars can vary in setup from race to race and depending on who has which style. But essentially, they're your barometer, the yardstick. If you can beat them, that's the first job you have to do. And it looks like it's going their way, doesn't it? And they need to carry on this momentum, this energy through the rest of the season.
Okay, here we go. I know what you can do. Don't let me down.
Well, 1 point in it between myself and Charles Leclerc. I wouldn't exactly say it's gone a huge amount better for me so far in this campaign. Although, admittedly, since Bahrain, it does feel like we've had the upper hand on our teammate more often than not. But yeah, we saw how good his pace was yesterday in the sprint. So I think hanging on in the GP today is going to be very, very difficult. We've given ourselves the best opportunity, though. We know we've got a lot more raw horsepower as well in this car than we had then. 5 red lights here in Shanghai. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. And I think starting on this side of the circuit does give you a slightly better launch, as we will be able to defend down in towards that first corner. Leclerc, though, will try and have a look at the insides. Oh, no! Just nicked the grass there. Lucky that we can try and hang on to it, but we've done a Lando Norris. We've absolutely bottled it off a pole position, and way down the order we're going to go in the end. I didn't realise it was that bad through the first couple of corners there, as everybody scrambles to get around me. Lance Stroll, who had a bit of a terrible qualifying there, will now get past us as well then, and Leclerc immediately will say thank you very much. We'll immediately go back on the offensive, though, down the inside of both Tsunoda and Lancelot, as we try and make our way then up the hill. Are we going to see Yuki hang on to it? No, we aren't. We are fired up now. Not happy with that turn 1 mistake that we made, completely by ourselves there. Thought we had more grip. Just so used to having less fuel in the car on a sprint race Saturday. But now it's about the recovery drive. Now it's about trying to move our way back through nice and quickly, and hopefully seeing Leclerc not get away. Immediately then, we're going to try and put the straight line speed of that Ferrari to good use down the inside of Carlos Sainz, of course the man that used to drive this car all the way back in Season 1. He's been relegated back out of the points there, as already I can see Leclerc just building up a little bit of a buffer by the end of lap 1. And that could not have worked out better for our teammate. And we can't give him that psychological advantage. Whoa, big diving manoeuvre down the inside of Hülkenberg. Whoa, hello. We did get it stopped on the apex there before he turned in on me.
Nice move. Good job.
seem clearly okay with that one, so we will be as well then as Alonso. Already up one spot then early on in this GP. That'll be the spot he gained over me, of course, won't it? But yeah, Leclerc, I don't know if he's got out of the DRS range just yet. We're trying to get inside the range of Alonso. That DRS zone is very, very powerful around this circuit, especially when you do run quite high downforce, or I do anyway. I think we will just claim it over Fernando. Well, already then you can see Verstappen has got in hot pursuit of Leclerc and kind of left everybody else just to watch on from a little bit further behind, down the inside of Alonso. Just for a split second then I was worried we were going to run into the back of Checo Perez, but we got it stopped. This car does feel a lot better today. I made a couple of minor tweaks after the sprint, but it feels like a completely different race car, as not quite new fastest lap. And again then, I'd say I wasn't originally intending to use these extra ponies like this, but I guess they're useful in the back of the prancing horse. Sergio Perez in that second Red Bull. Haven't seen much of him in recent times, as he'll have a look down the inside of Lando Norris. We want to try and have a look around the outside then. Certainly not enough grip to make that one happen, as yeah, it's Oscar Piastri just holding up this train from P3 backwards there. We'll actually get quite a tidy run at the final corner. 5 seconds to Leclerc in front, as can we try and go slow in, get the car tucked on the apex there and get down the inside of Checo? Yes, we can. We'll just about barge through over to P7. I mean, we've got to, you got to get the elbows out of the AI inside this game. Got to kind of remind them we're coming through.
Go. Let's look to get past quickly and put them on the back foot.
How on earth have they just decided that my goal of the car to overtake is like 3 up the road? Well, it's Mercedes McLaren just in front of me, but we're about to upset that rhythm here. It's down the inside of Lando we're going to go. Clearly didn't feel that was a battle worth having at this stage of the day. Kind of jumped out of the way of me. Lewis Hamilton up next. Still yet to see him return to the podium, I believe, in this series since Season 2. Seems very, very odd to say that. Lewis, of course, even if he doesn't get a win in a year, he's often on the podium, still kind of having those good races. But yeah, I think age might finally be getting the better of him inside this series. I mean, it does still annoy me the way the AI don't tend to use their battery very effectively still inside F1 24, as we'll try and get a run on Lewis Hamilton and down the back straight. He's closing in a little bit on his former teammate George Russell, who in turn is trying to close in on Oscar Piastri there. Hamilton actually gets to the inside of the McLaren down in towards that final couple of corners. They're going to go side by side through, and Hamilton just gets a bit tripped up. We'll take 1 position. We might be able to make it 2 there as we start lap 7.
The target. Nice work.
And we go the long way around George down at turn 1. It was a very cheeky, opportunistic double overtake, and we will get round him. Russell will slot back in. And I tell you what, that gap to Verstappen and Leclerc doesn't seem to be going up. Well, I'm not convinced Oscar Piastri is going to have the pace to keep up with Verstappen or Leclerc here at the front of the field, so we're going to fly past the Merc back down towards turn 1, back into a pretty respectable P3 position. I tell you what, actually, that's been quite a good recovery back up to roughly where we should be. The thing that worries me is that we might not have the pace to keep up with Charlie and Max. Seems like Verstappen just wants to sit in behind rather than really fight with him. Oh, we've got yellows. Who's that? I think it's a car behind us slowing down. So annoyingly, yeah, not one of Verstappen or Leclerc tripping each other over. Who is it, though, falling to the wayside in this Grand Prix? Could it be a safety car? That'd be really awkwardly positioned if we did get one now. It is Hulkenberg out of the Grand Prix, but it doesn't look like we're going to get anything for it. Well, I'm hoping we'll be able to get the undercut on Leclerc by the time we come through the pit lane here. I am monitoring that gap, and unlike the sprint yesterday, it really just isn't moving at all. When we get it nailed, we can take a couple of tenths out of him. I think what's annoying me more is the fact Verstappen just seems completely powerless. He's tucked up behind him under his rear wing, but he doesn't seem to be able to gain anything down the back straight. And if those two were to go wheel to wheel, then that would give us a huge margin. Oh, there we go. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want to see. Verstappen now is starting to push the envelope with Charlie, so I think he is starting to struggle on those tyres. I'm definitely going to try and box early, though. I think we might come in the end of next lap. Just see if we can undercut ourselves a little bit closer. A little bit wide there. That final curve feels so unpredictable.
Pitting this lap then. Come into the pits at the end of this lap.
I'm slightly worried we're going to come out in a little bit of slower traffic, but maybe if they can give us a bit of slipstream down the back straight, we can't complain too much. I mean, look at that. The gap's come down. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but for me here, I'm really happy with that. Down about a second over the last few laps there as Verstappen and Leclerc opt to stay out for another one. We have box pit confirmed with the team as we try and really attack our way into the pit lane as well there. There's time to be gained by doing this. We will get it stopped. Right, let's hope that we come out in a bit of clear air as well then. 16 laps on a set of hards. The mediums have hung on pretty well. Oh, I thought that was going to be a slow one.
Fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
I really did think then for a second that was going to be quite a slow pit stop here, as I think we will come out in a bit of clear air just ahead of Zhou Guanyu. Fred Vesti there will just be out ahead of me as well, so let's just try and make sure that we get inside the DRS range of those two. I mean, surely we will. Their mediums must be wrecked. I mean, look how slow Fred Vesti is. We'll get down the inside. A very unorthodox place to go for it, but we had to make the move happen because I did not want to be sat behind him through these next few corners. Can we just make sure that we get inside the range of Danny Rick as well? I mean, the deficit those slower cars on those older tyres have got at the moment is just ridiculous here. And I remember last season we ended up having, weirdly, quite a few battles with Fred Vesti over the pit kind of window, of course, where he wouldn't box and we had already. So try and now get a run on Danny Rick. I mean, look at the straight line speed. This is doing us wonders down the back straight. Ricciardo will try to defend, but I think we'll have enough over him. A little bit of a lock-up down the end of the straight. It's Leclerc staying out another one. So not too sure what's going on with Charles Leclerc here. So we'll have a load of other cars into the pit lane. Just to correct that bit of oversteer there, as Verstappen has definitely dived in. Where are we going to be at relative to the Dutchman? There he is.
ERS is running a bit low. Look into changing your ERS mode in the MFD for a more conservative burn rate. Or you might want to try some lifting or gentle braking to recharge.
I don't think we need to worry about that too much at the moment, Mark, because now we've closed right up to the back of the Dutchman, and he should get the undercut on Charlie. Well, Max Verstappen definitely doesn't have as much straight line speed in that Red Bull as we do in this Ferrari. Don't want to go for the move just yet, though. Don't want to trip each other over going through these final couple of corners, especially when there's an opportunity to not only get the undercut on Charles, but maybe even drop him out of the DRS range here. I must admit, yeah, that Red Bull even very, very quick when it's in clear air. Where is Charles going to be? There he is. So we've got the undercut on our teammate there, a 5-second undercut over Charles Leclerc, and I tell you what, he might be out the DRS range almost immediately. Verstappen and I have got an opportunity to work together. I wouldn't normally have an alliance with the Dutchman, but if it works for me, I'm going to take it.
Okay, we have a problem with ERS. We have a problem with the ERS.
That's not good. Please don't say that's going to lead to more mechanical issues. No idea what the problem is. So it's a completely fresh energy store, so is it going to let me use overtake? It's still letting me use overtake. Not too sure what that's about. Is that one of the phantom ones you sometimes get in this game? Where it says you've got an issue. You get like 400 R&B at the end of the weekend, but you never actually notice anything.
Just in front of your teammate. They may try to overtake, so stay alert.
Yeah, he's going to have fun trying to do that, Mark. That's all I'm going to tell him. But I think the problem with the battery then is unless we're on the overtake mode, I don't think it's deploying effectively. So we've just dropped out of the DRS range of Verstappen, seemingly out of nowhere. The car feels very understeery as well now all of a sudden. So I think, if you guys remember back to Portimao last season, where Leclerc had some technical gremlins, I don't think it's enough to completely ruin our race reliability, but I think it is going to stop us being able to keep marching on with these two at the front. I mean, can we keep up with Leclerc? He might not get the DRS range back on Verstappen, not if I drive like that. We are losing so much time off of every corner at the moment, so yeah, this is definitely a bigger issue than I originally thought it might be, and well, we're about to drop out the DRS range of Leclerc. Like I said, I think what the game also does is it makes the car a little bit more understeery, just to make you really notice the effect that whatever it is has happened is going on. That would explain why normally the AI tend to lose so much speed through the corners when it affects them. But once again, reliability might be about to dog us in one of these races here whilst trying to fight for the win. Can Leclerc get back to Verstappen, or could we get our 4th different winner of the year? Well, I can accept, when I make a mistake that costs us an opportunity to fight for the win here, like we did on lap 1. But we have worked so hard to try and get back into the fight for the win, just for something completely out of our control to dog us once more. And again, You know, we've had way more reliability issues than Charles Leclerc so far in this game. I can accept one or two that might just be a bit of bad luck, but especially when you put new components in the back of the car.
That's a good try, but we didn't quite meet our targets. Not to worry, get your head down and chin up, and let's focus right the way into a checkered flag. Gap to your teammate ahead, 5.2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that gap's bigger than when we were still trying to carve our way back through the order there. Piastri even, and Lando Norris taking time out of me about a second a lap, so it might not be that we don't even get a podium by the end of the afternoon.
5.3 seconds.
Boy, oh boy, Ferrari, they know how to kick a man. Just as I was thinking, you know, getting confident towards the second half of this GP. Of course, Ferrari, go and do Ferrari things. I mean, there's not really a lot we can do at the moment, is there? Lap 22, we've got 7 to go. Oscar Piastri, we flew past him early on in the GP, and now he's going to pull off exactly the same move on myself. You can even see through turn 1 and turn 2, normally where we've got an advantage over the AI, we haven't got anything at the moment, so definitely big problems with this car. And I mean, Norris, Perez, both lining up, potentially waiting for a move as well. How far down the order are we going to drop by the end of this? We need the points. Any points could be critical by the end of the year. Just, it's so painful when you've got no say over what's going on. Here we go, Lando Norris as well then. I think about to make the move. Yeah, what do you want me to do about that, Mark? I still feel like I'm driving pretty well at the moment. My lines are consistent and pretty quick, but yeah, we've just got no cornering speed, no power off of the corners either. Perez is only, what? Well, he's actually right on my gearbox, isn't he, as well? So, I mean, look at this, ready? Out of the first couple of corners, Perez immediately. I'm so sorry, Sergio. I'm so sorry. I thought I'd given in the room there. I mean, that might be one that I can defend from towards the end of the afternoon. That was not the way I wanted to do it. I mean, just tell you everything you need to know. Perez, front wing damage now, still able to get the pull off that corner on me. That's how bad this car is struggling. As, yeah, Sergio will make it through a number to P5. I mean, Alonso and Hamilton. I mean, who's that? George Russell as well, a little bit further behind. We might barely score points here, the way this is going. Starting then the last lap of the Chinese Grand Prix. No idea what's happened to Alonso and Hamilton behind me. They've completely tripped each other over and not allowed either of them to close in the gap you were expecting them to. Alonso, in the end, yeah, has brought that gap down under 4 seconds. He's still going quicker than Perez and I, but nowhere near enough to make the difference come the end of this GP. And as it's Red Bull, Ferrari at the front, it is Red Bull and Ferrari in P5 and P6. I'm not sure in good conscience I can reclaim the pace off Checo, because I think, if anything, he's probably actually helped me stay ahead of Alonso as well towards the end of this. And I did just give him the front wing damage, but I guess nothing is fair in motorsport, and well, we should never been battling with him anyway, so I think if we get the run down the back straight, they're going to try and capitalise on it anyway. Will Verstappen be able to do anything against Leclerc, or will it be another Ferrari victory early on in this season? Verstappen's pushing him, he's going to have a look to the inside, in towards those final couple of corners there, but I think Leclerc has been able to put the power down on the exit. They're going to be wheel to wheel in towards the final corner of the Grand Prix, and Verstappen's done it! Max Verstappen in the last corner of the last lap. He's waited all day long, but the Dutchman back on the top step for Formula 1 podium for the first time since his home Grand Prix last year. Max Verstappen wins the Chinese Grand Prix. I guess for us it means we lose a few less points to Charles.
You've heard this one before. Max Verstappen takes the victory.
The race victory and fastest lap as well today really shows the level of dominance that this driver had over the opposition. Dominance from the start to finish, and it's for the rest of the competition to try and catch them now.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
there we go. Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc each both walk away with 26 points from this weekend. But it is the Dutchman that gets the dub here on Grand Prix Sunday. Fastest lap as well. And clearly pole position this weekend was not where you wanted to start, because neither in the sprint or the GP was the driver that started on pole able to convert it there. 4 drivers from 4 different teams making up the top 4 as Lando Norris. I believe that's his return to the podium early on this season as well. There, Perez P5 ahead of myself, Alonso, Russell, Hamilton, and Yuki Tsunoda gets a point on the board for Alpine there with a last lap pass over Lance Stroll as well. That means in terms of the championship, Leclerc now with a 9-point buffer at the top of the table, but Lando Norris, yeah, consistency keeping him close in the fight as well. They're ahead of Alonso and Piastri. Verstappen finally gets his championship challenge back on track with his first win of the year this weekend. Puts him ahead of Russell and Stroll there, with Perez and Hamilton still inside your top 10 there. Just now means that it is Behrman, Ricciardo and Fred Vesti yet to get a point on the board there as well, with Tsunoda getting his first of the campaign. And Ferrari, well, the gap at the top still opens up ahead of McLaren there, 73 points. But yeah, McLaren, Aston Martin, Red Bull and Mercedes, not a lot between them so far early on this season. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for Ferrari's first home race of the year. Can we finally see the checkered flag in Italy in a red car? Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 6 of season 4 of the F124 Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Edino Ferrari. Yes, we're back at Imola, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Shanghai in China, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We had one of the oddest mechanical issues I've ever had inside this game, so I'm hoping that doesn't repeat itself this weekend as well there. Of course, it did mean that, sadly, we didn't end up quite fighting for the win like I was hoping for against Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen, but we did get our 4th different winner in the opening 5 Grand Prix of the season as well. So things are still looking very, very interesting in the drivers' table. Leclerc has a 9-point buffer over myself at the moment. We have a 14-point lead over Lando Norris, but he, Fernando Alonso, Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen all slowly getting stronger and stronger in this series as well. We seem to run a record of not getting a podium, winning. Not getting a podium, winning. Hopefully that's going to continue this weekend, and we're going to be back on the top step as well there. But a huge shift in terms of vehicle performance as well right now. We've seen Aston Martin jump to the top of the order. We're now behind them, just ahead of Red Bull still. Haas are back to P4 overall, so whether they're going to be able to fight for wins is anybody's guess. McLaren and Mercedes all still right there as well. It seems like, yeah, this season, the performance of the AI cars is getting very, very close. So hopefully we'll maintain an advantage, and I want to try and survive a race at Italy for Ferrari.
Welcome to the circuit named for Ferrari. It is qualifying at a special arena for motorsport. Welcome to Imola.
I tell you what, Aston Martin, Haas and McLaren all bringing upgrades this weekend. Certainly now means we're going to see a bit of a change of the status quo in terms of the big teams that make it through each week. We've still got a fighting chance here, of course. 4 pole positions in a row now. The only race we haven't taken pole was all the way back in Bahrain. I would love to try and extend that record this weekend with another pole position here in front of the Tifosi. But anything can happen as we're chucking it over the curbs there through Sector 1. It's so satisfying when you get it hooked up. And we go purple immediately. I mean, Italy has so many iconic race circuits. Monza, Mugello, and of course here at Imola there is a little bit of a hop, skip and a jump over the curbs. Maybe got away with it being a bit cheeky over those, but yeah, I don't think we really gained any time from it. The car didn't really settle as nicely as I would like. There is all a little bit of a compromised run down in towards the final couple of corners. Get on that throttle though nice and early. Up towards the line. We're looking for ideally a low 1:13. And we're going to smash that. It's going to be a 1:12.8. We've got some pace. Well, there we go then. Fastest at the end of Q2 there. And after I tried to downplay Ferrari's chances, it looks like we've still got a little bit in the back pocket over everybody else then. Norris in 3rd ahead of Alonso and Lewis Hamilton. Verstappen barely made it into Q3 in the end with a last-ditch run. I mean, Lance Stroll, he's got the best car on the grid now. He'll end up in P11 there. Sergio Perez also out in Q2, as both Haas cars squeeze by. Well, we do get 2 bites of the cherry here in Q3, but we know the AI's pace will also ramp up rather aggressively, so don't quite know who even it is that's gone fastest so far. We were too busy on our outlap here, but hopefully we're going to be able to try and get a good time on the board there. As I mean, look at that Haas and Mercedes. Not exactly the two you'd expect to be battling with each other, but that's the way things are looking at the moment. Just trying to tap the curbs through the first chicane once again there. Allow the car to run wide on the exit Tamburillo. I mean, every single corner around here is pretty iconic. The Gilles Villeneuve chicane up next. And we'll just about get it navigated nice and tidy through there. 3/10 up again. That first sector seems to be where we're finding most of our time, but we've got to get the rest of the lap hooked up. As we make our way then out of Aqua Minerale, the camber there really does hug the car in and allows you to get the power down nice and early, half a second up on the time set by Hulkenberg. Oh, again, a little bit understeery on the exit of the chicane there. The car really doesn't like to do those quick changes of direction still. Does not give me much confidence as we look towards Monaco next weekend. Bit too much curb on the entry through the final couple of corners. Get the power down though. It's been a pretty tidy lap still. Hopefully will put us at least right in the hunt. 12.7. We go P1. Well, there we go. Another fantastic qualifying effort here for ourselves. Leaves us with pole position. And it only took one run. We were the only driver to get down into the 112s all weekend. And we managed to do it twice there. Alonso, though, will join me on the front row alongside last year's winner here, Max Verstappen, Russell and Norris as well. Not a million miles away. Charles Leclerc struggling down in P6. Out of both Haas cars and both Mercs, could there be a big opportunity today to reclaim the lead of the title?
Hello there and welcome back to Imola, home circuit of the Scuderia Ferrari. We expect to see a lot of local supporters in red today. They've all turned out for what we have every expectation will be a sensational event here at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. 3.1 miles of track at Imola featuring 19 turns, 9 to the right and 10 to the left. Remember that Imola differs from most other Formula 1 tracks as it's driven anti-clockwise. Let's hope nobody forgets that today. The exit from turn 18 will probably be the setup for many of today's overtakes, leading as it does into the longest straight on the circuit, and it's only DRS zone. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Firestarter lines up on pole position, and it's Fernando Alonso alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Verstappen, Russell, Leclerc, Hulkenberg, Hamilton, Gasly, Oscar Piastri, Norris, Stroll, Albon, Perez, Ocon, Behrman, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Sainz, Joe, and Frederic Vesti. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Okay, as you know, this is the team's home race, which means it's extra important for everybody in this team. They've got friends here, they've got family here, they're all in the grandstands watching, so let's go and put on a good show for them.
Well, last year we did 2 Italian Grand Prix, and both races we had a mechanical failure that was out of our control. Last weekend we had a mechanical issue, and I think if you guys remember back to Miami last year, we had a mechanical failure in the sprint as well. Does not bode well as we head into the GP today, but, you know, we've got to finish an Italian race at some point inside F124. Medium to hard is going to be the way to go, but yeah, I'm worried about the pressure that's going to be applied from behind. We've got a lot of quick cars around us now. Alonso, we know how hungry he always is for a win. It is 5 red lights. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go then here for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, and Alonso immediately getting a better start than myself there. We kind of get forced a little bit towards the grass with our starting procedure as Alonso almost banging wheels there through turn 1. Verstappen just trying to wait in the wings there as Charles Leclerc just moves up into P4 ahead of George Russell. And Alonso then, look at that, straight around the outside through the Gilles Villeneuve chicane as well. So that has been a power move by the Spaniard here very early on in the day. Verstappen, I thought he was going to struggle based on his Q1 and Q2 time. He was able to clutch up in the end and find himself right towards the front of the order. Still, yeah, not able, well, nobody seems to be able to get past us over 1 lap since Bahrain. Ferrari have still taken every pole position this year, despite obviously only winning, half of the Grand Prix so far. So race pace for other teams definitely seems to be a little bit more competitive. Alonso, I'm sure, in that Aston Martin this weekend is going to be hoping that's the case. He's struggled over those opening 5 Grand Prix. That car's had a lot of potential that he really hasn't been able to maximise. So he'll be looking this weekend to finally get his, well, you know, whether it's title hopes or just his season back on track there, as we'll get really nice traction out of the final corner. Have a look to the inside. Way, yellow. Alonso desperate there to give me as little room as he possibly could down in towards turn 1. Can we hook it up all the way around the outside though? Alonso gives us the room. We will return it in kind. But in doing that, Verstappen will slip into second. Well, Alonso in the end then actually fought back against Verstappen through the next couple of chicanes there. And that's worked out beautifully for us, because we've got a little bit of a buffer now at the front of the field. Leclerc still, just waiting a little bit further behind in that P4 position. Of course, couldn't beat Max last year, even with myself out of the way. But of course, as I've said before, we need to be ruthless this season. Any chance at a win, you've got to just take with both hands and not really give anybody else a look in. Otherwise, very quickly things can and will go wrong. Well, I am prepared to work these tyres quite hard early, just to give ourselves a bit of a buffer. There we go. A 1:15.3 is a very, very competitive lap time then, not a million miles away from what we were doing in qualifying, and you can just see that gap to Alonso. I think, it's psychological warfare as much as anything else. It's about making sure the other drivers don't even think they've got a shot. Well, I think Leclerc's now finally remembering how to drive this car this weekend, because he's moved past Verstappen and up into 3rd place then, but Alonso already has got a little bit of a buffer over our teammate further behind. I'm already just starting to struggle a little bit with the tyres. We have worked them incredibly hard early on in this GP, but of course it's quite funny. Shanghai is probably one of the hardest tracks against the AI inside F124. Imola probably one of the easiest in terms of pace, so obviously we run 110 AI around every single venue, but yeah, some of them that makes life a lot easier than others. Whoa! That was a little bit scary early on in the GP. Definitely goes to show that we're struggling a little bit with the tyres. Just nicked the curb there, tried to carry the speed off the corner. And, like I've said, this Ferrari a couple of times, it's a very fast race car, especially over one lap. It does sometimes like to chew through its rubber, and that's exactly what we're experiencing today. We might have to come in for quite an early pit stop. Well, Leclerc has now rocked up to the back of Alonso. We're going to dive into the pit lane at the end of this lap then to take a set of the hard tyres, hopefully through to the end of the Grand Prix. And there we go, Charles Leclerc then up into P2. So Ferrari, it wasn't necessarily that the car lacks pace this weekend, it was more that Leclerc had bottled qualifying. Yeah, he made our life a whole lot easier, putting 6 tenths on him at one of the team's home Grand Prix. I don't think we can complain about, but as you can see, the tyres really are starting to get a little bit more tricky to drive on. And there we go, that might go as far to explain why we're struggling a little bit on those rear tyres there. That rear right, just getting warm up, just getting a little bit too warm, sorry, I should say, at this stage of the day. I mean, the hard tyres should go 20 laps, though, to the end of the GP. We just got to try and make sure that we don't come out in too much traffic. Oh, damn it. Damn it, man. That's not the first time I've done that either with Ferrari on this game, and that is super, super annoying. Then we've got a 10-second time penalty for the rest of the afternoon. What? Why are we on softs? What is that? Why on earth are we on soft compound tyre? It says hards. Is that Ferrari doing the most Ferrari thing I've ever witnessed inside this game?
One stop to go, just one stop left in this strategy.
I mean, what am I meant to do now? But I mean, surely we're going to have to double soft this or something later on in the GP. But have Ferrari, what could be one of the easiest wins of my life inside F124, have they completely ruined that for us? Maybe in a bid to try and give Leclerc an advantage at the front of the order. And now I've got to get the bit between my teeth. We should be one of the quickest cars on track to the end.
They haven't yet pitted and they're on a one-stopper, so don't waste time fighting because they should be coming in soon.
No, we've got to get on with it, Mark. I don't know what you're on about, buddy. Especially with the 10-second penalty. That has been an utter disaster. I mean, I guess the good thing for us is, of course, where we only did that one lap in Q3, we have got another set of completely fresh soft compound tyres here, so we've got to try and get these to about the end of lap 21 or 22. Then we'll dive in again and go to another set of softs to the end of the afternoon. We worked that first set of mediums a bit too hard, so I think these should be okay. But now we're really going to have to try and get our elbows out with the rest of the order, because we cannot afford to sit behind Fred Vesti for all too long. This afternoon, they're just running a little bit wide over the curbing. Will we even get close enough, though, to go for anything down in towards the final couple of corners? Oh, Vesti wanted, I think, to turn in there, just about spotted us down the inside, but we will make it through. And obviously now we'll have the DRS as well for free.
Nice move, keep going.
Yeah, we're going to have to make a lot of overtakes now, but another new fastest lap of the day. Almost into the 1 minute 14s. There we go, other cars into the pit lane then. Fernando Alonso, the first of the new front runners to blink in this GP. That's going to be Leclerc. Going to opt to go just one, probably, lap longer in this race, and hopefully for me means we've got to deal with a little less traffic.
Good stuff, mate. You hit the target well there. Nice one. It's a long way to go in this race, though, so keep your head down.
14.5 new fastest lap, but I guess for us it kind of matters what the gap is to Alonso now, especially obviously when we've got that 10-second time penalty. We've got to just keep trying to build up the buffer until we pit again. That gap is about, what, 15, 16 seconds? Oh, I'm too busy looking at that, rather than where I should be going. About 13 seconds. Charles Leclerc in the pit lane then, so to be fair, we're not a million miles away behind our teammate. And like I said, we should be quicker pretty much between now and the end of the Grand Prix, but especially with that 10-second time penalty. I mean, look, that Hulkenberg momentarily was leading this Grand Prix. We're still yet to see him get a podium in Formula 1. I certainly would love to see it happen this weekend there, as Norris and Piastri will move back through. Is Alonso going to get the undercut? Yes, he is. You can see we just put about another half a second on him. Oh, in that last lap. It does make me chuckle, of course. Ferrari IRL over the weekend absolutely nailed the strategy out at Monza, so clearly they can only do it once. It's either they do it well in real life or they do it well inside this game. We're going to be boxing in a few more laps time. The tyre wear looks pretty good, but you can see we are just overheating those rears slightly. I'll be honest though, of course this opens up a huge window for other drivers. No idea what happened to Leclerc through the pit window, but I would accept, you know, second, third or fourth as a winner today. I think would be a story in itself. For Zhou Guanyu then, the first retirement of the Grand Prix, and I must admit, just starting to get a little bit nervous. Of course, unless you get two during a race, sometimes that can mean you're going to be the next one that gets one, but yeah, luckily, well, I say luckily, obviously it's really bad luck for Zhou Guanyu, already out of this GP. A safety car would have been really helpful for us though, because effectively, the penalty and the pit stop would have almost been for free. We've basically, what we've got to try and do is 4 seconds less than the entire pit stop. That's how much we've got to try and close up on Alonso in the second half of this Grand Prix, especially when you factor in that 10-second time penalty. So we are going to have our work cut out in the second half of this race. I think it is going to be mainly damage limitation. As we make our way then into the pit lane, make sure I don't make the same mistake again. Oh, that was close. I mean, that's what annoys me as well, the fact that sometimes it glitches and it just doesn't give you your pit speed, which is rather frustrating. I know it didn't the first time round. And now we have got the longest wait in the world. There goes Fernando Alonso. Here comes Pierre Gasly and Lewis Hamilton as well. A little bit further behind. Luckily, none of our team are doing what Ricciardo's pit crew did over the weekend.
Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
I mean, we are going to be right out towards the rear of the field. Hopefully, we're going to be ahead of the Alpine of Esteban Ocon, but even that, I'm not convinced we are. So, effectively, yeah, we've got to try and make up the entire first sector. 40 seconds we've spent in the pit lane. And even Ocon will get out ahead of me then. But we are on fresher, softer tyres to the end. We could be, you know, upwards of 2 seconds a lap faster. To be fair, if we lose this Grand Prix by less than 10 seconds, I have only got myself to blame. Because that tyre strategy blunder might not be the end of the world, but the 10-second penalty on top of that certainly might be.
17.5 seconds.
17 seconds up to Leclerc up the road. We do need to be going 2 seconds a lap faster than the AI by the end of the afternoon. I wish there was an option inside this game to get like lap by lap updates on the other cars around you, because that'd be super useful. There we go, 1:14.00. Yeah, if we could just know exactly what lap times others are doing, that'd be really helpful. But I'm watching Hulkenberg as well. Our teammate that was terrible when we were at Haas. Is he finally going to get his first ever Formula 1 podium? And this is where things get really, really tricky. We are so much faster than some of these drivers in front. You have got to be so careful trying to move your way through them. To the outside of Ollie Behrman will go. Just being a little bit more cautious on the brakes there. Do not want to go into the back of Carlos Sainz. You can see, yeah, Ricciardo as well, just in front. Alex Albon at the front of this train, or is that Pierre Gasly? I can't quite make it out. It is Alex Albon. So hopefully we can try and get a run out of this final corner, utilise the Ferrari straight line speed. I'm going to try and get the car into overtake there, activate the DRS. Hopefully we're going to move past Sainz pretty quickly. I could do with a 9th gear at the moment there as well. Look at that, Ricciardo and Albon really squeezing each other as... Oh, Albon! Oh, I think he wanted to have a look back down the inside of Ricciardo at turn 1. He went exactly to the same place I wanted to go, and that could have been an airplane crash. Right, come on then. We were able to do it to Ollie Behrman last lap. Can we try and do it to Alex Albon this time round? To the outside again. Oh, through the chicane there, and that was a bit more aggressive than the first attempt, but we pulled it off again. And you can see that. I mean, we could still be in the fight for P2 by the end of the race. We've got 6 laps to go now of this GP, and we are still closing in. Luckily, there's a few AI that are a bit more spread out, so we might be able to pick them off one by one, as Ricciardo won't have any DRS off of Lance Stroll. So we'll use our DRS, get round him, and hopefully get in the range of the Canadian. Look at that, 1 lap further on, all over the back of Lance Stroll as well. Then, as you can see, they are starting to battle a bit more, a little bit further up there. So Hulkenberg and Hamilton now trying to dispute that P2 position, and that helps everybody out behind them to potentially get a bit closer. 5 laps to go. Points are definitely possible by the end of this, but it's how many? Oh, Yuki Tsunoda unable to get the power down at the top of the hill there. Of course, I'm sure he remembers racing for Ferrari around this circuit, as that was incredibly ragged. We'll get the power down, though, on the exit of the corner there, and we will make the move happen. Oh, no, it's not Hulkenberg, it's Gasly that's running up in P2. So I've got my Haas cars completely the wrong way around. But either way, I mean, it's a little bit... Obviously, we've seen Gasly win a Grand Prix before. I would like to see Hulkenberg get his first podium. Doesn't look to be happening today. Oh, here we go. Perez then to the outside of that Haas, back down towards turn 1. Ahead of them, we've got just one other car before that huge trainer. What a power move that was. Oh, by Sergio Perez. You can see we're taking all the risk possible to try and gain any extra time there. Huge moment over the curbing through turn 1 and turn 2. Yeah, we're definitely once again starting to struggle with those rears, but we've got to get past these two. Well, this might be the last chance we get to utilise this car's straight line speed today. At the final corner, get that power down. Tyre advantage, I think, is basically all but disappeared. Yeah, 5 seconds up to our teammate up the road there. What is that by Perez against his old teammate Nico Hulkenberg there? Very dangerous block down turn 1. I can't complain too much, though, because he gave me a couple of freebies. Will we get to Verstappen by the last lap of the Grand Prix? I mean, he could still end up being our title rival this season, so to outscore him would still be useful. Well, Fernando Alonso then starts the last lap of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, and I remember back in Albert Park, I said we could see 5 different winners in sort of the opening 6 or 7 Grand Prix, and that is exactly what is about to happen. Did not realise that Verstappen actually had front wing damage, so no idea how he picked that up in this Grand Prix, but that would explain his little lack of pace over the course of the afternoon. But can we continue closing in that gap to Oscar Piastri in front? 2.5 seconds. I'm not optimistic unless, yeah, Hamilton and Gasly continue to battle.
2.2 seconds.
I mean, we have worked so hard to try and recover today. So frustrating. I don't know why I'm cursed here in Italy in the Ferrari car, but I want to try and get one Italian win in red before we are done and dusted inside F124. A little bit of a wobble there at the top of the hill might be the difference between us and getting to Oscar Piastri there. It costs me about 0.3 of a second. They make their way up into the chicane for the final time there. Fernando Alonso through the final corners. He's seen Leclerc, myself, Russell and Verstappen win before him. Alonso is going to become our 5th winner in the opening 6 Grand Prix this season. What a campaign it has been so far through the final corner. Disappointment for us. It is only good enough for P8.
The old master has done it again. Fernando Alonso takes the checkered flag.
Well, it all came good in the end for them, but it wasn't an easy start. Not the most straightforward of days, but I think it shows great strength in an athlete as a driver when you can overcome a day like this and walk away still with a victory.
You can see them on their way out to the podium now. Aston Martin really are making waves in this sport. And what a special race this was to see them earn the top spot.
Well, I guess we can take a little bit of solace in knowing that the 10-second penalty didn't actually make the difference in the end between us and a win, but it certainly could have meant we would have finished P2 there, and that could have been rather handy when all is said and done. Fernando Alonso takes the win ahead of Pierre Gasly and Lewis Hamilton, so I think that's going to be a pretty happy podium right the way around there. Russell in 4th ahead of Leclerc, Norris, Piastri, myself, with Verstappen and Hülkenberg rounding out the top 10. Another torrid weekend for Red Bull after the win in Shanghai. They seem to have fallen back down the order just a little bit here. That means in terms of the championship, well, Leclerc opens up that gap at the top now to 14 points over myself. Norris in 3rd still, ahead of Alonso there with Piastri and George Russell rounding out your top 6. Verstappen ahead of Hamilton, Lance Stroll ahead of Perez and Gasly there. And say, most drivers have scored points so far this year. Big points for Pierre Gasly there, as still just Behrman, Ricciardo and Vesti yet to get out of the starting blocks. Ferrari up to a nice round 200 points there, ahead of McLaren and Aston Martin. Mercedes still ahead of Red Bull, and Haas now leapfrog their way into best of the rest. Like I said, we seem to be cursed at Imola inside this game with Ferrari or Monza. Just any Italian track when we're racing for Ferrari does not seem to go our way. Thank you all so much for watching though, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the jewel in the crown. We've got to try and finish the Monaco Grand Prix. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here in the jewel in the Formula 1 crown, ready for the Monaco Grand Prix weekend, and just like pretty much every other Monaco Grand Prix, this one has its fair share of controversy. Get yourself subscribed if you're new, and let's do this thing. Hello everyone, and welcome back to round 7 of Season 4 of the F124 Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the jewel in the Formula 1 crown. It's time for the Monaco Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live a couple of days ago from Imola, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We've had 5 different winners from the opening 6 Grand Prix. It's been absolutely mental to kickstart this new season, but luckily we are still right towards the front of the field there. Looks like it could still be myself versus Charles Leclerc once again in the championship fight. Unfortunately, we did get slightly screwed over at Imola. Ferrari did Ferrari things and completely botched my strategy. So we ended up losing a few points to our teammate there with a P8 finish when all is said and done. But you can see Charles didn't exactly have it all his own way either. P5 for him at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix as well. So Ferrari once again unable to win around this circuit. Of course, obviously, if you guys have been around in this series for quite a while, you'll know Monaco has not gone well for me so far in F124. We've failed to finish any of the Grand Prix we've done around this circuit inside this series, so yeah, that doesn't bode well as we head into the weekend. Of course, if you're new around here as well, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. But yeah, let's head out then here to the Monaco Grand Prix.
Not all qualifying sessions are created equal. From the moment that a driver sits in a go-kart, they want to end up here, in the pit lane, ready and raring for qualifying at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Well, 5 pole positions in a row so far this campaign. And this, I tell you what, this would be one I'd love to try and make it 6 at Monaco. We hyped up this race last year as kind of the ultimate battle between myself and Charles Leclerc. We did get the better of our teammate over the course of the weekend, but it was actually Verstappen that took the win come the checkered flag. And of course, yeah, we famously binned it in the very last corner of the GP as well. So not really one to write home about for us, unfortunately, when all was said and done. Like I said, first and foremost, I just want to see the checkered flag around the Monaco Grand Prix at some point there, as Verstappen once again, just like we saw last season here, looks to be very, very fast. Alpine though, Mercedes, Haas, Aston Martin, there's so many teams in the fight this weekend. So of course, yeah, there's no guarantee that we even make our way out of Q2. We've got to try and get the lap nailed. But once again, we saw Leclerc really struggle last weekend. He's only down in P11 right now, as we make a little bit of a hash of to back. I tell you what, so far this lap hasn't been one to write home about. Almost hit the inside wall down through the exit of the swimming pool chicane there, and as we round our way through the final couple of corners, what is this lap time going to be? We might have to go for a double run here. We're going to do an 8 and 9. We go P7. We'll try and do another one. And as we make our way then back out of the tunnel once again, we are marginally up there again. A little bit of a lock up though into the chicane. Come on. Oh, Mark needs to stop talking to me through to back, man. I'd swear down. That is ruining my momentum so badly. As we make our way through the final couple of corners there. This lap getting a little bit more ragged as we try to hang on to the tyres here. They're just starting to overheat a little bit as well. At the final corner, though, we are going to find another couple of tenths there, so I guess that's good. We go P4. That should see us safely through. Well, I never thought I'd say that. Lance Stroll, fastest in Monaco qualifying, at least in Q2. But the big shocker, though, Charles Leclerc out. P15. Could not get the lap hooked up, so this car is certainly not working as well as it was last year. Again, it kind of feels like we're like the new Red Bull. We had a dominant car last year, and now everybody's caught back up, and we are really, really starting to struggle. Quite a few surprises there, as both McLarens failed to see Q3, as well as Fernando Alonso. Meanwhile, Ricciardo, Hulkenberg, both Alpines will make it through there, and even the V-Carb of Carlos Sainz running up in P3. It is anybody's guess who's going to get on pole. I might genuinely never live it down if Lance Stroll out-qualifies me here at Monaco. We cannot allow the Canadian surely to ruin our pole streak. He can't be the first non-Ferrari pole position of the year. Only time will tell, though, as that was a nice line through turn 1. I'm going to try to avoid doing double runs again here in Q3. But if we rub up against the wall on the entry to Casino Square, that's not going to do us any favours. You can see how much we're trying to throw the car around. And we do somehow go purple in that first sector. Suck it down into the hairpin. Have to take one hand off the steering wheel to try and get the crank lock through. And just again, yeah, this car does not sit on those curbs as well as we've seen it do in previous years as well there. You can see such a mixed up grid so far that it really is going to leave a lot of intrigue as we head to Grand Prix Sunday. Just breaking a little bit earlier down into the chicane that time around, but still hanging it right up against the wall on the exit. Oh, I cannot get the line through to back right. I'm just always chucking it in a bit too aggressively through the first part there, but nice and tidy through the swimming pool. This has got to be a banker, just so we can chase it on our final run there, as out of Anthony Nose will go. Get on that DRS, roll on the throttle nice and tidy. It's going to be a 1:08.4. We only go P4 though with that. And as everybody else heads out then for our final runs here of qualifying, I was not expecting that to be our top 3. We need about a quarter of a second though, if we want to try and keep our pole streak alive. Max Verstappen and Ayrton Senna, 8 poles in a row each is the current record. But you can see again how committed we are on the entry in towards turn 1. Are we going to see the Dutchman improve there? Track is at the fastest it's going to be all weekend. We know we nailed that first sector, so as long as we can hang close to it, that'll be good. But somehow, we just find a little bit more then, a little bit slow to try and get the car rotated through Upper Mirabeau, but we find the apex through the hairpin. avoid taking too much curb through there. The car sat a whole lot nicer that time round. As we try and ride the curb out of port here, they're so difficult to get that power down. But look at the time. We are 3/10 up at the moment then, as we make our way down in towards the chicane there. Oh, a little bit of rear locking. Luckily, we snap that out there and don't hit the inside wall. And we finally nailed to back this weekend. That's, I think, the best one we've done through there. And we are still just trying to explore the limits of grip there. A little bit ragged through the final couple of corners. They're nudging the wall, somehow getting away with it. Half a second up, though. One more corner to go. Are we going to continue our pole streak here? We are 4/10 up towards the line, into the 7s. That surely is P1. I mean, look at that. 6 cars from 6 different teams making up your top 6 here. And after Red Bull seemingly struggled at Imola last weekend, they are back in fighting form here. Max Verstappen will join me on the front row of the grid, but the only car to get into the 107s there, Hulkenberg, has a huge opportunity, his first ever Formula 1 podium. Let's see what happens, though, as we head into the Monaco Grand Prix.
Formula 1 returns to Monte Carlo once again today, home to the world-famous Monte Carlo Casino, first opened in 1863, and of course a certain road race first held in 1929. There is no greater an occasion, no more valuable a win than the Monaco Grand Prix. The prestigious Circuit de Monaco then is not all that dissimilar today to the layout that made its debut almost a century ago. It's 2 miles and 19 corners through the streets of Monte Carlo, and although the average lap speed of around 93 miles per hour is the lowest of the season, the tiny margins for error make it the natural habitat of the safety car. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Firestarter lines up on pole position, and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Hulkenberg, Stroll, Ocon, Hamilton, Oscar Piastri, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Sainz, Behrman, Fernando Alonso, Norris, Russell, Leclerc, Zhou, Gasly, Perez, Albon and Frederic Vesti. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Right, this track needs a lot of downforce, so we won't have as much top speed. The good news, though, is that it's going to make our DRS even more effective than normal. Try to make the most of it in the race and quali if you can.
Well, I'm hoping we're not going to need to use the DRS all too much today, Mark, and I think, yeah, the team opting as well for us to start this race on the hard compounded tyre. Hopefully Verstappen's doing the same alongside me, and then we can just try and control the pace early on in the nicest way possible. I'm hoping this is the most boring race we ever do inside F124. 6 pole positions in a row. Verstappen has opted for mediums. We've got our work cut out. 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there, and luckily we get pretty good hookup throughout the first gear. Verstappen, though, we'll try and have a look around the outside of turn 1, and we will tell him absolutely not there. That is the most difficult bit of the GP survived there. The AI are often so good at getting the car hooked up off the launch there, and you can still see Verstappen, though, through the opening couple of corners, trying to look for an avenue to potentially make the move happen there, but he knows, of course, he needs to try and get through, get the jump, and then try to run away as early as possible here. But as we just try to bring the car up to rhythm early on, of course, in previous years here, we've often had to go for an alternate strategy to try and just carve our way back through the order there, as we've often, I think that's the first ever Monaco pole for us inside F124. This time around, though, we get to dictate the pace. We get to control things from the front of the field right from the get-go, and hopefully that means that a standard one-stop is going to be the way forward here this afternoon. Of course, we've seen some crazy Monaco Grand Prix in the past. Like I said, I want this one to be fairly calm, fairly undramatic there. It was just getting right up towards the wall through the exit of Las Casas. Lap 1 has been navigated. Well, you can see everybody behind us trying to set new fastest laps of the day. And Verstappen, I think we should luckily have enough straight line speed down in towards turn 1 there to hold off from the Dutchman behind. Of course, as the tyres start to wear or things like that. The one other thing I'm nervous about is the undercut. Obviously, Verstappen on those mediums, he will box before I do. It kind of then depends how many other runners further down the order are also on the hards, because he might get stuck behind another car, he might not, and he might just rock up to the back of me again, which would be quite an issue. I'm hoping we can get Hulkenberg out of the DRS range, and then maybe he could just really form a train behind. I mean, it's so difficult just to keep the car stable and planted around here. This Ferrari, it still hasn't got tremendous feel to it. I know I've moaned about it a few times so far this campaign, as we might now just have Hulkenberg out of the range there. You see Verstappen as well. That Red Bull has definitely got some poke off the corners, so yeah, don't feel like we've optimised the setup too perfectly around here, although often the AI can be very, very good, but it is just all about getting into a rhythm. I say it every time we come to this circuit. The quicker you can kind of lock in and just kind of become one with the car, the better it'll be there. And of course, if you end up with any slip-ups or anything like that, immediately your entire momentum, your entire rhythm can be absolutely shredded. It's often been the problem for us, is exactly little mistakes like that can do. Hence why, yeah, we've struggled to finish this race. I've never had a bad track record at Monaco prior to F1 24. But yeah, we've just had no luck inside this game. New fast lap of the day, just now starting to inch away from Verstappen slightly. One of the other things we don't have to deal with this year, the dirty air around Monaco. It makes such a difference in terms of tyre temperature as well. It's really nice not having to worry about that. I love the way, even at Monaco, when you're just trying to control the pace at the front of the field, Mark's there egging you on to try and drive faster. He's going, go on, use some battery. What happens if you use some battery where you wouldn't normally use it? I'm pretty much just using it every time through the tunnel and then out of the final corner and at turn 1. But Mark apparently demands more. It's quite funny the way you kind of get a couple of laps that the pace settles in, and then just suddenly one where the car feels absolutely hooked up again. We've made it to 1/4 distance. Normally, you're not really counting the laps down from this stage of a race, but at Monaco, you just will on every single lap. Oh, we are getting so close to being able to shake Verstappen out of the DRS range. That middle sector, we are absolutely flying along every single time there. So one more lap. As we've almost set a new fastest lap of the day. I mean, the AI is surely going to be considering pitting soon. And there we go, Verstappen 1 second back. Hopefully we can start opening up this lead. Oh, no. No. I've nicked the tyre wall again. I forgot about the wear. How bad is the wear at the moment? 61% on that front right there. So we'll do the same with the rear right as well. That's not ideal. We might be in more trouble than I realised here. Luckily, there's still a bit of weird trickery with the tyres.
Nice work. That's why I love working with you. Smashed it.
Where now, as long as I don't hit the wall again, that tyre won't really wear until it kind of catches up with where it would have been. It's very, very peculiar and rather odd to explain as well. But yeah, now we've got to really be gentle with the car. Just one nudge makes all the difference. As you can see then, as we get closer and closer to half distance, Max Verstappen now is definitely starting to drop away. Won't be too long before the Dutchman's into the pit lane there, as yeah, even with the tyre wear. Warning light on! No!
Safety car deployed. Stay positive.
I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. Just as I was starting to talk about it, so everybody's going to be into the pit lane.
It looks like there's a high amount of debris on the track. Be careful.
From the lead of the Monaco Grand Prix, we have absolutely bottled it here. Verstappen will probably get the jump on me, because of course we've got to get a new front wing on the car. And there goes the Dutchman. Oh, I only just got out ahead as well there, because of course everybody else slowed each other up. But every single car then into the pit lane here, if I'm not mistaken. But there has been a switch at the front.
That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
What on earth is Verstappen doing? Verstappen's slow. Has he got mechanical issues? We're back into the lead of the Grand Prix. I've got no idea what that was about.
Approaching the safety car, you're leading, so don't pass it. Stay behind the safety car.
I have never seen that in F1 24, but have we just effectively cheated our way back to the front of the field here? Verstappen slow on pit lane exit. Like I said, I don't know if he's breaking down or what's going on, but we hang on at the front of the field. Well, safety car in then at the end of lap 17, so it really hasn't been a long spell there. But yeah, like I said, let me know down in the comments below. Should we have taken the lead off of Verstappen? Effectively, the way I see that, you are racing on pit lane entry and exit, so kind of all's fair there. Admittedly, you know, I only thought he had problems because he ghosted, but he still seems to be in this race. As we're going to go green flag racing once again then, and somehow despite the error, still in the lead of the Monaco Grand Prix. Now we've got to try and work these tyres hard over the first couple of laps there to get the gap over the Dutchman. See if we can break him out of the DRS before he even has a chance, because we know our tyres will fall off towards the end of the afternoon. We just don't want him to be nearby when that happens. Well, it's only been one lap and I can already tell Verstappen he's going to run as hard towards the end of the afternoon. There we go. The gap does open up to 1.2 as we navigate our way through the final few corners. Hopefully we can try and claim fastest lap and just make sure obviously we've locked it down now for the rest of the afternoon here. Is get the power down out of that final corner. What is the lap time going to be? It's going to be a 10-1.
That was the fastest lap of the race so far.
I think that basically matches the IRL lap record in qualifying around this circuit, so I guess we could be quite happy with that one. But yeah, Verstappen 1.5 seconds back.
It's going to hurt us. We've really got to look after it now. Let's put everything into protecting that front wing, please.
Effectively, the entire Monaco Grand Prix is just trying to protect the front wing mark, but okay, let's try to avoid doing any damage again. As we found out last year here at Monaco, you can never say anything is guaranteed until you make your way out of that final corner and get towards the start-finish line here. Are we going to not quite set a new fastest lap of the race? But yeah, at the moment, we're just building up a little bit of a gap over Verstappen. I'm not interested in absolutely dominating this one. In fact, I don't think, apart from Season 1, anybody has won the Monaco Grand Prix by more than a couple of seconds inside this series. I just want those 26 points. And obviously with Leclerc struggling as well, that might put us straight back to the top of the table. Come on, just 1/3 distance left of the Monaco Grand Prix. We're just starting to count down the laps more and more here. But after I hyped it up last weekend and then proceeded to get the wrong Haas car, Nico Hülkenberg could be on for his very first Formula 1 podium this weekend here in Monaco. Of course, has spent so many years with that Haas team. Ultimately, up until now, we've never really felt he's warranted keeping that seat inside this series. Obviously, I absolutely thrashed him, and then Gasly smacked him as well last season as a obviously new driver for Haas Formula 1 as well. But Hülkenberg this year seems to have pulled his finger out, and I'm sure a first ever podium at the Monaco Grand Prix of all places as well. That would taste quite sweet. Well, I also don't want to tempt fate here, but with 10 laps to go, we've still not had a single mechanical failure so far this afternoon, and I just always makes me a little bit nervous as to whether we are going to be the first. So far, reliability, with the exception of that small technical one at Shanghai, it's been pretty good so far this year, but this is F1 games. Well, of course I am me. It's very likely at some point I will get screwed. Well, there we go. As soon as I mention that, we have had one mechanical failure then. Fred Vesti out of the GP. Still, yeah, yet to score a point in Formula 1. But, yeah, that calms the nerves a little bit. There is that stricken Sauber car. Disappointment once again for the Danish Formula 1 driver. Yeah, really, I mean, joining Sauber was always going to be tough. But when we've seen Ollie Behrman have a few flashes of brilliance, that's really, really pained Fred Vesti. Oh no, that's certainly not ideal either. You guys won't have heard it, but I've just had a message through my headphones. The battery on them might be about to die. This is not a common issue for Formula 1 drivers, I'm sure, but I don't fancy my chances trying to race around Monaco with no audio. Obviously, I really do like to listen to the car, you know, it's helpful to work out what the back end's doing and things like that. Verstappen's starting to close in as well a little bit towards the end, and just everything once more seems to be adding up against me. Oh my god, they've gone. They've gone. I can't hear anything anymore. I cannot hear a thing for the final 4 laps of the Monaco Grand Prix. This has got to be one of the weirdest ends to a race I've ever had inside F1 24, and immediately you can just hear, or see even I should say, that we're just not quite confident in what the car's doing underneath us. I mean, most of it at this point is based on muscle memory for me. Obviously, of just doing countless laps, not only in this car, but also at this track as well. So, we got 4 laps to go of the Monaco Grand Prix. 2 seconds the gap to Verstappen. Hulkenberg is still losing time to Hamilton behind him, who is practically pushing him along now. Can we hang on? Oh no, I've just nudged the wall. Tyre wear warning light has come on again, so we are going to have to try and navigate our way with some very, very worn tyres as well towards the end of this one. I feel like I've done a better job nursing those front tyres throughout the second half of this GP. But come on, 3 laps left. Well, catching is one thing here at Monaco. Passing is a completely different one. 1 lap to go of the Monaco Grand Prix. Verstappen, he's less than 2 seconds away now. But unless we do something stupid on this last lap, surely we're going to be able to walk away with this victory. This has been a brutal track for us inside F124. We've had punctures, mechanical failures, glitches and bugs, and pretty much everything that could go wrong has gone wrong at some point or another around these historic streets in Formula 1. Verstappen has taken the win here, I believe, on 2 separate occasions already on this game. Yuki Tsunoda, of course, won the race for Ferrari as well. So still in this series, at least Charles Leclerc waiting for that first Monaco Grand Prix victory, and he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. A disastrous weekend for our teammate hopefully will mean if we can bring this home, we will retake the lead of the Drivers' World Championship. Verstappen as well now is finally springboarding himself back in towards title contention. I'm taking no risk through these final few corners. We saw what happened here last season. I do not want to have a repeat of that as we navigate our way through the final couple of corners. Verstappen is all over me now, but we have survived it. A little bit of controversy at the halfway stage, but through the final corner, finally, we are going to win the Monaco Grand Prix.
Yes, guys, yes! Come on, boys! It's the one that everybody wants to win, and they've only gone and done it. What a fantastic result here at Monaco.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, there we go. Pole position, fastest lap, and race victory. That is how you do it here at Monaco. And finally, we can say we are a Grand Prix winner here on these historic streets inside F124. Max Verstappen, though, just 2 tenths away come the checkered flag, with Hulkenberg getting his first ever Formula 1 podium as well there, withholding pressure from Lewis Hamilton right towards the end of the GP. Ricciardo beats out Stroll, Russell, Tsunoda, Piastri, and Ollie Behrman getting a point on the board for Williams as well. I'm sure he will be very happy with that one. Charles Leclerc, he made basically no progress whatsoever this afternoon. In the end, we'll end up in P14 there ahead of Perez and Lando Norris there. And you can see it was just Fred Vesti who failed to see the checkered flag. That means in terms of your Drivers' Championship, a 14-point deficit becomes a 12-point lead here as we leave the Monaco streets ahead of our teammate there. Norris still ahead of Alonso and Verstappen in 3rd, 4th and 5th there. And further down the order, some big point stalls there. Hulkenberg, yeah, huge lift up for him. And now it means not only has Fred Vesti never scored a point in Formula 1, he's also the only driver this season not to have scored a point either there, now with Ollie Behrman getting a point on the board as well. Constructors-wise, Ferrari, we've still got a dominant lead over McLaren and Aston Martin there, but Mercedes and Red Bull closing in on them. Haas once more just extending that gap over the other backmarket teams as well. Could they spring surprises and finally get some wins over the course of the season? Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for in Canada. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 8 of season 4 of the F124 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Canadian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live towards the end of last week, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We went to Monaco. We had, it's safe to say, a pretty good race around that circuit, but huge news, kind of, as we head into this weekend. Aston Martin, yet again, have taken another leap forward in terms of performance inside this series, so I think Lance Stroll and Fernando Alonso are hopefully about to hit their stride in this campaign as well. Of course, we already saw Alonso take the victory a couple of rounds ago back in Imola, so maybe we're going to see him turn into a bit more of a championship threat. He's currently sat in P4 in the championship standings, just 44 points behind myself, so admittedly at 1/3 distance this season, that is far from over. Stroll not doing so well. He's down in 9th place there, just ahead of Sergio Perez, but far more importantly than any of that, Nico Hülkenberg got a podium in Monaco. Yes, it's finally happened. Haas have had 2 podiums back-to-back now, so they really do seem to be turning into a bit of a threat as well inside this game. And clearly, it just takes kind of a little bit more playtime for the AI and things to get a bit more interesting inside this game as well. Of course, quickly, a massive thank you to everyone for the continued support on this series as well. We just ticked over 132,000 subscribers over the weekend, so if you're watching this and you aren't already, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 140k here on the channel. But yeah, let's head then here to Montreal.
It is time to go qualifying in Canada. A historic track. Looks simple, it's anything but. Welcome to Montreal.
Well, we've only gone through Q1, but I am slightly nervous, admittedly, that what we've unleashed with the Aston Martin team, with the combination of the rule changes and just a couple of other little bits and pieces inside this game. Basically, you know, those new rules, favour the teams with a lot of cash to spend, and well, with the imminent announcement that Adrian Newey is going to Aston Martin in real life, it's safe to say Lawrence Stroll has got cash to burn on his Formula 1 program, so that would explain as to why they've seen so much more development than most other teams up and down the grid. Alonso was fastest in Q1, I think provisionally he's fastest in Q2, but hopefully we're still going to be able to fight with him as we make our way then down onto the back straight. I must admit, yeah, these final couple of corners, as the cars get quicker and quicker every year, it is really, really difficult to kind of try and spot your braking and your rotation point there, but we've done a good job that time round. But aiming for a high 7, a low 8, we do an 8-1, and you can see it is Aston Martin Ferrari. And there we go, then taking a look at the end of Q2. Again, we've got quite a few surprises there. Verstappen ends up fastest on the board. Lando Norris gets himself into P5 there, but Perez out, Hamilton out, George Russell out in the McLaren, the Mercedes, and the Red Bull. You know, Haas, VCarb, even Alpine, courtesy of Yuki Tsunoda, seem to be able to really launch a good attack now. Alpine as well could be a bit of a hidden gem towards the end of the year, but now we head into Q3, and it looks to be Red Bull, Ferrari, and Aston Martin all in the fight. Could we see Stroll claim pole at home? Well, we saw Lance Stroll look pretty racy last weekend, almost took pole back at Monaco. This time around, though, Aston Martin have really unleashed everything they've got in that car, ready for the final run here. 1 and 2 at the moment. Lance has done a 107.7, so yeah, the AI continuing to lower the benchmark. It is just a question of how close can we get there, as Verstappen at the other end, maybe struggling just a little bit more, down in provisional P8. But yeah, it is so difficult. Canada, this is just for some reason a track inside this game. Race pace, I feel fine. Qualifying, the car really does seem to slide around a lot, and that can create quite a lot of problems there, obviously, as you're trying to commit it over some of the curbs. And obviously, we know what these ground effect cars are like there. They like to move around a little bit. Obviously, when you are doing things like that, they struggle a bit more for grip at the lower speeds. Obviously, we did that video on F1 2021 at the end of last week, and the low-end grip on those cars was nothing short of spectacular. I got another similar video coming out towards the end of this week as well, which I think you guys are also going to enjoy. But through the final couple of corners, getting pinned up against that wall at the final turn, though, we are going to get into the 7s. We only go P4s. Look at Yuki Tsunoda up in P2. This is brilliant. Well, I said it at Monaco, I'm going to say it again here. I do not want to get out-qualified by Lance Stroll inside this game. I don't think I'll ever live it down, But are we once again just seeing Leclerc, when the pressure is on from other teams, really just starting to fumble it just a little bit? Obviously, he ended up out in Q2 at Monaco, and that was basically the death nail for that weekend for him. He's only P6 at the moment here. Not as difficult a track to overtake, admittedly, but can still be quite tough if we end up with some DRS trains and things like that. There is Sector 1 looking pretty good, pretty competitive. I'll try to save a little bit more battery to help us around the second half of the lap, but we only need about another 10th and a half at the moment. Are we going to see the AI improve as well, though? As we try and carve our way through the end. Oh, the middle sector there, just dip a wheel on the grass. That'll cost us a little bit of time on the exit. Are we seeing anybody improve, though? Doesn't really look like we are at the moment. So it is still Stroll on pole, but now we've just got 2 proper corners left to go. We need to nail this down at the end of the lap. We haven't got as much battery as I was hoping we would there as we make our way down the back straight. This is going to be mighty close. We need to nail this. So we try and tip the car in nice and tidy, both on the entry and the exit. We've got a good run off the corner. Surely this is still going to be pole position. And I believe it is. Well, there we go. 7 pole positions in a row. We are now just 1 away from the record shared by Verstappen and Ayrton Senna. So that'd be quite good if we can get that next weekend as well. And it's been really odd. It just seems like right at the end of a qualifying session, we can just get that lap hooked up and always seem to be able to just get, you know, half a tenth to a tenth over everybody else there. Stroll, though, he looks racy. So does Yuki Tsunoda and Alonso and Hülkenberg. So there are lots of drivers now that are really starting to launch a bit of surprise attacks where they haven't got much to lose inside this game. Leclerc will line up P6, though, so hopefully we can try and extend our title lead.
Lights Out in Canada is approaching at a venue where the island was built for the 1967 World's Fair. The world has gathered once again. Welcome to the Canadian Grand Prix. A 2.7-mile circuit peaking at around 190 miles per hour. There are 2 DRS zones, 14 turns, which conclude with the famous Wall of Champions, and many a car has found their race ending right there. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Firestarter lines up on pole position, with Lance Stroll alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, Hülkenberg, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Norris, Verstappen, Sainz, Gasly, Russell, Hamilton, Behrman, Ricciardo, Albon, Ocon, Joe, Vesti, and Sergio Perez completes our grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today? Hello everyone, I'm Alex Jakes. Joining me for this one, a real authority on all things four-wheel. Naomi Schiff is alongside me. Well, they're having a better time than their teammates so far this year. How do you keep that momentum going?
Yes, for sure. It is never nice to be on the receiving end of that teammate battle, to be the one not winning. But for the driver who is on the upper hand, it's a real confidence boost because, as you know, the first job in Formula One is to beat your teammate. It is a team sport, but at the end of the day, that's the only driver on the grid that's got equal equipment to you. So it's the best indication of how you're doing. So for them, it's going to be a real confidence boost.
But yeah, it really does seem like the tide has shifted inside Ferrari over recent rounds. We'll know for sure when Leclerc starts getting mechanical failures, and I seem to be okay throughout this season. But yeah, like I said, we're in a bit of a risky one today. Lance Stroll, of course, I'm sure would love to win at home. Still yet to ever win our Formula One Grand Prix, either IRL or inside this series. So yeah, could he make today finally that day? We are lining up though from pole position once again. Still have had clear view into turn 1 ever since, well, round 2 of the season on the Jeddah Corniche. But already then on the grid, waiting on those 5 red lights here in Montreal. It's lights out, and away we go there. Will we get a clean enough start down in towards that first corner? Stroll looks to be attacking me. Oh, we're going to try and keep it down the inside there as he wanted to turn in. Give me a little bit more of a squeeze than I was hoping for. We do get a warning for the contact there. Not really sure there was a lot more I could have done. We did snag the brake slightly around the outside through the first couple of turns. And we have hung on to the lead then of the start of this GP there. So that is absolutely critical on the opener that we hang on to that. Because, yeah, like I said, I think Aston Martin are looking very, very racy now. We've already seen Alonso win, as I mentioned. I mean, look at this again. Stroll trying to look around the outside down the back straight. They need to try and get to winning ways as soon as possible if they believe they've really got a shot at the world title this year. And look at that again. The Canadian trying to have a look around my outside. He's going to break me into the hairpin. Ooh. Just gave me a bit more of a squeeze there than I was really expecting, as Tsunoda just will watch on and maybe try and line up a move on the exit there, but a power move around the outside from the Canadian there. And he will be into the lead of his home Grand Prix by the end of lap 1. Remember, we've had 7 races so far this season, 5 different winners. We are the only driver still to have won more than 1 Grand Prix. I tell you what, Stroll, he seems to be going for it. I never thought I'd be saying these words. This is a little bit awkward early on in the race, but I'm genuinely struggling to keep up with the Canadian here early on in this race. And if he can break out the DRS, that could be absolutely fantastic news for him. That car, I mean, like we've seen, you saw on the performance chart, it definitely has a bit of a pace bump over everything else currently inside this series. And luckily, again, the DRS will really help us out. Is he trying to use too much battery early on just to break free? Or yeah, it's just that car legitimately now the one to beat. He's actually gone. I can't believe I'm saying this. Lance Stroll is actually gone early on in this race, and we're under pressure still from Tsunoda. So, I mean, Ferrari, we enjoyed a dominant car last year. Tsunoda, I'm sure, was gutted not to keep the seat down at Maranello, but at the moment, yeah, we seem to be dropping back in terms of pace. Leclerc, he's down to 7th on this opening lap there as well. Tsunoda thought about it and will just kind of compromise both of us through those final couple of turns. I cannot believe what I'm watching here, though, early on. This is, I mean, finally, it seems like F124 is starting to give us some, you know, difference, some interest, something that makes the game more fun. Well, I have hopefully got a little bit of a trick up my sleeve. Tyre wear here seems to be pretty low, much better than it has been in previous campaigns. Could we try and extend this stint, you know, towards sort of lap 20 and then maybe take a set of soft compound tyres to the end of the Grand Prix? We kind of got to do something different to the AI here. I mean, safety cars are always possible as well, if, you know, another car makes a mistake or something like that. But yeah, gap just seems to be coming down a little bit to Lance over that last lap. So I think maybe he's kind of taken a bit more out of his car.
Can't let them hold us up for too long, so let's try and get past as soon as possible and crack on. Push, push.
And as soon as we say that, Mark clearly has the same idea. Yeah, Lance Stroll, it was not one that I ever thought I'd see as a car that we've got to overtake inside this game. But I guess this is the alternate universe that we're living in now. I don't know what's worrying me more right now. The fact I can't keep up with Lance, or the fact that it genuinely feels like Yuki Tsunoda is getting slowed down by myself. Is this like what Formula 1 is going to be like in a few years? Is it going to be Lance Stroll versus Yuki for a world title? Actually, that might happen. Yeah, obviously, with Newey going to Aston Martin now, and obviously Honda joining Aston Martin for 2026, Yuki might genuinely end up there. And if they build an OP car, maybe that could end up actually being a world title fight in a few years. Could I just predict the future? I'm just starting to build a little bit more confidence up in the car right now. You can see that gap to Yuki just starting to finally go the right way there as we get him out of the range. Maybe now he and Hulkenberg can battle a little bit further behind, but the pace has been so fast early on. Surely Stroll isn't looking after those tyres. That would explain it for poor Yuki then. Mechanical issues falling upon Alpine there, so, I mean, that one's not too much of a surprise, is it? The more things change in Formula 1, the more they stay the same in some aspects. They're gutted for Yuki, though, because he's having a really good weekend so far. Qualified P3 against Ocon, who qualified P17.
No tyre concerns at the moment, just focus on the driving.
We, though, have now... Well, we haven't got the DRS anymore, but we did have the DRS down the back straight on Lance. So hopefully we're going to be able to hang with him. We've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone's got bigger issues. That might be Yuki dropping to the wayside. Nope, seems to be someone else. It's McLaren. I think that might be Lando. Oh, no, it is George Russell then at the Grand Prix. So more and more cars struggling. And I was thinking about that. We said after Australia that McLaren could really be a title threat this year. They basically haven't shown up since Albert Park. But it can't be long then before we see Lance Stroll into the pit lane here. 13 of 35, so we're at about just over 1/3 distance. You can see, have to bail out of that one. We won't quite go around the bollard like we're meant to, but I think we've certainly lost enough time in it. And immediately, once we get back in the range there... Yeah, we're not quite at the pit window just yet, Mark. Like I said, I'm going to aim for lap 20 now. But little mistakes like that do us no favours. Well, I thought that last lap would be where we start seeing AI come in, but it looks like everybody's tyre wear just a little bit better than originally we thought it would be. Alonso now up into P3, so is he going to be able to potentially get himself into this fight and act as a bit of a rear gunner? Haven't really been keeping tabs on Charles either, but he is just dropping backwards, so Ferrari this weekend really struggling. I now feel like I've tuned through my tyres a bit more than I would have wanted as well. So yeah, Stroll just seems to be able to keep me at arm's length right now. And again, that doesn't feel natural to say. And there we go, Aston Martin clearly just trying to work that undercut for Alonso, get him in this fight, ready for the second half of the race there, diving him in, allowing him the undercut, because Stroll shouldn't be too vulnerable from it. Pops up Leclerc back into P5. I think our teammate will be coming in the end of this lap. So yeah, the AI, tell you what, they've done pretty well on that set. But we've got to try and do something different to Lance. We've got to go alternate. We will claim just a little bit of DRS then off of Lance here, as I think, yeah, we should now see him into the pit lane, which we will. Careful not to get thrown off, of course. He's one of the, more interesting pit lanes in Formula 1. It's Hulkenberg as well. I'm sure Piastri and Charles, everybody's going to be diving in. So we've really just got to hit our lines over these next couple of laps. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, just keep the consistent pace up. And just try not to have lost out too much from the undercut, as we just barely avoid front wing damage. Tell you what, we are really starting to slide around on these tyres now, every single corner. Well, we're getting a bit of understeer on the way in, and a little bit of oversteer on the way out. Is this the 2014 Ferrari? Apparently it might be, but as long as we keep that gap over about 18 seconds over Hulkenberg, we shouldn't have to worry too much about other cars getting involved in this fight. Stroll, though, yeah, has taken a good almost 4 seconds out of me, so...
And remember the speed limit. We'll be penalised if we exceed it. Keep that in mind as you approach.
Yeah, Mark desperate to get into the pit lane then, because we are just starting to bleed time now. But a safety car in the second half of the Grand Prix, that could work out really, really nicely for us. Just see as well, we've started to overheat that rear left. So we have got to be a bit careful in the second half of the GP as we make our way in, though. No pit lane speed limit penalty or anything like that this time. Nice, cool, calm and collected there. We can't make too many of those mistakes over the course of a season.
Left front wheel. We need to try and put that behind us, though, and finish this race strong.
Of course, Ferrari have to do that, don't they? And now we probably are going to be vulnerable to Hulkenberg, Alonso and Max Verstappen all a little bit further behind. You can see them power past the start-finish line. And there you can see as we make our way through turn 1, we are going to end up right in this group there around the outside of Alonso through the first corner. And I'm sure Lawrence Stroll will be telling him to get a hurry up. But luckily, we will get around the Spaniard there. And we've got to try and get past Hulkenberg as soon as we can. Lance now with a 7-second lead at the front of the field. But we should hopefully be quicker than him right the way to the end of the Grand Prix. Can we get the run on Hulkenberg, my former teammate? Down at Haas, not down this straight. It's not really long enough to really make much of a difference there unless the car in front of you is really, really struggling. It will mean we get the DRS though down at the back straight there as we'll try and have a look down the inside. Oh no! Little bit of contact there with Hulkenberg. Tiny bit of front wing damage.
Careful with the front wing. You've taken some minor damage.
Oh, I thought our old teammate there might just give us the room, might just give us the space, but clearly we are not friends at all inside this series. There is Alonso now trying to look for a move down the inside of the Haas car. And we will try and say goodbye. We're just trying to use up as much of our battery as we can just to lock down that fastest lap bonus point, which we will.
Fastest lap of the race so far. Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 3.6 seconds.
Hopefully, yeah, we're going to be able to keep hold of that one towards the end. As you can already see, the gap we've opened up over Alonso and Hulkenberg behind. All this does, though, is bring Leclerc slightly closer to that battle as well. So maybe This can benefit both Ferraris, but the gap to Lance still 6.5 seconds. Getting to him is one thing. Getting past him with our tyres still in good nick might be a very different one. But I tell you what, with 10 laps to go then, I'm not convinced we're going to be able to do this. Team, for whatever reason, want us to dive into the pit lane again. I don't think that's going to be happening unless something crazy happens. But we need to be going over half a second a lap faster than Lance. And during the part of the stint where we should be able to do that, we're only going about 3/10 a lap quicker. I want to look after the tyres to make sure we've got something in them come the end of the Grand Prix. But yeah, you just see through this middle sector, we can't do anything. I think Stroll, now the pressure's off, is just kind of stretching his legs and kind of enjoying leading his home Grand Prix. Well, there we go as well. Then looks like we've got one of the old glitches that's returned then to F124. Apparently, yeah, the team need us to catch the next car permanently, and I can't do anything in terms of radio. Well, I'm not going to sit here and point the blame and, you know, point fingers at different people within the team, but it was definitely whoever was on that right front tyre has cost us at least a shot at this Grand Prix victory this afternoon. You know, you think between that and getting held up behind Hulkenberg, we probably lost a good 3 or 4 seconds. Maybe that damage costing us a little bit more as well there, and that can be the difference between, you know, getting in that DRS range of Stroll and being able to fight, and just kind of having to accept where you're going to end up in a Grand Prix like this. Annoyingly, yeah, the tyres as well just starting to overheat slightly. We should be able to get to the end of the GP on this set, but we might end up under pressure from Alonso and Verstappen. But as we round the final corners then to start the last lap of the Canadian Grand Prix, I never thought in a million years I would be saying this, but Lance Stroll, at home no less, is about to become our Formula 1 Grand Prix winner. Our 6th different winner of the year. Charles Leclerc, myself, Verstappen, George Russell, Fernando Alonso, and now the second Aston Martin of Lance Stroll. And I literally said about him earlier on in the weekend how he hasn't had a particularly good campaign so far. Well, that's one way to try and get your championship hopes back on track. And Aston Martin now, this could be what we see IRL in the future with Newey going to that team. I mean, yeah, look at that. Our tyres are gone. We might be under pressure from Max down in towards the final couple of corners of this GP. But the Canadian, I think obviously we saw Gilles Villeneuve win at this venue all the way back in the late 1970s, early 1980s. Canada, I mean, they've had Jacques Villeneuve since then, but he was never able to win at his home Grand Prix. But Lance Stroll, as he rounds the final corner, he is going to win here in Montreal. Verstappen, oh, he tried it, but he broke way too early in towards the final corner as well. Is he going to be able to get me on the run towards the line? No, he won't. We hang on for P2.
Yes, mate, I cannot complain about that one. That was an excellent drive. Well done.
The Canadian driver will look up and see the checkered flag first. Lance Stroll takes the win.
And you could really tell today just how much of a factor the home race advantage was. Not only did they have the energy from the crowd, but they also knew every millimetre of this track. That's what the home race advantage means.
The Aston Martin team will be very happy with today's performance and the final result. Another display of excellent driving and excellent teamwork, and a well-deserved first-place finish.
Look at that little smile. Look at that smug smile. Daddy has done it for Lance Stroll there, and he has finally got a car and can finally call himself a Formula 1 Grand Prix winner in the end. Admittedly, I think in hindsight, yeah, our pole position was probably a bit more luck than anything else. They're just able to pip him, but 12 seconds back come the checkered flag. I think had things even gone perfectly, we probably weren't going to be able to challenge him for the Grand Prix victory there. Verstappen, though, ran us really hard right towards the end of that one. He did have the second best lap of the day, but I think his was DRS assisted as well there. Alonso in P4 ahead of Hulkenberg, Piastri, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton with a decent recovery and Gasly making it another double Haas points finish there. McLaren not able to walk away with a single point from this weekend, and just George Russell that failed to see the checkered flag. They're gutted for Yuki though, to end up all the way down in P16 after such a strong qualifying effort. That means in terms of the championship, well, the gap at the top now opens up to 25 points over Charles. Alonso now ahead of Norris and Max Verstappen as well, so 51 points back by the Spaniard. Could he end up being a title threat over the course of the campaign? Stroll jumps all the way to 6th ahead of Piastri, Russell and Lewis Hamilton there, with Hülkenberg still ahead of Perez and Gasly not too far behind as well. Obviously still just Fred Vesti yet to score a point this year, and I mean Aston Martin as well. If they can keep up that kind of pace, they could be a World Championship threat there. The gap only 98 points after the opening third of the season is complete as well. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for the Spanish Grand Prix. Could we see Alonso take victory there? Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 9 of season 4 of the F124 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Barcelona for the Spanish Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live Monday, go back, check it out. I had to go back and make sure that it wasn't a weird dream I'd had at some point inside this game, because one of the least likely things to ever happen in Formula 1 happened that weekend. Yes, we can officially say in F124, Lance Stroll is a Formula 1 Grand Prix winner. I don't really know how, I don't really know why, but that's exactly where we're at. And it's obviously because Aston Martin made a huge leap forward in terms of their performance at the moment. They have now got the best car on the grid. Maybe that's in line with Adrian Newey signing for the team. But yeah, 2 wins in the last 3 Grand Prix for the Aston Martin organisation. They are really, really cooking at the moment. And obviously, yeah, with Alonso only, 51 points behind us in the championship, maybe they could become quite a serious threat throughout the rest of the campaign. Of course, this is a big weekend for us as well. We want to try and equal the record shared by Max Verstappen and Ayrton Senna with 8 pole positions in a row. So fingers crossed we can try and do that as we head into qualifying there. But yeah, Barcelona, we obviously won at this venue last year. It was one that Charles Leclerc really struggled at. Can we do the same this weekend and continue to try and open up our advantage at the top of the table? Only time will tell, but we have a secret meeting before that. Let's go see what McLaren want to offer us. Well, there we go then, taking a look at that McLaren car. It is a lot more evenly upgraded than our Ferrari right now, and a 90% success rate as well. Is pretty good going. Now, obviously, McLaren have kind of been up and down so far this year. We entered into talks with them originally after the Australian Grand Prix, before we went to Japan. So, I think we'll leave the door open to them, but I'm certainly not saying it's anywhere close to guaranteed.
Hello everyone, it is a track the drivers know oh so well. It is qualifying in Barcelona for the Spanish Grand Prix.
Well, I wouldn't normally show Q1 in this series, but we have had an instant shocker then. Max Verstappen fastest on the board. Lance Stroll again, seemingly up on the pace this weekend. McLaren as well, back. Charles Leclerc though, P20. It's 5 seconds off the pace. I can only assume he got blocked on his lap or made a mistake or something went wrong for our teammate. But after failing to see Q3 at Monaco, a pretty disappointing race weekend last time out in Montreal, Leclerc, I can't help but feel like he's starting to crumble in this series, and surely today we can continue to open up that points lead. Well, I'll be honest, heading into Q2, I wasn't expecting to already be the lone Ferrari in this session. How funny would it be, though, if we're still able to claim pole position here, and yeah, Charles Leclerc starting right at the other end of the order, as I think if we absolutely nail it, we're still in the fight at the front. It will kind of depend on what times Verstappen and co can do. But yeah, Red Bull, Aston Martin and McLaren all seem to be the ones in the fight this weekend. Like I said, we didn't quite get a full representative in that first session, so hopefully we'll have a bit of a better idea now. This thing has got so much grip. Barcelona, it's such a bad track in Season 1 on this game, but once you've got a few upgrades on the car, it really is an enjoyable venue to kind of chuck the car around. Not too sure why it's so, well, I know why it's so frustrating in Season 1. It's obviously the tide temperature, but yeah, once you've kind of dealt with that, this place, yeah, really, really good fun. It's through the final corner up towards the line. We are going to do a 1:10.5. That is a huge improvement over our Q1 time. And well, we're definitely in the fight for pole. Well, once again, though, the margins at the front of the order looking incredibly tight. But yeah, we are there. McLaren, Red Bull, Aston Martin again look to be right in that squabble as both Mercedes make it into Q3. Yuki Tsunoda again, another fantastic qualifying effort to punch his ticket into the final qualifying session. A bit gutted by Haas's pace there. They should have been quicker this weekend. They're still meant to have a good car. Podiums in the last 2 Grand Prix back-to-back. But I don't think it's going to happen this weekend. Well, it only requires 1 lap to put ourselves in the record books here. Ayrton Senna, Max Verstappen is a very, very exclusive club of 3-time world champions and 2 of the most aggressive and dominant drivers that Formula 1 has ever seen. Are we going to be able to match their qualifying record, though, of 8 pole positions in a row? Kind of feels a bit odd, because where we haven't really dominated in the season's races, it's been a little bit weird, obviously, taking all these pole positions so far. And it's not been that we've had a dominant qualifying car either. We just seem to really get able to get laps hooked up in this new Ferrari there. You know, the fact we've been able to put away Charles Leclerc ever since round 2 as well is nothing short of impressive. But yeah, I mean, he is not the rival this weekend. We are trying to fly the Ferrari flag around this circuit that really does test all aspects of a Formula 1 car there. I mean, Capsa is completely flat out. Got to get on the battery as early as you can on the exit. Braking down at the 100-meter board, ready for these final few turns. And just so careful on the throttle. Up the hill there, in towards the final 3 right-handers in a row. This circuit really does fold in on itself right towards the end of the lap, but through the final corner. Is it going to be another mid 1 minute 10? Let's wait and see. 10.509. We go fractions quicker than we did in Q2, but Alonso and Verstappen have continued to lower that benchmark. Well, are we about to become the most hated man in all of Spain? Fernando Alonso currently on the pole position. If anybody watches our My Team career mode, you'll know that he actually won the Spanish Grand Prix in that series not too long ago. Will he be able to do the same this weekend, or will we be able to try and stop him? We need just 1/10 of a second here. That is how close the gap is between your top 3. But we need to try and get this lap absolutely nailed there. Plenty of curve through 1 and turn 2. Just trying, I mean, it's completely flat through turn 3. It's not a difficult corner in this car. Trying to use a little bit of battery on the exit to carry ourselves up in towards turn 4. There was no real mistakes on that last lap. There was definitely a couple of little spots where we could try to find a little bit more time there. See, we just flash up in the green. Try and get the throttle down as we make our way through the bottom of the circuit. This is probably the biggest mistake I made on that last lap. And we will keep it a bit tidier that time. Up through Campsa yet again. So fun in this car, because you are just hanging on. And look at the time. 1/4 of a second up at the moment. So we've got to try and get it nailed through these final few corners of the lap. Then we haven't seen anybody else improve. Maybe track conditions just started to fall away there. Did not want 4th gear through that hairpin. As we run a little bit wide over the curbs on the exit, though, it's completely flat towards the line. Surely we're going to do it. Surely this is going to be enough for pole position here at Barcelona at 10.2. We are a record equaler. Well, there we go. I think we're going to have to leave the Barcelona circuit with a lot of security around us, because we have upset the home crowd and we have stormed to our 8th pole position in a row inside this series. Absolutely love that. And it was just that final lap we got absolutely nailed. How many times has that been the story this season? P1 for us, P20 for Charles Leclerc. Surely we're going to leave this weekend with a bigger points lead than we came into it.
Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya has been on the calendar for over 30 years now, and it has served up some classics. Michael Schumacher's first win for Ferrari in 1996 in the rain. We have much better weather here today for the Spanish Grand Prix. The Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya runs to 2.9 miles. It's a heady mix of high and low speed corners. Look out for the high downforce arc of turn 3, the 2 DRS zones, and the chicane at turns 14 and 15. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Firestarter lines up on pole position. And Fernando Alonso completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Stroll, Russell, Oscar Piastri, Norris, Perez, Hamilton, Tsunoda, Ocon, Gasly, Sainz, Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Albon, Behrman, Joe, Vesti. Charles Leclerc completes today's grid order. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. It's race day, it's going to be a thriller. I'm Alex Jakes, alongside me is Naomi Schiff. Paddock chat earlier in the weekend that this driver had discussions with another team this week. How does that work from a driver's point of view?
Well, every driver has their own characteristics and how they deal with these situations, but a lot of it may have to do with whether the seat they're in currently is secured or not. And I would say to these drivers, try not to think too much about it. Make sure you focus on your performances on track, because that's what's going to make the difference.
Right, mate, I know it's hot in that cockpit, believe me, but your tyres are even hotter than that. You've got to work really hard today to keep them cool, otherwise we're going to suffer with our performance.
Well, it seems to be the story every time we come back to Barcelona. Tyre temperature is going to be the killer today. That's why I don't tend to use the soft compounded tyre, and it might leave us a little bit vulnerable off the start of the GP. Mediums to hards is going to be the way to go, but we have got a very, very feisty Fernando Alonso alongside me. We are still the only driver, let's not forget, to take multiple wins this year, but will Fernando be able to join our club of one as of right now? Let's see what can happen today. We've had so much clear track space in towards that first corner, but we really hold on to it. 5 red lights here on the grid. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there, and I'm expecting the two guys on row 2 to get the best getaways there, but we've done shockingly, as Verstappen will try and carve his way up the middle. Fernando Alonso immediately to the lead of the Grand Prix. Can we go on a fight back through turn 1 and turn 2? Just like we did with Lance Stroll last weekend. Not quite able to get there. We'll try and go for the up and under, though, on Alonso on the exit of the corner there, and you can see the Spaniard again just trying to chop me off as we make our way through turn 4 there. Good wheel-to-wheel racing between myself and Formula 1's most experienced driver, but again, he's just able to get the power down off of that corner there. And Alonso, he'll know his game plan today. Get out in front. He saw what Stroll was able to do last weekend by doing exactly that. And Aston Martin, well, their dominance could bore Formula 1 fans, or in the not-too-distant future, very, very early on in this campaign. I'm looking forward to seeing just how well that car can hang on over the course of a season. We've said it before in this game. They start the year strong, they end the year strong. It's just all the bits in the middle where they seem to really, really struggle inside F1 24. But with no rule changes between the end of last season and this one, but obviously limiting the amount of development teams can do, it has put Aston Martin in a very good spot.
We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Well, we don't need DRS to try and challenge Fernando back down towards turn 1. I do need bigger balls on the brakes, though. Well, first time round then with the DRS, it's so important that we stay in the range of Alonso, and now you can see why, the huge amount of speed you can gain in towards that first corner. Aston Martin versus Ferrari, and again, I mean, I wouldn't know when the last time a team won both drivers' home Grand Prix back-to-back. I mean, it surely can't be possible for most Formula 1 teams. Has it ever happened? Someone tell me down in the comments below. But could Aston Martin win both drivers' home Grand Prix this year? Well, let's really try and get the slingshot past Alonso this time round. Then again, he's going to try and go defensive on me. Not a fan of just how late he seems to be moving around in the braking zone, so we'll try and return the aggression there with a bit of a squeeze. Up into the lead of the Spanish Grand Prix we go very early on. Looks like our top 4 have kind of broken free. So Alonso again just trying to poke his nose in. We'll try and just cover him off. And I'm sure Alonso is about to fly back past me in towards turn 1 as well. The front straight here is so OP with the DRS, especially inside this year's game. Alonso back through and up into the lead, so it's kind of really irrelevant what we do early on. I think we're better off just trying to look after the tyres. Tyre wear doesn't seem to be too bad. Oh, that rear left, left even, just starting to struggle a little bit with temp. So we have got to try and keep it calm. As Alonso then will storm to yet another fastest lap. It seems like a lot of these races are very, very action-packed early on. and then kind of calm down a bit later as again we will play that power move around the outside. He wants to defend the inside in turn 1 every time. We're gonna, you know, we've got to get the elbows out.
VRS, so let's try and use some more.
I think we're going to be bidding off that plan, Mark. We are not interested in kind of trying to complete your mini objectives. We've got to try and stay up towards the front and keep these tyres cool. I think Verstappen as well, getting a little bit fed up of having to watch Alonso and I scrapping out for the lead, has got to start trying to utilise his soft compounded tyre and has moved his way up into P2. I'm trying to keep an eye on what Charles Leclerc's able to do so far, and the answer in the first 6 laps is absolutely nothing. Still stuck at the rear of the field. I know this place, you know, there's only really one overtaking spot, but he's got to get better than that, surely. And here comes Max Verstappen then back down towards turn 1. The Red Bull there, whoa. I think he was hoping I'd have a little bit less speed than I did in towards that first corner, but will those soft compound tyres be able to instantly get him out of the kind of window here? That Red Bull, it does look faster this weekend. They brought more upgrades to that car to hopefully try and keep Verstappen in the fight. Well, then again though, we're already starting to see that deficit.
Don't worry, there's a long way to go in this race, so let's focus.
Absolutely flying past Verstappen once again then, so I don't think that Red Bull's got as much straight line speed as the other cars. As Alonso again will try to attack him down at that first corner, but yeah, Verstappen though, I think he's wasted that chance with those softs already. They just haven't quite got the advantage over the mediums anymore. And that means, yeah, he's not going to be able to break free. He might still get the undercut, though. Oh, here we go. Alonso now having a look around the outside of Max down at turn 1. Could this present us with an opportunity to try and get out of that DRS window immediately? The gap opens up to a second there as Verstappen will get the elbows out and just about hang on. Come on, we've got to push now. We might be able to break free. Really trying to push hard through these final couple of corners. This could be a critical moment here in Barcelona, especially if we can leave those two to kind of squabble with each other as well. And through that final turn we go. That gap to Verstappen floating at over 1 second then. So it was kind of Alonso and his doing tripping each other over here. But we have got the gap now at the front of the order. Alonso will gain on me again using that DRS in towards turn 1. But we've broken out. Let's see how long we can try and hang on to it. Or are we going to see Verstappen have to pit early to try to get the undercut? Of course, the third option in all of those hypothetical scenarios was that Alonso just gets back past Max and immediately romps back up to the back of me. We might have been optimistic, expecting to try and get away there, but yeah, I think that Aston Martin definitely has got just that bit more pace over everybody else. It is just the strategy element of using the DRS to the best of all our abilities there, but let's not forget as well, Aston Martin have got 2 horses in this race, Red Bull and Ferrari only with 1 each. I mean, Alonso, he's the wily old fox, he's the master. We are the one trying to get our first world title on the board, and Verstappen is trying to return to the top of the throne as well there, and well, I guess Lance Stroll is also kind of hanging on to the coattails and just seeing what opens up for him. We've got yellows out, not too sure what that is. Oh, we've got a roadblock, red flag. I think that's one of the Mercs that's gone for a spin. We'll take a look at what's happened. While riding on board then with Oscar Piastri in his Mercedes car, I'm going to guess he's just going to drop it on the exit of turn 5 here. As you can see, tips his way in, just gets... Oh no, it's Hamilton behind him. It's Lewis Hamilton behind there, sorry, that does it. So I had completely the wrong Mercedes car in this Grand Prix, and you can just see Lewis goes for a bit of a half spin there. He's going to cause a roadblock. Everybody else trying to find their way through. Daniel Ricciardo, he has made that work for him. Well, I guess that completely takes the kind of strategy element out of the Grand Prix, because we're going to be opting for a set of the hard compound tyres to see us round to the checkered flag. I would assume Verstappen will go mediums. Maybe they'll have to go hards as well. So all those soft compound runners not able to capitalise. They have gone mediums. It's 5 red lights once again. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. And once again, we've got off to an absolutely shocking start. Verstappen left with nowhere to go as we want to immediately try and tuck into the slipstream of Alonso down towards turn 1. Ollie Behrman is instantly out of the Grand Prix as well there. But yeah, Verstappen powers round and outside through those first couple of corners. Will hang the car up the inside through turn 3. But once again, Alonso has been the one able to capitalise off of the restart here, as Verstappen will just cut through as well. Keeping temperature up on these hard compound tyres early on is going to be really, really difficult to do, but we've just got to hope the car comes back to us. We've got to hope that obviously this thing starts working in our direction, because yeah, early on in the stint, especially on a red flag restart like that, we've just got nothing. Well, this is exactly what we need to see as we get towards half distance here. Max Verstappen, Fernando Alonso fighting for that lead. And luckily, yeah, we've pushed really, really hard over the last couple of laps or so to make sure we hang in this range. But I mean, this could end up being an entire race battle for the win. Lance Stroll's never been more than about a second and a half off the lead.
We don't want to let this hold us up too long, so do your best to get past and get on with the race.
Yeah, Stroll might never end up more than about 2 seconds off the lead here and might still end up not getting a podium. Looks like Norris this time around has been able to stick with the lead group in his McLaren. Of course, we've got to keep an eye on them now. Hopefully they'll continue to improve pace-wise as the season goes on, if we're considering moving there next year. Well, Verstappen definitely seems to have the legs over everybody else right now, given his free track space as well. There is, oh, you can just see, what is that late move by the Dutchman? Probably completely unnecessary as well. I guess it will work well for me, because Alonso will get completely thrown off by it, but why on earth did he feel the need to swing across right at the last moment when he still had a massive advantage? Carlos Sainz is gone. So the other Spaniard, of course, haven't really seen much of him this season in that V-car, but he is out then of the Grand Prix. Disappointment. Hopefully that's not going to be a bad omen for Fernando Alonso. Well, I can only hope Verstappen starts to struggle a little bit more here, because we can't even seem to hang in the DRS of the Red Bull at the moment. Seems like Alonso is just struggling to keep up with our pace as well, and might now come under pressure from his teammate Lance Stroll as well. But yeah, Verstappen absolutely cooking on those softer tyres. And again, we're just starting to struggle with overheating. Well, this fight is like a battle of old at the moment then. It's Verstappen versus myself there as we've broken away from Stroll, Alonso and Lando Norris. So yeah, it doesn't look like Aston Martin, unless something crazy happens, are going to be able to get in this fight, unless Stroll suddenly decides to pull his finger out in that car and, well, does exactly what he did last time out in Montreal. And I mean, already that gap's coming down just a little bit. We have to stay in the range of Verstappen, but we are barely hanging on by a thread at the moment, and occasionally even dropping out of that range. Well, just once again there, you can see having to use the battery in really obscure places just to stay only just close enough. Well, every single lap we stay in the range of Verstappen, it just makes our life a little bit easier towards the end of the afternoon. Those Red Bull tyres will absolutely be wearing out quicker than our Ferrari ones, as we will power around the outside of Max down in towards turn 1, and the Dutchman, he tried to keep the car there, but whoa! No! Oh, we've just about hung on to it. I think, yeah, we will unfortunately drop into the range of Alonso behind. So as soon as we get back in the range of Verstappen, we immediately go and throw it away. Well, as the old saying goes, you're never more than about 5 laps away from a Mat 2 and 2 bottle, but 6 laps left of this Grand Prix. We're going to try and have a look back around the outside of Verstappen in towards turn 1 yet again. This time around, though, he's going to put up a little bit more of a fight for it. We'll avoid that sausage curb on the inside. And again, almost put ourselves completely off the road, but back into the lead we go then. But we have suddenly turned this 2-way scrap into a 5-way fight for the win, and there's even more cars not too far behind either. Well, Max Verstappen versus Fernando Alonso. It's been a battle I think we've all wanted to see more in Formula 1, but it's never quite happened really in the sport, at least that I can remember in recent years, is today. Finally that day. They've been really, really close to each other all afternoon. And you can see, yeah, Verstappen as well now might be able to get the run on me back down towards turn 1. Are we going to see Alonso? I think it's carrying even more speed there, as here comes Max. Alonso trying to follow him through. Or we'll try and hook it up right around the outside of the Dutchman. Once again, they're giving the space through turn 2. And we'll have the inside line then for turn 3. But we will chop underneath. Try and use a little bit of battery on the exit the corner there. And you can see Verstappen, he is really, really squeezing us there. And once again, the Dutchman, getting the pinch on. No. Of course, I've gone and bottled it again. And Stroll, Alonso, Norris They will all creep by there. Will Verstappen now have the gap at the front of the order? Is that going to be the race-winning move for him? And why am I such a bottle job? Well, fast but inconsistent always seems to be my tagline inside F124. As here goes Stroll, trying to look for a move on his teammate Alonso. We're going to try and do the same thing to Lando. Norris braking very, very late there. As again, what on earth is going on with this car towards the end of the race? Feels like anything we do, we're getting huge moments of oversteer there. Tyres aren't overheating apparently, but I think we're just going to have to try and think about the bigger picture and bring this car home for P5, because the amount of just random twitches and snaps we've had in these last few laps, this thing is completely undrivable at the moment. I don't know if something's broken on the rear suspension or what's gone on with it, but yeah, we're just over 2 laps to go. We've driven just on the absolute limit all afternoon, and it is finally coming back to haunt us. And as we round the final corners then to start the last lap of the Spanish Grand Prix, that is a bitter, bitter pill to swallow for us. From pole position, fighting for the win all afternoon, and it looks like we're barely going to walk away with double-digit points here and lose even more in our fight against Aston Martin in the constructors there. Alonso and Stroll duking it out further up the road on this final lap as well is going to give Verstappen even more breathing room. Of course, the Dutchman won back at Japan, round 4 of the year, but today he's finally going to return back to the top step of the podium there. And although Red Bull don't seem to have the quickest car, maybe just brutal consistency again can see him try and keep himself in at the World Championship fight. For Fernando Alonso, though, battling for the win all afternoon. I think he's been mugged off by Lance Stroll on this last lap as well there, so not the ideal end to the race for the Spaniard, but he will take points out of me in the World Championship. There is all Stroll locks up. The bottle job Stroll returns as well, so he's not much better than me, at least in the bottles department there. He's almost going to lose the place to Lando Norris as well. Max Verstappen through the final couple of corners. He is going to win the Spanish Grand Prix, back to the top for the Dutchman. Alonso comes through for P2 ahead of Stroll, Norris, and we come through only in P5.
You've heard this one before. Max Verstappen takes the victory.
And just to seal it off, they've got the bonus point for the fastest lap too. It's something that's not that easy to achieve when you've got a car that's set up for long run pace. But to put on those tyres right at the right moment to get that fastest lap in, those extra points are going to count towards the title battle.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they've secured here.
There we go, Max Verstappen. He didn't get pole position, he did get fastest lap in the race victory though, so 26 points in the Dutchman's pocket at the end of the weekend there. Absolutely fantastic driving, and you know, was cool, calm and collected, and showcased why he is a multiple world champion there. Alonso, P2 ahead of Lance Stroll means Aston Martin once again take big points out of Ferrari there, with Norris ahead of myself, Hamilton, Perez, Russell, Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly rounding out your top 10 there. Leclerc, he can only recover to P15 in the end. That is pretty shocking, especially when you consider Sainz and Verstappen also retired from the Grand Prix. So once more, Barcelona really does seem to be a bogey track for our teammate inside this game. Championship-wise, it does mean the gap at the top opens up to 35 points there, but you can see Verstappen and Alonso tied within 2 race victories of myself, so we could end up still with a very, very big fight this year. Norris and Stroll not too far away either, now ahead of Piastri and George Russell there, with Hamilton and Perez still inside your top 10. Not long, surely, between those Haas cars get ahead of Checo, and yeah, Ricciardo and Sainz now 10 points apiece at this stage of the campaign. The gap at the top, though, in the Constructors slashed to just 75 points as well. So Aston Martin, they could be a real shoo-in to potentially cause an upset in that title fight as well. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for the, I believe, the Austrian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 10 of season 4 of the F124 Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Austrian Grand Prix. Yes, the only sprint weekend in Europe returns once more, and I must admit, I am weirdly looking forward to this one. If you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Spain, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. In typical Mat 2 and 2 fashion, we did bottle that race slightly, but not as badly as Charles Leclerc. So we've now opened up a 35-point lead in the Drivers' Championship, but Max Verstappen and Fernando Alonso are both looking very, very hungry as we head to the Styrian Mountains. The Dutchman became just our second repeat winner of the year, of course, winning all the way back in Shanghai and then taking the win last time out in Spain as well. They're after 3 podiums in a row. The Dutchman's consistency really does seem to be carrying him along quite nicely at this stage of the season. Still, a lot can happen though, a lot can change as we make our way through the campaign. You can see we have got an upgrade in the works at the moment, but we've dropped now down to 5th place overall in terms of performance, so just potentially starting to struggle keeping up with other teams' development at this stage of the campaign. Of course, if you're new around here and you aren't already, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. Hopefully, yeah, we can try and hit 140,000 subs at the moment. But yeah, of course, the first big question though as well, let's not forget, can we break the record set by Ayrton Senna and Max Verstappen and try and get 9 Formula 1 pole positions in a row? Well, I might have made a little bit of a whoopsie as we return here to the Styrian Mountains. I forgot to enable one-shot qualifying, but for sprint qualifying anyway, effectively it is a one-shot run. We've obviously made our way all the way into Q3 though, but obviously, yeah, this isn't the one we're interested in terms of the record. Obviously, that is the main qualifying event after the sprint, so we'll wait and see as to how the pace is looking. I mean, based on Q1, Q2, name a more iconic duo at the Red Bull Ring and Max Verstappen. They are just a lethal combination around this circuit. The Dutchman, yeah, has been fastest throughout all the sessions. We seem to be the only driver that can even get remotely close to him at this stage. But yeah, I believe he's done about a 1 minute 12.7. Sorry, a 1 minute 2.7 even, I should say. So it is going to be interesting to see just how close we can get to the Dutchman here as we make our way through the middle sector. Just try and keep the car planted nice and tidy. What I don't get on this game, I tried to change it after free practice 1. Why, as soon as you've gone into the race weekend, can't you tweak it? What if you suddenly decide you only want to do like a 35% race or something like that? It's really, really stupid. Out of the final corner though, 9 thousandths of a second in it between ourselves and Verstappen. But I think he's about to get his second sprint pole of the year. Well, there we go then, taking a look at our final sprint qualifying results. It is going to be the Dutchman who will claim pole position there, just 1/100th of a second clear of myself. Lando, Norris, Fernando Alonso on the second row of the grid. Pierre Gasly getting all the way up to P6 there, with his teammate Nico Hülkenberg joining him in Q3. But yeah, as we head into the sprint though, I think, yeah, Verstappen and Red Bull, they are cooking.
So it is all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? 7 rights and just 3 left-handers make up the 10 corners of this high-speed circuit. Turn 2 is flat out, a left-hand kink into the uphill braking zone of turn 3. Turns 1, 3 and 4 are all potential opportunities to overtake. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and Firestarter completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Gasly, Stroll, Leclerc, Hülkenberg, Ocon, Sainz, Hamilton, Perez, Oscar Piastri, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Albon, Behrman, Vesti and Zhou Guanyu. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me, a real authority on all things motor racing. It's a warm welcome back to Anthony Davidson. So, a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So for today, there's no pit stop, or shouldn't be a pit stop anyway, if things go right, and you can forget about strategy. You're just driving today as fast as you can, make those overtakes if you need to, and that's what a sprint weekend's all about.
Right, well, here we are then down on the track, ready for the Austrian GP sprint race. We line up P2 just behind Max Verstappen, and I want to see how far. I mean, the team reckon the soft compound tyres should be able to go to the end of the Grand Prix. I think we want to try and go uber aggressive and just see if we can make it work as well. Sunny skies throughout the entirety of the weekend. The Dutchman took pole for the sprint. I want to try and claim victory here today. Hopefully we can try and open up our world title lead just a little bit more. Waiting on the grid though for those 5 red lights. And it's a mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out and away we go there. And luckily, starting on those softer tyres, meaning that I might not lose a spot in towards turn 1. That being said, though, Alonso always seems to be a fast starter in this series, but we will hook it up around the outside of him. And we will hang on to P2 then. As we make our way up the hill, though, you can immediately see Verstappen trying to use all the straight line speed in that Red Bull car, just having to save up a little bit of battery up at the top of the hill. But I think this weekend is going to be a lot more about Verstappen versus myself. There, it looks like Gasly has got off to a good getaway. So Charles Leclerc now, for whatever reason in this series, has absolutely collapsed. And I would be surprised if he's ahead of Verstappen and Alonso by the end of the weekend. We've got to try and utilise the buffer we've got in the championship to the best of our ability. Because, yeah, with how difficult it is to upgrade cars now in this series, it might be difficult for us to really bounce back in terms of raw performance against Red Bull and Aston Martin as well. We're going to have to be really, really smart this season. Make sure we pick up as many points as we can absolutely everywhere, and hope that's enough by the end of the year. Well, luckily here in Austria, of course, the DRS is activated just after you cross the start-finish line, so we have been able to stay in the range of Verstappen. I mean, 104s for race pace here, only just over a second of what we were doing in sprint qualifying. Absolutely ridiculous so far as Lando Norris, new fastest lap. We're going to try and get the run though on Verstappen and maybe attack the Dutchman for the lead of the Grand Prix there. Just show the nose at the top of the hill, make him have to work just that little bit defensive against us, and hopefully, yeah, I mean, we're seeing immediately kind of what now might be your top 3 drivers in the championship, all at the front of the order. We've kind of basically swapped Leclerc for Alonso, but we have got to think strategically in this sprint, depending on how well the tyres hang on. We seem to be able to stay close to Verstappen, but through the twisty bits where you would actually expect us to gain time, being on the softer rubber, actually seems to be where we're losing more to the Red Bull, which is a little bit peculiar. I mean, we're almost at half distance already. I would like to at least at some point just get in front of him and maybe start to upset his rhythm. Oh no, we've gone and lost the DRS range to Verstappen. That Red Bull is really just looking on rails at the moment up at the front of the order here. And I mean, we've got Alonso and Lando Norris waiting in the wings. Even, yeah, Pierre Gasly is not a million miles away either, as here comes Fernando down the inside at turn 1. We'll swoop up into P2 then. Is he going to have the pace to keep up with the Dutchman? Of course, they've come into this weekend tied on points for P3 in the standings, as Lando Norris as well now trying to go past us. Is this a metaphor for Ferrari's seeming lack of pace now in this series, as we'll try and fight back immediately around the outside of the McLaren? But yeah, I think this season might end up being really, really tough, because at the moment we just have not got a car that can fight, as Lando Norris there just kind of lazily keeps the nose down the inside. We've got yellows out a little bit further back. Not too sure what's going on. Alexander Albon out of the race. This must be how Lightning McQueen felt in the final Cars movie, when he was just getting absolutely mugged off by all those newer, faster cars in that series, whatever you want to call it. The Piston Cup, I suppose we're calling it. We just have not got the pace to keep up with Alonso and Verstappen right now, and with Leclerc again seemingly quite far down the order. I'm trying to do the maths in my head. All 3 of them could be covered by 1 point as we leave this sprint race, but ultimately, yeah, I just don't think the soft tyres have really worked for us. Let's just try and make sure we bring home the podium. That might go to explain why we're struggling to keep up with those cars in front. Both rear tyres very much overheating right now. We might end up under pressure from Pierre Gasly, of course, the man that took our old Haas drive. I mean, surely Haas haven't jumped Ferrari in this series. So we got yellows. We got yellows. Is that Alonso? Is that Verstappen? I think it might be Verstappen. Who's going slowly? No, it's a car behind. Ignore me. It is Gasly, who is out of the race. Gutted for him. So yeah, he'll be starting the main event from the back. I guess that works nicely for us, though, because it's given me a lot more breathing room. As we start the last lap, then, of the Austrian Grand Prix sprint. I mean, it's no real surprise, is it, that Verstappen has been absolutely able to dominate here. What is a surprise now is just how quickly Lance Stroll has rocked up to the back of us on this last lap. We've had contact with the Canadian before here, which absolutely ruined our race. I mean, look at that! How has he just gone clean around my outside there? These tyres are absolutely cooked in this car. We've got tyre wear warning light flashed up as well. So soft compound is definitely not the way to go here today. Max Verstappen is going to win the sprint. Alonso is going to come through for P2. It'd be nice to have a rear gunner in Charles Leclerc to help us, but in the end it's only P4. Well, there we are then, taking a look at your final results from the sprint, and Aston Martin once again getting a double podium there, just behind Max Verstappen. Deja vu much based on last weekend's result as well. Russell gets ahead of Lando Norris there with Sainz and Leclerc picking up the final points-paying positions. So what does that mean for the championship? Yep, 2 points in it between Leclerc, Verstappen and Alonso, with, I mean, Lando Norris and Lance Stroll not a million miles away either. We've got a 39-point lead as we head into the main GP. The gap at the top in the constructors as well cut down to just 68 points. So Ferrari, it must be said, we are feeling the pressure right now. Hopefully we can try and leave the Austrian Grand Prix with still a 1-race margin over Verstappen.
Hello everyone, welcome to Austria. It is a short track, it is high speed, it is exactly what we enjoy for qualifying.
Well, we've gone and made some setup tweaks then to the car, which will hopefully help us in the race. Just up the rear, well, up all 4 pressures on it to hopefully stop us getting as ridiculous temperature and wear. Yeah, we know now the soft compound tyres, they're good in qualifying, not so ideal when we're trying to use them in the race. But as we make our way though through qualifying again, like I mentioned earlier on, this is the big one. Can we try and get a record-breaking 9th straight pole position in Formula 1? I'll be honest, I'm surprised Ayrton Senna managed to only get 8 in a row. I would have thought, yeah, I think it must have been reliability or something that would have stopped him going any further. Because, of course, yeah, the absolute GOAT of qualifying laps. Still, in my opinion, the GOAT of Formula 1 as well. There may be a controversial statement, especially when we are the one currently in a Ferrari car. But yeah, let's wait and see about what we can do on this lap time. Verstappen again, looking very, very racy, but both Charles Leclerc and Sergio Perez both seem to have remembered how to drive as well, at least in real Q1. Through the final corner we'll go. What is the time going to be on the board? 2.9. Again, less than a 10th off Verstappen. Well, there we go. It would appear that Haas have now replaced Mercedes in this game as the 5th best team at the moment. Yeah, both Aston's, Red Bulls, Ferraris, McLarens and Haas making it into the final qualifying session. But once again, next to nothing between Verstappen and myself. To get the lap hooked up round here, you've got to absolutely be on it. But that's what we've done better than anybody else this year when the pressure is on. First of all, then, we've got to make sure we get a decent banker on the board, just to make sure that we've got a good time to chase right towards the end of qualifying here. But everybody knows, everybody is going to be watching just to see what we can do in this car. Verstappen, of course, he wants to try and hold on to that record shared between him and Senna. But for us, yeah, we just want to try and smash it and keep trying to extend it as best as we possibly can up towards the top of the hill at turn 3. Oh, nice and easy on that throttle on the exit. When you get it hooked up, this circuit again. I mean, I say it about so many tracks on this game. I just think with these upgraded cars, it can still be quite good fun when you get a lap right on the limit as well. There is plunging down through turn 4. Often be quite difficult to find the traction there, but again, these tweaks we made to the setup for real qualifying are working wonders right now. It's just nudging the inside curb down in towards the final few corners of the lap, though. Currently, Charles Leclerc only down in P8 after the first run. So again, our teammate really struggling there. A little bit of hesitation through the final corner. Up towards the line, though. First run is going to be a 102.6. Okay. We have immediately set the gauntlet. Well, in the 75 seasons of Formula 1 that have gone ahead, only 3 drivers have claimed 8 pole positions in a row. But one of them now is a minute away from potentially making it 9. Let's see if we can improve any more on this lap. Will we see Verstappen able to beat us anyway and potentially throw down the gauntlet even more? Or have we done enough to claim our record-breaking 9th pole position in a row here? I'd love to go a bit quicker and try to just remind everybody just how good we are over one lap. But we'll wait and see. That first lap was pretty well hooked up there, as slightly in the green through the first sector. I mean, one eye will be on the top left-hand side of your screens to wait and see whether Verstappen does go quicker as well as we make our way down through turn 4. I just want to absolutely perfect this lap time as one of the Red Bulls has crossed the line. They will stay where they are, as I think Verstappen, he's not going to improve. So we have taken it. We have got pole position here for the Austrian Grand Prix and 9 pole positions in a row. Can we try and improve our lap time, though, just to get an even bigger window over everybody else? Through the final couple of corners we're going to go. It's going to be a record-breaking lap. Once more, it is a 102.5. That is P1. Well, we might talk about it so much at the moment about how this Ferrari car seems to be lacking pace as we head into Grand Prix. But let's not forget, we have still taken every pole position this season as a team, which is absolutely mental. Admittedly, I'm doing most of the heavy lifting with that 9 pole positions to Charles Leclerc's 1, but even Lando Norris in the end getting ahead of Verstappen and Alonso as well. We're going to be lining up, though, from the front of the grid yet again as we head into the Austrian Grand Prix, but can we stay there?
Good afternoon and welcome to Spielberg and to a circuit that in one form or the other has held every Austrian Grand Prix in the championship except the very first back in 1964. It was at this race that John Watson lost a bet and his beard when he took Team Penske's only F1 victory in 1976. If anything, the stakes are even higher today, with 25 points available for victory and a crucial advantage in the championship fight. 7 rights and just 3 left-handers make up the 10 corners of this high-speed circuit. Turn 2 is flat out, a left-hand kink into the uphill braking zone of Turn 3. Turns 1, 3 and 4 are all potential opportunities to overtake. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Firestarter lines up on pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Hülkenberg, Stroll, Russell, Leclerc, Hamilton, Oscar Piastri, Ocon, Sainz, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Vesti, Behrman, Joe, Gasly, and Alex Albon picks up the last spot on the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me is Anthony Davidson. Well, they're having a better time than their teammates so far this year. How do you keep that momentum going?
Yeah, they have, and it's, rule number 1, beat your teammate. They're the one that share the same equipment as you, and yes, the cars can vary in setup from race to race and depending on who has which style, but essentially they're your barometer, the yardstick. If you can beat them, that's the first job you have to do. And it looks like it's going their way, doesn't it? And they need to carry on this momentum, this energy through the rest of the season.
Well, here we are then down on the grid once again here in Spielberg, but this time for a record-setting 9th time in a row, we have got clean track in front of us. Of course, we learned in the sprint, the soft cars just aren't really viable around here, so medium to hard is going to be the way to go today, and hopefully we can have a bit of better luck trying to keep those temperatures under control as well. The rear's taking an absolute beating around here, especially through the likes of Turn 3 and at Turn 4, but Lando Norris alongside us, Verstappen and Alonso not too far behind either. Let's wait and see as to what we can do as the 5 red lights come on then once more here in Spielberg. is going to be lights out, and away we go there. And actually up to a fairly clean start. Alonso immediately I saw trying to look for a move on Lando Norris. Won't be able to do anything down towards turn 1, and it doesn't happen often, but we have held on to the lead off the start of the Grand Prix there. Looks like despite a lot of potential moving around, everybody inside your top 5 has ended up where they started, although admittedly that is only through turn 1 there, as Lando and Max side by side at the top of the hill. Wonder what happens if we ever seen that before here in Austria. But yeah, Verstappen though, Red Bull seem to have come back swinging. Of course, took that win last time out in Barcelona as well. We'll be looking to try and get a double win this weekend across both the sprint and the real GP. For me, these early laps are about just settling in, trying to make sure we're in a good rhythm, and seeing whether we've got a fight on our hands, depending on how well the tyres can stay in good nick. As you can already see, Verstappen has got a very different objective there. He wants to have a look down the inside at the final couple of turns, but I won't allow that to happen. The problem we've got, of course, is the DRS zone opens up immediately once you cross the start-finish line, so Max instantly trying to have a look down the inside. Will we give you some room on the exit of the corner? And we'll be able to get the power down and go back around the outside of the Red Bull. He might not lose 1, he might lose 2 spots here, as Lando Norris tries to have a look back through as well. So McLaren, Red Bull, Aston Martin and Ferrari all seemingly in the fight today, and Lando Norris has gone and pulled that one off. Well, Lando Norris, let's not forget, he hasn't won a race so far this campaign. He could become, I believe, our 7th different winner of the season if he was going to be able to do so here in Spielberg. Already has watched his new teammate in George Russell claim victory back at Albert Park, and that was really the last time Lando Norris really had a shot at victory either. Looks like the AI though in the Grand Prix just being a little bit more calm than we saw in the sprint. Not everyone is frantic to get straight to the front, and tyre temperature wise we're doing a much better job as well.
So we're leading our teammate by 3.3 seconds.
How on earth am I meant to compete with that when the McLaren can get such a run on me down into the very first corner there? And Lando as well timed that beautifully, so he'll get the DRS off of the corner. Are we going to see Verstappen hungry try and make an impact as well then, as we'll just make Lando kind of second guess whether he needs to go defensive or not up at the top of the hill there. But yeah, that McLaren storming through and into the lead of the GP. We saw it back at Albert Park as well. McLaren aren't often the fastest car, but I tell you what, when they are, no one can seemingly be able to keep up with them. Well, once we're being carried along by this slipstream and the DRS, then we can set fastest lap of the day. So I think this Ferrari has got a bit of fight in it this afternoon. So try and get a run on Lando up the hill in towards turn 3 once more. You can see he's just that little bit more confident on the brakes there. We'll try and switch him off of the turn. Will we be able to get the power down, or pass on the grass perhaps, as Lando Norris really want to try and squeeze me? Luckily we'll keep our foot in it there and we'll get down the inside for the very next corner. A little bit of rear locking as we'll try and return the favour. But yeah, I'll be honest, out of everyone kind of tucked up right behind us, Lando's probably the one I wouldn't mind winning the most, because obviously he's not really the championship threat still. Either him or Perez, I guess. Oh no, Verstappen now, he's moved back up into second place in this Grand Prix, and we know Max Verstappen's like, he won't wait around for very long there. Power move to the lead of the Grand Prix. We'll have a bit of a lock up at the top of the hill, and we'll try and get the run then on the Red Bull back down the other side there, as Max trying to go defensive. Wants to try and dictate the line for both cars though, but I won't be kind of bullied around too much. I will though lose the spot if I keep drifting around like that. Huge rear locking down the hill, and we're lucky we keep it pointing in the right direction. Well, I would make the argument, at least for racing, Austria might still be the best track on the calendar, and I think what works so nicely here is, unlike Barcelona last weekend where there were a lot of battles going on and a lot of overtakes for the lead, this place isn't completely dominated by one straight where everything has to happen. Austria is short enough where it kind of means you can't lose the DRS unless you're really struggling, but obviously also has 3 DRS zones as well, so it kind of just leaves you with constant battles going on. I guess the good thing is though, yeah, unlike Barcelona, is it doesn't feel frantic. It doesn't feel like kind of now or never every single lap. We're just kind of comfortably sitting in P2, letting Verstappen do his thing, just trying to make sure we hang on in his coattails. It's not so good though, just now starting to creep up into the overheating territory on that rear left once more, so we have got to still be careful with it. Hopefully the harder compounded tyre will be a little bit easier to manage. The harder you go with the tyres, the easier they are to kind of monitor that temperature with. But yeah, Verstappen now, we've just got to make sure we don't let him get free before the pit window. Just had a look on the mini-map as well. No idea what's going on with Charles Leclerc right now.
We don't want to let this hold us up too long, so do your best to get past and get on with the race.
Yeah, that's going to be pointless, Mark, because we're going to be diving into the pit lane pretty soon. But yeah, Leclerc, once again, it kind of feels like this car, on paper, has gone to, like, the 5th fastest team, only just. And suddenly Leclerc's thinking, like, P10 is the best he's going to be able to drag out of it. I've got no idea. I mean, he feels like a completely different driver to what we went up against last season. You know, he was taking wins and podiums pretty much everywhere with relentless pace and consistency. Leclerc has absolutely cracked under pressure so far this season. And, well, I think, yeah, at the end of this weekend, Alonso and Verstappen are going to be way ahead of him in the points. We are going to peel into the pit lane, though, at the end of this lap. And, of course, yeah, we can't lose the championship lead leaving this weekend. But I would like to extend it over Verstappen and Alonso. Verstappen into the pit lane as well, then, as we'll make our way through the final corner. So Lando Norris opting to stay out one extra one, and we'll get held up a little bit as we try to make our way into the pit lane. Oh, only just getting the car stopped there as we had yellow flags out temporarily. I don't know what that was about. As we make our way in then. Come on, let me go. What are you waiting for? Oh, he's having a slow stop again. Looks like Verstappen's done even worse, though. So no idea what's happened. Alonso is suddenly into the lead of this Grand Prix. So what on earth has happened in the pit window?
Attaching the left rear wheel, we need to try and put that behind us though, and let's finish this race strong. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
Well, Verstappen, yeah, ended up getting held up even worse than I did, and immediately the Dutchman is going to try and fight back with me. We'll have to go down the inside of Zhou Guan Yu there, but on cold rubber, that is not an easy one to try and spot. And Alonso now suddenly with a 2-second margin at the front of this group. I think, though, Lando Norris, yeah, has obviously opted to stay out one lap longer, so maybe he'll get an overcut. One of the Mercedes then opting to hang out yet another one, so there's clearly a little bit of flexibility in terms of tyre strategy around here, as Alonso will get held up behind Ollie Behrman trying to get into the pit lane. Will Lando Norris have got a good jump, though? I don't think he has. The undercut here can be very, very strong, and it once again looks like it has been. But Oscar Piastri leading this race. Alonso, though, suddenly way out in the net lead. There we go then, Oscar Piastri finally deciding to dive into the pit lane at the end of lap 18 there. So, yeah, really not sure. Mercedes clearly trying to throw caution to the wind and try something a little bit different. As Alonso new fastest lap, we set new fast lap, and then Verstappen goes and absolutely smashes it almost into the 104s there. Leclerc still way down the order. And yes, suddenly, I mean, for Lando Norris and Lance Stroll, what do you do? 3 seconds behind as what is now your championship top 3, different order, but they are the top 3 in this Grand Prix. Oh, Verstappen is absolutely smashing it at the moment, a 104.7. As he'll have a look down the inside at turn 1. We'll give him the room, but we'll make sure we try and get the power down on the exit. I think Verstappen, though, is going to be the key to getting back to Alonso here, so I'm not going to fight him too much at this stage of the day. You can see almost immediately just gets closer and closer to that range. Yeah, let's just see what Verstappen can do for a couple of laps. We'll try not to trip each other over and maybe fall into the clutches of Norris. There we go. It has not taken Verstappen long at all, but I think the Dutchman once again has got the bit between his teeth right now and is powering up towards the back of Alonso. I mean, he might be able to get him on the run up towards turn 3 there, and the Dutchman showing incredible pace at this stage. We know he loves this venue. We've seen him storm through the field before to take victories at the Red Bull Ring. Are we seeing another one today there as well? A little bit of locking at the top of the hill. We've got to be careful. Up into that corner. It is so easy to make the mistake. As Alonso again will just about have enough. Oh, here we go this time. Verstappen, surely. Here we go again. Verstappen versus Alonso for the lead of a Grand Prix. And oh, plenty of contact there down at turn 1. We've just kind of got to sit in and see how things pan out there. 3 wide for the lead we're going to go. And we might be about to complete the double overtake then and move to the front of the order here. Verstappen doesn't want to back out of it. So, we just run a little bit wide up at the top of the hill there. What on earth was that? What did we hit? We've done no front wing damage, but we've completely ruined the side pods.
Any worse, please? Okay, slow down, slow down. Your delta's negative, which means you're going too fast. Reduce your pace.
Well, I think that was genuinely trying to get back onto the circuit there. Has wrecked our side pods on this car. Not too sure what to make of it. Don't even know what to do in terms of strategy. We have got a tiny bit of front wing damage as well. So I think we're going to have to pit here. But chaos in an instant around this venue. We know the soft compound tyres won't really work. So we're going to have to opt for the mediums then. And now we're going to try and carve our way back through the order towards the end of this Grand Prix. Into the pit lane we'll go. Hopefully we get a nice, clean, tidy stop by the team. But we're going to be way down the order. And once again, just like we saw at Barcelona, mistakes creeping in for both Ferrari cars. And it's really becoming a bit more painful for us. I mean, we're going to be right at the back, aren't we? Of course we did. Hey, we're on the old set of mediums. What is that? We can't use these. I guess we've got to go... I mean, what do we do?
One stop to go. Just one stop left in this strategy.
Do we go softs? Do we go hards? What on earth is that Ferrari once again offering us a botched pit call? I guess we've got to go softs because they'll only be slightly used, or we could just play it safe and go hards. I think what we'll do, we'll box the end of this lap. If the softs are low wear, then we'll go on those. If they're high wear, we're at the back of the field anyway. We can afford to stop again. As Alonso, front wing damage for him, and he's come out behind us. Max Verstappen then given a huge lifeline in this Grand Prix. On many occasions before, contact between the Dutchman and rivals have cost him victory. This time around, contact between rivals is going to potentially land him victory here. But Lando, Norris and, well, Lance Stroll in P3. Could we see Norris become our 7th winner of the year? From the back of the field, though, we are on the hards. We're going to have our work cut out between now and the end of the afternoon. We need to try and make up as many places as we can and just pray that we can score a point or two. But yet another mistake this season is going to cost us. And, well, with the side pods as badly damaged as they are, this thing is going to be a handful to try and drive in these remaining laps as well. Hence why I opted for the hards, because they'll be less likely to overheat than the softs would. And we immediately get a run, though, on Fred Vesti as we make our way up the hill. Let's see Alonso, well, trying to do the same thing as well. Oh, down the inside of Zhou Guan Yu was, I mean, Vesti kind of put us in a situation there where we had to go for it.
Fantastic. 2 cars at once. Really well done.
Now, clearly our engineer quite happy with that one. I'm sure Zhou Guan Yu probably feels a little bit disheartened to get absolutely dive-bombed by a couple of different runners. But how quickly is Alonso going to be able to come through the field? And how aggressive are we going to be able to work this car? Look at the understeer through there. Alonso trying to make a move on Behrman. More contact down to that first corner there, and that might leave them all a little bit vulnerable. As Behrman will try and tuck back into slipstream. Ricardo's going to try and get the run around the outside there as Alonso aggressively defending from everybody. He'll leave us with an avenue. I've got no idea how we just pulled that one off, but I guess we'll take it up into P15. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone else has got issues. Who's that then? Up towards the front of the order going slowly. It's Perez. So Perez in the second Red Bull then. I saw a Red Bull and got a little bit excited there. But Sergio Perez then, our first retirement of the afternoon. Heartbreak for Checo at the team's home Grand Prix. I'm sure most of them, though, far more invested in watching that battle going on at the front of the field, as Norris now back to the front of the order. This is what I mean, though, about taking no prisoners towards the end of the afternoon. We've got to use all the power at every possible moment against the likes of a Williams car. Alex Albon won't be able to defend from it, but he will try and make it awkward for me. We'll get clean around his outside, though, and up then into P13. Unlucky for some. Hopefully not us, as there's still a big old train. Points are definitely possible, but we need to see more cars battling towards the end of this one. We need to see the front couple of cars in this train start getting the elbows out with each other. Because ultimately, yeah, if you're just in a DRS train, well, it makes it very, very difficult for anybody.
Not to worry, there's a long way to go in this race, so let's focus.
Why am I worried about keeping my tyre wear so low, Bart? There's like 5 laps left of this Grand Prix. Weirdly as well, Alonso, he's opted to pit again. Right, come on, we're just that little bit closer to Esteban Ocon this time round, but it's so difficult. The car is definitely more draggy now because of that damage to the outside of Esteban. We're still able to brake much later into the corners. And past him will go then up into P12. Points are right there, and any points we can score could be critical come the end of the season. Sainz has lost the DRS. So I believe that's Hamilton in front of him then. So that's going to put him under pressure from Pierre Gasly. Of course, two former drivers in the Red Bull Academy. Don't believe they've ever raced alongside each other though, within any team in the sport. There is Gasly now going to go the long way round in that Haas. Are we going to be able to do anything down the hill as they're still wheel to wheel? And all this might be doing is costing any of us a chance at scoring bigger points towards the end of this race. Still side by side. They make their way down through the final few corners there, and Gasly will move up, but surely it won't last for very long. Got plenty of battery now, and we can see there's more and more battles going on just up the road. Here goes Carlos Sainz potentially lining up a move on Pierre. They're both going to go defensive. That'll allow us to send it around the outside. They're 3 wide up at the top of the hill. No contact was made, but we do slip through, and you can see Tsunoda and Hamilton duking out just a little bit further up. This is all inviting us to try and get just a little bit more from this Grand Prix late on in the day, and suddenly we go from being in the DRS range of 2 cars to being in DRS range for the next 2 cars. As deja vu, more side-by-side action through the double left-hander, and again the car on the inside, a former V-carb driver will hook it up. A little bit of locking down at the first corner, I believe. Yuki feeling the pressure, having a 7-time world champion behind him, and then the world championship leader tucked up behind them as well. Hamilton goes to the inside of the young Japanese driver. Oh, there's plenty of contact up at the top of the hill. The AI clearly late on. This feels more like a touring car race at this stage. So Hamilton there wanted to move out, but we'd already had a look to the outside. Are we going to get it slowed down in towards that next corner? Yes, we will get the power down around the outside of the Brit. We're going to have the inside line for the very next corner, but are we going to have the grip to hook it up? Yes, we do. No, we don't, as Tsunoda might just get a little bit of an avenue to try and stretch his advantage at the front of the field. One more lap to go here of the Austrian Grand Prix, and it is still anybody's to play for up at the front of the order. Lando Norris versus Max Verstappen. Could we see the Dutchman become the first driver this year to get back-to-back victories, or will Lando Norris become our 7th different winner of the opening 10 rounds? It has been an absolutely wild campaign so far, and it doesn't seem to be calming down whatsoever. Wheel to wheel up at the top of the hill go our top 2. I can't quite see on my screen who's come out in front there. Hamilton back down the inside of myself, but who is it going to be? It is Verstappen still at the front of the order, and now he's held on down in towards turn 4. Surely it is going to be victory once again for the Dutchman here, as Lando Norris, he's pushed him hard right the way through the afternoon. It has been a race that has kind of fallen into Max Verstappen's pocket in the end, due to that contact between myself and Alonso there. Still surprised we got a safety car for it, but I can't really complain, because it absolutely gave us a window back to points before the end of the afternoon. Through the final corner, Verstappen is going to become your first back-to-back winner of the year and take victory here in Spielberg. Slashes our World Championship lead as well. Through the final corner, it is only P9.
You've heard this one before. Max Verstappen takes the victory.
And of course, what 3 race victories, a hat-trick of wins, does for a driver's confidence is huge going forward in the championship. You know, they've got the energy on their side now, and it's for the others to try and stop this progression of victories.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they've secured here.
Well, Max Verstappen, the perfect weekend for him in terms of points scored there. The full 34 for the Dutchman, and that absolutely sets his championship challenge back on track there. Final race results saw Lando Norris just 3/10 away come the checkered flag there, with Lance Stroll with another decent result there, a podium once again for the Canadian. Russell ahead of Leclerc, Hülkenberg ahead of Piastri, Tsunoda, myself and Lewis Hamilton rounding out the top 10. And yeah, I must admit, really gutted that we weren't able to, you know, fight for that win in the end, but those 2 points there after that damage, I thought we weren't going to score before the end of the race. So happy that, you know, those 2 points could prove pivotal by the end of the year. Alonso only down in P17 in the end, somehow after pitting again, still got back past the Saubers, so goes to show just how slow they are in this campaign. And yeah, Perez, the only driver who failed to see the checkered flag. That means in terms of the Drivers' Championship, well, our gap at the top slashed to just 16 points there over the Dutchman. Leclerc still in P3 ahead of Lando Norris there. And, well, Fernando Alonso came into this weekend looking like he could be P2. And right behind me, he's going to leave it all the way down in P5 there, 43 points back. But I tell you what, you cannot discount Lance Stroll at the moment. I hate the fact I'm saying it, but 3 back-to-back podiums in a row, if I'm not mistaken. He's only 53 points off the World Championship lead. If he could get another couple of races like he had in Montreal, who knows what's going to be possible before the end of the year there. Further down the order, more points for Hülkenberg, put him ahead of Sergio Perez in the Drivers' Championship. So I believe for the first time ever in this series, one of the Big 5 teams' drivers after a few rounds is outside of the top 10 as well. So we are slowly seeing a more seismic shift inside F124. Constructors-wise, well, the gap at the top cut down, but Aston Martin didn't score many more points than us. Still 65 the gap there ahead of them, with McLaren ahead of Red Bull and Mercedes still in P5. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the British Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 11 of season 4 of the F124 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live at the end of last week from Austria, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We learned a lot. Things are very rapidly evolving in this series at the moment, and in apparently typical fashion for me inside F124 at Austria, we had a bit of a stinker of a weekend, so wasn't really what we wanted. The gap at the top of the table has been cut down against Max Verstappen, who has now shifted himself up into our biggest rival position there. Leclerc's dropped down, still ahead of Norris and both of the Aston Martins, but really at this stage of the campaign, you can make an argument that anybody inside the top 6 is in the championship fight. Yes, alarmingly, that includes Lance Stroll. He's been brutally consistent in the last 3 Grand Prix. The only driver other than Max Verstappen to get podiums in the last 3 events. But yeah, as we return though home to Silverstone this weekend, we have one big goal more than any other. That, first of all, is to finish. Of course, last season we had 3 high-profile DNFs with the Ferrari team at both Italian Grand Prix and the British Grand Prix. We finished at Imola this season. We did ultimately get a bit screwed over in strategy over that weekend, but I really want to win the British Grand Prix inside F124. If you're new, please do make sure you do get yourself subscribed as well. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel, but yeah, let's do this thing.
A one-time airfield fully owned by cars in this era. One of the finest ribbons of racetrack anywhere on Earth. It's high speed, it's dramatic, it's Silverstone.
Well, first of all then, I'd like to thank everybody for the support on the video with the new F2 cars that we did yesterday. Yeah, that one's absolutely done incredible so far with the sport, so thank you for everybody that's enjoyed that one. Obviously, we kind of focused with that video on the new update in F124 as to everything, obviously, with the F2 car. They have made some big changes as well to the F1 car. The first one, you're probably already hearing. What on earth have they done with the engine sounds? These things sound completely out of whack. I don't know kind of what they're basing them on. I don't know whether this is a temporary thing or what's gone on, but they don't really sound like Formula 1 cars anymore. It sounds kind of like a Hoover and a blender having a baby, is the best way I can describe it at the moment. And for someone like me, who bases so much of how they drive a car on the audio, it's quite off-putting so far. I do feel like I've kind of lost a sense of what the car's doing underneath me as well, which is not ideal, and especially obviously when we're trying to continue extending our pole position streak inside this series, especially at our home venue. I would love to kind of have full confidence in the car as well. Now, apparently, they made some tweaks to the ERS as well, so your battery now can drain a lot quicker. I don't know whether that's going to affect the AI as well, or how that's going to affect things. This is kind of our step into the unknown with that, if you will. So, yeah, we'll kind of wait and see as the race unfolds with what's going on there. But as we make our way down in towards the final couple of corners, try and keep it planted between those big curbs on either side out of the final corner. We do a 25.2. But yeah, Verstappen looks incredibly racy. And there we go, then taking a look at our Q2 results. Verstappen fastest on the board there by 1/4 of a second over Perez and Lando Norris. We end up P4. A driver that isn't looking racy though is Charles Leclerc yet again. He is out in Q2 for another Grand Prix this year. Both Mercedes joining him there. Hamilton, I'm sure, gutted to be qualifying all the way down in P15. So I guess, Red Bull technically, obviously, are a British team, or the cars are built in England. Aston Martin, McLaren, I think they're going to be the ones with a lot of hometown support as well. But 3 Brits inside your top 10 battling it out for pole. None of them are Lewis Hamilton. Is Verstappen going to be able to put an end to Ferrari's reign of dominance over that #1 grid slot that we have carried right away from the start of the year? I've done most of the heavy lifting with that. 9 pole positions in a row. Could we somehow make it 10 today? I think it's going to require an absolute mammoth lap. Especially, yeah, Verstappen looks so comfortably down into the 1:24 as well. But we're going to put it all on the line this session. I need to try and make sure that the first lap is a, decent banker as well. But ultimately, I want to try and put on a show for the home crowd as well. We took that pole position here last season. I want to do it again. But yeah, it is going to be difficult here. I want to rewrite the wrongs of last season. That mechanical failure Ferrari really did seem like the conspiracy was against us. And obviously, yeah, this season, though, Ferrari surely have got to put all their energy behind us within the team. Because Leclerc just is not delivering right now. He's won that World Championship. And he's basically decided this season he's just going to take things easy. He's not going to worry about it too much. Hasn't won since the opener back in Bahrain either. So yeah, for Leclerc, it really so far since then has been a season to forget as we make our way out to the hangar straight though. We're purple in sector 2, 3.5 tenths up on Lance Stroll, who is down in P6 at the moment. What can the 2 McLaren boys do as well? They've got an all-British lineup down at McLaren of Russell and Lando Norris. I'm sure, yeah, they will have the home crowd cheering them on as well. But 3 Brits all looking pretty quick here. At the final couple of corners we go. A little bit of a mistake. We do a 24.9, but Verstappen another 2 tenths faster. Oh no. Oh no, we might have made a big cock up here. I haven't given myself enough time to get back out there. So we'll try and make our way down in towards the final couple of corners. I'm going to have to go for the cheat method, and it's over. We are P5 on the grid. And I cannot believe that's how our qualifying run comes to an end. Ferrari, we took too much time letting everybody else do their first run. And we have screwed ourselves. Well, look at that then. Max Verstappen becomes your first non-Ferrari pole position of the year here at the British Grand Prix. Russell and Norris will make it a British 2nd and 3rd there ahead of Alonso and myself. So everybody improving right towards the end. Does make you wonder whether we could have found more time in the car. But of course, it had to be something stupid that ruins our pole streak. 9 pole positions in a row ruined because I was too interested in seeing what lap times other people were doing before we went back out onto the circuit. To finish first, first you must finish.
The home of British motorsport and the birthplace of the Formula 1 World Championship. It's race day here at Silverstone, and it's time for the British Grand Prix. Straddling the border of Northamptonshire and Buckinghamshire, the 18 corners of Silverstone Circuit form the 3.6-mile beating heart of Formula 1. It's been reinvented over the years with Turn 1 now the fast right-hander of Dhabi, but the magic of racing is as strong here as it's ever been. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position. And starting next to them is George Russell. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Norris, Fernando Alonso, Firestarter, Gasly, Perez, Stroll, Hulkenberg, Ocon, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Tsunoda, Sainz, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Albon, Behrman, Joe, and Frederic Vesti. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Right, mate, I know it's your home Grand Prix, but I want you to treat it like any other race. Let's not make any unnecessary risks, please.
Oh, Mark, you just do not get it, do you, sir? We want to win this race so badly inside F124. I'm prepared to put it all on the line today, especially after our qualifying mess up as well. I just want to win this race. I want to tick that box. This one, Monaco, and Monza. They are the three I want this year. We've already done Monaco. And today, hopefully, we can try and make it 2 out of 3. But the car is not looking that fast. Leclerc is struggling. It is 5 red lights here on the grid, though, for the British Grand Prix. And it's going to be lights out. And away we go there. Alonso getting off like a cat out of a bag there, down in towards turn 1. Straight down past both McLarens. As Sergio Perez makes contact with us through the first couple of corners. We've got a VSC immediately. Alex Albon's gone from this Grand Prix. What on earth has happened? We're riding on board then with Alex Albon down in towards turn 1. There's plenty of cars around him. And he just goes into the back of the Merc. I mean, the Sauber of Zhou Guanyu as well gets completely screwed over in that one. I think we'll have lost most of his wing as well in the process. But Albon, he's just driven into the back of the Mercedes. And now we've got a full safety car then in this Grand Prix. We know the pit lane here at Silverstone can take quite a long time to get through. Could it be worth boxing on lap 1 and trying to get to the end of the afternoon? I'm tempted to try and chuck on a set of the hard compound tyres and see if we could do it. You kind of think we've really got not a lot to lose. Well, like I said so many times in recent races, we have to think outside the box. We have to fight for every single point, and we've got to try and spring a surprise where we can. So that's exactly what we're going to do here. End of lap 1. We are going to bring the car into the pit lane and try to come back out on a set of the hard compounded tyres there. Like I said, the pit lane round here can cost you so much time, as we almost actually end up crossing the line in P1 there at the end of lap 1. We are going to be out at the rear of the field anyway, but on a set of hard compound tyres that can hopefully go to the end of the afternoon.
That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
Luckily, yeah, we'll get out ahead of Zhou Guanyu as well then. Not that it really makes much difference, but this is a huge gamble for us. It's basically either we're going to have a good shot to win, or we're not going to be in the fight whatsoever. Okay. Oh, Oscar Piastri. Oscar Piastri, he's got a 10-second time penalty somehow. I'm guessing that was for collision with Albon. And now he's got a mechanical failure, so more and more issues early on. We're barely on lap 3, and already this race feels utterly bizarre. Well, safety car coming in and just at the end of lap 3, so clearly Oscar Piastri was able to get that car out of the way in a safe location as well. But Mercedes out, and P13 here. It has really been a downfall that needs to be studied inside this game. Maybe Mercedes is a team we could go to in the future, do a reverse Lewis Hamilton inside this series. But we've got to be really, really careful with these hard compound tyres off of the restart. We've got to get them up to temperature. But we have got to be careful with how we get them up to temperature as well. And we've got to make sure that we stay in the DRS range of those cars in front. We should be a lot quicker than the likes of Fred Vesti and Ollie Behrman. But, yeah, doing it the right way could have huge repercussions towards the end of the afternoon. As you can already see, Zhou Guanyu trying to have a look down the inside. We'll just about get ahead of him there. But already, yeah, you can see that gap to Fred Vesti up to 1.2 seconds. The hard tyres are brutal to try and warm up. I've got no idea what's going on in front, but I can see plenty of cars battling it out. Alonso and Verstappen trading fastest lap at the front of the order, but yeah, if the rest of the field can bunch up just a little bit, that would be quite handy. I mean, what I'm already looking at is the fact, yeah, Alonso and Verstappen, they're already down in the loop, and I'm barely crossing the start-finish line here, so these next few laps for them they know are going to be critical, but they should theoretically be quicker than me pretty much to the end of the afternoon. Oh, what's happened? What's going on? What on earth is that? We've got another one gone. And we've got yellow flags out.
Great stuff. You hit that target. That sets us up nicely for the rest of this race.
I think the new patch inside F124 has completely broken the game there, as Ricciardo, for some reason, now has picked up a 10-second time penalty of his own. I saw some contact. I'm not too sure it was. That must have been Carlos Sainz there, who's lost the front wing. But we're suddenly up to 12th place then. Of course, a few rounds ago, I mentioned Lance Stroll and kind of beef with him before Montreal. He ended up winning that Grand Prix. This weekend, I hype him up, and he's down in P11 in that Aston Martin. Meanwhile, his teammate Alonso is out at the front of the order. I don't know still whether they've made the AI better in this game in terms of kind of the trains and things like that. Or is it just that the AI have been utterly chaotic so far in this GP? Either way, though, it does seem to be making things a bit more interesting than what we used to get there, as Stroll just trying to follow Lewis Hamilton and Sergio Perez in towards the S's. We are finally getting these hard tyres up to temperature as well. And I think the soft compound runners just starting to struggle a little bit more. So try and see if we can get a run on the Canadian down the back straight. I mean, we've still got good straight line speed in this car when we get it hooked up, especially when the Canadian forced to just save a little bit of battery. There was a power move by Hamilton. Through he goes on Sergio Perez, like that famous quote a few years ago. There's Leclerc now, new fast lap of the Grand Prix. So like to see that for our teammate. We're going to still be over a second slower on that lap. But we are not a million miles away. As you can see, Stroll again struggling through turn 1. Not sure whether he's got damage on that Aston Martin or what's going on. But I was not expecting to slide up the inside there in towards the loop. We'll still have the DRS, of course, off Perez, who's lost a chunk of his front wing. So I don't know whether Stroll's done the same thing. But surely we're going to be able to get the run on Checo Perez then. So we make our way down the back straight. We'll try and have a look to the inside there, Sebastian Vettel style. All the way back in 2018. And an aggressive move down the inside of Sergio, but a critical one. Well, just studying the tyre wear on the car right now, I think sensibly we could have probably looked at actually taking a set of mediums right the way through to the end of the afternoon. I kind of forget actually just how decent tyre wear can be at Silverstone if you keep the tyres in good nick and obviously don't let them overheat too much. Looks like our pace is kind of stabilised though around the mid 1 minute 25s. Not taking a lot out of Lewis, so those soft compound tyres have definitely got a lot of performance. Of course, we're hoping to gain all of our advantage through the AI having to pit. Oh no, Lance, surely not here, sir. Surely not. I'll have to try and turn in there as well. Lance, I think he kind of half committed to it and kind of accepted that it wasn't going to happen. But yeah, surely got to learn from 2021 there, sir. And he definitely was not as far alongside as Lewis was.
Okay, we're monitoring some wear on the internal combustion engine. Be aware that we're going to start to see a loss of power.
Well, that's not good. Not too sure. The ICE is up to 55% wear. Well, I'm really hoping we don't see a repeat of last season here. This is a power-sensitive circuit. It does really take a lot out of the engine. But surely we can't have bad luck 2 years in a row. Oh, there we go. There we go. We're starting to see cars into the pit lane then, including our race leader, Fernando Alonso. Hamilton and Tsunoda just in front of me are also going to peel in. And of course, Leclerc has got free space as well to dive in whenever he likes at this stage of the afternoon. But yeah, this will give us a rough idea of how we're looking. Mark, you're on our team. How do you not know that's not true? When Leclerc's still out there and I'm definitely not boxed either. We won't actually get to see what the gap is to Alonso, though. He's going to come out behind his teammate Lance Stroll. And Ollie Behrman's still fighting, so we know the gap is at least 5 seconds. I think, though, yeah, once the other three at the front have dived in. Oh, he's kind of a fair way behind.
The best of it, so please make this next one a very fast lap.
Yeah, he's definitely come out with some work to do, has Fernando Alonso. We know he will be quick about the second half of the Grand Prix, but I reckon we could probably afford to lose. Got to be close to a second a lap to the Spaniards. That's a bigger gap than I thought it would be. There we go, top 3 into the pit lane then, as well as I'm sure as most of the other runners in this Grand Prix. It might temporarily boost Zhou Guan Yu quite far up the order as well. We got yellows. Who's got this? We've got a safety car. Red flag, yes! I was literally about to say that would be perfect for us.
Your pace. It looks like track, but officials aren't looking to push for a safety car right now. Just be careful.
That could not have come at a more of a perfect time for us.
Let's think very carefully about our strategy for the rest of this race.
I cannot believe that. I cannot believe. I was literally about to say now the rest of the AI pit how a red flag would be perfect for us, and now we've got the opportunity to go back to soft compound tyres with a fresh set right at the front of the order here. I believe we should be restarting this race from pole position, but we'll just double check. Sometimes there can be a little bit of trickery where it'll count back a few seconds, but yeah, we have been given a lifeline here at the British Grand Prix, and we are on pole. Hulkenberg's P2. It's 5 red lights on the grid. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go there. Russell, for some reason, is going to be restarting this race on a set of the hard compounded tyres. As Hulkenberg, though, a power move to the front of the field by the Haasman then, but we are immediately, we thought about showing the nose down at turn 3 there. Leclerc's now up to P3 as well, ahead of Ollie Behrman and George Russell as well. So there's suddenly a huge opportunity for loads of our kind of lower down teams to have a chance here. Sauber, I think they've got both cars inside the top 10. Could we see Fred Vesti get his first ever points in Formula 1 this weekend as well? There is Hulkenberg. You can just see that Haas surely is not going to be as quick as our Ferrari, especially when we're on a softer compounded tyre as well. But Hulkenberg, he will put everything into this fight. We saw him get his first ever Formula 1 podium back at Monaco, where we obviously took the Grand Prix victory. Could we see him get another one as we try and win as many of kind of our own crown jewel events this season? Hulkenberg, yeah, like I said, I'm sure he'd love to join us on the podium for as many of them as he could. But Ferrari power unit, 1, 2, 3. Ferrari young driver in P4 as well. Surely there's going to be an opportunity this afternoon, but Hulkenberg, that I think makes it pretty clear how much he is willing to risk this there, pinching me out down the end of the back straight. And Hulkenberg, he's going to lead a lap here at Silverstone, and we've got just 10 of them to go, as Ollie Behrman's already into the pit lane. No, Vesti as well in. Did they not pit under the red flag? What on earth is that about? Fred Vesti and Ollie Behrman are two youngest and least experienced drivers on the grid, both having to pit off of the red flag restart lap. No idea what's happened to them, but we've got a battle at the front to focus on. Hulkenberg, you cannot leave that door open, sir. And down the inside we'll go then, and up into the lead of the Grand Prix. I think it's going to be very difficult to try and shake him out of the DRS, but yeah, with Perez 3.5 seconds back as well, surely us top 3. We need to work together here. This could be critical, of course. We want to build up a World Championship lead again over Verstappen. Leclerc, I think, just desperately would like to get another trophy. I'm sure Hulkenberg feels the same way. Let's try and work together, lads. Don't fight too hard, and we just won't give anybody else a chance to even have a look at the win. Perez is in. Sergio Perez has dived into the pit lane. What on earth is going on with the strategy here? I tell you what, like I said, I don't know whether this is just coincidence or what's going on, but the first race we've done with this new patch has been absolutely mental inside F124. But I'm a little bit gutted yet. That's going to promote Verstappen up to P5. I would like to try and get a race wins buffer ahead of the Dutchman again.
Okay, mate. Tyres are running very hot, very hot. Please keep those tyre temps under control if you can. Okay, mate, that still wasn't quite what we needed, I'm afraid, but look, let's move on. Get your head down and chin up and focus till the end of the race.
That might be one of the quickest objective failures we've ever had inside this game. But I've got to be honest, I'm slightly concerned about Hulkenberg's pace in that Haas. We have really pushed on off of this restart to try and build up the 1 second zone, but we cannot shake him or Leclerc, of course, as our teammate either. We're battling with both of our, the only 2 teammates we've ever had inside this series so far in F124. And I'm just a little bit worried if the soft compound tyre starts to fall off towards the end, could we see Hulkenberg snatch victory and potentially become, our 7th different winner of the year? Well, I think Verstappen and Lando Norris have clocked on to what us 3 at the top are starting to do in this Grand Prix, and they are working together as well. That is Hulkenberg again tries to have a look down the inside at turn 1. Where on earth was this Nico Hulkenberg back when I was racing at Haas? When I was with the team, he was absolutely useless. And then suddenly, he seems to be able to fight for podiums and drag that Haas car up the order. But you can see, though, what this is doing is bringing Lando and Verstappen just that bit closer to the fight. And that is not what we need. Oh, we've got Hulkenberg out of the range, albeit only temporarily. But this could be our big opportunity towards the end of the afternoon. And do we just try and use as much battery as we possibly can to try and make sure that he definitely isn't back in the DRS? I think we might just do this on raw pace alone. So I don't know whether it was a small mistake by the Hulk or what's gone on. But Hulkenberg, yeah, this could be critical with just 3 laps to go with the Grand Prix. That has, we've seen it be very, very quick down towards turn 1. Will he be able to maintain the speed, though, through the corner? No, he can. And Hulkenberg now suddenly drops out of the range here late on in the day. And as long as we can keep him out of that range, we might not even give the German an opportunity to fight for the win. Well, as much as anything else, I'm trying to drag Hulkenberg along still to make sure that Leclerc gets a podium. He's actually moved up now into P2. So Ferrari, I mean, we're not meant to bring our last upgrade to the car until next weekend at the Hungaroring. And it is only a fairly small aerodynamic tweak to the car. But clearly, this weekend, I mean, we can't claim it's been a raw pace. Leclerc ended up out in Q2. That red flag just worked out beautifully for us. And as we are about to start the last lap of this Grand Prix, Verstappen and Norris, they are still duking out a little bit further back. Of course, Norris still yet to win a race this series, but he's still staying in that championship fight by being very consistent and staying under the radar. No idea what's happened to Leclerc, but suddenly he's dropped 1.4 seconds back from Hulkenberg. So I think Hulkenberg put a power move on him and kind of forced Leclerc out. As onto the final lap we go, though. We are going to be under just that little bit less pressure than I thought we might be a few laps ago. We didn't get pole position this weekend, but at Silverstone, anything can happen. Overtaking, you know, it's still quite difficult to try and hang on to the car in front, but it is not the most difficult circuit to overtake on the F1 calendar. We took a huge gamble in terms of the strategy early on. It's paid off. Not in the way I expected, not in the way I planned, but we will absolutely take it nonetheless. And of course, I mentioned about those 3 crown jewel races that I want to win this season. We haven't won since that Monaco Grand Prix. So to come back here to our home race and after the heartbreaking disappointment last season, to hopefully be about to stand on the top step of the Formula 1 podium once again. Silverstone, I'm sure the fans are loving this. It has been an absolutely ridiculous race here on the British Grand Prix. This place always delivers chaos. It looks like Verstappen is going to pit Leclerc right towards the end. They are going to battle it out in towards the final couple of corners. Hopefully Leclerc can make the difference through the final corner, though. It is going to be P1 at the British Grand Prix.
Yes, yes, guys, yes! Come on, boys!
Well, I'm sure I've seen an increased hunger, increased desire from this driver this weekend as they've performed in front of their home crowd. And drivers often say they feel extra energy from inside the car, and I really feel like we saw that, we witnessed it here today.
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we are then, the end of the British Grand Prix here at Silverstone, and we finally rewrite the wrongs of last season. We will take victory there, but once again, Nico Hulkenberg, shout-outs to him, another brilliant drive. Verstappen did just pit Leclerc in the end, ahead of Norris and Tsunoda, with Hamilton a decent recovery to points, Gasly ahead of Ocon, and Carlos Sainz, despite all the damage early on, still able to recover to a points finish as well there. Russell ahead of Ricciardo, Perez, Stroll, Behrman and Vesti all having to pit again there, with Alonso, Zhou Guanyu, Oscar Piastri and Alex Albon at the GP. says about how that race went down. I didn't even know that Alonso was the one that brought out the red flag. We were so focused on what happened to our own strategy as well. But that means in terms of the championship, we've got a 25-point buffer now over Verstappen. Leclerc 44 back, but after 2 non-point scores in a row for Fernando Alonso, the momentum really does seem to have gone away from the Aston Martin. They're still in 5th ahead of Stroll, but yeah, Lando Norris now comfortably in P4 once again. And Aston Martin are still 2nd in the Constructors, but a weekend like that for us will just open up that buffer a little bit more there. McLaren and Red Bull still fighting not that far behind them either, so we could end up with a 4-way scrap in the Constructors' Championship depending on how things pan out over the course of the campaign. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 12 of season 4 of the F124 Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live from Silverstone last week, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. I apologise, there was only one video from this series on the channel last week. We got very, very busy. Obviously, the all-new update to F124, the all-new F2 cars, and a few other fun bits and pieces as well. But yeah, I'm going to be bringing back this series a little bit more frequently over the coming weeks as well. Of course, there's no IRL Formula 1 now for a month, so we've got to keep ourselves busy somehow. And I tell you what, although that championship fight is starting to heat up, ours is certainly a bit more interesting. 25 points the gap between myself and Max Verstappen at the top of the table. Leclerc is still hanging on to P3 overall, ahead of Lando Norris and the very unlucky Fernando Alonso. He's only scored points twice in the last 5 Grand Prix. He really just has not had the luck of the draw in recent races. We took the win at Silverstone though, finally breaking our curse there and taking that home Grand Prix dub. But yeah, Verstappen I think is definitely the one with the momentum behind him. 5 podium finishes in a row now for the Dutchman. Red Bull finally starts seemingly on the front foot once again. But as we return to the Hungaroring this weekend, this was a circuit that Leclerc absolutely dominated at last year, but this season he started to struggle, so we'll wait and see as to how we get on.
It is time for the drivers to dance on the edge. You are never resting, you are never still in qualifying for the Hungarian Grand Prix right here at the Hungaroring.
Well, we might be in a little bit of trouble then as we head into qualifying. Q1, we only ended up P13. We really just cannot kind of wrap our head around this car anymore in qualifying trim. I know they've changed around the ARS, the way it works inside this game. But of course here, we took 9 pole positions in a row in this series. And then suddenly the new patches come out. And admittedly, we've only done 1 race since then in this championship. But we ended up down in like P5. We did a race in the My Team career mode as well towards the end of last week. We qualified last there as well. So we just don't seem to have figured out how this new system works just yet. We're very, very quick in some sections, but the AI as well seem to be a bit better now over 1 lap as well as we try to chuck our way through that chicane. Must admit, for the first time ever inside this game as well. Oh, I was about to say the S's feel quite fun, but not when we get some understeer like that through the middle part there. Want to try and make sure we keep that tidier on our second run. Half a second up though on someone, but I believe quite a few cars have gone back out on a set of tyres they used in Q1. There's just a couple more corners to go then. Are we going to be able to keep the car planted? The Delta we're chasing is currently Daniel Ricciardo, who's in that P11 spot at the final corner up towards the line. Top times in the 12s. We only do a 13.3. There we go then, risk averted. This time is Lance Stroll fastest ahead of his teammate Fernando Alonso. I mean, we're not a million miles away, but yeah, McLaren, Red Bull, Aston Martin, even Mercedes and Haas looking pretty racy this weekend. Gasly gets himself inside the top 10 there. Hamilton, who loves this place, only down in P11. Leclerc barely squeezes by, but I'm happy we made it through with just 1 run, because now we've got 2 sets of tyres for Q3. I think we were all just starting to accept that Lance Stroll's efforts back in Montreal might still have been a bit of a flash in the pan, but suddenly the Canadian seems to have found his mojo again here at the Hungaroring, currently on provisional pole with a 112.7 as we make our way into Q3. I'm not expecting us honestly to get very close to that. I think if we can go sub 113, I'll be pretty happy. But yeah, once again, this Ferrari car just does not seem to be as stable as we would like it to be. Also, got to try and make sure that we get the better of Leclerc as well. But remembering from last season, the soft tyres don't work in the races. So we've only got 5 minutes left of the session already, so we might not really given ourselves much time to try and get 2 runs in. Oh, that's going to ruin that first one anyway. We'll have plenty of time to get a second run in now. We're going to have to abandon that first lap. Oh, and even worse than that now, engine warning light has just flashed up. Don't know what that is. It's the ICE. So we might end up having to take a penalty as we head into the Grand Prix. But less than a minute left to go then of this session. Luckily, yeah, the Hungaroring isn't the most power-intensive circuit on the calendar. They describe this place as Monaco without the barriers. As we get ready to start our final fly, then we need to get this hooked up. Currently, yeah, Ferrari 8th and P10. Only one better than what they managed IRL in Singapore. But as long as I don't end up doing what Carlos Sainz did in qualifying, I think we can walk away hoping we did a bit of a better job there. As you can just see through turn 2, we're really struggling to get the balance in. Struggling to get the front end working the way I want it to. And around the rest of the lap, having a good front end is super important there. Turn 4 was quite nice. If anything, a little bit conservative, but it is just a quick flick through. We need to try and put the power down, braking up the top of the hill. Just mount that curb. This thing is fairly settled over the curbs this weekend. Oh, and you do not want to hit that curb. We've got to just keep the lap going. I've seen plenty of purple times coming in. I could not tell you who is on pole as... What is this? What's going on with the car, man? Just all over the show.
Okay, you have a lot of front wing damage. Box for a new one.
I mean, we had to commit. We were going to end up P10 anyway. But it might be worth starting from the back of the field, taking some grid penalties, and trying to put a few new components in the pool. And there we go. I think that should probably explain Ferrari's woes. Lando Norris are 112.2. Pole position by 0.3 of a second. Let's not forget he hasn't won a race yet this year. Could today finally be Lando Norris's day? But it's going to be P8 for Charles Leclerc. And, well, we might be starting from the back of the grid.
Button, Hill, Alonso and Kovalainen, the names of the drivers who had their breakthrough in Budapest, winning their first Grand Prix right here. We're in the northeast of Budapest for the race today then, at the 2.7 mile Hungaroring circuit. 14 corners here, 8 to the right and 6 to the left, on a track where downforce is king and passing is notoriously difficult. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position. And starting next to them is George Russell. Considering the rest of the grid we have Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Verstappen, Gasly, Perez, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Firestarter, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Ocon, Hülkenberg, Sainz, Behrman, Tsunoda, Albon, Joe and Frederic Vesti. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Right, this track needs a lot of downforce, so we won't have as much top speed. The good news, though, is that it's going to make our DRS even more effective than normal. Try to make the most of it in the race and quali if you can.
Well, once again then, despite all the new patches that have come to F1 24 and the game being out for about 4 months now, they still have not fixed grid penalties. It's a pretty basic one. It's worked in every other F1 game I've ever played. Why does it not work inside F1 24? EA and Codemasters really do need to fix this. But we're ready then on the grid here for the Hungarian Grand Prix. I'll do what I did, I think it was at Baku a couple of seasons ago, and let everybody buy behind on the run down towards turn 1, because, yeah, you know, I kind of accepted that was going to be the situation we were in. So, yeah, that is exactly what we're going to do as well there. 1.5 laps extra fuel, the easy one-stop mediums over to hards. No risk of rain today, though. Sometimes that can deliver the drama here at the Hungaroring. But let's do this thing then. Waiting on the grid for those 5 red lights. The penalties show up, but they don't apply. It is going to be 5 red lights. There's the lights out, and away we go there. And annoyingly, it looked like we actually got a slightly better start than Oscar Piastri, but we will let everybody by in towards that first corner, and unfortunately, it might stop us being able to capitalise down at turn 1. just try and find some free real estate through that first corner. Ollie Behrman and Fred Vesti, of course, are two newest drivers on the grid, making their way down through the first couple of turns. Can we immediately try and get back around the outside of Fred? No, we can't. I'll give him a little bit of a push on the exit of the corner there. Just trying to give him the hurry up already through turn 3 in this Grand Prix. Then it's everybody just making their way through the first few corners. Oh, just nudged the wheel on the grass there, and again, almost went into the back of that kick Sauber.
The start we were looking for, but it's not over yet. Stay focused.
Looks like one of those McLarens has absolutely bolted away off the start of this one, as I would assume that's Lando Norris. So George Russell, yeah, not the ideal start for him. Of course, Lando now has the ability to hang on to his lead on lap 1, something we've only ever seen once in Formula 1, unless, of course, it is Russell that's making his way through those final couple of corners as well. That would be hilarious if it's Lando Norris that has absolutely bottled the start here. As through that final turn they will go. No, Norris does lead the way then at the end of lap 1. Let's see what our straight line speed is like against Fred Vesti then. I'm hoping we've still got a quick car down towards that first corner.
When you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
See, immediately then trying to look around the outside of the Sauber. I feel like, yeah, that's going to be where a lot of our moves have to come out today. And we'll be back into P19. Yeah, this was never going to be a particularly strong track for Williams either in this game. Luckily, they've got a few coming up that they can really look forward to, as Ollie Behrman clearly still interested in that Ferrari seat if we do leave the team at the end of the year. We'll try and get the power down around the outside of the Williams man, though. And we will get to the inside ready for turn 2 and move up another spot then. Certainly not going to find much grip out there, sir. I tried it in qualifying and got no purchase from it. But yeah, it would be interesting, obviously, if we leave Ferrari at the end of this year, which I think if we win the world title, then I might do, just to see who would fill that vacancy. Well, Joe Granu famously scored a point for Sauber, earlier on in the year, as Esteban Ocon appears to be breaking down. Surprised that Renault power unit's lasted as long as it has in this Grand Prix. But yeah, Joe obviously got that 1 point back in Bahrain. Everyone kind of thought maybe Sauber was going to return to form.
Green flag, we're racing again. Let's go.
Hasn't really happened for them in this campaign. But are we going to see? We got more moves trying to come out down towards turn 1, including one that I'm going to try and pull off on Yuki Tsunoda there, the man, of course, that we replaced down at Ferrari. This Hulkenberg must have had a pretty bad start. He's still, yeah, battling with Sainz and Albon there as his teammate is up in P4. I mean, at least Hulkenberg's had a podium this season, but...
A bit of understeer when trailing the car ahead. They're going to be giving off dirty air, which is going to affect our tyres, so try to get past.
Obviously, Hulkenberg, though, battled for the win last time out at Silverstone. Don't think that's going to happen today. Yeah, Mark warned us pre-race the DRS was going to be powerful, and so far we're using it to the best of our ability there. That was actually slowed up very, very nicely in towards turn 1. But we might just run towards the back of Hulkenberg and Sainz there, but... yeah, we've been able to carve our way back through quite a few slower cars very, very quickly. I also don't think Ocon retired from the Grand Prix. We have got to be careful with those rear tyres as well, as here we go, Carlos Sainz trying to make the move on Hulkenberg back down towards turn 1. Are we going to be able to capitalise on that one there as well? You can just see Sainz, a power move there, blocking off Hulkenberg down towards turn 2. And these two, of course, here have had plenty of battles. I'm trying to think. Have they ever been teammates? They might have been at Renault for a short period.
New target. Push, push.
Just cannot seem to remember with Hulkenberg and Sainz. They seem to always be kind of near each other. But yeah, never at the same team, it feels like. But yeah, we need to try and find a way past them both. There's a bit of a gap then up to, I believe it's Ricciardo and Lewis Hamilton battling it out for that final point. But we are just all over the road. It really does seem with Haas that most weekends one of their drivers is doing really well, but it never seems to be both of them doing really well. Hulkenberg here really struggling to even keep up with Carlos Sainz right now. We've got to try and go for the move back down towards turn 1. As you can see, yeah. Whoa, Hulkenberg there, a little bit of a move. A bit late into the apex there than I was expecting. Luckily, we won't run into the back of him, as Tsunoda and Albon duking out a little bit further behind. But that should hopefully mean Sainz is a bit easier to navigate. Well, being in the dirty air here is just horrible at the moment. Really trying to manage these tyres through the final couple of turns. Tempted to try and go for a bit of an undercut and get away from these mediums pretty quickly, because I know the hard tyres are where we're usually pretty strong, but I need to get around Sainz before we can do that. We're a little bit closer to him that time around at the final corner. So you can just see, yeah, both left-hand side tyres just starting to get a little bit warm. Oh, we thought about it. We had a look down the inside, but Sainz felt he was far enough in front, and he, yeah, to be fair, he probably could close the door there. And he does, and again, we've just got to spend another lap looking at Cash App logos, and that annoys me. Oh, okay. That I was not expecting then. Carlos Sainz in for a very early pit stop then in this Grand Prix, so I guess we'll get some free real estate.
Well there, nice one. It's a long way to go in this race though, so keep your head down. Okay, gap ahead, 4.0 seconds.
And it's actually the two Australians then, of Ricciardo and Oscar Piastri, battling just up in front. So yeah, are we going to see the old-timer be the new kid on the block? But yeah, for us though, we just need to try and smash that a couple of laps, and then I might try and see if we can get ahead of Sainz. Well, Mark's just come over the radio then informing me that Sergio Perez now is actually struggling with some technical gremlins as well. So I think now is going to be the time to box, because he's held up. He's held up Ricciardo and Oscar Piastri just a little bit over the last couple of laps, and we should continue to close in this time. I think Sainz will probably get the undercut on us, as even Hulkenberg now seems to be able to stick with me. But yeah, we've got to look after that second set of tyres a bit more. So you can just see there, bit of a lock-up and a bit of a bottle. I don't think we're seeing anybody else into the pit lane yet, so I think Sainz might actually be two-stopping this Grand Prix, which would be a rather weird call from the car, but I guess it's something different to try. We are going to be the first then, I believe, of the one-stoppers in. We'll make sure we have no funny business as we get into the pit lane. Anybody that watched our Lando Norris World Champion video in Singapore will know how much we struggled there.
Okay, let's go now. Come on. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
2.4 seconds isn't bad going, as there will go Carlos Sainz though. And yeah, he's on another set of mediums, so he's two-stopping. We've got 10 seconds up to those Saubers. I'm hoping we won't catch up to them. But we're starting to see a few more cars then creep into the pit lane as we round our way through that final corner. I mean, we're taking over 3 seconds a lap out of those Saubers, as it's only so brand new Albon and Ricciardo.
That sets us up nicely for the rest of this race.
Well, we've got the jump on the Australian then, which I guess is good news, and Pierre Gasly has been holding up a handful of other cars over the last few laps as well, so we might actually end out in not a bad position here. But we've still got a Sauber of Fred Vesti to navigate. I mean, you can just see through this section how much Vesti is slowing down Pierre Gasly. And how, without really even having to push, we are just closing in on the back of the pair of them here. Surely Fred Vesti is going to be in at the end of this lap. I'm not too worried that we didn't quite go as far as the AI. Sort of just into the back of Pierre there. Through that penultimate corner, just nick the grass slightly through that final turn, but we'll still get purchase. And surely this is going to be a fairly simple move back down towards turn 1, as Leclerc will still be out in front of us. Of course, the big one I am worried about is Max Verstappen, but I don't think he's much further up the road. It does seem to be Aston Martin and McLaren that are the ones fighting for the win today, as Sainz now. Just that strategy not paying off. Just monitoring the temperatures then on the tyres. Everything looks pretty good at the moment. So it looks like, yeah, these hard tyres working a bit better for us. I mean, we'll move past Sainz fairly quickly. Hamilton as well in that Mercedes seems to be struggling. So again, another weekend where Mercedes simply aren't up to speed. I mean, Verstappen is in P5, so he would get 10 points today. If we could, even if we only finished P8, the gap would still be about 20 points in the championship. That would be useful. I was worried today we'd lose out a lot more than that. Come on then, making our way through the final couple of turns is technically not a critical move, but I don't want to see Leclerc and Hamilton getting too far away either. Just a little, just tiny bit of oversteer there through the final corner, which we've got to be careful of. But yeah, Sainz, you can go defensive, mate. All you've really done there is open up the outside line and the racing line for us.
Nice overtake.
Through that first corner, and there we go, up into P8 then of this GP. Could we still beat Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton, of course? I mean, Leclerc, I thought he'd be a bit more competitive this weekend. I know this car has struggled, but he absolutely dominated here last year, so it is a surprise to see him so far down the order. Well, a little over 10 laps to go then, and ultimately I think, yeah, we just kind of sat in trying to make sure we get the car to the finish line in one piece. Still looks like there's a decent battle going on at the front of the order there between McLaren and Aston Martin. Lando, I don't know which Aston it is though. Is it Lance Stroll, potentially, that could be on to bag his second race victory of the year here? We're just getting a little bit pushed along by Gasly towards the end of the afternoon, but again, our straight line speed should hopefully be able to cover us off there, as Lando once again will just about hang on to the lead through those first couple of turns. But 10 laps to go of this race. I think we utilised the undercut well, but I just do not have the pace to keep up with Leclerc and Hamilton. Unlike Barcelona, where it seems like car upgrades make the tyre management a bit easier, Hungary, just every year it seems to be brutal, no matter what I do. And as soon as I say about how we might be able to keep Gasly at bay, the Frenchman seems to want to try and fight it just that little bit more. There might be our old team, but I'm certainly not going to give him any special treatment there. As Gasly just tried to send it down the inside, didn't quite commit far enough. So I've got no shame in slamming the door in his face. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. That is one of those Saubers. I believe that's Fred Vesti, who is slowing down then in this Grand Prix. And could we see a safety car late on in the afternoon that might spice things up just a little bit? Where is that Sauber going to come to a halt? It is going to be on the exit of turn 5.
4.7 seconds.
And Fred Vesti then out of the Grand Prix, but annoyingly, doesn't look like we're going to get a safety car for it.
Here's some information on Russell for you. They seem to have an issue.
I guess that could be useful. He is in that second McLaren, but I'm not convinced we'll get to him by the end of the afternoon. Well, Russell is definitely losing more and more time each and every lap here, but it's whether that car is going to be able to get to the end of the race. Another one that seems to be losing time now is Pierre Gasly. Not too sure what's happened to him, but pretty much as soon as we got the message about George, he's just completely fallen off as well. So maybe he's got mechanical gremlins alongside that McLaren. Yeah, we need to try and get round George though, because of course Verstappen's gained a freebie out of this. I haven't yet. So Verstappen might be able to take a couple of extra points out of me. But he's going to be close between ourselves and Russell by the end of this one. We've taken about 1.4 seconds out of Leclerc on that last lap. And of course he was stuck behind the McLaren for quite a while. 3 laps to go, including this one of this GP. And unless Hamilton can get round his former teammate pretty quickly, are we just going to see him slow each other up a bit more? Yes, we are, side by side through turn 2. This is absolutely fantastic news for us, and Hamilton still can't even find a way around him. There we go, Hamilton and Russell again back down towards turn 1. That time around, I think Hamilton has pulled off the move there.
On the car behind by 0.5 a lap.
We didn't take as much time out of George that time around as I would have wanted, but he's going to lose even more off of turn 1. If we can just get to him onto that final lap, there might be a chance just to sneak a move down the inside somewhere, anywhere. 2 extra points in this championship could be critical. 1 more lap to go then here from the Hungaroring, and you've got to feel for George Russell at this stage of the afternoon. That McLaren car, as Lando Norris has proven, is quick.
Final lap. Right, the gap to the teammate ahead of us. 5.1 seconds.
Why on earth would I be worried about Leclerc at this point, Mark? I've got George Russell right there for the taking. It looks like that other McLaren has now lost the lead of the Grand Prix, so Aston Martin look like they're going to snooker away another victory this season. And Lando Norris, we all know he's probably going to become our 7th different winner of the year. But when, oh when, is he finally going to claim that victory? McLaren heartbreak towards the end of the afternoon at a circuit that they got a 1-2 at IRL in 2024. But as we navigate our way through this final sector of the Grand Prix there, this is where Russell really does tend to struggle. This is where we're hopefully going to be able to rock up to the back of him. Like I said, I don't know which Aston Martin it is even leading the Grand Prix. I think it might be Lance Stroll as he makes his way out of that final corner. It is going to be Alonso back on top once again. Finally reignites his championship charge before the summer break. Can we try and get 2 extra points though from this Grand Prix? There is all over the back of Russell through that final corner. Are we going to be able to put the power down? No, we can't. It is only P8.
What a drive! What a performance! Fernando Alonso takes victory!
What a wonderful drive to see them come from far down the grid to win the race. Those days are the ones that throw the biggest challenges at you, and to stick out and win it is an incredible job.
The Aston Martin team will be very happy with today's performance and the final result. Another display of excellent driving and excellent teamwork, and a well-deserved first-place finish.
Well, Fernando versus Lando, and once again, experience will reign supreme there. Alonso back on the top step of the Formula 1 podium at the circuit where he took his first ever Grand Prix victory over 20 years ago. Lando Norris in P2 ahead of Stroll, Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, myself, with Ricciardo beating out Perez to those final couple of points as well. I mean, Haas, they had a disaster. I got no idea what went on with Gasly in the end to go from 6th all the way down to 11th there. Sainz, that 2-stop didn't really work, but he did end up directly behind Oscar Piastri, who had another pretty miscellaneous race in that Mercedes there. Fred Vesti, the only car that failed to see the checkered flag. But what's that going to do for the championship? Well, at the top of the table, the gap between myself and Verstappen cut down to just 17 points. Alonso now just 6 points back from Norris, who's a further 3 away from our teammate there. So you could still make the argument that we've probably got a 5-way title fight at this stage of the campaign as well. Further down the order, it is still, just Fred Vesti, who is yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, we've got a 76 buffer over Aston Martin. It has come down this weekend once again, though, which is a little bit of a shame. McLaren's still ahead of Red Bull. Mercedes ahead of Haas, with 2 points in it between V-Carb and Alpine. But there we go then, the end of the Hungarian Grand Prix. We got one more race to go before the summer break. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 heads to Belgium. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we'll return with round 13 of season 4 of the F124 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Belgian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Hungary, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. And we have some interesting news as we head into this weekend. Apparently, the press are noticing a rivalry between myself and Charles Leclerc. We've got to make sure we keep out of each other's way on the track according to the team. And our agent, as you can see, currently tied on 94 driver rating each. And we're still a little way under where we wanted to be by the end of the season. They're aiming for a 95 driver rating. But of course, we return though to Belgium this weekend, the final race before the summer break. I must admit, of course, this place is still one of my favourites on the Formula 1 calendar as well. So we'll have to wait and see as to how things go. But of course, another driver that loves this circuit is, of course, Max Verstappen. Only 17 points in it between us two at the top of the table. But it was Fernando Alonso last time out who took his second race victory of the year there. He hasn't had a good run of form, though, prior to that. But Verstappen well and truly seems to be back, ladies and gentlemen, as well as our top 8 in the Drivers' Championship, finished in the top 8 positions in the Grand Prix as well. But for us, though, we've obviously got one more upgrade going on the car before this weekend, courtesy of Charles Leclerc as well, and that one is going to work all nice and tidy. So that means performance-wise,
without any issue, so they'll be on the car ready for the next race weekend.
well, performance-wise, we've dropped a position there. McLaren have clearly brought some upgrades as well. Aston Martin still theoretically the team to beat, ahead of Red Bull, McLaren, ourselves, and Haas. But let's do this thing then. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed as well. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel. But let's head to Belgium.
Welcome to the behemoth that they value so highly. This is Spa. It's high speed. It is really challenging. We have elevation, we have dramatic corners, and we have one driver in a few moments' time who will take pole position.
Well, there is no doubt in my mind where this car's strengths still lie in this game, even with the new patch. Everything is dictated by how many straights there are around a venue in this car. Last weekend at Hungaroring, we even struggled to see ourselves into Q3. This weekend, I mean, we've still got to get through Q2, but I'm hoping, yeah, we are going to be back in the fight for pole position. It was very, very odd, of course, that Ferrari's run just came to an end in such an instant. But I would like to, you know, try and bag a couple more poles before the season is down and out. I mean, we're barely halfway through the campaign. There's still plenty that can change through the second half of the season. And as always, yeah, doing a tour of the 7-kilometre behemoth that is the one we love so much, Spa-Francorchamps. It's always a pleasure to come back to do laps around this place. Well, a couple little mistakes then so far on this lap, but it's been fairly well hooked up for the most part as we make our way up and towards the final sector. Let's just try and keep it nice and tidy on the way through Blanchimont and Pouhon, sorry, even I should say. This final bus stop chicane so difficult now to try and spot our braking point there. We do pretty well through the first part, pretty well through the second. Get that throttle down on the run towards the line. We go P4. That should hopefully see us straight into Q3. Well, there we go. Once again, it seems to be Lando Norris versus the Aston Martins at the front of the order. But yeah, Charles Leclerc, he obviously just scraped Q3 last week as well. 4th and 7th for us this time round. But once again, Lewis Hamilton failing to make it into that final session. But yeah, 3 tenths away from pole with what wasn't a perfect lap. I reckon if we nail it, we could get close to the 139s. Well, you have to be at 1 with the car if you want to nail a lap around this venue. And, well, so far this weekend we've been quick, but I haven't felt like I've got full confidence there. As you can see, even trying to get the power down to start our first lap in anger here in Q3. Still struggling with the balance there slightly with the car. Desperately trying not to lock the fronts or the rears up too much. This thing seems to have both understeer and oversteer as we make our way around a lap as well as up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. That was fairly clean and tidy that time round, which I guess is good. I've got no idea what other times other drivers have set. We were too busy on our out lap to really look at any of that. 215 miles an hour though up the Kemmel Straight without too much ERS intervention, and that was still purple. So try and keep the car planted off the exit of Lecum. And making our way down the hill through No Name, obviously, well, Malmedy and then No Name, of course. This corner now is really tricky. Never quite know whether to try and attack over the curbs there or just try and keep the car between them. As, yeah, Pouhon even, completely flat. You need to use a little bit of battery on the exit just to carry the speed down in towards the Fanyas chicane there. 5th gear on the way in. There's an apex there. You wouldn't believe it with the line we've just taken. And through there. Always seem to be a little bit sloppy, just struggling still to work out reliable points on the exit of that corner. Avoid the curbing though as we make our way through the exit Stavolo, and now you can pretty much use the battery right the way up in towards the final corner of the lap. It's super helpful through this sector because of course it is quite uphill through this final sector of the lap. It's just spotting the 100-meter board ready for that final big braking zone of the lap. Try and take it nice and tidy through the entry, through the exit, get that power down up towards the line. It is a sub 140, a 39.8, and we've got an extra set of tyres still to go. Or less than 30 seconds left on the clock then. Everybody else coming towards the end of their last-ditch run. Well, I think we've pretty much already locked this down as a pole position then. Verstappen, he looks like he's going to join us on the front row of the grid, but are we going to be able to improve any more and just open up our benchmark at the top of the order there, breaking in towards turn 1, trying to meet the apex a little bit better that time round. Struggle to get the power down on the exit of the corner. You really actually don't want to worry about trying to get the tightest line through turn 1. It is more about trying to carry that momentum off the corner. So we'll try and use a little bit of battery up the Kemmel Straight to see if we can try and find back a little bit of that time there. 215 miles an hour once again. But we're already going to be about 2 tenths down. We've got a lot of slower traffic as well around the rest of the lap, but we've got nothing to lose, nothing really to gain. So we may as well try and absolutely send it there, and that 2 tenths of a second has immediately been found once more. A little bit too much engine brake down through the hairpin, but as we chuck it between the curbs. Oh no! I'm so sorry to the team.
Right. Let me know you're okay.
We've locked out pole position, but I've given him so much work to do. I think that's not even the first time I've done that on this game. That wasn't what I meant to do. I meant to have a look and watch the replay, but I've scrapped that. We're going to be lining up on pole, though, here for the Belgian Grand Prix. And now we've got to try and repay the team with a win.
It's the Belgian Grand Prix, the site of the maiden victory of the Jordan team in 1998. The venue that Michael Schumacher made his debut in Formula One. There is so much history here amongst the beautiful nature. Today we go racing through the Ardennes forest. 4.3 miles of long straights, fast corners and huge elevation changes. The turn 1 hairpin at La Source is straight into Eau Rouge, eventually climbing into Raidillon. It is an opening salvo like no other. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Firestarter lines up on pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who will start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Stroll, Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Sainz, Gasly, Perez, Hamilton, Ocon, Tsunoda, Hülkenberg, Russell, Ricciardo, Albon, Oscar Piastri, Joe, Vesti and Ollie Behrman. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Belgian Grand Prix, and as close as Verstappen got at the end of qualifying, not able to even join me in the sub 100 second club. That first lap, there was definitely a couple more tenths in it, but I'm pretty happy with what we were able to get hooked up, and luckily here in Belgium, tyre wear shouldn't be as bad as it has been at other venues as well. Soft to medium is going to be the strategy of play today, and we're going to once again go for about a lap and a half extra of fuel. This car's slowly becoming more fuel efficient, but it's still not perfect. Let's do this thing though. It's time. The one I really, really want to win this season. It's 5 red lights here on the grid. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Max Verstappen instantly is going to say thank you very much on the run down towards turn 1. So might Fernando Alonso, sorry, Lance Stroll that is, even in that Aston Martin through the first corner. Look at Carlos Sainz as well, up into P5 there. But my main championship rival immediately will snatch away pole position off the start of the Grand Prix as we make our way though up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Hopefully we're not going to let him get away too quickly at the front of the order. We've got to be careful. Look at that Aston Martin. Straightlinespeed.com for Lance Stroll, who will slot up into P2 despite starting this race on the harder compounded tyre there. So that's worked out really nicely for Verstappen then off the first couple of corners. As you can see, the Canadian though immediately will go ahead and try to defend way too much down through the hairpin, and clean around the outside will go there back into that second place once again. So, you know, we don't want to spend too long battling it out with the Canadian here early on in this Grand Prix. I mean, even on full fuel, Pouon is completely flat out, which is absolutely mental there, but I'm just trying to keep one eye on that delta time to Verstappen to navigate our way through Fanyas there. We are keeping it within 1 second. The AI's tyre warm-up is absolutely sensational inside this game. They just always come out the gates immediately with so much confidence in the car underneath them. But Norris up into P4 as well. Sainz still hanging on to that P5 ahead of Leclerc. And, of course, last weekend's winner in Fernando Alonso. I think we've just missed out then on the DRS this time round to Verstappen, but luckily we've got a bit of a better gap over Lance Stroll. I mean, Lando Norris cooking himself in the fight very early on today. Like I said, I'm not too worried about, you know, trying to hassle Max or anything like that early on in the afternoon. I would like to beat him and try and head into the summer break with a 25-point buffer at the top of the table. Of course, after that, we know Zandvoort is basically, yeah, it's Max Verstappen territory, isn't it? I'll be very surprised if we can really do anything against him there, especially as obviously it's a high downforce circuit as well. We've got a couple of really horrible tracks coming up. On the other side of that, we have also got Monza. Well, Lance Stroll then is now dropped out of the DRS range, but he still seems to be able to put up a good fight against Lando Norris here. Are we going to be able to try and get a run on Verstappen? We know this car is a missile when it comes to straight line.
Right, here we go. Let's look to get past quickly and put them on the back foot. Great stuff. It looked like you made easy work of that target. Let's try and keep that going right through to the end of the race.
Well, Mark's still blabbering on there as we're still side by side with the Dutchman. That time round, Just ran ourselves a bit too far into the corner. I really sent it there just because I was more interested in trying to get that objective done as quickly as possible. I wish there was a way to disable them inside this game. They were a fun novelty, but boy oh boy have they worn off. Now again, Verstappen trying to harvest as we make our way up in towards the final sector of the lap, and that slipstream can be worth quite a lot of speed here. So you'll just have a look down the inside there, and again, just like we struggled with in qualifying, a little bit of rear locking there through the final corner. Try and put the power down again as we roll on to lap 5 of this GP. Already, I'm just starting to potentially see the switch between the softs and the mediums there, because Stroll is starting just to close back in a little bit. Can we keep him out of the DRS range? I don't think we will, annoyingly. So yeah, Lance Stroll 1 lap out of it, and immediately he's got back inside the range. Because once again, it is going to be a top 2 at the championship, battling their way up the Kemmel Straight here. Are we going to be able to get the run on Verstappen once again? He's going to go defensive on us, as you would expect. To the outside we'll go. Making sure we spot our braking point that time around. He gives me the room. Oh, we get a huge snap though on the exit. Just about hold it on the circuit. And we are back into the lead of the Grand Prix. How come when I'm in front, then I'm the one that's able to get a run on Verstappen, and now suddenly he's the car behind. He's suddenly up the pace as well then, as the Dutchman practically pushing me along up in towards the final couple of corners. He's going to try to look around the outside into the bus stop chicane there and really squeeze me in towards the apex. We'll try and hang on to it around his outside through that final corner. And you can just see again though the Dutchman able to try and get that car past us. And I mean, Lance Stroll, get the popcorn out, sir. He's got the best seat in the house for this one as we're battling. I mean, Spa is pretty much known for having battles up the Kemmel Straight. That's about it. Verstappen and I throwing caution to the wind to that today. And we are trying to battle pretty much everywhere. 2 cars can go side by side at the moment. As once again, we'll try and get a run up the Kemmel Straight. Will we see Stroll get even closer to the pair of us as Verstappen again? We're going to really try and force him to that inside. It's a bit of deja vu. And again, we will just about complete the move there. And again, we'll make a hash of the chicane on the exit. Oh, Verstappen almost drops it into the side of me, though. Just about gathers it up and will hang on. Well, I think I've worked out why Lance Stroll was able to close back in so quickly on us. I can't say the same for Max, but we have cooked our soft compound tyres at the rears. So many traction zones around this venue. We really are trying to throw the weight around and really lean on that rear end. That's really compromised us in the first half of this Grand Prix. You can just see how much we're sliding around, how much less aggressive we have to be with the front of the car, because we just don't know whether the rear end is going to be able to keep up with it.
The grip levels are going to start falling away soon.
Yeah, we have to try and go for a bit of a change of strategy here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and box for the undercut, go to the hards now, and hopefully we'll still be out of the front of the order. And then maybe just those tyres will last a bit better in the second half of the GP. Oh, and here we go again then. Verstappen trying to get the run on me. This time around though, Lance Stroll might be able to get pretty close as well then, as Verstappen forcing his way to the inside. As we make our way up through Blanchimont, we'll still hang it side by side with the Dutchman. Try and keep the car down the inside. There is a little bit of side pod contact. We are going to immediately bail out then and into the pit lane there, and we'll leave that group of cars just to fight with each other. Just being careful that we don't get done for pit lane speeding as well. But once again, we saw at the Hungaroring last weekend, we were one of the first cars in off of the first stint.
Go. That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
Yeah, obviously in that Grand Prix it kind of meant we couldn't do a lot towards the end of the race. Here though, might be a bit of a different story as long as we don't come out in too much dirty air.
See these tyres through to the end now.
So just see Fred Vesti there's going to get past me. George Russell have an absolute stinker of an afternoon as well, all the way down in last place. And I think, yeah, this might have timed out quite nicely for us, because we should get the DRS and hopefully we'll be able to move immediately back past one of Formula 1's least experienced drivers on the grid. Fred Vesti again is going to try and defend from me. How many times do I battle with him in this game? And how many times has he actually won out? I really wish by going with a strategy like that, it would force the AI into trying to change up their own strategy as well inside F1 24. It is one of the things that really does ruin this game, is kind of the lack of intelligence that the AI have. Artificial, definitely. Intelligent, not so much. I know I've said that one before many times in the past, but up past Guan Yu will go. Ollie Behrman next up in that Williams. Just try and make sure that we claim some DRS off of him. Maybe only back down in towards turn 1, as you can just see how much more grip we've got. Verstappen has pit though, so I guess that's interesting. We'll wait and see as to where the Dutchman comes out in this Grand Prix. As around the outside of Behrman through turn 1. Maybe it would have been worth sitting in behind him, but yeah, Verstappen's way behind. So not too sure what's happened to the Dutchman, but he's suddenly, yeah, nowhere near us. Well, are we going to see more cars then into the pit lane at the end of this lap? Yes, we will. Thank you very much.
Really good. You hit that target nicely. There's a long way to go in this race, so let's keep it clean.
Well, Oscar Piastri, another one then that's had a couple of very, very poor rounds in recent races. But it does seem like we've got a bit more strategy diversity this weekend, as hopefully we will get within 1 second of that Mercedes. I don't think we are, though, annoyingly. So we won't get a bit of free DRS either from the Australian. I would have thought he's probably going to be pitting quite soon as well, as it is, I believe, Stroll at the front of the order. Charles Leclerc desperate to try and hunt him down. And here we go then, we don't want to lose too much time stuck behind Oscar Piastri. We've already seen the gap to Alonso coming down over the course of this lap. We'll get to the inside though, and so much more straight line speed there than the Mercedes. Charles Leclerc into the pit lane as well, as I would expect are most of our front runners. Yuki Tsunoda being able to take those soft tyres a very fair distance, so GG's to him in that Alpine car, clearly having one of his better Grand Prix so far of the year. To go purple through that final sector, and look at that strategy has worked out beautifully for us. Up into the lead of the Belgian Grand Prix will go, as Gasly as well doing very, very well, and look how powerful the undercut has been. Stroll still up in P2 ahead of Alonso. As soon as I say that, Alonso will get past him. But we've now got almost a 6-second lead at the front of the field. We just got to try and hang on to this and make sure that we just give ourselves more of a cushion again in the title fight. We've got yellows, someone's got issues. I think that's Gasly. I think Pierre Gasly then, as soon as I mention how he and Haas are having another pretty decent weekend, immediately it's going to go up in smoke for him there, and, well, another Ferrari power unit.
Okay, they're out of this race.
I must admit, that does make me ever so slightly nervous in towards the second half of the GP. What also makes me nervous is how quick Alonso's going. Well, I tell you what, Alonso has got the bit between his teeth here. 9 laps left of this race.
7.2 seconds.
He's absolutely bolted away from the likes of Lance Stroll. As Verstappen now as well, clearly remembering how to drive a Formula 1 car. I mean, the last time we battled with Alonso, it didn't end well. That contact back at Austria a few rounds ago certainly left both of us with a lot of work to do. But will the Spaniard even be able to get to me before the end of this one? I think he might. Well, we know just how experienced Fernando Alonso is. He's got softer, fresher tyres than myself. Yeah, still, as Mark says, a long way left to go of this Grand Prix. 6 laps after this one. So we're barely at 2/3 distance here. And, well, yeah, Alonso is just taking a few tenths out of me each and every lap. Don't know, you know, we want to try and make sure that we keep him out of the DRS range for as long as possible so he doesn't get that free extra bit of time. But I'm just starting to get nervous here. That Aston Martin is such a consistent race car at the moment, and it's good both at the high downforce and the low downforce circuits, and pretty much everywhere on a track that combines the both. Well, I wasn't sure I was going to be able to say it, but based on that lap time, I think we can say it with confidence. The hard compound tyre absolutely was the way to go in the second half of this Grand Prix. 5 laps left now, and that gap to Alonso starting to creep the right way once more. A 1:43 flat. I don't know what the fastest lap time is by Verstappen. Not sure we're going to be able to beat it, but I might just try and save up all of our battery and go for a last-ditch run on the last lap of the Grand Prix. Is there any way I can find out? Oh, there we go. There is an option for it inside this game. And now I've got to try and spam through buttons.
Fastest lap at the moment, 1 minute 42.7.
We need to find 3 tenths on that lap, so I think that's what we're going to do. Charge up the pack. We might be able to try and go for 2 attempts at it. Well, I've got to admit, this might be a slightly risky thing to be doing when we've got a lead in this Grand Prix and a lead in the championship. But, yeah, 1 extra point for us is obviously 1 point lost for Verstappen, which would be really, really important there. That lap was not great, though. 1:45.2, so we need to try and find 2.5 seconds. There were quite a few mistakes, though, on that lap. And, of course, I was charging up the battery as well there. So we'll just try and use a bit of this battery right the way around the lap. Obviously use it in the strategic spots we know are going to be quite useful there, as up through Rouge and Radion will go. Just try and make sure as well we've got to, you know, make sure that we've got enough around the second half of the lap, because up in towards that final corner, it is very, very powerful in this race. Is green through that first sector. That's quite impressive when you think about the fact we've had DRS runs quite a few times. But just keep trying to get the hammer down. As in through the hairpin will go, keep the car tucked up next to that apex. This might end up clinically being a better lap than what we did in qualifying. So we just nicked the gravel there on the way down the hill. Got to be careful of that one, and then back down into 7th gear there. Use that exit curbing and just a little splash of battery as well to carry the speed off of the corner. And then in towards Fanya's, just nice and tidy on the way in. Oh, a little bit of oversteer on the way out. We need to be a sub 115 at the end of this split, I think, if we want to try and claim this. And we're at a 114.7. Okay then, so as we'll try and use the battery up in towards the final corner here. I mean, this is just goes to showcase the pace of this car. When we get it nailed, use every last little bit that we've got available to us up in towards the bus stop, braking just a little bit early. We can try and attack the curbs both on the way in and on the way out. 142.7 by Verstappen. What are we going to be able to do? 142.6! And that hopefully is going to be a bonus point coming our way. 1 lap to go then here from the Ardennes Forest, here from the Belgian Grand Prix. And I know I always say it, I love this place. It's so fun. And we've always gone pretty well here as well. New fastest lap of the Grand Prix again then, just to try and keep it a bit tidier. I tell you what can we say about this Grand Prix today? I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting us to have the car to beat still this afternoon. I thought Hungary was a bit of a wake-up call, but yeah, whenever we come back to this place, we always seem to find something just that little bit extra. Alonso, once again, seemingly a very, very big threat here, but Leclerc and Stroll able to beat a charging Verstappen as of right now towards the end of the afternoon as well. Does us wonders for the Drivers' Championship, of course. We've got the summer break coming up. Ferrari here last year took a 1-2. This time around, that's definitely not going to happen, but are we going to get both cars on the podium? And we're hopefully as well, we're going to have a 1 race margin as well at the top of the table, just in case our power unit gives up or something in one of the final few rounds of the championship as well. Alonso, though, is definitely going to be a threat in the second half of the campaign, as well as Aston Martin in that Constructors' Championship. Stroll looks like he has bagged that P3 position ahead of Leclerc, unless our teammate can get a run somewhere, anywhere on the final lap of the Grand Prix. But as we make our way then up in towards the final few corners here at Spa-Francorchamps, pole position on Saturday, race win hopefully on Sunday with the fastest lap as well. We didn't lead every lap, but it was a beautiful strategy that meant the second half of this Grand Prix was pretty comfortable for us through the final corners. Back-to-back wins here in the Ardennes. It is P1 here in the Belgian Grand Prix.
Yes, 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 guys, yes! Come on, boys!
Many doubted whether they could pull off the win here at Spa-Francorchamps, but they've done so in spectacular style.
I mean, it looked like they were in a different category at points during the race, led every lap. I mean, what more can we say?
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we go. It is P1 at the end of the day here in the Ardennes, and 26 points on the board. I think that's obviously our first win, yeah, since Britain just a couple of rounds ago, but prior to that, we had certainly been waiting quite a while there. Aston Martin, though, joined us on the podium, once again reminding everybody that they are a serious championship threat. Leclerc in P4 ahead of Verstappen and Lando. Norris. Sainz getting the better of Sergio Perez there, with Hamilton and Tsunoda rounding out your top 10. George Russell, no idea what happened to him, just a stinker of an afternoon, all the way down in P16 come the checkered flag, and Pierre Gasly, the only driver who failed to even see that. That means as we head into the summer, a 33-point lead over Verstappen there, 52 ahead of our teammate Charles Leclerc, but you can see Alonso and Norris not too far behind him. Stroll still in 6th, ahead of Russell and Hamilton, with Piastri and Hülkenberg still inside your top 10 there. Further down the order, Sainz with some good points as well. I mean, Gasly and Sainz, two of, kind of the Red Bull, previous in the program, could be out Perez by the end of the year. Meanwhile, Verstappen is still trying to fight for a world championship. The gap in the constructors, though, does go our way slightly. An 81-point buffer now ahead of Aston Martin as well. There is McLaren still ahead of Red Bull and Mercedes in a bit of no man's land. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Dutch Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 13 of Season 4 of the F124 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Circuit Park Zandvoort for the Dutch Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago where we went to Belgium, the final race before the summer break, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out as well. And if you missed out on the video we did yesterday, I really enjoyed that one. We compared F124 with iRacing, Automobilista 2, Assetto Corsa, and Race Room to try and tell you guys what is the best F1 sim to give a go in 2024. Yeah, I enjoyed making that video. I think if you guys missed it, you'd love to go back and check it out as well there. But today, yeah, Formula 1 is back from its summer break. We've got 11 races to go between now and the end of the season. A 33-point buffer ahead of Max Verstappen in the Drivers' World Championship after, for the first time in a couple of Grand Prix, we actually got a win on the board back in Belgium as well there. So yeah, really happy with the result we had that weekend. Only the second time this season we have taken the full host of 26 points out of a Grand Prix as well. But as we head into the second half of the campaign, we've got to be really careful. We've got to be nice and strategic, nice and sensible. I'm going to try and adopt the Alain Prost approach of trying to do the bare minimum to make sure that we are still leading in the Drivers' World Championship. But this, of course, being Max Verstappen's home Grand Prix, it's a happy hunting ground for the Dutchman. He always seems to find a little bit more pace. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. And yeah, let's do this thing.
With partisan support that we rarely see anywhere else on the calendar, there is an incredible atmosphere at Zandvoort. We're setting the grid for the Dutch Grand Prix in qualifying.
Well, making our way then into qualifying, we're expecting top times to maybe just sneak into the 107s here. And of course, we learn after the Belgian Grand Prix, yeah, this car definitely is more suited to the high-speed circuits. Zandvoort is not one of those, so yeah, this weekend might be even tougher for us, especially when Verstappen, Red Bull and Aston Martin all seem to have brought some upgrades as well to a venue. I mean, Leclerc might even struggle to see Q3. It still seems mad that he won the season opener in Bahrain and is yet to win again, but it's often been a bit of bad luck for the likes of Alonso and Norris that have kind of kept him P3 in this championship, despite the fact we haven't really called him a title threat in, well, about 6 or 7 Grand Prix at this point. I mean, it only takes a couple of wins to turn his season around, but Leclerc, after winning that world title with Ferrari, really does seem so demotivated in Formula 1 right now. And you can see after his first run, he's down to P14 then. He's only waiting on us to try and get a lap on the board there. And you can see we're a 10th down on Carlos Sainz as we navigate our way through the middle sector. Hopefully we're going to be able to try and use some of the straight line speed that this car's got and some Italian horsepower as well to carry us back round towards the start-finish line there. Try and get the shortest run possible, avoid the bump. We do an 8.5, only puts us P6, but ultimately that's pretty good for this car. Well, despite being in P6, then we're only a 1/10 of a second above the cut-off line, so we need to try and go out once again then towards the end of the session. Less than a minute left on the clock. Luckily this weekend it is meant to be dry running right the way throughout, so hopefully that should make things a little more predictable. Maybe that'll help us, maybe it'll hinder us, but you know, I just want to get one more lap on the board just in case we see other AI steadily improve their times. What I don't want to do is hit the inside wall through that first corner there, as we'll try and navigate our way through. Come on, nice and easy. Just don't do anything too stupid with the car. There's all the AI then making their way through the final couple of corners. I think we've got yellow flags out. One of the McLarens has binned it, so Verstappen now will go top of the board then. So clearly times are improving. Oh, just a little bit of a snag there over the curb. Could that cost us? By the time we get back round, we're a 1/10.5 down. We're below. We're down into P11 then, so this might be a complete deal breaker for us. And as we try and make our way through the final couple of corners, we're down to P14. We've completely messed this up there. So has, I believe, Oscar Piastri in the McLaren car, but he might still be safe. And as we make our way through the final turn, one little moment, and we are out in Q2 here in Zandvoort. Well, there we go then. Max Verstappen immediately dips down into the 107s, but he, Fernando Alonso, both McLarens, they've got a huge opportunity now to try and take big points out of us in the World Championship. You can see Charles Leclerc barely made it into Q3 by half a 1/10 a second, and we missed out by less than a 1/10 of a second as well. That's how razor thin the margins were here in qualifying. The AI have definitely been buffed though inside this game on a Saturday afternoon, but we have got our work cut out. And a bit like we did a few rounds ago, I might just put some fresh components in the pool so we've got a bit more flexibility towards the end of the season.
We're on the coast of the North Sea at Zandvoort Circuit, 25 miles outside of Amsterdam. We're all set for the Dutch Grand Prix, a race that the greats have won at, including Jim Clark, who took the biggest trophy home here on 4 occasions. 4 lefts and 10 rights make up the 14 corners of the narrow and demanding Zandvoort Circuit, with plenty of peaks and valleys over the course of the 2.6-mile lap, which will demand absolute concentration from our drivers here today. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and Fernando Alonso completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Stroll, Norris, Perez, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Gasly, Russell, Sainz, Hamilton, Oscar Piastri, Ocon, Firestarter, Hulkenberg, Albon, Behrman, Joe, Ricciardo, and Frederick Vesti. Now, it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Dutch Grand Prix, and annoyingly, no one around us has taken grid penalties, so yeah, we are going to be starting down in P14. Looks like tyre strategy, though, might be an interesting one here, and if you guys have been keeping up with the My Team career mode I do over on Map 2 and 2 gameplay, there'll be a link down in the description. The last couple of races, actually, it seems like the overcut is now viable in F1 24. So that's exactly what we're going to try today. Mediums, and then if we can't go to softs, then obviously we'll just go to hard tyres. And I've locked myself in a little bit of extra safety here. But yeah, 36 laps ahead of us from the Dutch Grand Prix. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit nervous for this, especially in the opening laps. It's 5 red lights down on the grid though. Lights out, and away we try and go there. A little bit of wheel spin throughout the first phase, but we do get away fairly clean and tidy in towards turn 1. It's down the inside of Nick Hulkenberg. We're just trying to defend our grid position through those first couple of corners. Carlos Sainz looking a little bit ragged through those opening couple of turns, and now it's the only real time you can make a move around the outside is on lap 1 around this venue. Oh, it's Hamilton there, just kicks out the back end. Sorry, that's Oscar Piastri even right in front of me. Luckily he's able to gather it up, but we will capitalise there and move up then into P13. Hamilton and Carlos Sainz still battling just up in front, so it's a fairly ragged lap 1 by both of the Mercedes drivers.
Mind that front wing, it's going to need replacing if it takes too much damage.
Esteban Ocon, of course. I don't like battling the guy. I mean, I'm not his teammate, so I don't know why he's battling with me that aggressively on lap 1, but hopefully that front wing damage isn't going to be the end of the world for us. Might mean that we've got to try and come in for a bit of an early pit stop, but disastrous qualifying and disastrous lap 1 there, as it's definitely giving me more understeer than I would like. But yeah, we've just got to try and stay out there for a few laps. Oh, we have definitely not got the pace here, as again Esteban Ocon trying to go for a diving manoeuvre there. That time round he'll hook it up down at turn 1. I mean, yeah, I think my best plan now is probably try and take the hard tyres and just see how far we can take them into the Grand Prix, and kind of just hope that we get a safety car or something like that a bit later on in the GP. I mean, it's annoying as well, it's on that side of the wing, because that's probably the more important side around a circuit like this as well. But yeah, it's not going to be. We got down the inside. It was only very, very minute contact. I'm surprised it did any damage. But clearly, yeah, just trying to turn in on it more than I expected him to. And well, we are the one that seemingly has paid the price. You can see how much time we lose almost instantly there. It's definitely costing us too much at the moment. And again, we've got a World Championship buffer over Verstappen. I think that might come down, though, today. The pits then will come at the end of lap 3. How far can the hard compound tyre go around this venue? It's 36 miles an hour on pit lane entry. I couldn't have nailed that more if I wanted to. But yeah, it is going to be a slow stop then as we try and make our way back at the pit lane. I mean, yeah, Verstappen's got a huge lead. Even Perez.
Go! That was a fantastic stop. Faster than we were expecting.
Yeah, even Perez seems to have shown up this weekend and has got a bit of pace in that second Red Bull car. I don't believe we've seen him get a podium this year. If I damage the wing again, then I think I might just retire on the spot. Please say we haven't. No, I think we're good. Why are these tyres worn? I thought these were a completely... I swear they said it was a new set of tyres. How have they got... Oh, it's because I've rubbed up against the wall, isn't it? Ignore me. Let's just try and get some laps under our belt. The gap to Vesti, 23 seconds. Some of this energy. Come on. It looks like Lando Norris has made an error somewhere. Well, let's ride on board then with Lando Norris as he makes his way through the first sector. It's actually not his mistake there. Fernando Alonso runs wide up the corner and actually just completely cuts in on the McLaren driver there. So Norris now, that's how he's gone and lost half his front wing in this Grand Prix there. And you can just see as he makes his way in towards the next couple of corners, just cannot quite adjust to the line he needed there. Just maybe thought he's got a bit more in that car than he did. Runs wide out over the grass there. We'll have to wait for every other car to go by him. And that's how Norris dropped pretty much to the rear of the field. Well, I know their soft compound tyres will start to fall off over the next few laps, but the fact that we can't even go quicker than Joe Granu or Fred Vesti here at the moment kind of says a lot about just how much the deficit is between the softs and the hard compounded tyre. We need to get a bit of an undercut, try and springboard ourselves back up the race order. But honestly, for us, in a race like today, with the lack of pace this car's got anyway...
Track in front of us, and let's make the best of it. So please make this next one a very fast lap.
I love it when Mark talks over me. But yeah, in a race like this at the moment, with a car like this, we basically need a safety car or a red flag to give us any kind of real opportunity. We've got yellows again. This Lando Norris is having a disaster here. I mean, he's losing time every single lap, so I think he's either got like half a front wing or much more sinister problems than that. But yeah, we should close in on the McLaren pretty quickly. I don't get why he hasn't boxed. Well, I'm sure he's not going to do it this time round because I'm going to say about it. But yeah, Norris, every single time he goes through this next right-hander, he seems to run wide and almost bin it. Of course he doesn't. Every lap for about the last 4, we've had yellow flags through there. And of course, the one time I'm near him, Lando Norris doesn't make the mistake. But I mean, we're still going well over 2 seconds a lap quicker than him. We just need to try and get round him in the quickest time possible. I mean, it's through these fast sweepers in Sector 2 that Lando Norris loses most of the time. See, through the first part there, he just... I mean, he's hanging onto that car through there. You can see it lifting up over the curbs. He has got that side of the wing, but yeah, he's lost pretty much the entirety from the other side of it. I don't get why McLaren haven't boxed him in this Grand Prix, and it seems like it's yet another weekend of what if for Lando Norris this season. Of course, did take that win back in Albert Park. I apologise. I've been saying that one wrong for so many races ever since then. For some reason I had in my head that it was George Russell that took the win there. But yeah, Lando Norris, he could have been a World Championship threat had things gone his way. But they just don't seem to. We've got yellows, come on. Something, anything, safety car, red flag, anything to bring us back into the Grand Prix. It's Daniel Ricciardo that's ran wide down to that first corner. Is he breaking down? Yes, he is. Ricciardo out of the Grand Prix. And I don't think we're going to get anything for it, though. That is so annoying. I mean, we're going to gain a freebie. Not that I'm too invested in that. But... oh, that could have been a safety car. That could have been so useful. We've got more yellows. We've got more yellows. That's got to be Lando Norris behind us, who's made a bit of an error, as we're just starting to see a few cars into the pit lane. So they've still got a fair old way to go on mediums, as Gasly and I believe that's Yuki Tsunoda in. They were both inside that top 10. Both had a really good qualifying effort. I mean, look how far ahead of me they're going to be. They're already making their way out of the pit lane. I've barely crossed the pit lane entry line. I mean, so what is Lando Norris doing further behind? And please just do something to bring out a safety car. He is breaking down. I think Norris here is out of the Grand Prix then. And
information on Norris. Okay, it looks like the problem's terminal. They're retiring the car.
How is that not a dangerous location? He's on the inside of the banking through the final couple of turns. Surely that's a safety car. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Lando Norris there. He's on the inside of the banking. Easily, someone could run into him there, as surely we're going to be out ahead of Zhou Guanyu by a comfortable margin. Not as comfortable as I would like. But, yeah, I mean, we're no longer running in last place then in this Grand Prix, which I guess is good. But points are still a long way away. There we go, Fred Vesti, one of the last cars then into the pit lane alongside Ollie Behrman. I mean, Sauber, yeah, just don't have the pace to keep up with anybody else. That should explain why we're already back ahead of their two cars. But, yeah, I mean, we're 6 seconds behind Ollie. And we might not even have the pace over him. Well, top runners now are running sub 1 minute 10s here. I haven't even done a lap time under the 1:11 mark. And I certainly don't think this one's going to be that either. So, we're running about 1.5 seconds a lap slower than some of those guys with the DRS and things like that. It is still Red Bull versus Aston Martin at the front.
Nice work. That's why I love working with you. Smashed it.
All we can hope for is that the medium tyres fall off the cliff towards the end of the afternoon. I mean, yeah, we still need so many places. As we're about to get to 2/3 distance then in this Grand Prix, I have still got it set up. So if we get a safety car or anything like that, then soft tyres are ready to go. The team are aware of that as well. But a bit like IRL Formula 1, just doesn't seem that there's any safety cars anymore inside this series. Like I said, I've got no idea how the Lando Norris one wasn't a safety car. Our lap times are staying fairly consistent still on these hards. Pretty much every lap I've done has been a 1:11, but that's not going to be quick enough. Well, I'm tempted to get strategic here towards the end of the afternoon. Red Bull, of course, is still one of our biggest title rivals. And Sergio Perez currently has got fastest lap of the Grand Prix. And, well, we obviously saw that bit of controversy in Singapore, where Red Bull, maybe or maybe not, used VCARB as a buffer to try and claim that fastest lap off Lando Norris. I'm going to leave it a few more until we get sort of lap 33, lap 34. And, you know, unless something else has happened prior to that. But yeah, I think we might just try and snooker away fastest lap bonus point. But annoyingly, that'll probably mean we finish this Grand Prix in last. Well, I apologise that this has ended up being one of the most boring races I think we've ever done inside this series. Is the timer warning light on? How on earth have we done? How have we done that much wear to the left-hand side tyres? It must be right up towards the temperature window, so I guess it's a good job then that we are going to try and pit before the end of this race. But yeah, if you exclude that little mishap through the final corner, finally looks like the hard tyres now have got the pace over the mediums. Not that I think we've got enough time to close in on Behrman and Albon anyway. But yeah, we are going to try and dive into the pit lane pretty soon. We're going to try and put on that fresh set of the soft compound tyres there. And Sergio Perez, I want to try and beat your fastest lap. Well, I think, yeah, looking at it, even in a perfect world, we could have maybe got ourselves up into P5, but I don't think we ever had the pace to compete with the Red Bulls or the Aston Martins this weekend, so maybe don't view it as we're losing 25 points. maybe viewed as we're only sort of losing 8 or 10. I think we always knew, even looking at Leclerc's pace, this circuit was going to be a horrible one for us. It was one of the last tracks we really struggled at as well last season in this series as a team. So yeah, this track just does not suit the Ferrari. Somehow I've gone green in Sector 1 on these wrecked tyres and immediately hit the grass. Oh, no. No, hang on to it, please. Don't want to bin it this late on. Thank you. We'll gather it up. Ish. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Come on, give us safety car, please. Sauber, gone for a spin. It's Zhou Guanyu that's done it. So we're almost joining him on the exit of the very next corner. I mean, he's going to get going again. Don't think we're going to get anything for it, as we'll try and slow our car down into the pit lane. Nice and easy on the entry there. And again, just can't seem to get anything to go our way this afternoon. We might be about to get lapped by Verstappen.
Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
Well, I've spoke about before on this game about how many battles we seemingly end up having with Fred Vesti. This one I might be about to lose. So yeah, has basically lost himself an entire pit stop in the space of one sector. So we're still not in last. Well, come on then, let's try and go for a flying lap around this circuit park Zandvoort then. It's been a tough old afternoon. But if we could just try and snooker away 1 point from Red Bull, that would be quite nice there. Purple through the final sector to get the lap going. And then we'll brake about 75 metres out from turn 1. Third gear on the entry. Roll it up towards that curb on the X there. Use a little splash of battery before you flick it in. Sixth gear, almost completely flat out. Through turn 2, just allow the car to run up towards that curb on the exit. Be careful you don't let it run too wide there, as Zhou Guanyu now getting blue flags to Verstappen behind him.
11.8 seconds.
That corner completely flat. When you're on a fresh set of tyres and low fuel, it's completely flat as well. Obviously in qualifying, and then tip it in fourth gear through the next corner. A little bit of understeer. Just try and hug the apexes through these next couple of turns. They're nice and fast on the exit. Get that power down. Use a bit of battery through this rather odd DRS zone. Guess or else you're going to put a second one in around this circuit there. Through the stadium, just use that curb, lean on it as best as you can. And then you just got 2 more corners to go. Fifth gear through the first one, completely flat through the second. Use all of your remaining battery as you make your way up towards the line. And it is going to be a 1:08.9 there.
That's a new fastest lap of the race.
Fastest lap done. That was almost as quick as we managed in qualifying. While rounding the final corner then, about to start the last lap of the Dutch Grand Prix. I think, yeah, had we nailed that pit stop a little bit earlier, we could have potentially closed up to Fred Vesti. But yeah, Mark there seemingly way more hyped about this one than I have. As Max Verstappen out of the final corner, he's going to win yet again here at the Dutch Grand Prix, and will immediately slash our advantage at the top of the table from 33 points all the way down to 8. Is the Dutchman going to finally get Red Bull back to the top of the Formula 1 world there? Sergio Perez will join him on the podium. I believe it's Fernando Alonso, though, in P2. So again, another huge haul of points coming for the Spaniard. But we know we got a few tracks that should hopefully suit us in the next few rounds there. Monza, Baku, both very high speed. Singapore as well is a track that just seems to work really nicely for me inside F1 24. So hopefully this one is going to be a bit more of an outlier for us. Zandvoort and Hungary, I always hate towards the end of the European leg of the Formula 1 season. Through the final corner though, Ocon, you absolutely screwed me today, sir. As we try and round our way through, we didn't really have the pace to fight anyway. This Ferrari car here has been pretty terrible.
Out of the final corner for the final time, Max Verstappen takes the win.
And you could really tell today just how much of a factor the home race advantage was. Not only did they have the energy from the crowd, but they also knew every millimeter of this track. That's what the home race advantage means.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They've performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we go then. Max Verstappen takes the win ahead of Alonso there, and I didn't notice it, but Perez completely bottled it right towards the end of the GP there. So that means Stroll ended up in third. George Russell, 9th to 4th in the end. I think he's my driver of the day. Ahead of Perez, Tsunoda, Gasly. I mean, look at that. Leclerc, slower than an Alpine and a Haas this weekend. Goes to show just how bad the car really was there. Ocon ahead of Carlos Sainz there, rounding out your top 10. Mercedes didn't walk away with a point. We only walked away with 4 as a team. So it really was a disastrous afternoon there with Norris and Ricciardo, the 2 drivers that failed to see the checkered flag. That means in terms of the championship, like I said, the gap at the top cut down to just 8 points there, and Alonso only 37 back as well. If Verstappen and I tangle at any point, we could easily see the Spaniard there get himself into the fight as well there. Still, obviously, just Fred Vesti yet to score a point this campaign. The gap filling the constructors as well there. We've got a 52-point lead over Aston Martin. So, yeah, Red Bull and McLaren, I must admit, I did think they were a little bit closer than they appear to be. But, yeah, really not a race to write home about for us. Thank you all so much for watching nonetheless. And we'll be back early next week as we return to the big one. The one we desperately want to win. It's time for the Italian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 15 of season 4 of the F124 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Temple of Speed for the Italian Grand Prix, and this weekend we seek redemption. Yes, for those of you that have been around watching this series for a while, you'll remember last season here we were leading the Italian Grand Prix ahead of our teammate Charles Leclerc, and the engine went bang, and that pretty much was the end of our title championship hopes. That was pretty much where we gave up, just trying to make sure that Ferrari locked up the Constructors' Championship. But this season, I'm hoping things can go a little bit better for us. If you missed out on the last video from Zandvoort, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We have just got an 8-point gap over Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship right now. Fernando Alonso is steadily bringing himself into this fight as well, so we could be on for a tremendous 3-way scrap between now and the end of the year. Performance-wise, Ferrari are really struggling to keep up. We are now down to the 4th best team on the grid. Admittedly, there are only a couple of upgrades in it still at the moment, and we have got 1 currently in progress on our car as well, but yeah, it feels like at the moment we're just trying to tread water, just trying to stay with Verstappen and co in the championship race. Verstappen hasn't finished outside the top 5 since Shanghai, very early on in the season. We finished outside the top 5, I think, twice in the last 4 Grand Prix, so it's a little bit more iffy for us right now. Obviously, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. But yeah, these final few rounds of the championship are certainly going to be difficult.
For over a century, the Temple of Speed has all come down to moments like this. Driver versus the stopwatch to set the grid for the Grand Prix. It is qualifying at Monza.
Well, one of the best things then about doing qualifying here at Monza is it does generally mix up the grid a little bit. Williams and Haas always seem to run a bit better than we would normally expect. Obviously, you know, the teams like Red Bull as such really tend to struggle. And also Aston Martin and McLaren this weekend look incredibly racy as well there. Mercedes, after their first runs down in the drop zone. Of course, it is all about straight line speed, though, around this venue. So we've got a lot of it in this car. Some of you might have watched the My Team video we did last week here over on Map 2 and 2 gameplay. I think we achieved a top speed of 234 miles an hour, which is one that I want to try and break this weekend if this Ferrari is capable of it. But yeah, obviously it is all big speed and trying to attack the curves as best as possible. We've done pretty well through that first sector. The last thing I want is to end up out in Q2 like we ended up at Zandvoort, by the finest of margins, because that kind of set into motion a pretty boring weekend for us after the contact with Ocon on lap 1. Making our way then down in towards the final corner, though. We can see, yeah, 17.7 is the time Oscar Piastri is set at the moment. Just want to try and go comfortably quicker than that. I reckon we'll see times into the 1:16s here, which is absolutely mad. 76 seconds to do 3.6 miles. We do a 17.3, only puts us P5. And there we go, then George Russell, he's been fastest in Q1 and Q2 there, ahead of both Aston Martins and Lando Norris. Like I said, there's a lot of teams in for the fight for pole here. You know, Ferrari, we are there or thereabouts. Even Red Bull, courtesy of Max Verstappen, as always, you can never count him out. And I mean, look at Haas and Williams as well, each team getting cars into Q3. Perez out in Q2, both Mercedes out in Q2. Not that that one's much of a surprise anymore inside this game. I could still be tempted to go back to Haas at some point, just because of how well they're doing now, but I would want Gasly as my teammate. There we go then, first run in Q3 coming up. We've got an Aston Martin just in front of us. Don't know if they're starting or finishing their lap time. They, I think, are finishing it, so I don't know whether that's Stroll or Alonso. But either way, hopefully they're not going to trip us up too much on our lap. I mean, look at that. Use a little bit of battery to give yourself a slingshot out the final corner. Over 220 miles an hour by the time you reach turn 1 there. Plenty of curb through the first part of the chicane. I do hope we get the updated version of Monza. I know I've mentioned it before, but it would be really, really cool just because, you know, Ascari and things like that. Almost immediately. I mean, they felt outdated anyway for quite a while, this venue. I think it does desperately need a bit of a rework. But yeah, again, just trying to settle over those curbs through that second chicane. Both the Lesmos now are 5th gear. You're just going down 1 gear on the way in. Tip the car through, right up on, you know, skateboarding off the curbing on the exit there. And so far this lap has felt a little bit ragged. Down in towards the Scarage chicane, though, spotting the braking at 100 metres. 5th gear again, tip it in. I mean, you're almost up at a 7th by the time you get off the exit of the corner. And then use a load more battery as you make your way down in towards the final corner. Is it the Alboreto curve? Is it Parabolica? Someone let me know down in the comments. 50 metre board, tip it in, maybe a little bit too early that time. Try and carry the speed though off the corner as Lance Stroll in front is going to finish his lap as well. And we will do a 17-1, but again, it's only good enough for P5. Well, the team reckon a fresh set of soft compound tyres, we can find 0.283 seconds on this final lap. The gap to George Russell, 0.265. The team still believe it's possible to claim pole position here. I would love just to try and get in with those Aston Martins and the McLarens as well at the front, because it seems like, yeah, both those Mercedes-powered customer teams looking very, very racy. Mercedes was the only Mercedes-powered team not to get a car into Q3 there. Again, though, nice and planted through that curving through turn 1. Just got to be really, really careful with the battery usage. Try just to use a little bit more of it more efficiently there as Russell 16.8. Alonso Norris a 16.5. That is ridiculous. He must have had such a slipstream off of Alonso in front of him. And I think, you know, even if we nail this, we might not get anywhere near those guys now. That is absolutely mental. And obviously Aston Martin's still our big rival in the Constructors' Championship right now. A little bit conservative on the exit of Lesmo 2. We do carry the speed off the corner pretty nicely. They're 10th up at the moment. I would just like to go sub 117 based on the times we are seeing. There is plenty of curb on the way through. We'll try and use a bit more battery on the exit there, and now you can see we found a bit more time. 3/10 up as we try and carry the speed down in towards that final corner of the lap. Can we nail it and just find a bit more? Just trying to break that a little bit later than we did last time around there. We'll get a little bit earlier on the throttle as well. 4.5 tenths up. It's going to be a pretty good lap. It's not quite pole position though. 16.6. I think we're P2. Well, Lando Norris then used that slipstream to perfection right at the end of qualifying. George Russell was a little bit caught out there with Alonso and Lando behind him. But we line up P2 then on the grid without the help of any slipstream off of other cars as well there. Leclerc P6. More importantly though, Verstappen all the way down in P8. That being said, it's not that difficult to overtake around this circuit. So qualifying, it's not irrelevant, but it's certainly not critical either.
The third permanent circuit built anywhere on Earth. Monza has always been special. Now it's been providing motor racing memories for a century. Welcome to the Italian Grand Prix. Monza, northeast of Milan, some of the most iconic turns in all of racing. The chicane at turn 1 and 2, the Variante Ascari at turns 8, 9 and 10, and the Parabolica to conclude things at turn 11. We are full throttle for 80% of the lap. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he will start from pole position. And Firestarter completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid we have, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Stroll, Leclerc, Gasly, Verstappen, Albon, Perez, Oscar Piastri, Hamilton, Ocon, Behrman, Tsunoda, Sainz, Ricciardo, Joe, Hulkenberg, and Frederick Vesti. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
Okay, as you know, this is the team's home race, which means it's extra important for everybody in this team. They've got friends here, they've got family here, they're all in the grandstands watching, so let's go and put on a good show for them.
Well, back at Imola, we tried to put on a good show. We absolutely dominated the early stages of that GP, and then Ferrari strategy did what Ferrari strategy does and completely screwed us. This might be our last chance to win in front of the Tifosi in F124. Like I've said, I'm not convinced that I'm going to stay with Ferrari next season. We fancy a bit of a change of scenery at some point in the not too distant future, but I desperately want to win a world title with them. Team is saying mediums to hards is going to be the way to go. I'm not... Actually, yeah, those soft tyres got no pace on them. We'll stick with the strategy the team want. We will say, yeah, we'll box the end of lap 12 and try to go... Actually, you know what? We'll try and go a little bit longer. I want to see Leclerc open up a decent strategy earlier on in the Grand Prix as well. But let's do this thing then. 27 laps here from the Temple of Speed, waiting on the grid for those 5 red lights. Oh, a mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go then. Neither Lando, Norris or myself getting off to a particularly good getaway as we make our way down in towards someone. Fernando Alonso trying to potentially have a look for it. We will slam the door shut on the Aston Martin there through turn 1 and thought about having a look around the outside of Norris as well. Look at Leclerc though, straight up into P3 off the start of the Grand Prix. Slightly more annoyingly, Verstappen as well seems to have made up places there through turn 1. So Lance Stroll and Fernando Alonso both just struggling a little bit here in the early stages. Lando Norris not under pressure from his teammate through the second chicane that time round. Of course, has already won that race all the way back at Albert Park. I have now remembered that inside this series, or I say I remembered it, you guys kept yelling at me in the comments as well there. I thought, I was just adamant it was George Russell, so we're still yet to see McLaren's new recruit take a win this season. That being said, the man they've lost either hasn't taken a win. Oh, it's a big moment there through Ascari, and that might leave us vulnerable to Leclerc on the exit. Happy they were able to keep the car pointing in the right direction. But yeah, Lando Norris absolutely bolted then on lap 1. I mean, the slipstream is useful here, but if you can get everybody out of your tow, that is incredibly useful, as we are going to be under pressure from Charlie again.
DRS is being enabled this lap. We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Try and claim a little bit of slipstream from our teammate back in towards turn 1. Don't really want to fight him too hard too early, but we will go back around the outside there. But again, Leclerc, just as the traction off the corner, gets that power down. And this is going to be the first time we've seen him really feisty, pretty much since, I think, either Silverstone or Bahrain. Yeah, Leclerc might be feisty, but simply put around the rest of the lap, he has not got the pace to try and match Lando Norris at the front of the order there. We kind of got a bit lucky with our final qualifying run there. Leclerc just kind of got lucky down in turn 1, so I can't help but feel that both Ferraris are slightly out of place. It's 225 miles an hour back in towards that first corner. We'll use that ERS rather effectively. Get on the brakes around the 100-meter board there, tip the car in. And yeah, now we've got to try and go in hot pursuit there as Verstappen will make the move on Alonso. That might give Leclerc a little bit more breathing room to those two behind. There we go, new fast lap of the day. But I mean, if I was Ferrari right now, I would be screaming on the radio, just tell Leclerc to play the team game. I mean, if we keep going like this, we can just use each other for slipstream down the straights. And that might let, you know, kind of not really give Verstappen an opportunity to fight with us. I must sound like a broken record for the people that have been around this channel for years now, but this circuit is so much of a chess match of just trying to time your moves, trying to time when you go for it, when you don't. And sometimes that works, sometimes it really doesn't for me. Like I said though, the problem we've got is Leclerc simply is not quick enough to keep up with Lando right now. Even when he's got that clear air, he loses a couple of tenths to him, as here we go. 231 miles an hour back down towards turn 1 as we almost went into the back of our teammate. Just so I get around his outside there at that first corner. And you can see if we can keep doing that, we might just be able to springboard inside the 1 second of Lando. I mean, if I was the team, I would be screaming at Leclerc at the moment, because every time he just about gets close enough into the braking zone to try and look for a move, and it's costing us both time against Lando right now. I absolutely feel like I could be inside the range of that McLaren if Leclerc just lets me get on with it. I mean, it's letting him stay ahead of Alonso and Stroll, as Verstappen seems to have just dropped his way back through the order a little bit. But it's so difficult. That McLaren is just a little bit faster. That was not the line I was looking for there. I just kind of panicked because, again, Leclerc's trying to show the nose. This is the other gamble we've got to make at the moment. It's just about using that little bit extra battery at the right time to get inside that range of Lando. But, of course, if we don't, then we leave ourselves vulnerable to Leclerc behind. Looks like we've got our teammate out of the range now, which could be quite useful. And I think Alonso and Stroll maybe are battling between themselves a little bit. I mean, at what point? Obviously, if you're Red Bull, it's quite easy. Verstappen is just your number 1. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Lance Stroll is actually giving Alonso a good run for his money right now. Maybe not quite there in the championship. It seems to be as quick as him fairly reliably. So, I mean, do you just kind of tell Lance, go for it next year, let Alonso kind of do his thing this season? I don't really know, but I swear I was inside the range of Lando Norris that time round. Apparently not. I guess you could say the same for Leclerc, though, with us. He's only about 40 points back. That's, one retirement and a bad race weekend somewhere, and suddenly he's right back on top of us. It's really getting towards crunch time for a lot of teams here. And obviously, I know we've got the flyaway season beginning after this round. It's really difficult if you're a team principal to kind of make the call. Well, I genuinely think this game might be glitched here, because we are definitely within the 1 second mark of Lando Norris every time in towards that final corner, and it is just not giving us the DRS right now. Maybe this time things are going to be slightly different. I mean, there we go, finally it does work now. I've got it on video. But yeah, I've got no idea what that's about. I don't know if just the detection point is on the map wrong or what's going on with that. But if we can get ahead of Lando before he pits, of course, we're going to have to go for the overcut here. I could be tempted, let's have a look at the tyre wear. I could be tempted to try and go soft compound tyres towards the end, if we're having to extend the first stint anyway. Right, well, Lando Norris then. Surely he's going to be into the pit lane in the end. The next lap's on. We're going to go 3 wide almost for the lead of the Grand Prix. I had no idea Leclerc had such a run back in towards turn 1, but teamwork really does seem to make the dream work there. We just pick up a little bit of side pod damage. Contact with Norris off of that first turn. He doesn't even get any front wing damage from that, as Leclerc now will power his way through turn 2. Oh, I don't really want to be there. I just know it's a horrible one against the AI on the inside.
Right, here we go. Let's look to get past quickly and put them on the back foot.
Yep, team still obviously. There's Charles Leclerc. We've got a heated rivalry with our teammate. Tensions continuing to flare. He hasn't been happy. Similar story for us last season, of course. Leclerc this year feels that we've been given preferential treatment more often than not. As here we go, he's going to have a look around the outside of Norris. Oh no, he's not. He slots back in behind him. I mean, we could see both of these cars into the pit lane at the end of this lap. If they do, then we'll probably dive in the end of next lap there. As here we go, Leclerc again trying to look down the inside. Is this a race to the pit lane between these two here? They're both not quite in the championship at the moment. There's contact between them. Norris will hook it up around the outside, and neither of them are going to pit then. As here we go, we'll try and make it 3 wide again, back down towards turn 1. And looks like Leclerc there just kept the DRS off of Lando. We'll go left of one, right of the other. Oh, as I wanted to try and open up the entry to the corner. Well, we've got back past Leclerc, but surely we're going to see him pit soon. Well, Lando Norris then has shifted himself back into P2 then of this Grand Prix. Are we going to see both those cars into the pit lane here? We are going to try and go for the overcut no matter when they box. As again, Norris will stay out there. Leclerc is going to be the first to blink. So it looks like it could be a battle in the pit lane between myself and Norris. So Alonso also dives into the pit lane a little bit further back. I'm surprised just how far into this Grand Prix everybody's going. And into the pit lane will come then at the end of lap 14. I've ummed and ahed about gambling the other way with the tyre strategy. but I just don't think it's worth it. I was adamant then I'd overshot it. I forgot they've moved the pit lane speed limit line a little bit further back on the track this year, so it's got to brake just that little bit earlier, as Norris will come in behind me. No!
I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put it behind us now and get back into this race.
I mean, that could have cost us more. It could have been worse, but still, Norris now gets ahead of me here. Where will Charles Leclerc be in this Grand Prix?
No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
Here comes Charles back down in towards someone as well then, but I don't think he's had a particularly good outlap either here. So, I mean, we're still in that fight. So, we just completely missed our braking point over turn 1.
I'm afraid I'm not happy with your creative interpretation of track limits. They've given you a 3-second penalty.
And an instant 3-second time penalty here. What on earth is that about? Now we've got to try and get strategic, because we'll need to try and get Lando and Leclerc out of the DRS. Well, it looks like any points we score at this stage of the Grand Prix is going to be a big haul over Max Verstappen there. Red Bull, they never go well around Italy here inside F124. And that trend sets to continue this season as well there, as we'll try and get a run back on Charles in towards someone. He's going to have the DRS though on Lando. Norris is 235 miles an hour. And Leclerc's moved across me. And our bad day gets even worse. How on earth I can get a warning for that? What is he doing? What is Leclerc doing at the moment? Just back out of it, man. He's given us both damage. Charles Leclerc, again, the team should have made the call sooner. They should have told him just to give it up and let us try and fight Lando Norris for the win here. And Ferrari Civil War once again reignites. Leclerc has absolutely screwed us. I was tempted to pit right now because I know Charles Leclerc will have to a little bit further behind, but ultimately I just don't think it's going to be worth it before the end of the afternoon. If we can stay ahead of that Haas of Pierre Gasly. I cannot believe Leclerc did that. We had so much speed on him and he just moved across. There was no way we were going to be able to avoid it, and he opened up the door for me down the outside and then just immediately slammed it. Whilst, I mean, my foot was completely in that door, and most of my body was as well, and contact again on the exit of the corner. And when will Ferrari learn? Sometimes you've got to make the calls. Sometimes you've got to have a #1 driver on this game. And, I mean, I don't think we can stay ahead of Alonso, Stroll and George Russell by the end. And Lando Norris might be looking pretty for his second race victory of the year. Yeah, the front wing damage isn't ideal, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be. So here we go, Alonso, then we'll have a look back down the inside in towards someone, and Lance Stroll as well there. I mean, look at how little speed we've got against these guys. Russell as well will make the move. So we'll just try and hang on to it through turn 1. I think, honestly, our best interest now, like I said, is try and stay ahead of Gasly, walk away with a P5 here. But of course, yeah, if we can just get dragged along by these guys in the DRS, that would be quite useful. 9 laps to go at the Italian Grand Prix, and why is it that whenever Leclerc gets back in the fight at the front, he almost always screws me? I don't know if front wing damage will make us even quicker down the straight, but let's wait and find out then. I'll try and go for a little bit of an experiment here, as there goes 230 miles an hour, 235. I reckon 235 might be the hard limit inside F124.
Faster than us by around a second a lap.
Yeah, I don't think he is. Gasly, that gap's still 8 seconds. Earth is going on between these Aston Martins as well here. Stroll, I think, is costing Alonso.
Easy on the car, we can't sustain this level of damage.
I mean, yeah, Lando's gone. George Russell now is bolted as well here, so these two might be about to cost each other a good opportunity at, you know, getting a little bit more out of this Grand Prix. McLaren, just like they did in 2021, they've got a 1-2 around this venue. I mean, the gap to Gasly down to 6.5, but like I said, he's just watching these two scrap it out. If I can get back past them, down in towards turn 1, which I can. Come on, slow the car down. Please, I don't need any more front wing damage. So we'll bounce over the curbs.
Damage to the floor, be careful.
Yeah, we've got to be more careful with that floor, but yeah, the way these two are fighting, I want to believe I could get the 3-second gap back.
Information on Ocon, they seem to have an issue.
Oh, that's a shame for Esteban Ocon. We've got yellows out. Is that Esteban immediately out of the Grand Prix? I think it is. So Esteban Ocon could have been on for some very useful points for Alpine towards the end of this Grand Prix, but that has immediately gone up in smoke. We got a safety car.
Don't worry about the target now.
Safety car deployed. Stay positive.
Okay, the officials have deployed the safety car due to multiple cars being stopped on track. Mind your delta.
Well, that'll allow us to change the tyres, get a new front wing on, but I don't know whether that screws us over because of the 3-second time penalty. I mean, we've got to take the pit stop, haven't we? We can't afford to be out here with all the AI bunched back up and not pit.
Critical damage at this point.
Yeah, the underbody, I mean, it's just been getting more and more worn. Obviously, thanks to that contact with Leclerc, such high speeds here, that, yeah, that underbody is going to take a rather, a beating anyway around this circuit. But I'm trying to give Alonso and Stroll the hurry up. As well, Russell! George Russell's breaking down. Suddenly now, George Russell is out of this Grand Prix as well. So Lando Norris, he hasn't even got a rear gunner in this Grand Prix anymore, as we're going to try and be a little bit cheeky, get under Fernando Alonso into the pit lane.
Conditions and you can't overtake. Return the position.
We did 50 mile an hour into that pit lane there as one of the Alpines. That's Ocon. Ocon's pit then, so he's not actually out of the Grand Prix. He's just had something else happen. As where are we going to re-emerge here? The team need to hurry up with this front wing. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Obviously, you can't take a 3-second penalty in the pits.
Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
Yeah, the 3-second penalty is always applied after a Grand Prix, but we might not even be out in the points here. We're going to be way down the order. Verstappen in P17, P15 now, sorry. We're down in P16. Charles Leclerc P17. So I've ended up back with our teammate here. Well, with Max Verstappen and ourselves then right down out of the points at the moment, this gives both Alonso, Lance Stroll and Lando Norris all a huge opportunity to try and take out some points at the top two in the championship. We've got 4 laps to go. We've got soft, fresh tyres over everybody else. There is an opportunity still to maybe clutch up a point or two, but that 3-second time penalty might really, really screw us here as we're waiting for the cars at the front of the order to get going. There we go. And immediately, first of all, then on the old hit list is going to be our big title rival in Max Verstappen here.
Still looking good.
Let's see what we can do then off of the restart back down towards turn 1. As immediately Verstappen, he's going to try and get the elbows out. He also actually has a look down the inside of Zhou Guanyu there. So that's not ideal for us. We don't want to see these cars battling around me. We just want to try and move past them. As immediately then, yeah, both of us getting past the Sabers. There's Ocon. Whoa, Esteban Ocon there. Of course, I forgot he was still stuck in all the lap traffic. So everybody just about gets around him there as we'll try and cut Verstappen off into the next chicane. But I mean, we've got much fresher, quicker tyres than that Red Bull car. I mean, all of these guys, we should hopefully be able to move through fairly quickly. It is just how that 3-second time penalty is going to cost us by the end of the afternoon. But like I said, we were going to be vulnerable to Gasly anyway if I didn't pit. So I don't think we were going to be able to do a lot anyway here. Around the outside of Fred Vesti in towards the Ascari chicane. We can see Tsunoda and Oscar Piastri there a little bit further up, just battling it out.
Good job. Nice overtake.
Obviously, we will get a couple of laps with DRS as well. There is already, you can just see the field starting to spread out a little bit. There goes Tsunoda again with Oscar Piastri down in towards that final corner. Ollie Behrman, what a move that was! Around the outside of the Mercedes there to relegate him back out of the points. And I think Oscar has picked up some front wing damage as well here as we're going to try and get a run back in towards turn 1.
DRS is now online.
We've navigated 1, we're going to navigate 2, 3, maybe even 4 as Behrman will try to squeeze me. But again, we've got the grip on these tyres. We will send it down the inside of that first corner and back into the points we'll go almost immediately. But we've got to try and get 3 seconds. Well, Oscar Piastri has definitely got front wing damage because he is costing everybody behind even more time.
To get us to the end of this race. Gap to your teammate behind, 2.6 seconds.
In the ideal world for me then, Oscar Piastri hangs on in front of that other group of cars there, and we might just be able to walk away with a P9 finish. Ollie Behrman will make the move happen though, and immediately you can see that gap up to 2.2 seconds again. So P9 might be locked in. I know it's only 2 points, but well, with the fastest lap bonus as well, 3 points could, by the end of the season, be absolutely critical. We'll take a look then on the minimap. Lando Norris is going to be vulnerable to both of those Aston Martins as we start the last lap of the Italian Grand Prix there. We've got 3 seconds over Oscar Piastri. Surely at least 1 point is locked in from this race, along with the fastest lap bonus point here.
Final lap of the race, final lap.
let's just see what more we can get. Ferrari, we constantly seem to have a nightmare when we return to the Italian circuits, or around the outside of Ricciardo. We'll just about get the car stopped down at turn 1. And I cannot believe, yeah, it's, like I said, I feel like we're going to leave Ferrari at the end of the season, whether we win the world title or not. I just do not see a future with this highly dysfunctional team inside this game there. But who's still leading at the front of the order? Lando Norris has still got the buffer ahead of both those Aston Martin cars there. It's critical for any of those three. The win today could light a catalyst towards the end of the season as well there, and that could be pivotal in praying for a championship charge, especially if Verstappen and I keep getting a little bit screwed over here and there. We've got more cars battling, though, a little bit further behind as well, as we make our way down in towards the Ascari for the final time. We spent all afternoon battling at the front, but it was always going to be Charles Leclerc that screws us. It looks like Norris, though, has lost out. Aston Martin now 1 and 2 on the final lap of the Grand Prix. Is it going to be Alonso? Is it going to be Lance Stroll through the final corner here at the Temple of Speed? It is going to be Alonso who takes the win. We come through for P9.
The long decade of hurt is over. Fernando Alonso takes the checkered flag.
You give him a sniff of a chance and he's going to grab it with both hands, and he's still got the same fire, the same energy that he had all those years ago when we first saw him step into a Minardi. And look at him, he's still out there enjoying himself as if it was that first day all those years ago.
The Aston Martin team will be very happy with today's performance and the final result. Another display of excellent driving and excellent teamwork, and a well-deserved first-place finish.
Well, there we go then. Fernando Alonso, by just 0.2 of a second, pips Lando Norris to the win here in Monza. 0.3 of a second covered our top three there, with Stroll on the podium ahead of Gasly, Hamilton, Perez, Hülkenberg, Ricciardo, myself and Ollie Behrman there. Leclerc, Verstappen both didn't score points come the end of the weekend there, so that's certainly going to leave us with an interesting championship fight there. And you just wonder, what could McLaren have done had George Russell not had that late race mechanical failure as well there? What's that going to do for the championship, though? Well, now the gap between the top three in your title fight is down to just 15 points there. Leclerc will lose 2 spots in one go, I believe, to Alonso and Lando Norris as well there. So it is just going from bad to worse at the moment for Charlie Boy. And he might be about to lose another spot to Lance Stroll as well. But definitely a three-way fight now. Maybe 4 if Lando Norris can get a couple more wins under his belt before the end of the year. 4 drivers from 4 different teams fighting it out for the world title. That has never happened in recent memory in Formula 1. My best guess would be 1982 there. Further down the order, Hülkenberg, yeah, comfortably ahead of Perez. They're Gasly as well, not many points behind the Red Bull man either, with Tsunoda still ahead of both of those V-carbs. It is still just Fred Vesti yet to score. Constructors-wise, that gap as well carved to just 15 points between ourselves and Aston Martin. 8 points in it between Red Bull and McLaren a little bit further away as well. There is Mercedes and Haas, the most unlikely battle that could come to fruition by the end of the season there. But we need to pull our finger out. Honestly, at this point, it feels like we need a little bit of a miracle as well. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Baku. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we're returning with round 17 of season 4 of the F124 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live last week from Monza, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. It's safe to say tempers once again flared between myself and our teammate Charles Leclerc, but just a handful of races to go of the campaign. We are still with a shot at the Drivers' World title by the end of the year. Luckily for us, although we had a pretty bad weekend, so did Max Verstappen. So hopefully we have obviously still got our World Championship lead. We've got a 11-point buffer over the Dutchman. However, Fernando Alonso and Lando Norris are closing in rather rapidly at this stage of the season as well. So we've got to try and keep them at bay between now and the end of the campaign. Alonso took the win last time out in Italy. He hasn't finished lower than second since the British Grand Prix where he had a retirement. But yeah, in the last 4 Grand Prix, we've had 3 different winners as well. Lando Norris, still only the 1 win this season, but he has been very quietly consistent and is less than 50 points out as well at the top of the table. But big news for us though as well this weekend, because we've got a secret meeting with McLaren. Could we be alongside Lando Norris next year? I think that team is sensing that we are not happy with our current situation at Ferrari. Well, I don't know what they've put in Andreas Stella's cereal this morning, but he certainly seems very in-depth and ready to have a conversation with us. So that is what McLaren are offering. 49%, kind of control inside the team as well. Obviously, they're 3rd overall. They have got a better car performance than us. So I think we're going to complete talks with McLaren. Obviously, we won't make any contract decisions with them necessarily just yet. That'll have to wait to the end of the year. But McLaren are certainly a team, I think, they're another one. It's either them or Mercedes that I think we would like to bring back to the top of the Formula 1 world up next. And, it could be orange, it could be silver. Only time will tell. Let's head out onto the circuit here in Baku.
It is a truly unique layout. Welcome to Baku and welcome to qualifying.
Well, hindsight is a beautiful thing, and obviously on our brand new steering wheel, maybe Baku probably wasn't the best circuit to first race at inside F124. This place, arguably the toughest on the Formula 1 calendar, as Sergio Perez, that was not a legal entry into the pit lane, was definitely over that white line on the way in. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see as to what the stewards do about that one. But yeah, you join me in Q1, because this is also one of the AI's strongest tracks on the calendar. And obviously against the 110 AI as well. We haven't got much room to, kind of make errors or learn or anything this weekend. We really have kind of just chucked ourselves in at the deep end, as Lance Stroll is out of qualifying. He's only gone and binned it down the end of the back section of the Old Town. And of course, if you had to put your money on anyone, it was going to be Lance Stroll. That's one less car, I guess, we've got to beat this session. And a pretty competitive one at that. Although we just want to try and get this first lap as a banker on the board. Make sure we've got a delta to chase. We know the medium is a long way off the soft compound around this circuit. As, yeah, Ferrari, obviously Charles Leclerc taking 4 pole positions in a row here in Baku in real life. It's a circuit that really does seem to suit the Ferrari car. Or at least Charles Leclerc's driving style as well. But up towards the start-finish line once again. Open up that DRS, use up the last remaining section of battery. We've got 38.3. We go slowest of all so far. But yeah, we'll probably find at least a second moving to softs. Well, Williams and Sauber are a long way off the pace of all the other runners. But it is Lance Stroll in that P15 position right now. So we need to find about a second just over. And we will see ourselves into Q2. Ultimately, yeah, the margins are incredibly tight around this circuit, but let's see, obviously, what we can do with a little bit of bravery, a little bit of confidence. I feel like I am learning this new wheel very well, but it is a very different experience to my other one. We've already found, though, 3/10 through the first 2 turns. That's a good way to start. Well, 6/10 up at the moment, then, as we make our way through the Old Town. This lap is definitely seen an improvement, but we've got to be brave. Oh, nudge the wall. So we make our way down in towards the final sector, and this is going to put us right on the cusp then. A bit like we saw Lando Norris in real life.
And we're in the drop zone. We need a quick lap, or that's qualifying over for us.
We got a little bit more battery in the tank as well as we make our way out the final corner, but we're only 3/4 of a second up at the moment. I don't think this is going to be enough to see ourselves into Q2, and this might be a huge disappointment for Ferrari here. 3/4 of a second up. Will it be enough? I think we've ended up about P16. Is it? Yes, it is. We narrowly miss out. And we are out in Q1. Well, there we go. Max Verstappen and his teammate Sergio Perez line up on the front row, at least in Q1. Carlos Sainz there in the V-Carb doing a really good effort to make it a Red Bull 1-2-3. Charles Leclerc only down in P7. We, though, just miss out by, what's that, 0.2 of a second in the end to Daniel Ricciardo. So, gutted, so close to making it into Q2. And like I said, you know, we were struggling with the new equipment there just to try and get used to things. I think if we can survive this first weekend here in Baku, we probably should be pretty happy with ourselves.
Good afternoon and welcome from Baku. This was the arena, if you think back to 2017, and one of the most eventful races of modern history, with controversy behind the safety car, last-second overtakes, and a historic podium for Williams and Lance Stroll. Let's find out what lies in store for us this year. It's time for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. With 20 turns and a length of 3.7 miles, Baku City Circuit in the heart of the Azerbaijan capital is a real test of a driver's endurance, patience and precision. 90-degree corners through Sector 1, leading to a tightening uphill sprint as we start to circle around the old city. Then a 1.4-mile chase flat out through Sector 3 towards the finish line. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And Fernando Alonso completes the front row. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Perez, Norris, Gasly, Oscar Piastri, Russell, Sainz, Hamilton, Ocon, Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Stroll, Firestarter, Vesti, Albon, Behrman and Zhou Guanyu. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Well, anything can happen here in Baku, and it usually does. This track has delivered chaos and drama throughout every single season it's been on the Formula 1 calendar. But if you guys watched our My Team video a couple of weeks ago, we actually basically did the entire race on a set of the medium compounded tyre. So we're going to try and do that again today, open up strategy for ourselves later on in the afternoon. Of course, the AI are just so OP now over one lap on this game. They were very underpowered, and now they're very overpowered. When on earth they're going to find the balance with that, I will never know. But ready then on the grid for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, waiting on those 5 red lights. A mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go. They're struggling to put the power down in towards that first corner. Fred Vesti, we'll try and have a look down the outside, but we will just keep the car there. And I think the first goal is try and not lose any places on lap 1. In fact, we might even be able to make up one on Daniel Ricciardo as well. As you can see, cars 2-3 wide just up in front. Everybody scrapping out, trying to make up places off the start. Everybody knows it's a good opportunity as Daniel Ricciardo in the second of the V-carbs. I mean, we were comfortably down the inside as Lance Stroll doesn't quite spot us either. Tiny bit of contact with the Canadian, and that was very realistic for Lance. No awareness of anybody around him early on in the GP. I don't think, though, we've really got any proper damage from that, as we will once again try the move again on the Aston Martin. Well, I've just asked the team and they've reported no real damage on the car. And now, yeah, we've obviously made up that one spot then on the opening lap, but of course today is going to be about the DRS as well. They're obviously Red Bull right up towards the front of the order. I believe it's probably still Verstappen that will lead the way at the end of lap 1. And yeah, there we go, our main championship rival, just ahead of our second championship rival, because Fernando Alonso is in P2. Like I said, this is going to be a trial by fire today. I think we're going to need a bit of a miracle if we want to beat Max, but we've got to try and just get on with it, get the best result we possibly can, and make sure we lose out on as few points as we possibly can. We have still got a small buffer in the championship, but that could be all eroded today. We can already see on the minimap our top kind of 5 cars, I think it is, have all bolted free at the front of the order. So I think it's one of the Mercs that is holding everyone up a little bit further behind. I will give it credit as well, though, this wheel. It does give me a lot of different detail that I've never really felt on F1 24. You know, you get a few more of the bumps, a few bits and pieces like that. I think they call it True Force, I want to say, on Logitech. It really does seem to be making a difference right now as Alonso, new fast lap of the day. 230 miles an hour for us, 235, 236. I think that's the fastest I've ever gone on this game. 236 miles an hour, and it felt like this car had a little bit more to give, as we will send it down the inside of Stroll down at turn 2. Try and get the power down on the exit there, give the Canadian a little bit of a squeeze, and we are now up into 40. No idea what's going on. I believe that must be Lando Norris then at the front of this little train of cars, and maybe he's just picked up a little bit of front wing damage. But everybody now caught up in a train behind him. I thought originally we had a Merc and a Haas fighting at the front of this group. It even looks like they're just starting to escape a little bit more as well there. So yeah, really not going well for the team that we might potentially sign with for next season. But again, we've got to try and utilise the straight line speed that this car's got available to it still. It's almost into the back of Sonoda up the top of the old town. See, we've got to get the power down though. We've definitely got some ponies in a straight line. This Ferrari power unit, yeah, certainly operates very, very nicely. So just trying to gather the car up off the corner as well. We've got to try and get a run on Yuki back down in towards turn 1 there, as Russell and Hulkenberg, you just see as well, jockeying right outside the top 10 positions. But yeah, once you get this thing in the slipstream, get it up into 8th gear there. I mean, even without the battery usage or the DRS, still see top times though into the 139s, as we're going to try and get a run on Yuki back down towards someone. He might get a run though on Hulkenberg in towards that first corner. We're going to go late on the brakes around the outside of the pair of them. We'll hang around the outside of our former teammate Nico Hulkenberg. Well, we never seemed to battle Nico Hulkenberg much when we were down at Haas, but yeah, now, ever since I left, he seems to have become a whole lot better inside this game. He's even had a few podiums this season. I was taking that first one. I don't even know what I pressed there. Apparently, I pressed the rewind button. That was not what I intended to do. But yeah, as I was trying to say, though... Oh, Russell's gone! George Russell's gone! Well, I guess that's going to be another freebie for us then. We're up into P11 then of this GP. I mean, a safety car now would be fantastic, because I would just take a set of the hard tyres to the end of the Grand Prix. But Russell then, our first casualty of the afternoon, and one McLaren I think is wounded, and the other one, well, he's worse than that. Oh, no, Norris is gone. What on earth is going on now? We got a safety car. And both McLarens are gone then. Well, on the weekend where McLaren are trying to sign ourselves and both of their drivers feeling the pressure, a mechanical failure for George Russell, and then a lock-up into the wall for Lando Norris is not what they needed. We are going to take that chance, though, to box onto a set of hards, and hopefully we'll get those to the end of the race. Well, I don't know whether we're going to see anybody else. Yes, they are. Everybody's going to come into the pit lane, but I want to experience what the new force feedback effects are like as well with this steering wheel inside the pit lane here, as we'll try and just get the car slowed down. That feels very, very odd, first of all. But yeah, as we try and make sure that we get a nice, clean, tidy pit stop. I mean, that is quite cool. You can feel the wheels going on different parts. Come on, we want to go. I got to remember my clutch. I've now got it mapped, so I've actually got a proper foot clutch, finally, inside this game there. But we are going to re-emerge then, I believe, just outside the points. Yeah, we're down to P11. Annoyingly, everybody else seems to have had the same idea as we had. Well, safety car coming in then at the end of lap 8, so it hasn't even been a particularly long one in this race either. So for everybody else, it is just going to be about trying to stay out the walls towards the end of the afternoon. Make sure you nurse your tyres and try to see them through to the checkered flag. As Max Verstappen, I believe it is, no, it's Alonso, sorry, will get to unleash the pace wherever he feels like. We need to try and go for the move immediately on Hulkenberg. And we maybe have got the jump on him. Come on, Hulkenberg, you've got to try and keep up with the rest of the group. And look at that, we timed it beautifully. Back down in towards turn 1. Not only down the inside of Hulkenberg, but also down the 7-time world champion in Lewis Hamilton. Little snap of oversteer, though, off the exit of the corner, as we struggle just to get these hards up to pace. You can just see there again, lacking that ultimate confidence in the car. Lance Stroll trying to look around the outside. Again, though, we just don't want to lose spots off of restarts here. So try and get back down the inside. Oh, the Aston Martin there a little bit deep into the next corner. But we live to fight for another day. Well, I think Verstappen is starting to struggle then, because now we've got both our teammate Fernando Alonso and even one of the Mercs now ahead of the Red Bull man. So is Verstappen, our big championship rival, running into problems here? And could Alonso be the one to capitalise on all of that. I mean, I think someone might have front wing damage. I mean, looking at that train, that might genuinely be Verstappen.
Push, push. We can't let them hold us up for too long, so let's try and get past as soon as possible and crack on. Push, push.
And on the weekend where we look set to struggle, maybe Verstappen. I mean, Baku, this place is unpredictable. It can be tricky. So that is a big dive down the inside of Hulkenberg.
Nice work. That's why I love working with you. Smashed it.
Well, Mark there hyping us up on that one, and who can blame him? That was a very aggressive dive bomb on Hulkenberg, but we got it stopped. There was no contact, and we are back into the points. Well, next up then, Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes. We know that thing isn't as quick in a straight line. So we'll approach 230 miles an hour. Can we have a look around the outside of our fellow Brit? Yes, we can. Get the car slowed down there. Get round the outside. Luckily, Lewis is a fair and respectful racer. Gives me the room. And we're up to 9th. Well, I think if things were to finish like this, at this current stage of the Grand Prix, it would actually be Alonso that takes the World Championship lead at the front of the order. Of course, yeah, the Spaniard out in front. And Leclerc still hasn't won a race since the season opener in Bahrain. He seems to be the only person that can even keep up with him. Ferrari, the car pace this weekend does seem to be a little bit better once more. Of course, the man that used to drive this Ferrari car all the way back in season 1, Carlos Sainz, now looking to try and defend his position from us. That V-carb, though, was really operating quite well at the hands of the Spaniard this weekend. But you just see as he has to start saving some of his battery. We are going to be able to capitalise once more there. And again, one AI will go a bit defensive. Esteban Ocon still sat on the racing line. And once more, we'll go around the outside down at turn 1. The confidence is getting there. Oh, Gasly's gone. Gasly's gone for a spin. The Haas driver there making a little error. And we got a red flag. No. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Like I said, I think Verstappen was struggling with some damage, so he's going to get that repaired. And now everybody's strategy reset again. Well, we're going to have to restart this one then on the medium compounded tyre, but it is just chaos so far in Baku this afternoon. Yeah, those mediums should safely get to the end.
There's a good opportunity to get this start spot on. Come on.
5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go yet again then as Alonso will try and cover off from our teammate down in towards turn 1. We will try and cover off from Carlos Sainz there through the first corner. Ocon now trying to look around the outside of Oscar Piastri's. Yeah, that has given Red Bull and Max Verstappen a bit of a lifeline back into this GP. But we will defend from the Spaniard there, who for whatever reason has opted for hard compound tyres off of this restart. So I'm guessing, well, maybe he was struggling on his tyres there as Ocon again will really squeeze Oscar Piastri. These two could have been teammates in Formula 1. But in this alternate timeline, their paths have never really crossed. And yeah, Oscar Piastri, though, in that Mercedes, he seems to have settled himself in fairly comfortably so far in this Grand Prix. Let's try and have a look down the inside, though. Oh, just barely kept it out the wall, and I think Oscar just backed out behind. Oh, looking at the Delta times, luckily, yeah, I think we might have been a bit too aggressive there with Oscar Piastri. Lance Stroll was able to make the move happen as well, but he didn't pick up any front wing damage, and that's the important bit. That Merc still looking fairly competitive here as now Stroll trying to line up a move on me. So we've got Aston Martin and Ferrari at the front. Aston Martin and Ferrari a little way further back as well.
Now enabled. Right, the gap to the teammate ahead of us. 2.6 seconds.
I'm trying to remember what the gap is to Alonso in the championship. It's either 16 or 19 points. Either way, if he wins this thing, it's going to be mighty close in the World Championship. Well, Esteban Ocon, he deserved a big haul of points last weekend at Monza. Never quite happened for him. Unfortunately, things pretty much out of his control late on in the afternoon ruined any hopes. So we're just again grazing the wall to make our way down the hill there. You've got to be so careful. Avoid those barriers as best as we can, but even if you rub up against them there, avoid picking up front wing damage. If you just tip the steering wheel in a little bit more, the tyre will hit the wall, and the front wing hopefully won't. As you can see, again, Leclerc, I think, is going to try and line up a move on Fernando Alonso. I mean, it'd be useful for our championship hopes if Leclerc can slow up both Alonso and Verstappen. Although that being said, we're not a million miles away now from either of them here. We have very quickly moved our way up the order this afternoon. Or 10 laps to go then, and we are still right within blinking distance of the race lead here. Let's try and see if we can move up into P5 ahead of Esteban Ocon again. Speeds in excess of 230 miles an hour. New fastest lap. As we try and make a move on the Frenchman, our teammate, trying to make a move on Fernando Alonso at the front of the order. Ocon, he doesn't want to back out of that. We'll have to give him a little bit of a squeeze through turn 2. And we will get around the outside again then. And now up into P5 of this GP. I've got no idea how many moves we've made around the outside today. But it is working well for us. And somehow, I never thought, to be honest, at the start of this, we'd get back here as we've got yellows out again. Who's binned it now behind us? I think Stroll's gone. Are we going to get yet another safety car or a red flag or something in this race? I think, well, ultimately, yeah, the race stewards have kind of given up. It's Baku, isn't it, at the end of the day? I think they just all want to go home. But I think Alonso has just got the legs on Charles Leclerc at this stage of the afternoon. I'm getting worried that our teammate might just soon drop out of the DRS window of the Aston Martin there. It's Ferrari, Red Bull, Ferrari, following the two-time world champion. I mean, if Alonso genuinely makes it 3 world titles by the end of this year, it will be one of the greatest ever comeback stories in Formula 1. As you can see, Perez now trying to go defensive on me.
The gap on the car behind by 5/10 a lap.
Many have tried before you so far this Grand Prix, Sergio, and many have failed. Up into P4, and this was a man I never really thought I'd see this afternoon. But we are going to battle with him in the final few laps of this Grand Prix. Well, I think I've worked out why then Alonso seems to have the pace over Leclerc and Verstappen. They're both on hards. Why on earth, for only half a Grand Prix after we've all already used a set of the hard compound tyre, would both Leclerc and Verstappen opt to run with them again? Did they have more confidence with them? Did they feel like they had more pace in the car? Either way, that might explain why, yeah, they've been able to keep in his range. They haven't really been able to do anything against Alonso over the last few laps, as now you can see we're going to use all of our straight line speed to close in on Verstappen there, and Leclerc was out of the DRS range. You can see our teammate's rear wing was not open back down in towards turn 1, so Alonso, he might be able to do this, he might be able to get away here, and it might well be that we are the only car that can really battle with him towards the end. Of course, on the other side of that, those hard tyres start getting a little bit stronger. We might not... Yeah, I mean, Alonso and I both might start to struggle. This has got to be one of the weirdest races I've ever had in F1 24. Oh, Stroll's gone. Stroll is gone from this Grand Prix then. Late on in the day. I don't know whether that's been a mechanical failure or another error by the Canadian, but a weekend to forget. And whilst his teammate dominates... Yeah, Alonso's gone now. Alonso is absolutely gone, so we need to try and use all of our battery. It might still be that Aston Martin don't walk away with the most points from this weekend. As you can see, Verstappen having to just start saving some ERS again. And then remembers that he's going to be under pressure from me there. 234, 235. As I was only planning on going around the outside of one, but we tried on the other. I mean, you can just see there, yeah, Alonso is barely over the 1 second mark. And Verstappen will fling it back down our inside down to turn 2. Won't be able to make it happen there, and from 16th place on the grid, we are ahead of our main championship rival once more, but I want to try and beat both of them. Well, I'm so confused. Alonso's on hards as well. Why are they all on hard compound tyres towards the end of this Grand Prix? It makes absolutely zero sense to me as to what the AI strategy has been this afternoon, but I tell you what, it has opened up the race back for us. It has given us a window back in. And we know at this stage of the campaign, we cannot afford to waste opportunity. Every single chance you get between now and the end of the season, we have got to capitalise on. As Charles Leclerc again, a bit wide there by myself, down at the end of Sector 2 as well. The tyre warning light just flashes up. As long as we don't keep doing that, though, that shouldn't be much of a concern. I know I've mentioned it before. There's a weird kind of exploit with the tyre wear inside this game. Of course, it basically works out your tyre wear based on the outside of the wheel, but also inside the game still behind the scenes. It then won't wear the tyre anymore until it would have caught up to where it's now worn. It's very, very weird, but basically it shows you a different number to the one it saves. As right on the outside of Leclerc we go, and we're now in the range of Alonso with 5 laps left. This might end up almost accidentally being one of my greatest ever drives on this game, if we can win. I mean, now we've got to try and play this race like a bit more of a chess match, because if I get round Alonso, he will likely just be able to come back at me once again. I also don't know whether it's worth trying to keep Leclerc in the range late on or kind of feed him to the wolves, being the Red Bull team a little bit further behind there. But again, just see that Aston Martin is not particularly quick in a straight line anyway. So as we try and use the DRS in towards that first corner, to the outside of Alonso for the lead of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Just under 4 laps to go, and we will out-traction him off of turn 1 there. Fernando will use some battery in towards turn 2, will bobble over the curb there, try to give me the room on the exit the corner. We will tuck back into the slipstream though once again, and to the outside once more of one of our other main championship rivals right now. Whoa, we just about get it hooked up there the long way around, and up finally into the lead we will go with this Grand Prix. And I'll be honest, at the start of the weekend, that was not what I thought we were going to be seeing. I don't know whether Alonso just grazed the wall or not down at turn 3 there. He seems to be dropping back. I think he did. I think Alonso might have just nudged the wall, and that might leave him very vulnerable to Leclerc. Could Ferrari be on for a 1-2? Well, I don't think it was front wing damage. I just think that's the difference between the mediums and the hard compound tyre at this stage of the day, because Alonso now is going to hunt me back down in towards turn 1. But yeah, that Aston Martin, I mean, we're barely doing 200 miles an hour, and he still can't get to me by the time we get to that first corner. As long as I don't waste the battery around the rest of the lap or make a mistake somewhere, I don't think Alonso's got enough to come by past us. That Aston Martin car, way too focused on its cornering potential. Somehow it's led most of this race, and obviously dominated most of the weekend as well with McLaren last time round at Monza. That here right now, I don't think Alonso can get me. Oh, I maybe spoke too soon. I might have just got a little bit optimistic there. Alonso, I think, maybe played dead so he could try and come back at me, as that's exactly what he's going to do. Back down the inside goes the Spaniard, I believe. He'll have the DRS as well, up over the start-finish line. Again, though, I'd rather just fight with him, as here comes Charles as well. Maybe those hard compound tyres getting more grippy again, as Leclerc definitely had more braking performance. We hang on to P2 though, and after the tempers flared last weekend, if we dare make more contact with him and I deem it's Leclerc's fault, I will not be happy. Well, one more lap to go then here from Baku, and I don't know what we should do at the moment. Do we wait for the last lap to try and get the run on Alonso, or do I just try and claim track position now? I think we've just got to claim the position, because I've been known in many years to be a bit of a bottle job around this venue. That, and also the fact I didn't get back past him until gone the start-finish line there, makes me think that, yeah, we made the right choice. And now it would just be a question of defending on this last lap of the Grand Prix. Leclerc, he is still waiting in the wings as well. If anything's to happen between two of your championship top runners, Verstappen and Red Bull, they've been there or thereabouts all weekend, but just ultimately have lacked the race pace come the end of the Grand Prix. And Sergio Perez, going to be a good return to form for him this weekend. He loves this Azerbaijan circuit, as always. Ran well around here as well. But on the last lap of this Grand Prix, like I said, I thought this weekend was going to be a trial by fire, but we have built confidence up in the car, in the all-new setup, and as we make our way in towards the final few turns, don't hit the wall, please, now. I cannot make a mistake down through the castle section on this last lap. We can control the pace through some of the corners. I just want to save as much battery as we can, ready for the start-finish straight here. Alonso, he is still breathing down my neck as we make our way into the final sector of the Grand Prix. Will it be the Spaniard from P2 on the grid? Will it be us from 16th place on the grid? Out of the final proper corner of this Grand Prix, it is still anybody's guess, because Alonso, he will try to use the battery. We're going to have to use all of ours as well there, and maybe if he gets the DRS as well, I mean, surely he will, but will he have enough? Alonso, he's not dropping back from us. This is going to be so close up towards the line. I think we've done it, though. Alonso's not got enough. That is P1.
Yes, guys, yes! Come on, boys!
You always look back at a race like this and think, if I'd just made that mistake there or locked up here, there would have been contact. And every one of those overtakes is a moment where you have to absolutely nail it, perfect it, and that's exactly what they're able to do today. Great stuff indeed.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, there we are then. Like I said, I genuinely never expected this result by the end of qualifying there. We were out in Q1, but from 16th on the grid, after safety cars, red flags, and everything else that happens, we steal the victory and the full 26 points to accompany it there. Alonso in P2 ahead of Leclerc with both Red Bulls in 4th and 5th. Ocon beats out both Haas cars with Carlos Sainz and Ollie Behrman for the 2nd year in a row inside this series. Behrman will get points as well in Baku. Further down the order, Stroll, Russell and Lando Norris all failed to see the checkered flag. Lewis Hamilton must have picked up some damage as well towards the end, as well as Oscar Piastri. 15th and 16th for those two is a pretty disappointing result. They're allowing a lot of the smaller teams to get some points as well there. It means in the in the drivers' table though, Leclerc re-jumps Norris. Alonso now jumps Verstappen. We've almost got a race win buffer at the top of the table as well there. Constructors-wise, we pull away a little bit from Aston Martin as well. That gap now up to 38 points. But yeah, what can we say? The perfect weekend for us when all is said and done. And what a way to start with the new Logitech steering wheel as well, it would appear. Thank you everybody so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Singapore. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 17 of season 4 of the F124 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Singapore Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live on Monday, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We returned to Baku. We had to go with our own new steering wheel, and it's safe to say we had a pretty fun time. Yes, for the first time in what feels like quite a few Grand Prix, we actually extended our World Championship lead, as now Fernando Alonso is our closest competitor as we head to Marina Bay this weekend. We've got just a 23-point advantage over the Aston Martin driver. Max Verstappen is just a further 2 points back at this stage of the campaign, so it is absolutely a three-way title fight at the top of the table, and I think this one is likely going to go down to the wire. Mechanical failures could be pivotal in who is going to be your Season 4 World Champion. As well, if you're new around here, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. Looking at performance, it seems like Red Bull have actually got the jump once again at the top of the table in terms of theoretical performance. Ourselves and Aston Martin are pretty even. But if you guys have watched other series we've done on this game in F124, Alonso is rapid around Marina Bay as well. Of course, took the first ever win here back in 2008. With slightly dubious circumstances, it must be added. But yeah, Fernando Alonso, he loves this circuit. It's one that I love as well. So hopefully we can do a better job than we did in Baku qualifying and try to walk away with another big result.
It is one of our great cinematic settings of the season. Welcome to Singapore. We're under the floodlights with the walls close and pole position up for grabs.
Well, as I mentioned in the intro, Singapore, its place has always been a happy hunting ground for us since the new updates to F120, well, the track actually, of course, back on F123, and long may that continue this weekend as well. Would love to try and get another good result here around this venue, and like I said, if we could get that one race buffer over Alonso and Verstappen, I'd be very, very happy. Just give us that little margin of safety towards the end of the year. We are yet to have a mechanical failure this season. This Ferrari car has certainly been very, very different to the one we were lumbered with on our last campaign. But yeah, we're going to feature Q1 again. Obviously just where we struggled last weekend with that first session. Purple through the first sector though. I mean, that is probably going to be this car's strongest though around the lap. Sector 1 or Sector 3. Sector 2, we've got to just try and hang on and hope for the best. Well, I would like to try and get into a rhythm of making sure that we are out of Q1 fairly nice and tidy again. I'm hoping Monday's video even was just a bit of a one-off for us, and hopefully normal service can now resume as making our way through the final couple of corners. Still got a fair bit of spare battery, but that final corner completely flat out. We go P11. Not fantastic, but I'm sure on a soft compound run we should be safe. At times, I think we are just about safely going to make it through and into Q2 anyway. So already doing better than we did in qualifying last weekend in Baku. Yeah, we are safely into that second session. However, Lando Norris has found a huge amount of time on his second run. Of course, dominated the real-life Singapore Grand Prix just a few weeks ago. We look like we're going to be able to get pretty close to that time, though. I was just trying to learn where I can use my battery around the lap, and I think the answer is pretty much everywhere. There is chucking it through the final couple of corners, or avoid that wall on the exit of the chicane. Once again, completely flat out towards the line, and we go fastest on the board. Well, there we go then, clear of Lando Norris by just 1/10 of a second at the end of Q1. You can see Charles Leclerc as well up in P5, so it looks like Ferrari's pace finally starting to come back the right way again. Carlos Sainz, the star of qualifying last weekend, down in P16. And pretty much now always, it's the two Williams and the two Saubers that go out in Q1. We'll hang out then on to our Q2 run. I'm just hoping we can make it through this session with just a single lap time on the board. I want to try and dip into the 125s this weekend. It does seem insane. This was a circuit that not too long ago, pole position times were in the 1-minute 40s. And I know obviously the track has changed quite a lot since then. Through the final couple of turns, though, up towards the line, it is going to be a 126.0, and Verstappen has got under the 126 benchmark. He is provisionally fastest. Well, Max Verstappen, he's a bit like Lewis Hamilton in sort of 2017, 2018. When his back's against the wall, he can bring out some ridiculous lap times, especially around a circuit like this where the driver does make the difference. We end up P2 there, both Aston Martins making it into Q3 as well. Both McLarens, both Red Bulls, Oscar Piastri and Pierre Gasly all safely through. How many times this year have we seen Lewis Hamilton narrowly miss out on Q3? Is it finally time for our fellow Brit to call it on his career? We're trying to give ourselves a little bit of breathing room then as we head back out onto the circuit, and even better, everybody else have actually just finished their first lap times. So we're going to have a bit of free track space to try and go for it here. We've only got Charles Leclerc, who I believe has also just wrapped up his first qualifying run. But down in P8 for our teammate, so not really the ideal one for him, unless he's just started it. And he's just trying to make sure he gets a decent time on the board there. Marina Bay, though. This is such a fun track to just throw a car around. It's been one that's not been fantastic for Ferrari in previous years. A couple of terrible memories, of course, from this circuit. 2008, Felipe Massa and the fuel pump issue. Or, yeah, I guess it's the fuel, I don't really know. The fuel line, fuel pump, I don't know. And then, obviously, 2017 as well. That famous one between Sebastian Vettel, Max Verstappen and Kimi Räikkönen on a wet Marina Bay circuit. But yeah, hopefully this weekend we can try and give the team a few more happy memories as well. Fernando Alonso winning here back in 2010. Sebastian Vettel claiming his last ever win here in 2019. Or, of course, one of the first times Ferrari looked... Well, it was the first Ferrari pole, wasn't it, in the turbo hybrid era back in 2015 as well around this circuit. Sebastian Vettel, he loved this place, and he was a very, very quick driver on his day as well around this venue. But through the final couple of corners, we're going to go up towards the start-finish line. I don't think this lap's going to be a 1-minute 25, but we're not going to be a million miles away. Yes, it is a 25.7. I was not expecting that. Oh, 40 seconds left on the clock then. Everybody that's got spare tyres has come back out there. And as I predicted pre-weekend, it was always going to be Alonso versus myself in the battle for pole position. We've got less than a tenth over him at the moment, and we might see Fernando set another benchmark. Verstappen suddenly springboards himself back up to the top of the order, 25.6. So times are continuing to improve around this venue right towards the end of the session. But will we be able to go quicker than the Dutchman again there? Just trying to chuck the car through the first couple of corners. Alonso hasn't improved. See a top three are your top 3 in the World Championship, but in a very, very different order as well. Just chuck the car over the curbing at the end of the Raffles Boulevard. Got to be careful with that. One of the only places you probably can get away with just like breaking yourself a little bit around this venue there. But yeah, this circuit, when the night light shines, it really does. This circuit, you know, it absolutely comes alive. And when you get a lap nailed here, there aren't many places better attacking the curbs before making our way over the Anderson Bridge. Oh, a little bit wide. No! Oh, just got that little bit of oversteer on the exit of the corner. Half a second down. I think we have completely ruined it there. Just attacked the angle too early over the Anderson Bridge there, and that has really, really cost us trying to gather up the throttle as early as we possibly could. And Verstappen, out of nowhere, right at the end of the session, we thought this was going to be a battle between the Aston Martins, the McLarens, and maybe ourselves. Verstappen, like I said, when his back's up against the wall, he can find something extra. The Dutchman will line up on pole. Well, there we go, Max Verstappen, right when he needed it. Pole position here in Singapore by just a 10th in the end. We line up P2 ahead of Alonso, with both McLaren cars there leaving their best pace right to the end of the session. Charles Leclerc really struggled all the way down in P9. But yeah, we've got our work out today. Once again, it's us versus our big title rivals at the front of the order. I definitely feel like we could have had pole, but we're more interested in the 26 points come the end of the race.
It's the Singapore Grand Prix, where Sebastian Vettel has the most wins here with 5. Who will be lifting the trophy today here at the Marina Bay Circuit? It is a wonderful racetrack to come to, but it's sometimes been a bit tricky to overtake. We have a new layout to try and change all of that. Reduced to 3 miles, it's turn 16 and turn 19, which has gone from corners to a straight. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and Firestarter completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Fernando Alonso, Norris, Stroll, Perez, Oscar Piastri, Leclerc, Gasly, Hamilton, Hülkenberg, Ricciardo, Ocon, Russell, Tsunoda, Sainz, Albon, Behrman, Joe, and Frederick Vesti. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, here we are then, ready on the grid for the Singapore Grand Prix. 31 laps ahead of us, and this place you've got to look after the tyres. We saw it in Baku last weekend. We were able to make the correct strategy call and storm through the rest of the front runners right towards the end of the afternoon. Here at Marina Bay, though, the softs don't tend to work very well. They can go fairly far, but very, very quickly, the mediums just become a better race tyre to try and use as well. We've actually got the inside line ready for turn 1, but I'm not expecting us to get a better start than Verstappen alongside me. Let's do this thing, though. It's time for the Singapore Grand Prix. 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out. Oh, and away we go there. And Verstappen hasn't got off to a good start. Fernando Alonso has, though. All 3 of us side by side in towards turn 1, but it's Alonso that will move to the front of the order there. Verstappen immediately drops down to P3, and we will say, whoa, thank you very much there, and try and hang on to P2. Little bit of a moment off the exit of that first couple of turns. Be careful not to drop it on the exit there. And Alonso, once again, for the oldest man currently on the Formula 1 grid, he reliably seems to get the best starts inside this game. The wily old fox has still got a few tricks up his sleeve, as that Stroll trying to wrestle his way in between those 2 Red Bull cars. Obviously McLaren as well, not getting off to a particularly good getaway for them either, dropping down the order. But yeah, Verstappen, though, he will not be happy with that horrendous hookup right from the moment the lights dropped there. Just could not get the first phase of power down, and Alonso and I both able to capitalise as we're just trying to settle into a rhythm on this opening lap there. A little bit of understeer as we make our way off the Anderson Bridge, and Alonso, he's just, it's plain and simple, he knows the plan here is just try and check out on lap 1. We cannot let the Spaniard get away. Of course, he is now my main championship rival, and we know just how quick he is at a few of these venues towards the end of the year. We've got to keep him in our sights. We've got to try and stay in his DRS as we come towards the end of lap 1. That could have been better. It could have been worse. I see this quite a lot inside F124. Fernando Alonso, when he gets to the front of the Grand Prix, he really tries to go out there and attack right at the start of the race. Tries to basically force everybody else into either dropping at that DRS range or using all of their battery to try and keep up with him. So it looks like that is again what he's going to try and do here. We have only just stayed inside the DRS range, as Verstappen behind us as well looks pretty quick. But you can see both of their number 2 drivers in Stroll and Perez absolutely fallen away early on, 2.6 seconds. And, well, it's Grand Prix like today, where I think, you know, your World Championship drivers all try and find that little bit extra. We could end up, all 3 of us, pushing each other to the limits and really running away from the rest of the cars. Well, we talk about how quick Alonso likes to go out the gate here. We don't often talk about how quickly his pace seems to start to suffer because of it. I mean, yeah, we got to hope Charles Leclerc has a good race here as well, because I do still want to try and wrap up another Constructors' title for Ferrari as well here. That one, I mean, Aston Martin, yeah, are looking very, very strong towards the end of the year, and maybe if Perez can bring out some better results as well, he could be a bit of a threat there. Really nice run, though, out onto the Raffles Boulevard as Alonso. Boy, I think we both wanted to try and get to the inside there. Somehow we are the one that does so in the end, as wheel to wheel will go with the Spaniard through the next couple of corners. Second weekend in a row, we have battled with him for the lead of a Grand Prix, and Alonso that time round able to just get on the brakes later around the outside and chop across. But that could have been an airplane crash early on in the Grand Prix. Right, well, let's see if we can try that again then against Fernando Alonso. This seems to be one of the only tracks on the calendar where the AI really do seem to shred through their tyres worse than I do. So around the outside we'll go again. We'll have the inside line there. This time I'm going to be a bit further in front. That was aggressive with the Spaniard, and maybe had the tables been turned there, he might have perhaps given me a little bit more room down the end of that straight, but we'll power our way back through. We're not here to make friends this late on in the season. We've got a handful of races still to go, as that was so close to the inside wall. Well, on to lap 7 though. Alonso now trying to look back down the inside, down the end of the Raffles Boulevard, and will once more slot back up into the lead of the Grand Prix. Trying to look back around his outside through the very next corner there, but Verstappen, oh, he is hungry to try and make a move happen as well, if he can do. He took that pole position. He won't want to spend all afternoon just watching Alonso and I fight, but strategy could be quite critical in this one. Have to wait and see how things pan out. I'm hoping as well, inside F124, they do add that 4th DRS zone as well, down in towards the final couple of turns. So, oh, come on. What is that? Get off the wall, Matt. No! No! I ran down the wall and we've got a puncture! Very early on in the Singapore Grand Prix. I apologise, Lance. I'm trying to stay out of the way as best as we can, but the tyre's completely gone on us. And just, I forgot how quickly that can happen as we're trying to just make our way through. Don't run into Charles. Try not to damage the wing. Oh, I cannot believe I've done that. How do we not do that in Baku, as I can't even try and get into the pit lane here. That was definitely not a legal pit entry, but on just lap 8 then, we are already into the pit lane here, as that has gone disastrously for us. Into the pit box we'll go. They will still put on hard tyres that will hopefully go to the end. 2.4 second stop isn't bad.
Fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
It's not game over. It's not good, but it's not game over yet. We will have plenty of time to try and fight our way back in. But yeah, just a horrible little moment in this Grand Prix.
Penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
Oh, but yeah, I don't think I've ever done that inside F124. Had a puncture from rubbing down the wall. It felt really odd. The car just kept trying to drag me out towards it, so I wonder if the rear wheel as well was rubbing down it, and that was kind of just forcing the front end towards the wall even more. Well, our plan now, though, is very, very simple in this Grand Prix. Basically, what we need to do now is work these tyres hard, try and get the undercut on Alonso and Verstappen, and hope that they continue to battle up towards the front of the order.
Somewhere on the internal combustion engine, be aware that we're going to start to see a loss of power.
If we get a mechanical failure here as well today, I will be very, very sad. But, yeah, we can still win this race. But we've got to try these next kind of 5 or 6 laps. They have all got to be qualifying laps. Oh, no! That's just screwed. Oscar Piastri's gone. What on earth has happened to the McLaren and the Mercedes man even? And we are in big trouble. I mean, you can just see Oscar Piastri. He's full throttled it into that wall. What on earth is that? Crashgate 2.0 has just occurred here, ladies and gentlemen. And I got no idea why Oscar Piastri doesn't want me to win the world title. Maybe Mercedes are upset that we're still having meetings with McLaren. But Oscar Piastri's out of the Grand Prix. And we are, I mean, everybody's going to get a free stop. We are in such trouble. There we go. Yep, Alonso, Verstappen, everybody else is going to peel into the pit lane here. So we are probably going to re-emerge at the back of the field. And whereas Baku last weekend, we probably didn't have the pace and got very lucky. This weekend, it seems like the opposite is going to happen. Is there any other strategy I can do? Could I try and go back to mediums or something like that? I'm not convinced we can. Tempted to try those. We haven't really got a lot to lose. We'll try and stay out, though, and just make sure that we see if we can claim some free track position here. We should be able to get quite a few spots back, actually. Looking at it, we're going to be out ahead of Esteban Ocon in his Alpine. In fact, we're actually back up inside the top 10. So that went better than I thought it would. Careful not to pick up a penalty. Thank you. A little bit cheeky with the Delta, but that's perfectly legal in Formula 1. So if anything then, we've just lost a few places from when I had the puncture, and now everyone is back in the same boat. Well, early on then, it feels like we've kind of had a similar strategy to what ended up going down in Baku. Admittedly, we never got a puncture there, but yeah, it's safe to say we've had a couple of crazy races stacked up against each other. We're barely at 1/3 distance here in Marina Bay. Still 20 laps left to go, though. Alonso leads the way ahead of Verstappen, so both of them will be looking to try and take points out of us in the championship as Alonso gets to dictate the pace. When do we go out through those final couple of corners? How about now then, by the looks of it? And we've got to try and get our elbows out. We've got to try and move back through the order as quickly as possible. Admittedly, Oscar Piastri, I don't think I realised it at the time, but has given me a bit of a lifeline. We'll try and go around the outside of his teammate, Lewis Hamilton, off of those first couple of turns. Down the inside, ready for turn 5. And up then we go once more. We've got to get brave with the overtake. Well, in the ideal world for us, what we need to see at some point during this race is that Alonso and Verstappen start going side by side. Of course, we haven't really allowed them to battle each other so far this afternoon.
Enabled DRS. DRS is now online.
We did spend most of the early laps here up in second position, kind of splitting them both. Can we try and get a run on Stroll, though, as well, a little bit further behind? That second Aston Martin, he will be told to try and get the elbows out. Currently in this Ferrari sandwich, but this is Lance Stroll.
Let's go. Let's try and get past them and put them on the back foot. Push, push.
We've got a huge run on him. Aston Martin got a lot of straight line speed, but not as much as us. As around the outside we'll go once again, and just like Baku, we are having to be the one making all the overtakes. Well, it is a bit of a shame that that safety car came when it did, because ultimately, yeah, everybody has, you know, understandably moved to the hard compound tyres to see him through to the end of the afternoon. But pit stop strategy can be quite interesting here in Marina Bay. I mean, we're just following Charles Leclerc along, and I just simply don't have the pace at the moment to get anywhere near our teammate. But I think we're all just trying to settle in, get into a rhythm here, ready for the second half of the afternoon. And like I said, Alonso, once more, you can see him just trying to pull away from Verstappen, see if he can break that DRS. You almost managed it in Baku, obviously until we got in the way. But, yeah, is he going to be able to do it here when we're not as much of a threat right now? And could that then... We basically just want to see two cars battle and kind of back everybody up a bit more. That's what I'm hoping for. Hope Ferrari will be on the radio telling Charles Leclerc to get out of the way pretty soon, because he just doesn't quite seem to be able to keep up with Sergio Perez in front of him here. And I think once again, Ferrari just lacking the ultimate out-and-out pace of some of our competitors here. And also Charles Leclerc just this season seems very demotivated, as we're going to try and look around the outside of our teammate. He will break early. Well, I'm not convinced he intended on letting me by there, but he has done. Up at a P5 we go. And now, yeah, we've got to try and start making moves on quicker cars. But once again then, we saw Leclerc just struggle to keep up with the front-running pace, and he's very much dropped back into the clutches of Lance Stroll. Sergio Perez is another one that just doesn't quite seem like he's got enough to reliably stay in the range of Lando Norris. He's about 9/10 back at the moment, so we will still get that DRS, but if we can use the battery here, try to once again get a run. The AI, how many of them want to try and defend the inside line there, and how many of them is it not going to work for? That time around, we just struggled to quite get it stopped as early. But now, 4 cars, 4 different teams inside your top 4.
Good job.
And they are 4 of your top drivers in the World Championship. Lando Norris, haven't really counted him as much of a threat this weekend. Although his odds of a world title aren't particularly great this year, not impossible for him. Well, I guess for Max Verstappen, he needs to decide at this point, oh, what's Lando Norris doing? Whether he thinks trying to beat Alonso here is more important, or whether trying to beat me here is more important to him. Does he want to take points out of me in the championship? Does he want to take points out of Fernando Alonso? I mean, Lando Norris seems to really be struggling all of a sudden. Not often do we make moves down here, but we'll certainly try and go for it around the outside of the McLaren. And there we go, up into P3 then. I was about to say, unless those two at the front really start to battle, seems like everybody's just a bit settled in now. But, yeah, I mean, now, with Lando Norris out of the way, you're top 3 again in the World Championship. You're top 3 on the road. And let's see if we can try and force errors. We are still hungry towards the end of this. There's not many rounds to go with the World Championship. And we need to just give ourselves that margin of safety. But admittedly, there are only so many times I can sit and watch Verstappen not get the run on Alonso towards the end of this Grand Prix before I start to think that maybe we can try and get around the Red Bull car here. 7 laps to go of this GP, and let's just try and push the envelope a little bit with the Dutchman this time. See if we can try and get a run on him there. As you can see, he will go defensive on me. Oh, that time around we just haven't quite got the speed there. Carried along is Verstappen, but we'll try and have a look back down the inside. Oh, big diving maneuver there, and this might give Alonso just that little breakaway that he needs. Around the outside we'll go, though, at the top of the circuit, and we will make it through then on Max Verstappen. So, an audacious little attempt to try and unsettle the Dutchman. We've rattled his cage. We are back into P2 once again at this Grand Prix. And now we've got just a handful of laps to go. If we want to try and win this thing once again, it is between myself and Fernando. Well, the tyres are definitely just starting to give up towards the end of the afternoon as well. So I get so many parallels between this and Baku. Yeah, Mark warning me of exactly the same thing there. 5 laps left after this one. Here from Marina Bay there is, Alonso, of course, withstood pressure from Sebastian Vettel, I believe it was, back in 2010. Oh, Alonso's binned it! Alonso's binned it! We barely avoided him! And suddenly, I talk about pressure. Alonso has crumbled late on in the day.
Not using as much fuel as we need to, so let's burn through some more now so that we're not too heavy at the end of the race. Okay.
And we got a virtual safety car. Surely that's going to be a red flag. He's caused a roadblock.
Okay, slow down, slow down. Your delta's negative, which means you're going too fast. Reduce your pace.
And what a crazy moment towards the end of the Grand Prix. We've seen Verstappen bottle it here before in years gone by inside this game, but Fernando Alonso drops the throttle. We almost get collected by him, but somehow now, after everything that's gone on, we are back into the lead of the Singapore Grand Prix. Let's take a look. What on earth did Fernando do? While riding on board then with Fernando Alonso as he makes his way out the first couple of corners, you can see us filling his mirrors and just nicks the inside curb. You see how close he came to hitting us as well on the exit of the corner there, but Alonso picks up front wing damage. He's going to try and move back onto the road as quickly as he can. Leclerc then is going to run into him as well there. Then he finally gets ghosted, which I still wish you could permanently disable inside the F1 game. But Alonso in the wars, he's taken Charles Leclerc with him, and that is a horrendous way to almost finish this Grand Prix. Now we're green flag racing again towards the end of the afternoon, but we didn't even have to try and make the move on Fernando Alonso in this Grand Prix. Verstappen as well. I don't know how much of a threat he's going to be, but once more, the hunter has become the hunted late on in the day here at Marina Bay.
13.1 seconds.
5 laps to go though. Surely now we can try and bring this home, and surely as well Fernando Alonso's confidence in this World Championship has been dented massively. Well, more than 20 years of Formula 1 experience under his belt, and I'm trying to think. I'm not convinced I know a single time where Fernando Alonso has binned it from the lead of a Formula 1 Grand Prix. It doesn't happen often in this sport. But yeah, Fernando Alonso today has paid the price as he loops round in last place still of all the cars running. And I mean, he has reclaimed fastest lap, so I guess that's one less point for Verstappen. But that is going to be small consolation for him. The Dutchman has continued to apply pressure to me right towards the checkered flag here. We've been able to keep him at arm's length for these last few laps here. Just using the battery down the Raffles Boulevard every single time. Just doesn't really give Verstappen an invite to really look for anything here. And once again, as Grand Prix go, it could have ran a whole lot smoother for us. But it has been dramatic there as Zhou Guan Yu out of the race on the very last lap. So disappointment for him and Sauber. But for us here at the front of the order, once again, we are going to walk away with a nice, healthy point advantage. And we will, hopefully, as long as I bring this home, get the gap over Verstappen and Alonso to over 25 points there. I was not expecting that by Fernando, as we just make a little bit of a mistake over the Anderson Bridge. Actually, Verstappen, I tell you what, he's not going to give up on this just yet there. Tries to have a look around my outside. It would just like cover him off in towards the final few corners here as the engine warning light just flashes up. Luckily, the Dutchman won't be able to do anything.
Next part of the track, no overtaking through the yellow flags.
In through that next chicane there, and as we round our way through the final couple of corners, back-to-back victories here to finish off one of the legs of the season. It is P1.
Yes! Come on, boys!
Ah, fantastic drive. That's just fantastic. Amazing. You deserved that race win. Well done, mate.
They've endured the harsh conditions here in Singapore then to pull off a spectacular victory.
Well, that's 2 wins in a row for them now. That's really going to help them gain confidence and start to build that momentum that they're really going to be looking for.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
There we go then, P1, admittedly by just less than 0.4 of a second over Max Verstappen, but the 25 points go our way, and a bit more of a championship buffer as well. There, Lando Norris in P3 in the end, ahead of Perez and Esteban Ocon there, with Russell, Stroll, Hamilton, Gasly, and Yuki Tsunoda making it an Alpine double points finish. They, are slowly building up momentum right towards the end of the campaign there. Leclerc all the way down in P13, a bit disappointing for him. Still able to beat, though, Fernando Alonso, with Zhou, Albon and Oscar Piastri all failing to see the checkered flag. What does that do for the championship? Well, it gives us a 32-point lead over Verstappen there. Alonso now 48 points back as Norris rejumps Leclerc as well. So, yeah, maybe, just maybe, this is going to be between Verstappen and I. But if Alonso can string a couple of wins together right towards the end of the campaign, you can't fully discount him just yet there. We build up a little bit more of a buffer again over Aston Martin. 57 points now is about a race weekend's margin over them as well. And let's be fair, we don't expect Stroll to score big points anywhere. Alpine, you can just see, yeah, really open up the gap over VCARB once more late on in the campaign. Still the closest battle, I think, is going to be between Red Bull and McLaren. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Kota. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 18 of season 4 of the F124 Ferrari driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the first of 3 sprint race weekends to finish off the year. We're here at the Circuit of the Americas for the US Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live earlier on in the week from Singapore, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. It ended up being one of the crazier races we've had so far this season, and it feels like I've said that a lot in recent weeks. However, This weekend, though, rule changes ready for next season have been confirmed as well. They're going to affect the aerodynamics of the car and the durability side of things. And to be honest, with the rule changes that we applied as well, making all the upgrades very expensive this year, we've sorted out a few of them, but I'm not convinced we're going to be able to sort out them all, because if you have a look at the performance, we are still struggling against the likes of Red Bull, McLaren and Aston Martin towards the end of the year. Luckily, after our back-to-back race victories in the last couple of weekends, which I believe, is the first time all year that we have won back-to-back races, we have got a 32-point buffer over Max Verstappen, pretty much an entire sprint weekend's lead over the Dutchman in the Drivers' Championship. Fernando Alonso, heartbreak for him, 17th place in the end, means he's got a 48-point gap now to the top of the table as well. So hopefully we'll be able to try and continue on our good run of form this weekend. Of course, one-shot qualifying is back as well, ready for both the sprint and the GP. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. And yeah, let's do this thing.
The party in the USA continues right now. The Circuit of the Americas, undulating, high speed, downright thrilling. It is time for qualifying to set the grid for the Grand Prix.
Well, I've got to be honest then, this circuit with this wheel is absolutely brilliant. Tracks where you have to use the curbs a lot more. You get so much feedback through it as to kind of what's going on underneath the car as well. But will that correlate into some strong qualifying pace as well? We have still got an engine warning light on, and I'm hoping that isn't going to be too much of a concern this weekend. Luckily, yeah, this car has been pretty good this year. I want to try to avoid grid penalties as best as we can between now and the end of the year as well there. But obviously we're in a weird little spot as well, where this series is basically caught up. For those of you that watch our My Team career mode as well over on the second channel, yeah, we pretty much caught up that series now. So obviously we're getting a lot of the same kind of tracks kind of appearing in both of them. So we actually come into this weekend with a little bit of extra recent experience of the circuit as well. That being said, though, it's not really helping our qualifying pace so far. We are way down the order there, not far behind George Russell. But yeah, a lot of cars slotting in between us right now as well. Maybe a little bit too hot in towards that final sector of the lap. But just got to try and gather it up nice and tidy. Get that throttle down where we can. Obviously, like I said, we have got that bit of a buffer to Verstappen and Alonso now in the championship. Doesn't mean we can let off the throttle any much more than we have done so far this year. Just a couple more corners to go then. Russell obviously still looking for a race victory this year. He always goes well around this Circuit of the Americas there. As at the final corner up towards the line, we end up P12, and once again, one-shot qualifying does not suit me on this game. There we go, McLaren making a front row lockout at the front of the order there. Max Verstappen and Alonso, our big title rivals, P3 and P4 as well. But yeah, P7 for Charles, P12 for us. Clearly Ferrari lacking a bit of pace this weekend. But we've got to try and put that behind us. Get some extra practice in ready for the sprint. Use the sprint even to get extra practice in ready for the Grand Prix. And maybe we can score a point or two if we're lucky.
Welcome to today's sprint. This is shaping up to be another fantastic weekend. It's the Circuit of the Americas then. Situated 14 miles outside the great city of Austin, this is a 3.6-mile lap with 20 corners, 10 to the left and 10 to the right. Top speeds are around 200 miles per hour. Overtaking opportunities are available in turns 1 and 12, especially with that rear wing DRS wide open. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Oscar Piastri, Stroll, Leclerc, Perez, Hamilton, Sainz, Gasly, Firestarter, Ocon, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Albon, Behrman, Joe, and Frederick Vesti. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
Well, it is a sunny day here in Texas, and ready for the sprint race, though. We've got 10 laps to try and make an impact, and I'm going to take the gamble. We're going to opt for the soft compound tyre ready for this one. I just think, you know, if ever they're going to make the sprint, or if ever they're going to, you know, survive a sprint race, surely on this Ferrari car, it's pretty gentle on its tyres, then hopefully we are going to have a good shot as well. But 10 laps ahead of us here from the US Grand Prix. I haven't put any fresh engine components in yet. I'm going to try and save that ready for the main event, depending on how we get on today. But waiting then on those 5 red lights here in COTA. It is going to be lights out, and away we go. And hopefully we can try and get a fairly good start there as Pierre Gasly try and cover me off into turn 1. Trying to have a look down the inside of Daniel Ricciardo as well through those first couple of corners. You can see Leclerc as well a bit further up the road trying to make a move as Oscar Piastri gets a little bit caught out there. So we are again going to try to capitalise side by side with Lewis Hamilton there, as it looks like I think one of the McLarens has bolted free at the front of the order. I don't know whether that's Norris or George Russell, but maybe McLaren, you know, just coming back into the fray right towards the end of the season. Lando Norris, of course, took a very quiet podium last time out in Singapore. Obviously, kind of just avoided the mayhem between your big 3 championship runners. I mean, look at that. We've already got yellows out. We've definitely overtaken Perez there on the yellow flags, but the game's going to let me have it. And Perez is going to come back at me anyway as we make our way down the back straight, but already almost into the points we go of this sprint there as Leclerc and I both making big moves up in each of our Ferrari cars. Looks like Verstappen is up into P2 as well. He'd need to finish in P2 and then win the Grand Prix, and hope I don't score any points this weekend, and then it'll be all square in the Drivers' Championship. But as we round our way then through the final couple of corners, is it Norris? Is it George Russell that leads the way? We've spoken about it before. Lando Norris still has, admittedly, a slim but outside shot at the world title by the end of this year. It is Russell, though, that leads at the end of lap 1. I tell you what, Max Verstappen once again seems to be giving those McLarens a run for their money at the front of the order. We are just trying to settle in nice and early on. We've gained pretty much everything I expected us to on lap 1, obviously utilising the extra grip of the soft compounded tyre. Now we just got to think bigger picture and make sure that we get to the end of the sprint race in one piece. I mean, obviously, if, yeah, a chance opens up against Oscar Piastri or Lance Stroll, then we're going to take it. But I think, simply put, this track just does not suit this car very well. And we've just got to try and make sure that we pick up any points we can. It's another weekend where damage limitation is probably going to be key. Oh, we've got yellow flags out. Someone around is struggling. We've got a red flag.
Keep the delta positive, and let's have you straight to the pit lane, please.
Well, I think that's one of the Haas cars that has gone round in this sprint race. We'll go take a look at what's happened, but that works beautifully for us. And we're right on board then with Nico Hülkenberg here. You can see trying to defend from the V-carb of Daniel Ricciardo into the braking zone. Just gets a little moment over the curb there. Ricciardo nowhere he can go. And you can just see everybody else, with the exception of the Saubers, able to make their way through. And that's why we've got a red flag. Well, there we go. You guys will have seen what's happened. I personally have no idea still at this current moment, but it gives us an opportunity then to split our strategy. We're going to once again start on the soft compounded tyre, and maybe we can continue to try and push our way forward. But yeah, that worked out beautifully, as we're going to get another shot then. 5 red lights once more, and I did not react to the lights there whatsoever. Looks like a lot of other drivers have also opted for the soft compounded tyre, but as we make our way down in towards turn 1, whoa, big send down the inside there, as I think that was Oscar Piastri would just about spot me on the exit of the corner. He will hang on to the place there, so we in the end haven't lost anything. Thanks, Mark. I've got other things to worry about right at this moment as Leclerc's moved forward again. Looks like George Russell once more has been able to control the pace off the start, and Alonso now applying pressure to Max Verstappen. I mean, I would take it if Alonso is able to beat out the Dutchman this weekend. Of course, again, it does just depend on who is, at that very moment, my biggest title rival, is sending it down the inside of Oscar Piastri out into the back straight. That's exactly what we need, and now we're up into P7 then, with no concerns about tyre wear to get us to the end of the race. You can see cars battling, though, just in front. The AI have got very good straight line speed here, as there goes Alonso and Verstappen, my 2 big rivals, and Russell, well, he's just waltzed away at this one, and Alonso, He's barged his way through. Well, there's definitely a difference again between the softs and the medium compounded tyre here. As down the inside of Lando Norris we will go. Careful not to run into the back of Lance Stroll in towards that first corner. But I think that's why Verstappen's struggling. He's either picked up front wing damage or he's rocking a set of medium compounded tyre. I can't quite see. I think he might have front wing damage though. Because Verstappen, yeah, is really, really struggling. As we wind our way up through the S's, yeah, he's on soft, so he's definitely, yeah, I think he must have nicked the front wing, or he's got technical gremlins, or something's happened. But we might suddenly go from starting, what, 9 places behind him in a 10-lap sprint race. We might still outscore him by the end of this one, as really nicely getting the throttle down out onto the back straight. Are we going to be able to get the run on Stroll? You can see Leclerc trying to make the run on our big title rival, as Verstappen just is only interested in trying to cover me off into the braking zone. He'll allow Stroll try and have a look down the inside there. We might try and follow the Canadian through. Big diving manoeuvre there as Verstappen just trips over himself a little bit. Down the inside of one, maybe down the inside of the other. Down the inside of the Canadian will go as well. And now suddenly we're into P4. Oh, Lance Stroll having a look back down the inside with just 2 laps to go then. Are we going to be able to defend from the Canadian? No, we can. And Lance Stroll says thank you very much. I think Verstappen, they've sorted out those issues down at Red Bull as well. So he's going to look quite racy towards the end of this. But once again, I mean, it should tell you everything you need to know when Stroll has just overtaken me on raw pace. I think that Aston Martin has got a bit more than this Ferrari around this tight, twisty circuit. As you can just see, yeah, I think we're cooking our tyres late on. At least we know this ready for the main event. The soft compound tyre, they don't really work that well. Well, effectively, this race has basically been turned into 2 even sprintier sprint races, but I don't think we can complain about that one. Well, as it has really worked out nicely for us there as well. A huge moment as we try and put the power down out onto the back straight. Still haven't got full confidence with this new steering wheel there. As Verstappen, he might be able to say thank you very much. Down the inside will go. Another very aggressive manoeuvre there, but we get it stopped in between the white lines there. Verstappen, I think, is even going to lose the place to Lando Norris in the process, so the Dutchman won't be happy about that one. And a very audacious move on the last lap of this GP there. Through the final few corners, though, it is going to be George Russell. It's not quite a proper Grand Prix victory, but it is going to be the sprint win here, and that sets himself up nicely, ready for the main event as well tomorrow. Russell and McLaren will take victory in the sprint through the final corner. From 12th on the grid, we will come through for P5. We cannot complain. Well, there we go then, taking a look at our sprint race results. George Russell, 2.5 seconds clear of Fernando Alonso in the end. He really did just have the pace over everybody else here. Charles Leclerc ahead of Stroll and myself. Norris and then both Red Bulls rounding out your top 10. So it only was the big 4 teams that were able to score points there. It does mean our buffer at the top, though, up to 34 points now ahead of Verstappen. Stroll will close in on Leclerc and Norris as well in the championship there, and Russell now comfortably over the 100-point buffer as well, ahead of his former teammate in Lewis Hamilton. But we've got qualifying again then before the main event. We need to try and do better than 12th place. Well, I've put a fresh power unit in the back of the car, and I've also lowered the wing angle as well, because I think we were probably running just a bit too much wing in that sprint race here, and hopefully that is going to correlate to some stronger pace in the car as we head into real qualifying then. P12 was not where we wanted to end up, but that being said, there's no guarantee that we'll be a lot higher up the order. Both Ferraris kind of fell into good positions in sprint race Saturday. Will they be able to do the same today? There's already noticing that lack of downforce through the first corners, but hopefully around the rest of the lap we'll be able to carry a little bit more speed down the straights as well. Then Norris this time round looking very, very quick, so I think he and McLaren know they've got good pace in that orange car this weekend there as we try and put the power down out onto the back straight. Just getting the hook up quite nice that time around, and now we can let this Ferrari power unit with all of its potential carry us down the back straight there. You can see how much time we gain on Lando Norris before we slam on the anchors at the end of the next straight there. That fresh power unit, yeah, allowing all of these prancing Italian horses to try and work at the best of their ability. But then through these tight technical sections, this car has struggled with traction all year long, and it seems to be struggling again with it as we make our way through. It looks like it's going to be McLaren versus Aston Martin at the front of the order, but how many places will we lose? A little bit hesitant there through the penultimate corner. One more turn to go, though, up towards the line. It is going to be P13. We end up doing even worse. Well, there we go then. Lando Norris will take pole position ahead of Alonso and Max Verstappen there. Russell, our sprint winner, down in P4, ahead of Piastri, Perez and Lewis Hamilton there. Lance Stroll ends up 8th, but 10th on the grid for Charles Leclerc, 13th on the grid for us. The car just simply does not have pace around this circuit of the Americas. We definitely could have got ourselves inside the top 10 if I'd hooked up that final sector a little bit better. But what an embarrassment for the team. And now we have got a huge amount of work to do as we head into the Grand Prix.
Here we are then in one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, the fabulous Austin in the great state of Texas. The circuit itself, 14 miles southeast of the city centre, has been home to the US Grand Prix since 2012, the latest in a long list of iconic tracks to have that honour. We have 10 turns to the left and 10 turns to the right here at the fantastic Circuit of the Americas. Overtaking opportunities into turn 1 and turn 12 at this anti-clockwise track. It's 3.6 miles long and we should see average lap speeds of around 126 miles per hour. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, and it's Fernando Alonso alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Verstappen, Russell, Oscar Piastri, Perez, Hamilton, Stroll, Sainz, Leclerc, Ocon, Tsunoda, Firestarter, Albon, Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Joe, Gasly, Behrman, and Frederick Vesti. Now, it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track. Well, what a race we have in prospect. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Joining me is Naomi Schiff. Well, they're having a better time than their teammates so far this year. How do you keep that momentum going? Okay, the start, so important. Tell us about how you ace a launch off the line.
Well, the race is certainly not won in the first lap, let alone turn 1. However, what you can do is prepare yourself ahead of time. Visualize what could potentially happen, different scenarios and where you could place your car. And that will better prepare you to make the right decision with instinctive timing.
Well, tyre wear management, is going to be key over the course of the Grand Prix today. And starting down the order, I'm tempted just to gamble it. We'll go hard tyres at the start, see how far we can take them. Maybe we get a safety car, maybe we get a red flag, something to go our way. But we have been quite lucky in the last couple of Grand Prix, so I'm not expecting it. Third time's a charm? Surely not. But you never know what will happen in the world of Formula 1. P13, though, on the grid. We've just got to stay out of trouble today. Try and pick up some points and hope that Verstappen and Alonso don't do too well. It's 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out. And away we go then. Fairly calm off the start. We'll lose a couple of spots to a couple of fast starters there, even behind Zhou Guanyu in towards turn 1. But as everybody tries to get down to that apex through the first corner, we will just get round the outside there and actually gain a place of the start of the GP as well. Like I said, these early laps, they're not going to be about being aggressive. They're not going to be about trying to make up loads of places. It is going to be about trying to open up the race for ourselves a bit later on there. As it looks like Lando Norris, just like his teammate was able to in the sprint, gets a good start and will pull away a little bit of a buffer at the front of the order here. Can we try and look for a move on Esteban Ocon down the bottom of the hill? Yes, we can. They just slip down the inside of the Alpine. Try and make sure we get the throttle down nice and tidy on the exit there. And you can see Ocon is going to try and come back and do a little bit of rubbing his race in as we make our way out onto the back straight there. As we've already used half our charge, Ocon clearly wants to use a little bit more of it. Easy on the brakes. Make sure I don't run into the back of Charles. And we are straight then back up into P11 at the start of this one. Every place gained now helps us massively in the World Championship fight. Well, the other big thing that's going to be really critical early on this afternoon is seeing kind of where the gaps form between the runners in front and making sure that we stay inside the DRS of Charles Leclerc throughout this first stint. Of course, the likes of Verstappen, Alonso, Norris, they are going to be quicker than us in the early laps. But our fight is going to be late on in the day when we're on hopefully softer tyres and can try and make a difference. But yeah, staying with Leclerc early on. Maybe at some point the team will do the switch as well to try and help our World Championship hopes. But once again, we find ourselves near Lance Stroll on the track. We'll be doing everything in his power to help Alonso. Well, Verstappen has moved himself up then into prime position in this Grand Prix, making that move on Lando Norris there. But yeah, our three main threats this year are the top three provisionally in this Grand Prix. So hopefully they'll continue to trip each other over and we can just kind of stay in our happy little window. I'm quite comfortable with where we're at early on in this race. I think we might just see the Merc of Oscar Piastri perhaps start dropping away now from kind of those big three cars. But I'm expecting, you know, our pace advantage probably won't come in till at least lap 10 here. And hopefully the mediums just start to struggle a little bit. Like I said, yeah, all this race is geared towards the second half and praying that we don't get a safety car at a bad time. Well, we've already seen then this race is kind of split out into three groups. You got your front runners, you got your points battlers, and then your backmarker cars at the rear of the order. So, yeah, things are really shaking up rather interestingly at the moment, as we're going to send it to the outside of our teammate Leclerc. Not convinced he wanted to lose the spot there, but that's exactly what he's done. As you can see as well, yeah, we got one of those V-carbs battling with one of the Mercs. So, yeah, we're just starting to see more and more fights occurring early on in the GP. And some of these work quite nicely for us, as they're allowing us to start making our way through. You can still see, though, those cars side by side just in front. And now everybody is queuing up, waiting for an opportunity to try and make a move happen there, as Sainz and Piastri... Oh, a little bit of a wobble out of the final corner. Don't want to do that too many times. But yeah, everybody else kind of just got to sit back and wait for an opportunity. Not us, though. We're going to immediately try and lean on Lance Stroll, as they're still side by side. Surely not into the S's. Yes, they will. Neither Piastri or Sainz wants to give this up just yet. And finally, Oscar Piastri has to. Carlos Sainz in that V-car at the moment is looking absolutely rapid. Stroll even a little bit early on the brakes down the bottom of the hill. So we will try and capitalise in that moment. Get the power down. Up into P9 we go. And look at that. Yeah, we have got the speed off of the corner now. So once again, the extra horsepower provided by this fresh power unit working nicely. As we'll try and go down the inside of Russell as well. Sprint winner. He's not really got the pace in the Grand Prix so far and not positioned himself very well in this race, as Piastri and Sainz again want to try and battle it out. And once again, it'll be the Spaniard that comes out on top. Now, yeah, with everybody's medium tyres not quite falling off yet, but certainly starting to struggle a bit more, we are able to unleash some of the pace that this Ferrari's got underneath it. And it really does feel like it's made a switch. Early on this year, it was an out-and-out qualifying car. Now, it is a much more race-based orientated car in this game, as Perez will fling a move down the inside of Hamilton, down the end of the back straight. We're going to try and follow Lewis down on the inside there. Maybe he can make the move work as well. Perez just gets a little bit of a wobble. We're still going to be side by side, though, with the Mexican, who knows he needs to help out his teammate Max Verstappen in the world title. But round the outside we'll go, and up into P7. It feels good now to be finally making up a few more spots in this race. Hamilton as well, barely hanging inside the DRS of his teammate Oscar Piastri there, who is still at absolute war with Carlos Sainz. I mean, what more can that V-car driver do to try and earn a seat next to Max Verstappen in Red Bull next year? I'm not sure he wants it necessarily now. Although that being said, Verstappen does still seem to be able to get a lot out of that Red Bull car there. Round the outside of Lewis will go, though. We definitely seem to be able to carry confidence on the brakes in towards the corners still on this game. And that is a good thing there. Up into P6. Well, if Oscar Piastri can't find a way around Carlos Sainz, we're certainly going to need to try and do so pretty soon, because I think now we've got an advantage. As all yellow's out, I think that's a car behind us that has maybe got problems. I think that's Russell. I think George Russell then, so our winner from the sprint, looks to be our first retirement of the Grand Prix. So Oscar Piastri wanted to go for a move on Carlos Sainz and defend from me all at the same time there. Luckily, no safety car or anything like that. Otherwise, that would have worked out beautifully for the AI in this race. But round the outside of Oscar will go up into P5 then. And, I mean, yeah, we're probably only a couple of laps away from when the AI pit. I don't even know how much further I want to take this set of tyres. They're still working nicely. But do we think we'll get a safety car or a red flag later on? I mean, I think we've got to try and take a gamble, haven't we, here, if we want to get any opportunity to have a look at your top three. They have just, I mean, they've got a 6-second lead after just 12 laps here. They have been absolutely rapid, as I'm hoping Sainz going to be the easiest car to overtake of the lot. Incredible what can happen, yeah, when the car at the front of the group has no DRS, but we are up and into P4 of this race. We are, you know, we can keep an eye now on our big rivals. There's Lando Norris still at the front. That would be the best scenario for us, as if Norris were to win. There we go. Alonso into the pit lane. Max Verstappen also into the pit lane. So it is going to be Lando that opts to stay out one lap longer there. And this could be critical. Obviously, Leclerc, he's got free choice of when he wants to pit. We won't get in the way for him. But yeah, the AI have been able to take those mediums quite a long way into this race, but for Verstappen and Alonso, it is more about now whether they get held up in traffic this lap, or will Norris be able to utilise the overcut? And to the surprise of nobody, then Lando Norris into the box the end of the very next lap. So yeah, McLaren there not wanting to try and go too aggressive with it. I'd be surprised if anybody stays out the extra one in this GP, but occasionally you get one or two cars that maybe they've had a bit of a mishap with the strategy communication with the team as well. But up then into the leader, this race will go. Looks like it's going to be Verstappen and Alonso that have done better than Lando a bit further back. We've only got a 10-second gap over Verstappen. How much will that come down, and when do we pit? Do we gamble it and try and stay out, or do we just box quite soon and focus on picking up good points? Unless we got a red flag pretty much now, I'm looking at the gaps to the rest of the AI runners, and I think Verstappen, Alonso and Norris have simply got too much pace against us. We could still come out around with Carlos Sainz and co. So I think we've just got to try and play the safe game today and make sure we pick up good points. Team want us in at the end of this lap as well, and I think it just makes the most sense. Maybe if those top three can really battle towards the end, we can try and close in on them. But we have got to think about the bigger picture at this stage of the championship. We have got to think, you know, about trying to make sure that we maximise our opportunities sensibly between the end of the year and start just taking a bit less risk late on in this campaign. Is into the pit lane we will go. Fairly nice and tidy on the way in, and make sure we get the car slowed down nice and tidy as well then. So Verstappen, Alonso, Norris will be comfortably out in front of me. I think Sainz as well might just get the jump. He definitely will.
I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put it behind us now and get back into this race.
I hate this game. I hate this game with things like that. How often do you, and you know, unless you're a Sauber, how often do you see real teams make mistakes like that? Not much. And I mean, basically all that work we did in the first stint, we've got to do again now. We have come out way further down than anticipated. Well, luckily on fresher, softer tyres, we should be able to carve our way back through fairly quickly, especially against some of these slower cars, as one of the Hasses again has gone for a little bit of an error down the end, or down the start, I should say, of the straight. If that had been a red flag there, I'd be really upset, because we could have just stayed out one lap longer and held on to the lead of this Grand Prix. You just see the amount of grip we've got at the moment down the inside of Tsunoda. And up into 11th once more. I mean, it is so much easier to stick back to the AI through those S's when you've got the tyre advantage. As there we go. Not even going to wait for the DRS straight before we make the move on Oscar Piastri as well then. I mean, we've got to get the elbows out, haven't we? We've got to remind everyone in these last few races why we are the World Championship leader. And hopefully, yeah, they'll just be a little bit nervous if I have to try and carve our way back through the pack again, which it feels like we've had to do a lot of late on this season. Luckily, once more, Carlos Sainz and Lewis Hamilton this time want to go side by side, so we'll close back in on those cars even faster. That could be nice as well. New fastest lap of the day late on. That bonus point, you never know how useful those bonus points can be. I mean, we are just channeling our inner Daniel Ricciardo. That was audacious on Esteban Ocon. I thought he was going to turn in on me like he did back at Zandvoort, but we live to tell the tale. Well, if we can do it to Esteban Ocon, why can't we do it to Lance Stroll as well? Back down the inside again at turn 1, and yeah, we are just running rings around some of the AI at the moment. When this car comes alive, it really does still come alive. But yeah, we ultimately have absolutely lacked pace. Unlike the last couple of weekends, Baku and Singapore were really, really good to us. Kota has been a bit more of a kind of crash back down to earth, but we can get to the front of this group. I think as damage limitation goes, would have done pretty well. Ideally as well, as long as it's not Verstappen that wins. It's not the end of the world there, as hopefully, again, we'll get the run on Charles Leclerc. So you try and put the power down nice and early. Out onto that back straight as well. Here we go. Leclerc will go defensive on me. So you can see Hamilton again trying to look for a move on Carlos Sainz. Sergio Perez waiting the wings. He's got battles in front. He's got battles behind. And once again, we'll go around the outside of Leclerc at the end of that straight and move up into P7. Who's going to come out on top of this little battle in front there is Perez. Maybe just caught a little bit napping. And we're past, another one. Well, this World Championship, you know, it does become a bit more of a maths game towards the end of the season. It is going to be, especially with these sprint races, about trying to do everything you need to, but not over-pushing it, not making errors as well. That might cost you by the end of the year. Carlos Sainz, though, absolutely my driver of the day this weekend. He has been rapid there as we'll go past him and past Lewis Hamilton down the back straight. This Ferrari car. Yeah, this track might not have suited it, but in a straight line, it's rapid. We've got a 10-second gap to Norris up the road. We've got 7 laps to do it. I think, to be honest, this one now is going to be about bringing the car home in one piece. Well, I tell you what, give Lewis Hamilton some of the chase late on in this race. His pace still is looking very, very good on those harder compounded tyre. I think, to be honest, we've already pretty much reached the crossover point. Maybe those hards have got a bit of an advantage again over these mediums. But yeah, I think, you know, looking at the bigger picture today, we never really stood a chance to keep up with the top 3, even if I qualified, you know, right up towards the front there. That gap is not coming down late on in the afternoon. We've got 4 laps just to try and bring it home. And yeah, like I said, I don't think we can complain with a P4 finish. If we do finish here. Well, as we start the last lap then of the US Grand Prix, I tell you what, Lewis Hamilton, he has not let me get away towards the end of this one. And 5 drivers from 5 different teams making up your top 5 at this stage of the afternoon. It is still anybody's game, though, at the front of the order. Have Alonso and Verstappen maybe just out-strategized each other? Although I'd rather see Alonso win between them. This win is quite critical here as to how things shape up, ready for the final few rounds of the campaign. And Lando Norris still waiting in the wings, just if anything goes wrong, so he can look to capitalise. There goes Alonso, though, trying to get the run on Verstappen as they make their way down the back straight. He will get there. Fernando Alonso moves up into the lead of the Grand Prix, but will he be able to hang on to it here as Hamilton now looks to be trying to make the move on myself as well? Here goes the Mercedes. So I think it is going to be Alonso that is going to take the win there. We've got to try and defend from Hamilton in towards these final few corners. As we round our way through Alonso, he had a disastrous Singapore Grand Prix weekend. He is going to fight back today on the last lap of the USGP. Verstappen thought he was safe. Alonso's going to claim the victory there and help turn the tide once more late on in this championship. Hamilton now desperately trying to defend from Sergio Perez in towards the final few corners. This car has not had the pace all weekend. We took a gamble on strategy. We've made it work. Damage limitation. It is P4.
The old master has done it again. Fernando Alonso takes the checkered flag.
What a great way to turn the situation around. And you know what they say? It's not about how you fall off the horse, it's about how you get back on it. And today, they've done a great job of turning the page and rectifying their wrongs.
It's time to present the top drivers with their trophies for today's Grand Prix. And there are a lot of people in the paddock very happy with this result. It's Aston Martin on the top step.
Well, there we go. Fernando Alonso. He didn't lead much all weekend, but he does walk away with the most points of anybody there. And I'm sure he will not be complaining. Rewrites the wrongs of last weekend in Singapore. And it is a glorious victory for the Spaniard there. Verstappen in P2, Lando, Norris in P3. Those top three, yeah, were just leagues above the rest this weekend. We come through for P4 with fastest lap, beating out Hamilton, Perez. Sainz probably deserve better than 7th. When all is said and done, with Leclerc, Stroll and Ocon rounding out your top 10. What's that going to do, though, for the World Championship? Well, we have still got a one race weekend buffer over Verstappen, but Alonso, yeah, instantly catapults himself back into the title fight as well. Then Norris, 79 points back. I think he'd be optimistic to hope he's still in the race towards the end of the year there, but what an insane championship fight we have had. Aston Martin closed back that gap as well to Ferrari to just 45 points. That is going to be difficult to hang on to between now and the end of the year, but we've got to just keep our head above water and see where we end up. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Mexico City. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we're returning with round 19 of season 4 of the F124 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Mexico City for the Mexican Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live last week from Texas, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Fernando Alonso, after his mistakes in Singapore, he's back on track in the championship there. We've got a 29-point buffer over Max Verstappen, a 33-point gap over Fernando Alonso, and it's very quickly becoming just a 3-horse race at the top of the table. Lando Norris, he'll need a big weekend here if he wants to try and stay in that championship fight, but with back-to-back podiums for our fellow Englishman, he's, you know, still very, very consistent right towards the end of the campaign. Just 6 races to go of the season. There are admittedly 2 sprint weekends still in that, so there is plenty that can change between now and the end of the year as well, of course. We're just looking to try and remain consistent, try not to lose out too many points, and pray that the engine doesn't go bang at some point in these final few rounds. We only have a 45-point buffer over Aston Martin as well in the Constructors' Championship, so we want to try and make sure that we try and lock that down for Ferrari by the end of the campaign as well there. And we've even got some rule changes announced ready for next season, so we're going to be working very, very busy behind the scenes to get those all sorted. They have affected the aero and the durability in this campaign, so yeah, we're going to have to try and get those all fixed up in the not too distant future as well. But yeah, get yourself subscribed if you're new around here. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel at the moment, and yeah, let's head then here to Mexico.
This is a special place to go motor racing. We have the Fora Sol. The track is warming up nicely, and it is nearly time to set the grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. What an atmosphere we have in Mexico City.
Well, based on Q1 results then, it really could be anybody's game this weekend. Aston Martin as always look very fast. Red Bull and Max Verstappen love this venue. McLaren as well seem to be bringing some solid pace as well over one lap. And for Ferrari, well, the first sector we are very, very quick on. The rest of the lap we might struggle a bit more, but yeah, we've got to try and carry as much speed down these 2 huge straights around this Mexico City circuit. Almost 220 miles an hour when we spot our braking point down at turn 1. And then just got to try and dance our way over those curves through that first sector. Throttle pickup traction is also really, really important around this venue. You know, you're throwing the car around quite a lot, but you can immediately see 6 tenths up on Carlos Sainz through that first sector. Admittedly, that is a V-carb, but that is a huge margin. A second up then on Carlos Sainz by the time we get round to the end of sector 2, but we have used all of my available battery on this lap, and this final sector, it feels like we're trying to steer a canal boat through the Fora Sol around this circuit. But out of the final turn up towards the line, it's going to be a 1:13.0. That is the fastest time anybody's set. I reckon we could crack the 1:12s in Q3. And there we go then. You can see 4 cars from 4 different teams making up your top 4 there at the end of Q2. But we've got a 1/10 of a second margin over Alonso and George Russell there. Verstappen, he definitely seems to be struggling a little bit more this weekend. And well, it's pretty much commonplace now in this series. But Hamilton out in Q2 once again beaten by a Haas car. Well, I think that Q2 time, honestly, was a really, really good benchmark for us and something we can try and chase in Q3, but we know what the AI will do. They'll just find that little bit more. They'll explore the limits of grip and traction just that bit extra and try and carry the speed through at that middle sector one final time. So we're going to try and once again use a lot of our battery down in towards turn 1. We are really banking on gaining a lot of time through that first sector and then trying to lose as little of it as we can through the rest of the lap. They're going to be super careful, though, over those curbs through the first couple of turns. See if we just get a little bit of wheel spin on the exit of the corner there. Lance Stroll is currently the benchmark. And again, we go purple. And again, we are 4 tenths up on that Aston Martin. Nice and tidy as we try and put the throttle down. This section of corners is so horrible, so tight and narrow, and you really just have no feel over what the back end is doing, and then you make your way in towards the S's. Not very accurate to real life still. I'm desperately hoping we get an update to Mexico on F125, but ultimately, yeah, I don't think I'm holding my breath either. Half a second up on the Canadian now, so we do continue to stretch our legs through Sector 2. Leclerc only good enough down in P7, I believe, at the moment, so hopefully we're going to get the better of our teammate there. Through the final corner we go, nice and easy on that throttle, up towards the line, a 12.9, but Verstappen has done a 1:12.8. The Dutchman, as he so often has done around this circuit, can just find that little bit extra. As we are about to start then our final lap of qualifying here, Verstappen still top of that pile. He loves this circuit. He's dominated Grand Prix here so many times in the past. And this is going to be the perfect way to try and dominate another one then. As out of the final corner we go. Open up that DRS once again. Try and just use a careful amount of our ERS as well. It can have huge ramifications by the time you get round into the second part of the lap there and all. Just struggling to meet the apex through turn 1. Can we get nice and tidy on the throttle on the exit though? Yes, we will. And we end up still finding ourselves in the green. I'm not expecting us to need to find much more here. But we do just need that little bit extra. I want to try and get on pole. Russell out of nowhere now. There's a 1:0.12.7. So certainly, yeah, more and more times are improving by the AI. And that goes to show that the grip is still there. So we try and chuck our way into the S's there. Just bounce around over those curbs there. It doesn't look like Verstappen's been able to improve again. So George Russell, he might be on for back-to-back poles. Of course, took that one in the sprint race at Kota last weekend, and then struggled a bit more when we moved into the GP. But can we spoil George Russell's party bouncing around again as we make our way through those final couple of corners? We are 2 tenths up at the moment. This is going to be mighty close when I get round to the line. I think we've only gone and done it.
Fantastic, you've got pole position.
P1, baby. That was a good lap. Our 3 drivers getting into the 1:12s at the end of qualifying, but it's ourselves ahead of George Russell and Max Verstappen in the end. Oscar Piastri will line up P4. The big shock, though, Fernando Alonso, P9 on the grid. So he's going to have his work cut out as we head into the race. But, I mean, we've got a golden opportunity once again to try and just extend our championship lead.
In the 60s, Mexico City would be the season-ending race. That's no longer the case, but it is always a party in these parts. Welcome to the Mexico City Grand Prix. We're 2,285 metres above sea level. That is one of the key details of this circuit. It tests the driver's fitness and their engine's efficiency. The other one is the atmosphere. An incredible crowd, a raucous crowd, and there's 30,000 of them waiting for the drivers at the end of this 2.6-mile lap in the Foro Sol. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Firestarter lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, Perez, Norris, Stroll, Leclerc, Gasly, Sainz, Hülkenberg, Ricciardo, Ocon, Albon, Behrman, Tsunoda, Vesti, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, and Zhou Guanyu. That's it then. It's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me is Anthony Davidson. Well, they're having a better time than their teammates so far this year. How do you keep that momentum going?
Yeah, they have. And it's, rule number one, beat your teammate. They're the one that share the same equipment as you. And yes, the cars can vary in setup from race to race and depending on who has which style. But essentially, they're your barometer, the yardstick. If you can beat them, that's the first job you have to do. And it looks like it's going their way, doesn't it? And they need to carry on this momentum, this energy through the rest of the season.
Well, with almost a 100-point buffer over Charles Leclerc, I'd like to think we're doing better than him so far this season. But Alonso then, things go from bad to worse for the Spaniard. Grid penalties as we head into GP Sunday. So that means, yeah, Verstappen and I is going to be a battle between us, I think, for the win today. But George Russell, he's more than happy to spring a surprise. Still yet to win a real race in this campaign. Could he become, I believe, our 8th different winner of the year? Only time will tell. But let's do this thing, though, here in Mexico City. It's time. 5 red lights down on the grid. Oh, it's a mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out and away we go. There may be a little bit overzealous on the throttle. Max Verstappen, though, has nailed that as we're trying to tuck into the slipstream of the Red Bull down in towards turn 1. I'm not going to give it up, though, without a fight in towards that first corner there as we'll try and have a look to the outside of the Dutchman once again, wheel to wheel with our championship rival there. We're still side by side through turn 2 and turn 3, but we get the power down around the outside through turn 4 there. Looks like Lance Stroll has had a brilliant start as well, up into P3 then, ahead of Sergio Perez. So Russell has absolutely crumbled off the start of this Grand Prix there. Perez now at his home race almost up to the podium. So what a start that has been for Sergio Perez, who I believe ended up lining up 9th place on the grid here, but he has moved his way forward on this opening lap there to immediately try and give himself a good chance. Now, Perez, I will say, in previous games, in previous seasons, he's got to be the unluckiest driver I've ever had at Mexico. I've never known someone get as many mechanical failures at their home Grand Prix. I think only I can rival him for bad luck inside the F1 series, but will he make it to the end of this one? Will he be able to try and challenge? I mean, again, Sergio's still another driver yet to win a race this year. Not expecting that to happen, but you never know.
Use it when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Here comes Verstappen, though, back down towards turn 1. I don't want to try and battle with the Dutchman too aggressively early on. There's a chance to try and build up the gap over Lance Stroll, and we've got to try and take it as well there. So Verstappen will move back through. Yeah, he is only interested in trying to keep his championship hopes alive. Well, if Lance Stroll wants to be helpful for his teammate today, then he'll really try and battle with Verstappen and I and try and slow us up as best as we can, as now with the DRS enabled 223 miles an hour. We just touched there as we make our way back in towards turn 1.
Good job.
I mean, yeah, Verstappen, I think he knows down the straights, if we're the one behind, we're not going to be behind for very long, as Stroll already, though, almost out of the 1 second zone. That would be really, really handy if we can just get him out of the range. Fernando Alonso update. I think he's made a few spots up on lap 1, but he's still, yeah, down in about P17. I mean, Verstappen is just relentless early on in this GP, though. We've seen it so many times. When the Dutchman wants to try and get back into the lead of a Grand Prix, he won't really kind of sit back and just let things unfold for a few laps. He will immediately go into full attack mode, and that doesn't actually look like it's worked out for him. Lance Stroll now will move up into P2 then of the GP. We haven't seen Stroll this hungry since all the way back at probably Canada when he took that home Grand Prix victory. But that might have tripped them both over now, because we are again right on the cusp of the 1 second buffer. I tell you what, I've got no idea what's going on behind me right now, but instantly the field has really been spread out. We've got a 2 second gap to Verstappen. He's then got nearly a 3 second gap to Perez behind him, who has suddenly gone back past Lance Stroll. So, I mean, it works nicely for Verstappen and I. It means we just need to worry about each other into the next few laps. But I think this genuinely might be the most kind of spread out I've ever seen the AI on this game after just a handful of laps. Normally they're all over each other, at least until the pit stop window. Definitely Verstappen is still hungry here. You can see he's got that gap back under a second again.
7.2 seconds.
Charles Leclerc, yeah, just continuing to drop away there. But yeah, I'm quite surprised Russell has struggled as much as he has early on in this race. I really did think McLaren had kind of made that step forward now. But with Lando, Norris further down the order as well, I just think, yeah, they're once again, McLaren are that one team, it feels like, inside this game, where just every season, any kind of championship hope they've got just starts to run out of steam. Yeah, I think, though, more importantly for us, we've got bigger issues. Verstappen now is right up my gearbox again. I think he's probably going to go past me pretty soon. And here we go then. I think there's an inevitability as to what's about to happen. Max Verstappen tucked up in the DRS, and goodbye, sir. The Dutchman, yeah, using some of his battery. I mean, yeah, the DRS zone here, like I've said before, where F124 doesn't kind of simulate the air density here in Mexico, obviously where the altitude is so high, it's a very, very different race to what you get IRL. I, though, can't watch Max just bolt away. I've got to try and stay with him. Well, looking at the minimap right now, this race honestly looks like something out of 2021. Lewis Hamilton versus Verstappen that year, of course, were just waltz away from the rest of the field, just attacking each other lap after lap. That's basically what we've got so far here in Mexico. 8 seconds now, the gap to Stroll and Checo behind us. It is the battle of the number 2s. A bit further back is all Verstappen. I don't think he was expecting me to try and keep the nose down the inside there. We've got yellows out. Oh, that's a car further back. I was going to say, if that's Verstappen, suddenly we're in big, big trouble in terms of action in this race. But I think that might be... Is that a McLaren falling to the wayside? No, I think it's Perez. It is Perez. So I mentioned it at the start. Sergio Perez has no luck in Mexico on this game. I told you guys he gets mechanical failures here. And it's taken 12 laps, sorry, 11 laps even, and it's happened again. Also, that's going on for one Red Bull car. The other one is still going to once again try to attack us back down towards turn 1. I'm happy just to let him go for it sometimes. You know, we know we got the pace. We can do what we want against him when we need to, but I mean, there's no real point risking anything too early.
Next part of the track, no overtaking through the yellow flags.
I mean, surely if you're Verstappen, you'd be worried now about obviously having the same issues as your teammate, but you can't really afford to drive any slower. Well, I can't help but feel that Verstappen is just that bit quicker than me, is just looking to try and break free at the front of the order.
And you're going to be on hards next time.
I mean, could it be worth trying to go for an undercut here? I'm not sure it is. I reckon we'd come out in too much traffic with the AI further behind us. Once again, we're going to get the run. Once again, Verstappen is just going to park that car a little bit defensively. Make me second guess what our options are in through those first couple of corners. Oh, we try and get the throttle down on the exit. Just a momentary bit of wheel spin there. As can we have a look down the inside? I've fired that in way too aggressive. As Verstappen will try and come back at me. That was a Max Verstappen dive bomb on Max Verstappen. And we're going to be side by side again up through the top of the circuit. Verstappen, though, once more. He's got such good traction in that Red Bull car right now. Able to get the power down. And will stay in the lead. Here we go then. We're going to try it again on the Dutchman. As we try and make our way back down towards someone. You can just see he was using a lot of battery there. But as soon as that red light starts flashing, we close in. Well, that might explain why we're struggling with traction then. We've actually got a little bit of overheating issues early on in this race. Hasn't been a major problem for us, but as we move into the second stint on those hards, we are going to have to consciously try and look after them a little bit more. Well, I'm going to see what Verstappen does at the end of this lap then as he flies back past us in towards turn 1. If he pits, I'm going to stay out. If he stays out, I'm going to try and pit here. We're going to go with the alternate strategy. I've also got to be careful that we don't trip over Leclerc. With Alonso down the order, there is a huge chance as a team for us to build up, you know, a big points margin once more over Aston Martin this weekend. I mean, yeah, guessing obviously they needed to take grid penalties with Fernando, but the AI, they really struggle to make their way back through here. Well, is Verstappen coming in? Is Verstappen going to stay out here? If he does, will the overcut be powerful for us? Verstappen does dive in, so we've got to hope now that he comes out in a little bit of traffic. We'll keep our eye on the mini-map. Hopefully that's going to be one thing we avoid. Oh, and if you have a look then on the mini-map, yeah, Verstappen, he's come out actually in some clear air, so that hasn't worked out as nicely for us as I was hoping it would. Pierre Gasly, no idea what happened to him in the early laps, but he had to box quite early. So he's just gone and claimed new fastest lap of the day. There's no way he's trying to go to the end, surely, on whatever tyres he's on. And yeah, for us, oh, Verstappen, he's come out in some clear air, so he's going to be able to work those hard tyres up quite nicely. And we just got to try and keep the car on the road. This is going to be a bit risky by Ferrari, because both cars are going to be peeling into the pit lane on the same lap here from a 1-2 position. Nonetheless, so as we round our way through that final turn, nice and tidy. We'll nudge the wall apparently on the way in, just so I get the car slowed down in the right position there. But I'm a bit worried that Verstappen's going to get quite the undercut on us at this stage of the race. So we're going to have to try and work the hard tyres towards the end of the afternoon.
Stop now. Okay, mate, that's it. Go, go, go. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
I mean, we're in and out pretty quickly, but here comes Verstappen then out of the pits. And yeah, he's got a big jump. So Verstappen is going to be flying along then over these next few laps. Gasly's definitely not going to the end on those medium compound tyres. But fair play to him. If he's had to pit and change the wing early on, he's really brought himself back into the fight. Well, looking at the pace Verstappen's got in that Red Bull at the moment, I'm really starting to struggle to see a way we get back in this fight by the end of the afternoon. We'll need a safety car or something. There's all we've got yellows out again. As soon as I say that, someone else... Oh, that's Stroll. That's Stroll now out of the GP then. So we said it was a battle between the two number 2s early on. And I don't know whether they made contact or something that's given both of them issues that have taken them out of the race. But Lance Stroll, our second casualty of the afternoon, and maybe quite luckily for Max Verstappen, we haven't got a safety car because of it. But we are setting good consistent lap times right now, and now I've just had a few laps to stabilise the hard compound tyres as well. I know that we hopefully won't overheat them by the end of the GP, but 13 laps to go. That gap to Verstappen has come down by a few tenths, but we've just got to keep trying to utilise this Ferrari straight line speed. Basically, the plan is use as much battery as I can down the straights, try to close in as much time as possible, and then try and lose as little of it through the twisty bits. It's a rogue plan, but it's kind of all we can hope for. Oh, and there we go. Pierre Gasly back into the pit lane then late on in the day. I'm intrigued to see where he's going to re-emerge in all of this.
They're holding us up now, so let's please try and get past as soon as possible and get on with our race. Push, push. Gap to your teammate behind, 15.3 seconds.
I wish Verstappen was holding me up at this stage of the Grand Prix, Mark. I'd love to know that I can overtake him by lap 29. Just trying to keep up with him is difficult enough right now. I think shut up and let me drive is probably the message I'll send back. Oh, come on, that gap now under 2 seconds to Verstappen. We are still usually going about a tenth quicker than him a lap, but I know we've got to try and get in that DRS range, and then the time will just slowly come to us. 10 laps to go, though, after this one. It is starting to run out. I feel like Lando Norris at the 2024 Austrian Grand Prix pushing on in Max Verstappen, you know, one of the tracks that he has dominated for so many years. But just like Lando, are we going to be able to try and make the move? And is it going to involve an accident? Well, the other issue we've got, of course, is there's only one DRS detection point around this lap. And that comes just on the exit here. That white line that runs across the road is where the 1 second is measured. And that is one of the corners where Verstappen is so much quicker than us. We easily lose a good 2-3 tenths through the Forest Sol. And then, obviously, we've got to try and claw it all back again down the straight without the help of the DRS. 8 laps to go. That gap now, you just see, gets down to a second by the time we make it into turn 1, but it will open up once more. I mean, look at this. We've got the DRS down this short chute, but yeah, that isn't really that helpful unless you're right on the gearbox of the car in front, making your way out. But as we just try and put the power down through that complex, I think we've done it. I think that time round we were inside the range of Verstappen. So as we start lap 30 then of this GP, it is all still to play for here in Mexico. And now we could just save a little bit of battery again, try and plan our full attack against the Dutchman here. Formula 1 racing is a bit like chess. You've got to try and plan as many moves ahead as possible and hope then that you don't miss something and the other guy puts you into check immediately. Well, Verstappen has easily led the majority of laps in this Grand Prix, but ultimately only one lap really matters come the end of an afternoon. 226 miles an hour as we just pull out of the slipstream.
That brings you up a place.
And that has been 15 qualifying laps to try and get back to the Dutchman here. But we are not going to give up on this. I want to try and get the win. Well, once again, I feel like there's a bit of an inevitability as to what's about to happen. It is going to be a game of chess towards the end. Like I said, Verstappen and I, we've both got to try and plan when we want to go for moves, where to save the battery, where to utilise that extra horsepower boost as well. Verstappen, I think he'll just want to give me as much dirty air as he can. He knows how much we struggle through the middle sector, so track position, I think, especially for him, is going to be really important towards the end of this race. I mean, we dropped so far behind him through that final sector, but as long as we stay within 1 second, it doesn't really matter, as you can see how much speed we've got. Max Verstappen again trying to use his own battery in defense, but it is pointless. It is a futile exercise for him. 4 laps left here in Mexico, and we are back to the lead once again. I don't know how many times it has chopped and changed between us, but I mean, in that time we built up a 15-second lead over Russell. No one has been able to hold a candle to Verstappen and I this weekend, but this win could and probably will have massive championship ramifications. Oh, Verstappen again, really good traction off of turn 3 to the outside. The Dutchman's going to go. We're going to try and keep the nose there though, and Verstappen just forced to back out of it in the end. We had the car down the inside. He was never ahead, so we were perfectly within our right there to try and squeeze him out, but are we once again going to see him get the DRS back down in towards turn 1? I mean, he's not going to drop away, is he? Out of that 1 second range here. I mean, even with all this battling going on, George Russell is barely taking any time out of the pair of us. We've got almost a 30-second lead over our teammates towards the end of this race. Like I said, Verstappen and I this afternoon, it has been shades of Hamilton and Verstappen back in 2021, where they would be battling throughout an entire race. There'd be 2 and 3 stop strategies coming out just to try and get the jump on each other, and they'd still end up a minute in front of anybody else. That's how insane this season is getting right towards the end of the campaign. Looking on the mini-map, I think Alonso has now got himself into the points, but less than 2 laps left. Verstappen again will make his move. He will pounce to the inside down at turn 1, and now we just got to try and sit close enough that we can get the run potentially onto the last lap of the race there. A little bit of a wobble.
21.7 seconds.
Mark, I could not stress to you enough how little I care about that right now. We're battling for the win against our big championship rival, and you're telling me about our teammate 30 seconds behind. Well, as long as I don't make any mistakes through the Forest Soul, surely we're going to be able to try and once again get the jump on Verstappen here. But this weekend, what a race the crowd have been able to enjoy as well. This has genuinely felt like a good 2024 F1 dogfight that we've come to see in both real life and inside this series. But overtake mode once again enabled. 1 more lap to go here in Mexico. Are we going to be able to get the run on Verstappen? Back down towards turn 1. The Dutchman, he's going to swing defensive to the outside, will go. And once more, he hasn't got the legs on us. I think he thought about trying to just defend or fling the car back up the inside there. We actually get a little bit out of shape through those first couple of turns once more. And Verstappen, though, I'm not convinced he's got enough. We have had slightly fresher tyres throughout the second half of the race as well. But for the Dutchman today, it looked in the midpoint that he would just control this one and just keep us at arm's length. But we worked so hard to get back in that DRS range. And when you got a car that can be so much quicker in a straight line, we now have just got to try and park the bus through this final sector of the Grand Prix there. Will Verstappen be able to do anything through this short DRS zone? He's going to close in on us once again. That gap will continue to come down. There was all a little bit of a mistake in towards the stadium there. Luckily, Verstappen can't really look for anything as the confetti flies here in Mexico City. It is going to be pole position and race victory here in Mexico. That is exactly what we need.
Yes, 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 guys, yes! Come on, boys!
It's a performance to be proud of from our Mexico City Grand Prix winners today.
And as we get closer to the end of this year's championship, every race that you put together well now really sets you up for crossing the finish line in the championship in the best possible position. And it's moments like this right now that really matter.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today and a stunning win for Ferrari.
Well, just 0.3 of a second in it when we get to the checkered flag there. The gap after 36 laps was not much more than the gap was after 1 lap in qualifying between myself and Max Verstappen. And although he might be smiling on the outside, he will be livid that he wasn't able to convert that to race victory. And once again, we open up another 7 points in the Drivers' World Championship there. George Russell ends up in quite a lonely P3 ahead of Leclerc. Esteban Ocon again getting big points for Alpine. He is really having a strong end to this season there, with Piastri ahead of Norris, Carlos Sainz ahead of Alonso and Hamilton, who came from the back of the field to both recover to a few points there. Haas will be a bit gutted. Hulkenberg down in 11th in the end, and Pierre Gasly down in P13 on his 2-stop strategy there, with just Stroll and Perez are only 2 drivers that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do, though, to our World Championship standings? Well, we cross over the 300-point buffer, and we've now got a 36-point lead over Verstappen, a 56-point lead over Fernando Alonso. So once again, the Spaniard, with his back up against the wall, he needs to try and get a couple of wins late on in the campaign there. We open up our lead over Ferrari as well massively, sorry, over Aston Martin massively in the Constructors to 81 points now. So hopefully, even if Leclerc has a couple of rough races, we can just try and chalk that away towards the end of the campaign. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Brazil. We got another sprint weekend coming up. That is going to be a good one. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 20 of season 4 of the F124 driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Sao Paulo for the Brazilian Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live back on Monday, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We are here with the second of the kind of final 3 sprint races of the campaign. Of course, we'll be heading over to Qatar in a few races time. But in Mexico, despite it being one of Verstappen's best tracks in Formula 1, we were able to beat him out and claim the dub there. Our 3rd win of the last 4 Grand Prix. Verstappen in that time admittedly has had 3 second places, but still hasn't won since the Dutch Grand Prix just after the summer break there. It means we have got a 36-point buffer as we head into Brazil this weekend. Alonso, a terrible time last time out in Mexico, so once again, he's going to have to try and fight for the victory today if he wants to keep his title hopes alive. If you're new around here as well, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. But yeah, let's head out then straight into one-shot quali.
Atmospheric tracks don't come much better than this. We're in Brazil for qualifying. Let's get some laps at the limit.
Well, I can't help but feel that this is going to be a track we struggle at a little bit more. I've never had much luck in qualifying here in Sao Paulo, so hopefully this weekend we can maybe spring a surprise and try and get the car up towards the front of the order. But we really struggled as well back at the Circuit of the Americas in one-shot qualifying. A team that definitely didn't struggle was, of course, McLaren. Lando Norris and George Russell each took a pole position apiece that weekend. But will we see the same thing happen here? It was Russell that was able to get the better of his teammate through sprint qualifying. And then as we moved into the real qualifying session, yeah, Lando Norris looked to be in control there. As for me, of course, we have just got to think bigger picture. We have got to just think about our championship hopes. But yeah, with Verstappen now rocketing to the front of the order, that doesn't make our life particularly easy. We are not having a particularly good lap of it so far either. A little way away from the Dutchman as we make our way through the final couple of corners, and as we try and get the power down, Hopefully we're going to be able to find a little bit more time against some of the other runners, but this is going to be a terrible qualifying time when all is said and done there. We've completely run out of ERS as well. It is P15, and a bit like in our Formula 2 series, it doesn't feel like we're a long way off. Well, there we go then. Max Verstappen will take that pole position there. Top 3 covered by less than half a tenth of a second. Fernando Alonso and qualified by his teammate Lance Stroll. But for us, half a second off pole. Last weekend, that would have put you about P4. Here in Brazil, though, where it's such a short lap, that's only good enough for P15 there. We out-qualify Ricciardo, both Williams and both Kick Saubers. But we've got a lot of work to do, so I think just like in Texas, we're going to have to use the sprint to just gather some data.
Welcome to today's sprint. This is shaping up to be another fantastic weekend. Interlagos, always a very special race here in Brazil, is a 2.7 mile circuit with 9 lefts and 6 rights for a total of 15 corners. The fastest lap today should have an average speed of around 135 miles per hour, if of course the weather stays dry until the end of the Grand Prix. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Stroll, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Gasly, Oscar Piastri, Hamilton, Tsunoda, Hülkenberg, Perez, Sainz, Ocon, Firestarter, Albon, Ricciardo, Behrman, Joe, and Frederick Vesti. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We will soon find out.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the sprint here in Sao Paulo. And the team, I think we tried this last year, didn't we? We opted for the mediums and it didn't work. So we're going to just stick to the soft compound tyres for this one. Hopefully we'll have the grip that can carry us right the way through these 12 laps. Obviously, we took 7 points out of Verstappen last weekend. I think immediately he's likely going to take 8 back out of me before we even get into Sunday's race, unless Charles Leclerc can spring a bit of a surprise. But it's 5 red lights down on the grid here in Sao Paulo. It's not a long hold at all before it is lights out. And away we go then, nice and easy on the throttle as we make our way up into turn 1. Just want to try and keep the car clean and tidy there, as immediately we'll have a look around the outside. Whoa! Esteban Ocon, who clearly doesn't spot me on his inside through turn 2 there. For some reason, I'll get the warning for a collision with the Frenchman, despite the fact he quite clearly turned across me into the corner. And you can see again, I mean, Ocon is not afraid to get the elbows out here. I know it's a sprint, so everybody's got to get on with it. But he'll open the door as well for us as we make our way down the hill, up the other side. Through Ferradura, though. Are we just like going to be able to... Whoa! Hang on there. And we've got a red flag. No one stopped.
Let's have you straight to the pit lane, please.
I have got no idea what that's about. No one stopped on the road. Clearly the game, I think, panicked because I ran off the circuit, despite not hitting anybody. That's a pretty weak red flag, even by F124 standards. Well, I guess we've gained 1 freebie, and it's going to be 5 red lights again then. And lights out and away we go here in Sao Paulo. Sadly, not going to be able to hold on to those spots as we make our way down in towards turn 1, unless I go for a bit of an aggressive dive bomb there down the inside of Carlos Sainz. Ocon again will try and make moves through the first couple of corners, but this time round we'll just slot back in behind Sergio Perez. I mean, yeah, that is utterly bizarre inside this game. It's down the inside, and not 1 but 2 at the end of the Esquido de Lago there. And Hamilton and Yuki Tsunoda seem to be battling it out for that final sprint point. I think, annoyingly, Leclerc hasn't been able to make the move on Verstappen, though, as we're going to try and have a little bit of a sniff down the inside of Oscar Piastri there. Like I said, you can't be too scared to try and get the elbows out, because once more we've got yellow flags out through that first sector. So I think what it was... Oh, there we go. That is a big move on Oscar Piastri. Tiny bit of wheel banging there, but we'll make it work. I think, yeah, obviously there's yellow flags that come out.
A bit risky. We could have received a penalty.
Yeah, the yellow flags, I think, come out through that section just because of the way everybody Constantine is up. And then because I ran off the circuit, it assumed there was 2 separate instances. So, yeah, really not too sure what we make of that one. As here we go. Hamilton and Hülkenberg. I wanted to make it 3 wide. we go to the inside in the end rather than trying to split him down the middle. And that's going to be another double overtake then. So what a restart that's been. Straight up into P9. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone up in front is breaking down. No idea who it is. I can see cars desperately trying to avoid him. I think it's Lance Stroll again. So Stroll, just like we saw last weekend now in Mexico, he's had yet another mechanical failure in that Aston Martin. I mean, for us, luckily, it's going to promote us into the points then. So hopefully, yeah, we're going to still claw away a couple of those. But Lance Stroll, he has got no luck inside this game right now.
Okay, so that's a red flag.
We've got another one.
Flag, no overtaking, and let's get back into the pits, please.
There is something strange going on with this game today. 2 red flags in a sprint is unheard of. Third time's the charm then here in Brazil. It's 5 red lights. And it is going to be lights out and away we go there. That time around we've done a little bit better off the initial launch of Sonoda. Oh, we'll try and send it down the inside of Yuki. Oh, at that first corner and it's all gone wrong. We just get a little bit out of shape there. We'll try and get back on the road again at turn 1 and maybe just bit off a bit more than we could chew off that restart then. So any hope of points has immediately evaporated there, and I forgot just how bad that curbing is through turn 1 here. So that has been an absolute disaster on the third restart. I think I could do with another red flag here before the end of this one, just to try and have another chance to fight our way back through. So here we go, trying to get a run then on Ocon and Hamilton here. Once more we've got to try and use the superior straight line speed of this car. And for the second time then in this race.
DRS is now online.
Oh, that was not where I really wanted to put the car based on what happened last lap, but it is another double overtake hooked up. We are back into P12 then. Points admittedly aren't that far in front still, but the DRS is so powerful here as here comes Esti Besti trying to look down the inside. Oh, and we will slam the door in his face. I tell you what, just straight up, we just do not have the pace around this circuit at the moment. As here comes Esteban Ocon down the inside again. And I mean, the AI all kind of getting carried along in the DRS of each other. But Sainz and Perez are just continuing to pull away from us here. So I think a bit like Kota, this is another track where Ferrari is going to struggle. Although that being said, Leclerc still is running up in P2. We just can't seem to stay in the DRS of the cars in front. And you end up losing more time than obviously you can gain by not being in the dirty air. Brazil is definitely a track where the AI are very, very strong inside F124. And, well, yeah, that really comes at our detriment. Oh, we've got more yellows. Who now is falling out the wayside? It's a Haas, I believe. Is that Hulkenberg or is that Gasly? I want to say that's Pierre Gasly. Yes, it is. Out of the Grand Prix. And, well, we're a bit too late now for another red flag in this race. That is a disappointing end for the Haas man. Well, it's on to the final lap then. Max Verstappen is going to be making his way out of Zheng here, and it looks like he's going to be back on the top step of the Formula 1 podium once more there. The Dutchman will win the Brazilian GP sprint to kick off the weekend in fine form, but we've had a bit of a wake-up call in this sprint race. We just simply do not have the pace in the car right now. We have to make some setup tweaks. It is only P12. Well, there we go. You can see Verstappen comfortably out in front in the end, despite all the restarts and everything that went on. And his fastest lap, near enough a second quicker than mine. And you've got to remember, he had no DRS. Charles Leclerc in P2 ahead of Norris and Alonso there, with Russell in P5. What's that going to do to our championship standings? Well, it means the gap, yeah, has been cut back down to just 28 points there between myself and the Dutchman. Leclerc now up over the 200-point threshold as well. Constructors-wise, we do continue to gain over Aston Martin, though. But yeah, let's try and put that behind us. I'm going to make some setup tweaks, and we will head into the GP. Well, I've made a few tweaks to the car, and hopefully that is going to allow us to have a bit more speed and confidence as we make our way through the rest of the weekend. But that might mean that we're even more compromised over our second one-shot qualifying here in Sao Paulo. We've just got to try and make sure that we end up somewhere where we can try and fight come Grand Prix Sunday, because yeah, the big goal once again is to try and lose as few points as we possibly can to Verstappen in the championship. I basically, want to try and keep a 25-point buffer so that if Verstappen has a perfect weekend, if we have a mechanical failure or something like that, then we know our World Championship hopes aren't immediately eradicated here as we try and make our way, though, through this middle sector once again. It looks like McLaren have got a lot of good pace in that car. George Russell, as we've said so many times this year, still yet to win a race in this campaign, and we're seem to be even further back from the current fastest time there as we round our way out of the final corners. What is the time going to be on the board? Where are we going to end up? Ready for real qualifying. We're down in P16 right now. I think it's going to be P13. Better than we did in the sprint, but still far from fantastic. And there we go then. This time round, McLaren lock out the front row then. George Russell on pole ahead of Lando Norris. Max Verstappen will get between them and the two Aston Martins, with our teammate Charles Leclerc up in P6. That was a better effort than we did in sprint quali, but it is still going to be probably a weekend of damage limitation. Let's see what we can do then. It's time for the Brazilian Grand Prix.
Welcome to where heroes and history are made. It's where the 2008 title was decided in the final corner, and just 1 year later, Jenson Button stormed through from 14th on the grid to claim his one and only Drivers' Championship. It's time then for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. It's an unusual anti-clockwise race here at Interlagos, where the Sao Paulo locals are packed into the grandstands at each of the 15 corners around this classic 2.7-mile circuit. Two very fast sections bookend the famous and highly technical Sector 2, where getting a good run out of Yung Cao into one of the two DRS zones will be key to any overtaking prospects today. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Perez, Ocon, Sainz, Hamilton, Firestarter, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Albon, Behrman, Vesti, Joe, Stroll, and Pierre Gasly picks up the final grid slot today. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Brazilian GP proper. And this time round, I'll be honest, I'm not convinced about the soft compound tyre. I think it's going to be better off to opt for the mediums early on and then try to take the hards to the end of the GP there. So if I can just tweak that around, we'll go mediums early on. We'll try and take them to about lap 16. And then, yeah, we'll try and take the hards to the end of the GP. If tyre wear seems to be a lot better, then we can easily move over to softs for the second half of the afternoon. But ultimately, yeah, I just think the tyre wear here is a little bit more brutal than the game is anticipating. But we line up P11 then on the grid by courtesy of some grid pens. It's 5 red lights. That's going to be lights out, and away we go there again. Just really struggling to put the power down up the hill as Yuki Tsunoda will bang wheels with us down in towards turn 1. Got to be careful that I don't take too much curb through that first corner, but we will get back around the outside of Hulkenberg as well, who tried to make a move through that first turn. So we've held on. That, I think, to be honest, is a pretty good start here, and let's wait and see whether we're going to see as many red flags as we did in the sprint as well for seemingly nothing. Brazil this entire weekend seems to be a little bit bugged. I'm not sure why. As we try and make our way then up through Ferradura there, tucked up behind Lewis Hamilton, who is in that final points-paying position. Not anymore, he's not. We'll move down the inside. And Hamilton there just tried to keep his nose in the inside line. And, well, I thought he might just back out of it, but apparently he hasn't there. And Lewis has picked up front wing damage.
You might start to notice it soon.
And you can see, yeah, immediately the Mercedes really struggling then. So we've got ourselves in a couple of really frustrating incidents early on this weekend. We picked up a little bit of side pod damage as well, but hopefully that isn't going to cause too many problems as Hamilton, I mean, we made it a little bit awkward for him there. We did go to the inside, but I knew he'd have to pit. Well, Russell and Norris then seem to be trading fastest laps right up at the front, so McLaren here are looking very, very racy in the early laps. But yeah, I think the big problem we've got, of course, is when you don't have the DRS, we obviously lose a bit down the two straights here. Not really much of a chance to save up battery through the middle sector. And where the AI is so good in the traction zones around this circuit, you don't really gain any time back. I would like to try and get more than 1 point here. Luckily, it looks like Verstappen's struggling as well. But yeah, I mean, it's so difficult. We've just got to hope that those AI tyres fall off and that we can close in mean, I genuinely think our best shot here is to just let Hulkenberg by and then try to utilise the DRS off him. So we're going to let our old Haas teammate through. He's going to inherit P10 then of this GP for now. We've just got to think, like I've said, about the long game here. I don't think this is going to be a circuit where we can beat Verstappen. So we've just got to try and maximise our own result. As already we've got yellows out. And they seem to have gone away again pretty much immediately. Well, I just don't think Hulkenberg's got enough here to really try and claw back in on those other runners. And I think we are now finally starting to see a shift between the soft and the medium compound tyre. So we're going to try and make our way back through then. Up once more into that P10. The gap to Sainz, 3.2 seconds, as he has basically spent this entire weekend so far annoying Sergio Perez. We're just waiting to see whether those cars in front go side by side a bit more often. So you can see how much we're pushing down through turn 4. Oh, we've got yellows. There's someone up towards the front. Who is that? Don't say it's Max Verstappen. Oh, it's Fernando Alonso. And after bad luck last weekend in Mexico, he was getting himself back in the fight. It is not going to happen today, though, for him. And I think that might well be Fernando Alonso's championship hopes literally going up in smoke here in Brazil.
They've got an issue with their car. They're going to be slow. Just follow the safety car. Don't worry about the target. Follow the safety car.
Perez has got a puncture.
Stay positive.
Okay, slow down, slow down. Your delta's negative, which means you're going too fast. Reduce your pace.
Well, there we go then. A couple of crazy moments all in one go. Alonso at the Grand Prix and Perez then suddenly with a puncture. So not too sure what happened to him. But as everybody then tries to make their way into the pit lane here, we are going to get held up behind Charles Leclerc. Fresh set of hard tyres going on the wagon. Everybody else is opting for mediums.
That was a fantastic stop. Faster than we were expecting.
Well, somehow in all of that, I don't think we've even lost a spot there, which is quite impressive. Tell you, one person that does work out nicely for is Lewis Hamilton in this Grand Prix. 26 laps though on mediums seems a very aggressive strat by the AI. Surely they can't all make that work. Well, safety car coming in then at the end of lap 12, so we've made it to 1/3 distance in this GP, and I believe it is still Lando Norris that leads the way at the front of the order in that McLaren. But we are going to have our work cut out over these first couple of restart laps. There was Carlos Sainz, potentially caught a little bit napping. He can't go for the move until we've crossed the start-finish line. That's exactly what we're going to try and do immediately then as Sainz. We'll just try and pinch him. Why, we've got a red flag.
Red flag, red flag. We'll update you in the pits. Everyone's okay.
Well, I got no idea why we got a red flag now, but I think the glitches that we saw in qualifying seem to be back. This might be a problem. Well, I guess we get to stick on these hard compound tyres, but it just gives everybody else the same strategy idea now if they want to go for it. Most of the AI don't know, so it's going to be 5 red lights once again, and lights out and away we go. And why do all those safety car laps if we were just going to restart anyway under a red flag? Hulkenberg again, 4 wide in front. What on earth is that by Oscar Piastri down at turn 1? As we're going to make contact with Carlos Sainz, though, on the exit of the first corner there. Just caught a little bit out by the V-Carb driver there, as I think, yeah, Verstappen desperate to try and defend from our teammate there down at the bottom of the hill. But that might be a major problem for us later on in the Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri absolutely sending it on everybody there, trying to make moves off of the restart. But that front wing damage is costing us a bit more than I was hoping it would through the next couple of corners here, as we just want to try and stay. And now we've got a safety car again.
Slow your pace immediately.
I mean, that works for us. We get to be able to put a new front wing on. We will be at the rear of the field, but that does work. We've got a set of mediums or a fresh set of softs. I think what we'll have to do is take the mediums and then go back to our hard tyres again. But there is something strange going on with this race in Brazil.
Safety car in this lap.
Well, I just was able to catch up to the back of the train once again, so safety car is coming in once more at the end of lap 17. But will we see yet another red flag here? As instantly off the restart. Whoa, Fred Vesti, and yes.
Red flag. No overtaking, please. We'll see you in the pit lane.
They have genuinely broken Brazil on this game. That's 4 red flags we've had this weekend. This is unbelievably stupid. I mean, we've got to stay on the hards, haven't we? We can't really opt to go mediums just yet. I mean, look at the original allocation. Medium, hard, medium, hard, and soft. It is so stupid at this stage of the GP, but we've still got half the race to go.
Deja vu here, but there's a good opportunity to get this start spot on. Come on.
Everybody else now has gone soft. Surely they won't be able to go 16 laps to the checkered flag, but there's going to be no chance that we're going to get a good restart here for the, what, 6th time this weekend without trying to do a standing start in this game. So, come on, Fred Vesti, please give me some room. I can't afford to lose my wing again. I don't know how many red flags you can get in a Grand Prix, but I think we are finding out.
Safety car deployed.
Oh, you've got to be
Stay
joking.
positive.
You have got to be joking. Another safety car in this race. And is that going to mean again we're going to get yet another red flag?
Okay,
This is unbelievable. Well, I've got no idea how many more times it's going to happen, but hopefully again, we're about to go green flag racing here. And if we get another red flag, then I'm definitely going to join the AI and just move over to the soft compounded tyre towards the end of this one. The problem we've got, though, is that I can't really make any overtakes, because, of course, if you just keep getting safety cars and red flags, there's not really a lot I can do. Down the inside of Fred Vesti, back at turn 1. Are we going to get another red flag? Or will we finally be able to go green flag racing here? We've made it further than we did last time.
Debris. Fortunately, the marshals have managed to clear it up in time, and there are so far no plans for a safety car.
Right, where is this loose debris? This is the problem I think we've got. I think it might be that curb. Every single AI car is flicking up carbon fibre off of it. So I think that might be what's breaking the game. This is going to be the other big corner.
Safety car deployed.
Yeah, of course.
Stay positive.
This is just impossible. As I think Ollie Behrman is breaking down. They've just given me that place. Not that it's going to matter. I'm going to pit now and opt for some softs. Well, I know on previous F1 games there was a limit to how many safety cars you could have in a 50% race, and I'm pretty certain we have now hit that limit. So hopefully, I'm not going to say it's guaranteed, but hopefully these final 10 laps we're going to be able to run fairly smoothly without any more interruptions here. But honestly, this is F1 24. I'm not holding my breath. We have got slightly fresher tyres though. As well, you can see Perez and Hamilton both having a bit of a lock-up down at turn 1. Around the outside of Fred Vesti. I don't know how many times I've had to overtake him this afternoon. No.
Just be careful.
That's not what I want to hear. There's something definitely wrong with this venue. It seems to believe there's an extra incident out on the road. Because that way, whenever, obviously, we get the yellow flags with everybody Constantina and up, if you get 2 incidents at the same time on F1 24, it triggers a safety car.
Speed. Our delta's too low, and we're going to risk a penalty. Slow your pace immediately.
This might well just be the end of our race. We might just keep getting more and more safety cars. Well, some of you might ask why on earth I haven't restarted this race, or why I haven't just scrapped it altogether. But to be honest, EA and Cody's, they need to be held accountable. If we don't showcase these kind of glitches, they'll never fix them. So I really don't want this to be swept under the rug late on in the day. But if this ruins our shot at a world championship, I'm going to be really, really gutted there. As I mean, every single time now, we're just going to have to go super aggressive down at turn 1. Please don't tell me there's been contact.
On track, but officials aren't looking to push for a safety car right now. Just be careful.
I think we're going to get another safety car by the time we get up through turn 5 and turn 6. I think we're going to be behind another safety car. Oh my. Have we done? I think we've had too many safety cars. I think that's the problem. We've hit the hard limit. So basically, to stop just races turning into complete chaos, there is, like I said, a hard limit as to how many safety cars you can get inside a single race in F1 24. Clearly that limit is 5 rather than 4. But finally, we're going to get a few laps towards the end of this, and we've got to try and make moves if we want to try and score a point or two here. We're up to P15 already, but we just need to try and get some points against Verstappen. Well, although the AI will be able to comfortably make it to the end on their soft compound tyres, simply because half the laps they're going to do are going to be in the safety car. Ours are still definitely that little bit fresher, and that does provide you with a big advantage towards the end of this race. That being said, though, I mean, they're still going to have to do about 10 flying laps on them. And obviously some safety car restarts and bits and pieces like that as well, as down the inside of Perez will go back up towards turn 1. Maybe we can get 2 for the price of 1. And we have a look down the inside of Lewis Hamilton as well. Yes, we can. And contact with our fellow Brit on lap 1. We finally get back past him on lap 31. It is nice for the first time all weekend to actually feel like we've got some decent pace in the car. I was hoping it wouldn't take 5 safety cars for us to get to this point, but once again then... Whoa! Pierre?
Okay, this is Mark. I need you to stop cutting the corners. If you keep it up, the stewards are going to give you a penalty.
Well, that was, I think, the most aggressive AI defense I've ever seen on this game. That's like back in Imola. Well, they'll try and throw you on the grass out of the, well, up towards the start-finish line there, but we can't let Pierre Gasly live that one down. Again, going to try and apply the pressure this time around the outside. And yeah, again, that superior grip in this Ferrari on fresher tyres. We will storm around the outside of the Haas. Well, now I'm a little bit nervous that the AI are going to start defending that aggressively from us. I'm also a bit nervous as Max Verstappen now has rocketed to the front of the order. So will the Dutchman make it a perfect weekend here at Interlagos?
Quite what we needed, but let's not worry about it. Get your head down and chin up. There's a long way to go.
Oh, the AI is so confident on the brakes down towards turn 1, but 4 laps left at the Brazilian Grand Prix. We are still trying to make moves, and now we know every place we gain from here is going to grant us some points. It feels like every race towards the end of the season has the potential to be World Championship defining there, as down the inside of Danny Rick and finally up inside the top 10 here. It might even be for the first time today around the outside of Hulkenberg as well. I mean, we've got so much straight line speed in this car. And up into 9th we go once again. Ferrari, the prancing horses, are giving us all the horsepower we need late on. But Verstappen is still withstanding that pressure from the McLaren. We're just watching the 2 Alpines battle it out. This will be again another good weekend's worth of points for them.
Caution, caution.
Oh no. Oh no, what's happened?
Okay, be aware.
We can't get a safety car.
Part of the track, no overtaking through the yellow flags.
What on earth has gone on? Someone has brought up a huge plume of smoke. I think that might be a V car breaking down. It is. Carlos Sainz out of the Grand Prix there very, very late on in the day. So heartbreak for the Spaniard there, who was having a really good race of it up inside the front-running group, but unfortunately it's all going to come undone for him with just a couple of laps to go. Is that going to give Verstappen, though, a little bit of extra breathing room ahead of Lando Norris? Those yellow flags will have interrupted everybody's rhythm here as Tsunoda, Ocon and ourselves 3 wide. Back down towards turn 1. Careful we don't spin over the curb like we did in the sprint. That's another double overtake done, though. And we are up into P6. As here we go, Lando Norris as well at the front of the order. Has a look to the inside of Max Verstappen. And I think he's going to make the move. Well, as we are about to start the last lap then of the Brazilian Grand Prix, will it be Lando Norris? Will it be Max Verstappen that takes victory today? I'm hoping for our championship. It is going to be Norris that will take the dub. We know how relentless Verstappen can be. He's fought for the win so many times in recent races, but none of it has gone his way. Will he finally get his first win since the Dutch Grand Prix? I don't think he can. I think Verstappen hasn't been able to get the move on Lando Norris there, and it might well be a drag race to the checkered flag this afternoon if he's able to get any more windows. But, I mean, P6 for us against P2 for him, that would only be a 10-point swing in the favour of the Dutchman. And it looked like throughout a lot of this Grand Prix, it was going to be a full 25 that go the way of our main rival, and that would have completely eroded our World Championship lead. It has been another weekend where we simply have not had the pace, but have utilised the strategy quite effectively to get away with, you know, a passable result in this series. But out of the final corner, will Verstappen have enough to close in on Lando Norris? I don't think he will. Lando Norris is going to win the Brazilian Grand Prix here in Sao Paulo for McLaren. Max Verstappen in P2. We come through a decent recovery to 6th, but boy, EA need to fix this game.
For the last time, Lando Norris is victorious.
Well, it all came good in the end for them, but it wasn't an easy start. Not the most straightforward of days, but I think it shows great strength in an athlete as a driver when you can overcome a day like this and walk away still with a victory.
And And look at that, they're making their way out onto the podium now. Great race for the McLaren team, and I'm very happy to see them there on the top step of the podium.
There we go. Lando Norris will take the win this weekend and do me a massive favour in terms of the Drivers' World Championship there. Verstappen in P2 ahead of Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri, with Russell nicked in at the back of that kind of pack of 5 at the front there. I'm sure he'll be gutted once again. A pole position that he can't quite convert into victory there. Esteban Ocon just behind us ahead of his teammate Tsunoda, with Hülkenberg and Ricciardo rounding out your top 10. Further down the order, just Sainz and Alonso, your 2 Spaniards that failed to see the checkered flag there. Hamilton and Perez, days to forget for both of those 2 as well. But what does that do to the championship? Well, it means we've got an 18-point gap now over Verstappen with just 4 races to go of the campaign. Officially, still 5 drivers can win the world title. Lance Stroll has been knocked out of it with the result this weekend. You'd make the argument, though, that I think sensibly now it is looking like it's just going to be ourselves versus Verstappen. Alonso can just not catch a break late on in this campaign. Ferrari will once again open up the buffer ahead of Aston Martin. That gap now up to a healthy 106-point lead, so we'll hopefully wrap that up with at least a race to go before we make it to Abu Dhabi. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Portimao. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we'll return with round 21 of Season 4 of the F124 Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the return of the Portuguese Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live later on last week from Brazil, I would highly recommend going back and checking out, and then sending it over to EA and Codemasters, telling them to please finally try and fix this game. Yes, we ended up with a very, very glitched race. It was quite entertaining, but I think for a lot of people, for all the wrong reasons. But we have just 4 rounds to go now of the season, and things are really heating up between ourselves and Max Verstappen. We have an 18-point buffer at the top of the table from the Dutchman, who last weekend once again ended up finishing in P2 there. 4 second places in a row for Verstappen. He's still yet to win a race since taking victory at Zandvoort quite a few rounds ago. We had a bit of a rougher time though, P6 in the end in Brazil, but we did get a bit unlucky with all of those glitches and bugs in the race. But yeah, with just a handful of rounds to go with the season as well. Ferrari with a 106-point lead over Aston Martin in the Constructors' Championship. However, with the rumours that we're going to be leaving the team, you'd think Ferrari would be looking for a bit of stability. Apparently not. It looks like Charles Leclerc, according to Eleanor, is in a tough spot right now, and they're currently behind on their performance and must be talks of them moving on, as it's been leaked into the paddock that rumours are starting, so it's looking likely there'll be some roster changes coming next season. That could mean, yeah, that obviously if we leave as well, Ferrari have got to get a completely fresh lineup ready for Season 5 of this career mode. So that's going to be exciting to keep tabs on as well as we go through the winter break. But yeah, let's head back though here to Portugal. Hopefully we can try and extend our lead over Verstappen again.
Practice is over, qualifying awaits. Welcome to Portugal and Portimao, where it is time to see who takes pole position.
Well, as Ferrari continue to put all of their development work into next year's car, it really does seem that we are starting to lack more and more pace towards the end of the year. And although I don't want to have to worry about it too much just yet, slightly nervous that we might not even see Q2 around this venue. Hamilton, though, joins both Williams and the Kick Saubers out in Q1, so a big disappointment for him. Luckily, as much as Ferrari seem to be struggling around this venue, Red Bull definitely lacking a bit of pace as well. Of course, this was the circuit where last year Fernando Alonso ended Ferrari's run of dominance throughout the second half of the year and kind of kick-started a hopeful championship challenge into this season, was able to carry that momentum through those final few Grand Prix there. But when I get it hooked up in this car, it will just about kind of stick around here. But anybody that's driven Portimao in any game will know just how difficult it is to try and get a lap hooked up. This circuit, I said it before, it feels old school. I really do love it. I think, you know, I'm so happy that it does still stick around in the F1 games for whatever reason. But yeah, I love coming back to this venue, you know, throwing it into seasons late on in a campaign. I wish you could kind of move around where it was in the calendar. It does always feel a bit odd, you know, from doing all the flyway races to suddenly being back in Europe. But, you know, I'm certainly would rather that than have no Portimao whatsoever. And as we round our way then through the final corner, what is our first lap time in Q2 going to be? We want to be aiming for high 15s. Well, there we go. I've got that lap nailed. That's, I think, 7/10 quicker than what I managed in Q2. Well, I'll be honest, I genuinely have no idea how I've managed that time there. Fastest in Q2, just 0.03 of a second clear of George Russell. Verstappen again. You know, when the pressure's on, the Dutchman just seems to be able to find a little bit extra in that car. Yuki Tsunoda, though, will creep his way into Q3. Haas, I'm sure both of their drivers a bit gutted to be down in 14th and 15th here. This is an odd track inside F1 24. It really does test some odd characteristics of your car. But from, you know, 3-4 tenths behind Leclerc this week, last weekend in qualifying, suddenly now it seems like we've got the upper hand again. What's odd as well about Portimao that I always find it a little bit weird to adjust to is it feels like it's a much longer circuit than it is as well. 33 laps around here, I always think that's going to feel like a real marathon. But lap times are actually very, very quick. It isn't a particularly big circuit on the F1 calendar either. So we try and spot our braking point down at turn 1 though. It is certainly not one that is easy to get nailed. It is such a confidence-based circuit. Just having that belief and knowledge of what the back end of your Formula 1 car is going to do. And so far in Q2, Verstappen seems to be the one with that confidence there. Fastest so far. But again, we go purple through that first sector. Try and chuck the car up over the top of the hill. A couple of little mistakes creeping in. It's really difficult to try and keep the tyres in the right operating window as well. You can see Leclerc down in P8. Fernando Alonso, he needs a big result here if he wants any shot at the World Championship. He's down in P7. But as we try and get the throttle down through that final corner, use all of our battery as we make our way up towards the start-finish line here. What is the time going to be? We do a 15.5 again. But that time round, it's only good enough for P3. Russell and Verstappen, they just keep battling each other for pole positions. Well, is everybody geared up then, ready to start their last lap of anger here in qualifying? We've just gone out a little bit further behind the rest of the AI here. Whoa, that is not the way I wanted to start the lap. Maybe just trying to get a bit too much temperature into the tyre there and just making a little bit of a slip up. If ever I wanted to make a mistake, though, before I started the lap, was absolutely the time to do it there, so we'll just try and use a little bit of extra battery, make sure we're not at a deficit by the time we make our way down towards turn 1, braking at about the 100-meter board there, just try and stop the front end from washing out through that first corner, and then again the same down at turn 3. It's so tricky when you really want to get everything out of the car. You can overdrive it around this circuit, braking just for the 100-meter board. Down for the hairpin now. That was pretty nice and tidy on the way in. Struggling a little bit for confidence on the way out. We are fractionally down at the moment. So are we going to see Verstappen, Russell, or maybe someone else spring a surprise right towards the end of the session as well? I know I made a mistake up at this horrible double blind apex right-hander as you make your way towards Sector 3. Verstappen, he has found a bit more, 2 more tenths in the back pocket of the Dutchman. That is fantastic news for him. So really now it's a question of can I try and join him on the front row there, bobble over that inside sausage curb through the third last corner. And as we round our way through, we've got all these right-handers towards the end of the lap here. It looks like we are going to get in the green. Perez has found a bit more in that second Red Bull as well. And as we make our way out of the final turn, we've just lost out in the end. It is only P4. Well, Max Verstappen then back on pole position once again here, and by a fair margin as well inside this series. 0.2 of a second is very good going there. But we line up P4 then behind the Red Bull front row lockout. George Russell again looking very, very racy. Could he finally break his curse and win a race this season. Charles Leclerc down in P10. That was more the pace I was expecting out of the car, but we really did find something extra. We need to find a bit more though. I need to try and beat Verstappen.
Welcome along then to Portimao, one of the busiest towns in the Algarve and a breathtaking destination that brings tourists from all around the world to the shores of southern Portugal. Today it's the backdrop for the latest round of the Formula One World Championship, and with a circuit this wide, we could be in for a lot of exciting wheel-to-wheel action today. So Portimao features 15 turns over the course of its 2.9-mile length, 9 are right-handers while 6 are to the left. This is a track with a lot of uphill action, which only accentuates the importance of getting those exits right, especially at turn 4, where a good line can present opportunities to pass on the way into turn 5. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position. Sergio Perez lines up alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Russell, Firestarter, Stroll, Norris, Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, Leclerc, Ocon, Ricciardo, Hülkenberg, Gasly, Hamilton, Albon, Joe, Oscar Piastri, Behrman, Vesti. Carlos Sainz will start from the back of the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Well, here we are then down on the grid. Red Bull, I think that might be their first front row lockout of the entire season. It certainly hasn't happened often inside this game, mainly because Perez is pretty accurate inside this title there. But in terms of strategy then, this place is a real tyre eater. But as we saw last time out in Brazil, being on the quicker tyre is definitely still the way to go. And then you just try and hang on for dear life as best as you can. But Verstappen, he has got clean viewing in towards turn 1. 2 of your top 3 are yet to win a race this season. Do they sense a chance? 5 red lights here on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go after a very long hold there. Verstappen immediately will cover off from his teammate down in towards turn 1. We will try and cover off from Lance Stroll through that first corner there, as Perez getting a little tripped up, starting on those mediums. Clearly Red Bull deemed him as a big enough threat to Verstappen there that they thought they'd screw his strategy before this race even started. It's a huge moment for Sergio at the first couple of corners though. I'm surprised he didn't end up going all the way around. What a magnificent save that was by the Mexican as we make our way down the hill in towards the hairpin. But what he is doing immediately is giving Russell and Verstappen a bit of a breakaway at the front of the order there. So we will go down the inside through the next turn and up then into P3 of the GP. I'm expecting Sergio just to slowly fall down the order through these opening couple of laps there. But look at that already, a 1.6 second deficit to Verstappen at the front of the order. He's got George Russell for company though, so once again, it looks like it's going to be Verstappen versus a McLaren car, just like we saw in Brazil last time out there. But as we wind our way through these final couple of turns, I think honestly for me, I know it's still very early on in the Grand Prix, but we just don't have the pace to keep up with those two. We're going to need a safety car or something a bit later on, or maybe a bit of luck with the strategy. But Verstappen will lead at the end of lap 1. Well, whilst Mark's too busy waffling on in the background down in turn 1, George Russell has just made a power move to the inside of Max Verstappen then. I was about to say, this feels like one of those weekends where Verstappen has basically woken up and decided he's not going to take any prisoners here, but George Russell has other ideas. You can just see immediately from that little bit of fighting, we do take some time out of them.
They're going to be giving off dirty air, which is going to affect our tyres, so try to get past.
It's not a huge amount, but if they do keep squabbling, and hopefully we'll be able to close back in a little bit, even if we could just get back in the DRS range, that would be super useful. There we go then, Sergio Perez making his way on that final turn. I'm happy to let him by and just see if he can drag us along for a couple of laps. That's if he can get close enough, which it doesn't look like he can that time round. So I'm not just going to sit back and let him try and get past me. He's got to just make the move. I'm not willing to compromise my own race. Does seem a bit odd though. Yeah, tyres, we've got to be careful with those. But it does seem odd to be trying to use Perez to help us against his teammate. Not sure what Red Bull would make of this, but I think they'd tell him to try and get by and then absolutely park the bus. Right, well, Sergio, if you want the move, you're going to have to go for it. Like I said, I'm not wanting to slow down to try and let the Mexican pass me, but he seems to lose a lot out of that final corner. So here he goes, around the outside, back down towards turn 1. We will slot back in. The gap between him and his teammate, about 4 seconds. So let's see if Perez has got the pace to close in. Well, the problem we've got is immediately Perez is taking time out of Verstappen and Russell. Admittedly, that's just because our top two here clearly are, they both want this win, understandably, for very different reasons. So Perez is going much quicker than the pair of them. I just can't stay in the range of Perez. By the time we get through that detection point, we've already dropped quite the way behind him there. We can use the battery to close back in.
We didn't quite meet our targets. Not to worry. Get your head down and chin up. And let's focus right the way into the checkered flag.
There's every single lap at the moment. Max Verstappen is having a look down the inside of Russell at turn 1. And Russell will quite happily just slam the door on him. So it's costing them both more and more time. As I'm completely out of the range of Sergio. Well, I would be tempted to try and pit early in this race, but tyre wear seems so high at the moment. I think we might have to box pretty much at normal, just so we know that the mediums, well, will go to the end of the race there. As I mean, we absolutely ate that curb through turn 2. It's not even one you normally go near. But I tell you what, Perez, he might be quietly on the better strategy than his teammate Verstappen here. I'm sure the Dutchman will be livid if it turns out his teammate has been given accidentally the optimal strat, but Sergio is closing in still on those top two. And I'm tempted to try and box early and go for the undercut, but I'll be honest, I just don't think I'll get there. I think we're going to box in at the end of this lap there. Huge little snap of oversteer to make our way through the final corner, and Russell has clearly decided the same thing as well. Oh, just about get the car slowed down as Verstappen also in. So are we going to hold up Verstappen potentially just a little bit here as well? Yes, we are. So Verstappen, he's been forced to wait for a load of cars to come through. No idea who behind me as well. One of the Aston Martins.
Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
Well, look at that then. We are right back behind Verstappen and George Russell then. So that has worked out quite nicely for us. As long as we can stay in the range on this out lap.
Last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
Nice and easy as we try and roll on the throttle there. Oh, slap that curb through turn 1. That was not where I wanted to go, and you can just see that gap, 1.2 seconds here. So if those two keep battling, we can get in this. Oh, Fred Vesti incredibly slow through those final couple of corners, but we will just make sure that we claim the DRS off of that kick Sauber cut. Can we go the long way around? We will be diving into the pit lane anyway, so I'm not too worried. You can see now as everybody else into the pit lane then.
2.7 seconds.
I don't believe, Perez. Perez is the only driver, I believe, who's still out there, and the only one then that started on the soft compound, on the medium compound. So I don't think he's going to get the overcut on us. But he's going to be racy in the second half. Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows. That's a Sauber right at the back of the field. I think that's Fred Vesti. We might be pulling to the wayside then, and I'm really not too worried about that unless we get a safety car or something for it. Sonoda and Perez both in.
15.9 seconds.
We are back up into the podium places then, and that's Sauber. It is Fred Vesti who's gone.
Serious car issue. It looks like they're retiring.
But at least we know we haven't got the same glitch as what we saw last weekend. Not going to end up with like 7 safety cars, I hope. Well, dare I say it, as we are about to start lap 20 then in this Grand Prix.
To catch the car in front, but we need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
That's exactly what I was just looking at. We are just starting to go a bit quicker than George Russell for the first time all weekend. I'm starting just to feel like we can fight with the cars in front once more. Gaps of the Aston Martins behind us opened up to over 2 seconds. So let's just keep trying to push and see what we can do. Well, if things were to finish like this then, and, well, with 10 laps to go, it's starting to look like that's going to be the case. Verstappen would take another 11 points out of us in the World Championship there. I was kind of hoping that Russell might be able to try and apply more pressure to him late on in this race, but it just doesn't seem to be happening at this stage. I mean, it feels like every single lap is a qualifying lap, but we just can't find anything else. Well, we've seen it time and time again this season. This car comes alive on older, harder tyres as the race goes on. And that gap to Russell, when I get it nailed, does still come down by a couple of tenths each or every lap. We just know if we're inside that range one time round, surely we're going to be able to make the move on him. But the clock is ticking. Time is running out here at Portimao. There is not much opportunity left, as suddenly it seems like Verstappen just starting to struggle as well. I tell you what, this car at the moment would be a Ferrari that Enzo would be proud of. The power unit is the thing that is absolutely carrying it along. Maybe you disagree with all the battery tech and everything like that, and perhaps it needs twice as many cylinders. But yeah, the way this thing can carry speed down a straight is nothing short of incredible still. Watch that delta to Russell come down as we try and drain our way through the battery once again. Just bring it down to 10%. And then try to save up a bit more of the pack once more. 4 laps to go. 3 laps to go, sorry, I should say, of this GP. We are getting there, but I'm just doubting whether we've got enough. Genuinely the hardest I've worked in a Grand Prix in such a long time. Every single lap of this second stint, whenever it looked like there was a glimmer of hope, we have just pushed on. We have not given up. But at the moment, as we start the last lap of the GP, we have not got the DRS. We'll keep draining the battery right down to nothing by the time we get back in towards turn 1 there. Send it through the first corner. There are some parts of this lap where we are definitely stronger than Russell, but other laps where no matter what we do, we still lose a bit of time there. And turn 4 is definitely one of them. Up over the crest we go. One final time. You can see how much we've closed in on Verstappen as well towards the end of this, but look how much we throw it in, and look how much we just cannot find the grip on the exit there, unless we can do something extra special through this final half a lap there. I mean, we are just throwing the car over the curbs at any opportunity we've got over one of the other crests once again there. I don't think we've got enough unless Russell or Verstappen really starts to struggle. It looks like for the first time in, what, about 8 or 9 Grand Prix, Max Verstappen is finally going to be back on the top step of a Formula 1 podium. 4 second places in a row for the Dutchman, but on the last lap of the Grand Prix, only now, we're still not even in the DRS range of George Russell. Verstappen's going to take the win. Russell P2. I'm gutted with P3.
He has left the field behind. It is victory for Max Verstappen.
And it's one thing to win, but to win like that in total dominant style, that was a fantastic drive, and it is not one that we see very often.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They've performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we are then. Max Verstappen, pole position, fastest lap, race victory. Led pretty much every lap as well in the second half of the race there. No one could touch the Dutchman this weekend, and 11 points he will take out of us in the title race. How is that going to affect things by the end of the year? George Russell, it was a brilliant drive by him as well. Still yet to take a win this season, but I'm sure he'll be happy with P2. Ahead of ourselves, if you told me early on in the weekend that we would have walked away with a trophy, I would be a very, very happy man. Both Aston Martins 4th and 5th, ahead of Norris, Ricciardo, Leclerc, Perez and Hülkenberg will round out your top 10 there. Hamilton, decent recovery drive as well. After, well, he lined up P14, but he would have been 16th place on the grid. What does that do to our championship standings? Well, it means the gap at the top now has been carved down to just 7 points. And I believe Charles Leclerc now is mathematically out of the World Championship fight. If my maths is correct, there's 84 points still available. So we need to score 2 in the final 3 Grand Prix, and then Lando Norris will be out of it as well. I would assume by the end of next weekend, both he and Alonso will likely be out of the title race. But 7 points in it between myself and Verstappen with just 3 rounds to go. And it's still anybody's guess who is going to walk away with the crown there. Further down the order, you can see, I mean, in the Constructors' battle, Red Bull will reclaim the place over McLaren by just 5 points as well. So that battle will rage on right towards the end of the year. 103 our gap over Aston Martin. We could, I think, theoretically wrap that up next weekend, but I think that's far more likely to be in Qatar. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back later on in the week, ready when Formula 1 returns to the neon lights for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we'll return with round 22 of the F124 Ferrari Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Las Vegas. If you missed out on the last video that went live from Brazil a few days ago, sorry, Portugal even, more recently than that, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Just 3 rounds to go of this season and things are really, really heating up in the Drivers' World Championship. We have a 7-point lead over Max Verstappen as we return here to the Vegas Strip. I mean, it's pretty much now a 2-horse race. Fernando Alonso, his results, for the most part, have absolutely collapsed in the last few Grand Prix there. He's barely picked up a handful of points on more than one occasion since Singapore, which has, yeah, been a real disappointment for him. Max Verstappen, though, he's just on a tear. 4 P2s in a row, followed up by a win last time out in Portimao. He finally broke his curse of not being able to win a race after Zandvoort this season. Same thing happened to him last year. But yeah, with just 3 rounds to go of the campaign, he is looking absolutely formidable and consistent as well. Vegas, though, on paper, I'm hoping is going to suit our car a little bit more. Obviously, if you're new around here, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs on the channel. But yeah, these final 3 races are going to be absolutely pivotal for our championship hopes. So fingers crossed we can try and get a good result today and maybe give myself a tiny buffer over the Dutchman once again.
The walls are close, the speeds are high, and the location is borderline unbelievable. It is time for qualifying in Las Vegas.
Well, I'm letting everybody else then get on with their runs quite quickly here in qualifying, because I tell you what, I don't want to speak too soon, but this Ferrari car is absolutely coming alive around these streets. Of course, we've still only had 1 Las Vegas Grand Prix, and obviously that really did suit Ferrari IRL last year. In fact, Leclerc was actually a little bit unlucky that he wasn't able to beat Verstappen in what would have probably been the only fair fight all year that Red Bull would have lost. See, Ferrari did win in Singapore as well, but Red Bull were uncharacteristically slow around Marina Bay that weekend. But I'll tell you what here, though, for the first time in a few Grand Prix, it really does feel like, on paper, our car should have a big upper hand, and moving to Qatar as well next weekend, hopefully we can try and carry that momentum with us. But that, you know, all that being said, though, things can change very quickly in Formula 1, especially around a track that is so dominated by one huge straight line as well. But yeah, at the moment, early on, I feel like we've got a good setup in the car. It's able to attack the curbs quite nicely. Of course, as always, we've got a lot of straight line speed in it as well, which is always good news. And yeah, it's just allowing us to carry that extra bit of momentum right the way around the lap. That gives us that extra bit of confidence, especially helped by a little bit of slipstream from George Russell. So we'll try and get back around him into the next corner. Hopefully he won't dive bomb me, which he won't there. And again, bouncing over those curves down the strip. Open up the ERS though, and the battery through the final corner. I'm staggered this isn't a DRS zone, to be completely honest, but up towards the line, it is going to be a 29.0. I think that's 8/10 clear of what anybody else has done. Well, there we go then. It's a British 1-2-3 at the end of Q2 there, but 8/10 ahead of George Russell is an absolutely wild gap. Charles Leclerc, admittedly, is 3/10 clear of anybody else through the final sector as well. Apart from me, we've got about another 2/10 over our teammate there, so we are making up so much down that back straight there. Perez, probably a big shocker out in Q2. But that being said, you know, Verstappen has been known to spring a surprise by the time we get into Q3. I would love to win this weekend, though. Give ourselves a bit more of a buffer, and maybe Leclerc could finally act as a decent number 2. Well, ask and you shall receive is apparently Charles Leclerc's mantra this weekend. Suddenly, our teammate now has gone to the top of the board with a 29.3. Still not as quick as we managed, but obviously, yeah, we did gain a couple of extra tenths in the slipstream of George Russell on our lap as we try and shut the car off through the curbing of turn 1. Just bottomed out a little bit that time around there and understeered through slightly. Turn 2, yeah, the AI I think are able to take flat out. But we are definitely running less downforce here. So that allows us, you know, just carry the speed around the rest of the lap. But maybe we lose just a bit through those first couple of corners there. Down in towards sector 2. See, nudging up against the barrier in a few places. We are willing to put it all on the line. Wave to the smiley face on the sphere as well. I do love how cool that... I mean, that thing is so just American, isn't it? Completely in excess. But you know what? It's bright neon light, so of course the Americans love it. They can admire that one as the race weekend continues to unfold. You got to try and get a good run out to the back straight there, and you can just see how stable this Ferrari car sits when you head out onto that back straight as well. It just lands and then is absolutely fine right the way through, you know, and that's something we haven't really seen right the way back since probably Monaco in this season as well. So it's really, really good still over some of those curbing. Breakdown at the 100-meter board there again, or just bottom out slightly through the exit, but power down up towards the start-finish line. A 129.3 is the time to beat by our teammate Charles Leclerc. It has been a perfect lap time. I think we're going to be slightly down on Q2. We still achieve a 29.2 though. A Ferrari front row lockout, and Verstappen, he's nowhere to be seen. Well, times did continue to improve for the rest of the AI there, but it only took us one run, Sebastian Vettel's Singapore 2013 style, for us to lock out pole position. I didn't actually give myself enough time to get back out there. So yeah, we were quite lucky that we got that lap in when we did. But a 10th clear of our teammate Charles Leclerc. I'm really hoping this weekend he'll act as a bit of a rear gunner for us. Max Verstappen down in P6. We have got a golden opportunity to try and build up a bit of a lead once more. Let's do this thing though. It's time for the Las Vegas Grand Prix.
Welcome to Las Vegas, where Formula One has taken over the entire city. The circus has come to town. It's race day. "17 corners, 3 straights and 2 DRS zones. We have taken over the world-famous strip, and Formula One is going to have a top speed there of around 210 miles per hour. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Firestarter lines up on pole position, Charles Leclerc alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Fernando Alonso, Norris, Verstappen, Stroll, Tsunoda, Ocon, Ricciardo, Perez, Russell, Gasly, Hülkenberg, Albon, Hamilton, Behrman, Joe, Oscar Piastri, Vesti, and Carlos Sainz will start from the back of the grid. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Of course, this circuit, yeah, in years gone by has been a good one for us, and hopefully today can be more of the same. Of course, a track dominated by straight lines, you'd think, based on this Ferrari car this year, would work in our favour, but anything can happen, and of course we need to try and beat Verstappen, keep hold of that World Championship lead that we've tried to hang on now for so long. It is 5 red lights down on the grid. Oh, it is a mighty long hole, but it is lights out, and away we go then. Not to the best launch in the world. Charles Leclerc will try and get to our inside down at turn 1, but late on the brakes. Around the outside of our teammate through that first corner. Unfortunately, not good enough there. Leclerc hits the apex and will absolutely claim P1 off the start of this one. We're still ahead of Alonso and Verstappen. Now, obviously, if Alonso wants to remain in the title fight, he basically has to try and beat us this weekend, as he will try and make the move as well down in towards turn 4. So you can immediately see just lacking confidence on this lap 1. We are still ahead of Verstappen though. So like I said, of course, is the big one, and yeah, 25 laps here. It's a weirdly quick race, obviously, because the track is so long, because it's so fast. 25 laps here really doesn't actually take you that long to try and navigate. So, you know, we've obviously got a lot of time, but we haven't got too much time either. And of course, you know, strategy and things like that will get in the way later on. Of course, we saw last weekend in Portimao how we really struggled for pace throughout the first stint. And then later on, you know, we had the pace over both Max and George. Just wasn't really able to capitalise on it by the end of the afternoon as we look at this down that monstrous straight on the strip. We're doing almost 210 miles an hour with no DRS and no battery usage. You can see Alonso in front of me harvesting battery and still able to maintain the same kind of speed. And whatever rule changes and regulations we get for next season, these cars have been absolute monsters and really, really fun to drive, as Leclerc will lead at the end of lap 1. Right, well, let's see what we can do then down the strip then, as Alonso, I think, is going to try and line up an attack on our teammate. It's a bit of a shame, obviously, the DRS zone has been shortened this year, because it does mean achieving ridiculous speeds is a bit more difficult. Doesn't stop us doing over 230, though, as we will go 3 wide down into, oh, that final chicane there, and I'm so sorry, Leclerc just completely bottomed out over the curbing. Alonso, the brave ones, try and send it right the way around or outside there, and immediately will spring himself to the lead of the Grand Prix. And we might just have compromised our teammate here a bit too much, as Verstappen now will move past him back down in towards Turn 1. We will hang on to P2, but Alonso was bolted. Oh, there we go. Finally, this time round, we're going to be in the range of Fernando, though, as we make our way back down the back straight. So are we now going to try and utilise some of that DRS? You can see, we've seen it so many times this year, when Alonso gets out in front, he will really try to take everything out of that car way too early to try and build up a gap there. As 229, and Alonso will just decide at the last moment there to cover us off. I mean, the closing speed was probably in excess of 20 miles an hour, so we really can't go for those aggressive manoeuvres too often in this GP, but that time we both live to tell the tale. Well, as I've said countless times before, if I've learned anything from playing the F1 games over the last few years, it's that you can't leave anything to chance. To the outside of Fernando will go, and hopefully this time around we'll make the move happen.
That sets us up nicely for the rest of this race.
I mean, it's probably now in my best interest to try and keep Alonso between Verstappen and I. He has to have that gap below 60 points this weekend if he wants to keep his title hopes alive, so he does need to beat me. If I remember correctly as well, there is going to be side by side, making our way over the start-finish line and back down in towards Turn 1 and Turn 2 there. We'll go the long way around. We'll have a bit of a compromise line through that second corner there. As I mean, this circuit is just so odd to kind of try and drive around. As here comes both Alonso and Verstappen, 3 wide temporarily as we make our way down the back straight. And will Verstappen go from 3rd to 1st there? He's going to try and hook it up the long way around Alonso. We've now got to get the popcorn out and just watch this battle unfold as we go down in towards the sphere. Don't often see cars navigate side by side through there, but Verstappen knows this isn't the big fight for him. But he's already gone and done it. Verstappen, out of nowhere, back to the lead of the GP. So clearly, yeah, the Dutchman sensing a chance, sensing an opportunity there, and willing to risk it all. Well, he's still very, very early on in this race, but surely now again we've went from 3rd to 1st. Well, we've tried to go from 3rd to 1st on lap 1, and we attempt it again here as we make our way down the back straight. You can see Alonso definitely struggling with his battery at the moment. AI just not using it very effectively. So they both start to try and use it again there as Verstappen just gives Alonso the room, but not myself. Who can blame him in that moment there? They'll both kind of trip each other up over the final corner as we'll try and get the run back down the inside of Alonso. They see Verstappen again, having just to save a little bit of battery here. This is just a game of chess right now between your top 3. Where do you go for it? Where do you just hold out? Oh, look, the rear's up. We just about hang on to it. That could have been very, very bad. Here we go again then, as we get to 1/3 distance. Are we going to see Alonso try and make the move on Verstappen? Are we going to be able to try and make the move on the pair of them? 231 miles an hour as we will power down the inside there, just about get it slowed down over the curbs there. Alonso will come back at us once again there. We'll try and get the run off of the corner, and that time around we just about get the power down. Clean back around the outside of Alonso once again. But your top 3 cars covered by less than 4 tenths your top 3 in the championship. We've all got very different circumstances. Alonso needs to beat me. Verstappen wants to beat us. We just want to try and knock Alonso out of the title, so we only have to focus on one more car. But both of them they've got nothing to lose at this stage. Verstappen desperately wants to try and get, what, a 5th Formula 1 world title? Alonso desperately wants to try and get his 3rd Formula 1 world title. We're hunting down our 1st. I mean, it is impressive just how quickly things can turn around inside F124 and the AI. They love to have a good battle that slows each other down there. Alonso down to 2.4 seconds behind there, still in that P2.
Clear track in front of us, and let's make the best of it. So please make this next one a very fast lap.
But you can already see, pretty much instantaneously, Leclerc has got himself back into that fight with the two of them as well there. He's actually got ahead of Verstappen again. So just see, I mean, Alonso, I think they went wheel to wheel again down at the end of the... Well, is it the front straight? Is it the back straight? I don't really know. One of the straights around this venue. And yeah, that gap just continues to open up then. So, oh, that's not what we wanted. Nice and easy. We've got plenty of time to just gather it up. We can lose a second or so.
We'll be penalised if we exceed it. Keep that in mind as you approach.
And now, yeah, we are going to be into the pit lane at the end of a lap 11. So Leclerc, he will, I would assume, is going to inherit the lead of the Grand Prix, because I think he's about to fly past Alonso down this back straight as well. I mean, look at the speed even our teammate has got over the rest of the field there. I've said it before, and I will say it again. Prancing horses, they are still, there's a reason it's called horsepower at the end of the day. But yeah, Leclerc 1.7 seconds back. As into the pit lane we will come, nice and easy. Just like get it slowed down there.
We've got to focus on the pit stop.
And all 3 of your championship rivals into the pit lane then. So I think Alonso and Verstappen will hold us up just a little bit there. There goes Alonso. Where's Verstappen? Oh, Verstappen's behind us, isn't he, of course?
We're happy with that one.
It is a shame that you don't kind of move up and down the pit lane based on where you finished in the season prior. Right, now we've just got to try and deal with some of these slower drivers then. Yuki Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri. It's quite impressive, actually. You'd think Vegas would be the worst track on the calendar for kind of the AI bunching up, but it seems like, yeah, they've done a pretty good job of spreading out as Yuki. That was, I mean, he can obviously go for the move. I'm not telling him off for that. You know, he's got his own race to play. But to do it that late and that aggressively was a little bit unexpected, as Leclerc then peels into the pit lane, as well as I would assume pretty much everybody else in this GP. Luckily, yeah, some of that lap traffic, or slower traffic even, has worked out nicely for us. As Alonso and Verstappen will move back past Leclerc, so once again he's going to have his work cut out. But as we cross half distance here, we're looking pretty good. Well, I don't know what Alonso's fastest lap time is right now, but whatever it is, we're going to try and go beat it here. That bonus point, you never know. I'm thinking about that Qatar sprint. If Verstappen can beat us there, then this bonus point might be really, really useful to try and have towards the end of the year. So, no! No! I cannot believe it! Our first mechanical failure of the year! Right when the championship is getting exciting. And Verstappen, we were comfortably going to beat him. We are out of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. And an easy win literally goes up in smoke.
What a performance! He's left the field behind. Charles Leclerc wins it.
Well, it all came good in the end for them, but it wasn't an easy start. Not the most straightforward of days, but I think it shows great strength in an athlete as a driver when you can overcome a day like this and walk away still with a victory.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, I guess when all is said and done, the best case scenario for us had to be that Charles Leclerc would win that Grand Prix, but I didn't want to think about it late on in the campaign. You know, it's been in the back of my mind that we have not had a single mechanical failure this season, and of course, right when an easy win looked on the cards, it has to go badly for us. Charles Leclerc, though, takes the win ahead of Alonso and Verstappen. So, I mean, yeah, Max in P3, like I said, was pretty much all we could hope for in the end. Stroll beats out Perez with Norris, Piastri, Ocon, Gasly, and Yuki Tsunoda rounding out your top 10. But what's that going to do to the championship? We're just 2 races left, 8 points in it between myself and Verstappen. Alonso technically not out of the title fight just yet. He has basically got to try and win, though, the sprint and the GP next time out, and take the dub in Abu Dhabi, and maybe just then, if Verstappen and I take each other out all 3 times, he's got a shot at the crown. It's Leclerc's first win since Bahrain, all the way back at the start of the year, so he's now just 4 points back from Lando Norris as well, and safely ahead of Lance Stroll. Remember when we thought Lance might be able to spring a championship surprise as well this season? Further down the order, you can see Perez now, him, Piastri, and Hamilton all within 1 point of each other, which is going to be a battle to look out for right to the end of the campaign. And constructors-wise, though, luckily for us, yeah, Leclerc with that dub means that heading into Qatar, we've got a 97-point lead, and maximum points per weekend is 44, plus the 15 for the sprint. So we need to score 6 points as a team inside the final 2 weekends, and that will be the Constructors' Championship coming back to Maranello once again there. Red Bull now with a 22-point lead over McLaren as well, a little bit further back. That one is still exciting, and I tell you what, if Alpine can keep scoring points there, 7 teams with over 100 points by the end of the year would be a really, really impressive feat as well. Thank you all so much for watching this video, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Qatar. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 23 of the F124 Ferrari Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Qatar Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live late last week from Las Vegas, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. It's safe to say it was a dramatic one, and it's left us with just 2 rounds to go of the season and everything still to play for. Technically, we have still got a 3-way fight at the top of the table. We are 8 points back behind Max Verstappen. Fernando Alonso is 51 points back behind Max Verstappen. So simply put, for Fernando, he needs to beat Max in the sprint race and then basically hope Max doesn't finish in the real Grand Prix to try and keep his title hopes alive. Of course, he needs that gap down to just 26 points before the season finale in Abu Dhabi next time. But between the Dutchman and myself, yeah, anything can happen here in Qatar as well. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. Ferrari this weekend, we have a big opportunity to finally try and wrap up the Constructors' Championship as well, because yeah, last weekend Charles Leclerc, for the first time since the season opener in Bahrain, was able to take the win. We had our first DNF of the season as well, which was a big shame for us. It was the energy score, I believe, that went on the car, so we put an old one in that had a very low percentage of wear on it, and hopefully that's not going to plague us once again in these final couple of rounds. But every point matters at this stage of the campaign. Anything, though, we know can happen in Qatar. It's a brilliant track and a whole lot of fun. Let's head down to the circuit then, ready for one-shot qualifying.
Today is all about the rhythm, all about the flow, because it's qualifying in Qatar. We're under the floodlights for a high-speed test that will set the grid for tomorrow.
Well, as one-shot qualifying sessions go, this has got to be one of the most important of the entire season here. Making our way out of the final corner. No idea what's going on with the engine sound there. That one was a little bit peculiar, but hopefully we can try and get a good run and end up a bit further up the order. We've struggled a bit in recent one-shot qualies, but Qatar, I absolutely love this venue. It is so much fun, and obviously it is quite high speed, so hopefully it's going to suit the car. Very power-orientated as a circuit as well, though. Obviously you can run really high downforce, try and carry that speed through the twisty bits. But yeah, obviously it's important as well that you've got enough oomph off of the corners, and And this Ferrari certainly packs a punch as well there as through that first sector we go. Purple provisionally. I mean, we could theoretically still wrap up the World Championship this weekend if Verstappen was unable to score and we picked up maximum points. Then we would actually only just wrap it up before the season finale in Abu Dhabi there. And I must admit, I would quite like to go into Abu Dhabi with the pressure off our shoulders. But I think, yeah, that is very, very unlikely to happen at the moment as Purple Sector 1, Purple Sector 2, obviously we dominated qualifying last weekend out in Vegas. Could we do it again here? A little bit sketchy through that penultimate corner, but one more turn to go. Ready for sprint qualifying here, and out of the final turn up towards the line. It's going to be P1 pretty comfortably in the end. Thank you very much. Well, I say it was pretty comfortable. Less than a tenth of a second over George Russell and Lando Norris, but we do take that P1. Charles Leclerc all the way down in 10th place is a bit of a disappointment for him. Verstappen down in P5 as well. Knows he's got a lot of work to do. Like we said, for Fernando Alonso, he has to beat Max in the sprint race, and he will drag that title fight out into the Grand Prix proper. I think for Alonso, though, he kind of is well aware that all he's doing now is just trying to make it awkward and maybe give us some fancy graphics and titles for the final few rounds of this series, but almost breaking into the sub 80 second barrier. Let's see if we can try and hang on as we head into the race.
Forget pit stops, forget fuel management. It's pedal to the metal all the way here as we get ready for today's sprint. The Sale International was built for 2 wheels, but today we race on 4. It's a fast, flowing track, 3.3 miles, 16 turns, just the one DRS zone, but it is a long straight, and you can expect overtaking. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. Firestarter lines up on pole position, and starting next to them is George Russell. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Norris, Fernando Alonso, Verstappen, Stroll, Oscar Piastri, Hamilton, Perez, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Sainz, Ocon, Ricciardo, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Albon, Behrman, Joe, and Frederick Vesti. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Qatar sprint. 10 laps ahead of us, ready to warm ourselves up for the main event tomorrow. But yeah, we've obviously going to run those medium compound tyres. We're going to put just a little bit of extra fuel in. You never know what might happen. A red flag can potentially mess up with your fuel loads inside F124. But with Verstappen down the order, we just want to try and carve that gap down in today's sprint. It's 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go here in Qatar. George Russell rocketing off to the lead of the sprint race instantly there. Of course, took that win, back in Kota, didn't he, a few rounds ago. So we're looking to try and get another one tipped off today, as Lando Norris in that other McLaren seems to have struggled a bit more there. Fernando Alonso was crept by Max Verstappen, almost did the same, but it will still be a top 2. That have chopped around as well there. I don't think anyone apart from Verstappen inside the top 5 has ended up where they started, so quite clearly the inside line, not deemed normally the better racing line here, was the one to start on. Obviously gave you, like I said, that inside line for turn 1, but you'd think on paper it should actually have less grip, so I'm not quite sure. You know, George Russell and Alonso just both getting fantastic hookup through down in towards turn 1 there, but Verstappen already just starting to drop away a little bit. I'm hoping that Red Bull isn't going to be particularly strong throughout the entirety of the weekend, to be completely honest. The Red Bull's been a weird car this year. It's never particularly had many particularly weak circuits, but it's also not really had any tracks where it was the absolute dominant car either. It has just been courtesy of one Max Verstappen, who has been rapid all year, and, you know, he's Max Verstappen. He's always able to drag everything out of a Formula 1 car. I tell you what, George Russell, yeah, he's not in a World Championship fight, but his pace in recent races could still show some ramifications for your World Championship runners there. So let's do a bit of a test with the DRS, new fastest lap of the day. And Russell, I thought he was going to go more defensive than he did there, but we muscle our way around the outside though, back down at turn 1. And we are back into the lead of the Qatar sprint. Ooh, that works out nicely for us if George Russell's going to start struggling. Unless Alonso, whoa, can immediately find his way through. What is that FPS, man? FPS is... It seems to be getting actually worse in the most recent patch for F1 24. I've got a PC that can definitely handle this game at 4K 60. And yeah, we definitely seem to be getting more of those little moments and buffers there as Alonso will immediately try and rocket past George back down towards turn 1. And a bit like what we saw in Vegas between Alonso and Verstappen, if those two go wheel to wheel a bit more, it gives us a good chance to break free. That hasn't happened. Alonso's moved into P2, so now George might hold up Norris and Verstappen. Here comes Fernando Alonso, though, as we start lap 5.
6.9 seconds.
I mean, look already at how much time Russell has slowed down Norris and Verstappen. Hopefully, it's only going to be a dogfight between myself and the Spaniard. And I mean, Fernando Alonso, he's a driver that never gives up. He's seen it all in Formula 1, and you just never know. You can never count him out. Unless he's mathematically out of it, you can never count Fernando Alonso out in Formula 1. You kind of love him for it, you kind of hate him for it all at the same time when you're trying to compete against him. But yeah, up into the lead he'll go. Are we going to be able to try and hang with him? That Aston Martin does look rapid, as you would expect it to be, on a track that weirdly is very high downforce. Right, come on then, Fernando. Let's see what your straight line speed is like then, sir. My guess is not particularly good, and I mean, look at that. We spent most of last weekend in Vegas having to try to defend from me in a straight line.
Brings you up a place.
Yeah, Alonso, I'm sorry, that Aston Martin, it's rapid through the corners, but in a straight line, it is nothing against this Ferrari. Alex Albon looks to be our first casualty then of the night, as here comes Alonso, as suddenly we get a DRS failure here in Qatar, so that is not ideal. But you know how Mercedes used to be completely luckless here in Qatar on F1 23? They'd always be rapid, but always break down. That seems to be Williams inside F1 24 around this venue. It's always Sergio Perez in Mexico, but yeah, it seems to be a really, really odd one inside this game. But what I want to know as well, of course, is as the cars get more and more upgraded in this game, how much better do the AI get with their battery management? Because now we obviously have lost that DRS. We've got to try and defend from Alonso back down towards turn 1. So I'm going to try and use all of my available battery here. And you can still see the Spaniard closing in on me by the time we get down in towards that first corner. Alonso back down the inside. And we'll just about get there before the yellow flags come out. Norris and Verstappen behind. Still duking it out with Lance Stroll. We're trying to gear ourselves up then, ready for the last lap of the Qatar sprint race. It is only one extra point. But as I've said so many times, how useful can every point be by the end of the year there? Lando Norris has got himself back inside the DRS as well. So I think all of Alonso and I's battling over these last few laps has really helped everybody else out here. As we're going to open up that ERS one final time then. No DRS to try and help us out. Are we going to be able to get the run on Fernando? He's going to just move defensive on me. We're going to be wheel to wheel. Oh, back down in towards turn 1 there. And you can see the Spaniard getting really, really aggressive with it. He will just about hook it up. But we force our nose back down the inside through turn 2. Good racing respect there between myself and Alonso as we make our way up towards turn 4 and turn 5 there. Clean around the outside we'll go. And Alonso, I think, was just expecting us to back out of that one a little bit earlier than we did. We know both of us want to try and outscore Max Verstappen by as many points as we can. Lando Norris got a fantastic view for that one as we make our way down in towards the final few corners. And I tell you what, this is reminiscent of last year's Grand Prix here when we battled with the likes of Alonso and Lando Norris for the victory. But in towards the final few corners then, here in Qatar, Alonso is actually going to try and come back at me there. Where did he get that kind of speed from? Off of the corner. Not around the outside there, though, sunshine. I think Alonso even not stupid enough to try and go for that one. He's a very intelligent Formula 1 driver. But in towards the final couple of corners we go. Alonso, he will keep his title hopes alive against Verstappen. We're going to take a few critical points out of the Dutchman as well. Back-to-back years, back-to-back sprint weekends here in Qatar. Well, there we go then. We take the sprint win ahead of Alonso there. Norris beats out Verstappen. Stroll, both Mercedes getting ahead of their former driver in George Russell. Hamilton must have just pipped George up towards the start-finish line there. Disappointing end for Charles Leclerc in a weekend where he seems to have lacked pace. And Alex Albon, yeah, the only driver who failed to see the end of the sprint. Championship-wise, well, basically for Alonso now, he has to win the Grand Prix. And Verstappen, I believe, can score a maximum of 2 points if Alonso wants to keep that fight going into the final race of the year. 5 points in it, though, between myself and Verstappen. So if we want to keep the title hopes alive, we need to finish P7 or higher heading into this one. Anything can happen, though. Let's head in to the Qatar Grand Prix. Well, I've taken just a tiny bit of wing off the car, ready for the real qualifying session. I felt like, yeah, we could do with just a little bit more straight line speed this weekend as well there. But let's see as to what we can do. We took pole once. I'm sure we can try and claim it again as once more, yeah, this circuit. I mean, you get a lap on the limit here. For a modern track, it's a bit like Portimao. For a modern Formula 1 circuit, it's surprisingly fun to drive. Most tracks nowadays are a little bit odd in the way you kind of have to drive them. You know, they feel kind of very staggered. They're normally between the walls of a city somewhere as well, which is a bigger issue in of itself. Obviously, we see reports of South Korea potentially returning to Formula 1, but they want to host a race in a city rather than the beautiful Yongham circuit that was around for quite a few years in the early 2010s. But I need to stop talking about that and focus on trying to nail this final sector of the lap there. Really chuck the car in to the run in towards Sector 3. George Russell looking very, very racy, though, up at the front of the order. So we'll try and leave it completely flat out through the first one, through the second, through the third as well. Even using the battery on the exit there, all the way through in 7th gear there. Foot completely to the floor until we make our way into that final corner. Brake at the 50. Sit the car in, try and get on that battery as soon as we can on the exit. Is it going to be P1 yet again? Yes, it is. Well, there we go. That time around, we do dip into the sub-120s there. 3/10 clear of George Russell by the end of the lap. Pretty much your order exactly the same as what we saw in the sprint. Ourselves ahead of both McLarens. This time around, Verstappen does get the jump on Fernando Alonso there as Perez up the order slightly. Leclerc will end up in P9. But of course, George Russell's going to have to take some grid penalties. Hamilton disappointingly down in P13. But let's head then into the Grand Prix.
Welcome back to Qatar. Losail International Circuit is our venue, famous for races on 2 wheels through the years. Its F1 bow saw a Hamilton win. Who takes the flag today? 3.3 miles, 16 turns, just the one DRS zone, but it's a long straight. We are in the middle of the desert. There is artificial grass around the track to stop sand being blown over the circuit, but they're still going to experience it if they go wide. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Firestarter lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Norris, Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Stroll, Oscar Piastri, Leclerc, Sainz, Tsunoda, Ocon, Hamilton, Gasly, Ricciardo, Hülkenberg, Albon, Behrman, Joe, and Frederick Vesti. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
Well, here we are then down on the grid once again. 2 races to go of the season. 5 points in it between ourselves and Max Verstappen. He could technically be world champion today. If we had another mechanical failure and the Dutchman took the win, it would be all over. And it'd be a pretty disappointing way for the season to end. Back-to-back mechanicals that just gift it to Verstappen, I would be pretty gutted with. That being said, though, he has had 1 more DNF than me over the course of the season as well. So maybe, in the interest of fairness, I'm going to... Please, I just don't want another one, Ferrari. Don't let us down. We're just a couple of races to go of the season. I was wrong, though. Russell hasn't taken grid pens. It's 5 red lights once again. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there with a fairly wheel-spinny getaway once again. Looks like George Russell, though, hasn't done the job either this time, so we're going to go side by side. down in towards turn there, and we will just about hook it up the long way around. I actually ran myself very deep in towards that first corner, just didn't want to get clipped by the McLaren man, so instead of doing it at turn 1 this time around, he'll do it up in towards turn 3, and the outside he'll go there, but we'll try and do exactly what we did to Alonso in the sprint. Not enough grip there, especially with all the fuel on board as well, so Russell will once again then claim the lead on lap 1. I've got as good starts as Lando Norris inside F124, it would appear right now, but Alonso dropping down the order as well early on. Perez moving his way up into P5. So we've got both McLarens, both Red Bulls and a Ferrari inside your top 5 then on this opening lap. I forgot to double check, but I believe as well Ferrari actually wrapped up the Constructors' Championship in that sprint race. We only obviously needed 6 points. We scored 8 single-handedly. So I think we are now officially Constructors' World Champions yet again, but I'll have to just double check after the Grand Prix proper here. But, I mean, yeah, Aston Martin, they're not going to get a 1-2, are they? Especially with Lance Stroll in one of those cars. But as we make our way then to the end of lap 1, similar scenario to yesterday. We're down into P2, we're staring at the gearbox of George Russell. Are we going to be able to get the run on him, though? Back around the outside in towards that first corner. Surely we can get this hooked up, as we'll try and go the long way round. Whoa, a little bit of wheel banging there, as Russell and I not wanting to give each other an inch. At the inside line for turn 2, though. And this time around, yeah, a little bit more confidence. We'll just squeeze him out. Well, I tell you what I have always enjoyed about the Qatar sprints inside, or the sprint weekend inside this game, of course. In most sprints, they kind of just feel, you know, a bit like a mini Grand Prix. Qatar, it does really feel different. You know, you've kind of got to go out in the sprint, just all-out attack mode. Everything like that, you know, understandably. Whereas a lot of other venues, it does feel like you're having to try and tyre save a little bit more. But that difference between the 14 laps of the, the 10 laps of the sprint and like the 14 or 15 that you'd have to do for the first stint of a Grand Prix really does make a big difference. So Russell, new fast lap of the day, and he's going to try and have a look back down or inside at turn 1. Again, that McLaren, he can't win the world title this year, but he can very easily make us lose it. Oh, we've got yellows, I think that's Oscar Piastri. Mark warned us that he had an issue. He didn't warn us that it was an engine going bang. After I mentioned about how bad luck Mercedes get around this venue. Is it going to happen to Oscar Piastri almost immediately in the Grand Prix? I think it is. Actually, it might just be a puncture for the Australian there as well. So that's going on. We're going to reclaim the lead of the Grand Prix. Piastri into the pit lane. See, he must have just ran over one of the serrated curbs, and that has cost him. Oh, what's happened? George Russell now seems to be struggling. Russell's lost the place to his teammate Lando Norris. I think he's still going, though. Might just been a lock-up for him, but suddenly now Lando Norris, he's been a bit quiet so far this weekend behind his teammate. Is he about to get in this fight? Here comes Lando Norris then as we start lap 7. Both those McLaren cars seem to be relentless this afternoon. And they've definitely got more straight line speed than Alonso did in the sprint. Fernando Alonso update. He's lurking around. He's right behind Max Verstappen now. So I believe actually, yeah, look at that. The Dutchman and Alonso starting to battle a little bit more behind. So top 3 have got a bit of a breakaway here. Could we work with McLaren throughout the next few laps of this race and try and just get away from our big title rivals? And once again then, although McLaren might have better straight line speed than Aston Martin do, still not really a lot they can do against ourselves here. Tyres actually seem to be not hanging on as well in the main event. The fuel, obviously how much fuel you carry really does seem to make a bigger difference here in Qatar than a lot of other venues. But yeah, Alonso and Verstappen, they've really tripped each other over. So we've now got a 3-second buffer to them a bit further behind. So I'm happy to work with Lando and George. Let's try and work things out over the next few laps and continue building up our margin of safety. Well, as we come towards the end of lap 10 then, this is what I mean about the racing in Qatar. It really does feel now that we're kind of taking a step off the deep end into the unknown. And anything can happen now, as I think Lando Norris is likely going to get the run on me back down in towards turn 1. We'll give the McLaren the racing line there. Like I said, he's not my big rival. I'm happy to work with him at this stage of the afternoon. But yeah, it's Red Bull. I don't know what's happened, but Verstappen just seems to be locked into battle with Perez. They're costing each other time as the laps continue to tick by. But Alonso, he's just still lurking around, waiting in the wings. Well, let's not forget as well, this could end up being a bit of a politics game, this Grand Prix. We still are undecided between McLaren or Mercedes as to where we might go next year. So if McLaren really want to try and sign me, they want to make sure that, I mean, their drivers won't care because one of them knows they're going to be losing a seat next year. But they just want to make sure, of course, they try and help me out in the World Championship. I don't know. I honestly could not tell you whether it would be Lando or George that would leave. I'd be more inclined to believe it would be George, just because he hasn't really been able to stack up against Lando this season. But yeah, it really could go either way. Oh, there we go. Alonso is going to be your first to blink then of your front runners as well. I think he wants to try and undercut his way just that little bit closer to your big three here. And is he going to come out in clear air? I think he will do. The field, with the exception of the Williams and the Saubers, have remained fairly bunched up so far in this race. But Alonso, he's going to come out just up behind those cars. Luckily, I'll have a bit of breathing room. But yeah, we are going to peel into the pit lane at the end of this lap. But we've still got Lando and George breathing down our neck. Verstappen, though, 10 seconds behind. Red Bull simply do not have the pace here. Well, I've said it before, and I'm sure I'll say it again. I missed the old Qatar pit lane as well. It was a really fun and unique challenge inside the F1 game. But as we make our way at the final corner, now it's a fairly nondescript, just kind of normal pit lane entry, to be honest. As, yeah, Norris stays out there then. So George Russell has been given the option to undercut his teammate. Quite surprised by that one. I thought they'd want to try and get Lando in at the same time as myself there.
That's it. Go, go, go. Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
I will give it credit. He's very cool. Obviously feeling all the wheels coming off and back on the wagon as well. But whereas Alonso in this Grand Prix is rocked up to the back of those back markers.
See these tyres through to the end now.
But yeah, he's got nowhere near ourselves then in this GP, as Russell seems to have really lost out as well. Russell's like 6 seconds behind me. What else happened to him? It's Lando Norris into the pit lane then. I'm sure we're going to see that remaining Red Bull and our teammate Charles Leclerc in as well to go half distance on these mediums. Is a pretty impressive feat, it must be said. We have the tyre wear warning light up, and we were definitely starting to struggle for grip. I'm surprised Leclerc didn't go for the undercut. Yeah, Charles into the pit lane then on what has been another pretty disappointing weekend for him. Took that win in Vegas though, so that might well be his last ever win for Ferrari inside F1 24. But as Lando Norris makes his way out of the pit lane, we've got a bit of a buffer over the McLaren there, as Alonso and Russell, I think are going to battle a bit further behind. And I think that buffer to Lando has pretty much immediately been eradicated.
Okay, we're monitoring somewhere on the internal combustion engine. Be aware that we're going to start to see a loss of power.
Well, after everything that happened last weekend in Vegas, that is not exactly what I want to hear at this stage of the afternoon. Please don't say we're going to run into more mechanical gremlins late on in the campaign. Even if Norris gets back past me here, I'm happy just to sit behind him for a few laps. I'm ready to try to attack towards the end of the afternoon. Verstappen, he's all the way down in P7 right now, as Lando and I trade fastest laps at the front of the order.
The fastest lap of the race so far.
I didn't actually realise we were that close to the fastest lap. Maybe we want to try and go for that and claim that bonus point again. We'll just see if anybody else is able to improve on the time set. None of your big runners are, so yeah, let's try and push for that as well. Here comes Lando Norris as we make our way up in towards the final sector. No, that time round he backs out of it. I'm tempted, though, to try something really, really cheeky here. As we make our way through the final couple of turns, we'll let Norris by. We'll claim the DRS off him.
He might make a mistake.
And we'll try and see if we can set fastest lap like that then. We might have just dropped a little bit too far back. I forgot how close at the penultimate corner the DRS window is, so I had to try and make sure that I let him by early enough. But as we try and close back in down towards turn 1, Norris is going to swing defensive there. We will get all the way around the outside though. Let's try and see if we can claim fastest lap once again then. Use just a little bit of battery between turn 1 and turn 2. And then ride the throttle on the exit of the corner there as we make our way up in towards turn 4 and turn 5. Down at the 50-meter board there into 5th gear. Try and carry the speed or through the exit of the corner, utilising that curbing all nice and tidy. 2nd gear hairpin. He's got to be really, really careful as the track kind of There's a bit of camber on the inside of that hairpin. Kind of drags you through, but it does fall away very quickly on the exit. So very, very easy to upset the back of the car through the end of Sector 2. It is all high speed. It is all high commitment. And you've got to try and carry that throttle off of the corner as it opens up on the exit. My favourite part of this circuit, though, through the first, through the second, take all of the curb available to you. Through the third we go. Completely flat out, even on a set of hard compound tyres. Through the fourth there. Just try and hang on for dear life on the exit. One more corner to go again. You're spotting your braking at the 50-metre board. Get on that throttle on the exit. Use your last little bit of battery. What is the time going to be? 21.8.
That's the fastest lap of the race so far.
Hopefully that's going to be enough to hang on to the end. Well, I guess one of the great things as well about having a car this far technologically advanced inside this game is even though we used all of our battery on that lap, we've pretty much immediately got a full charge once again. So there we go, Lando Norris will fly back through. I'm happy to let him lead for a few laps here. I'm happy just to try and save our tyres.
22.9 seconds.
How is Leclerc losing over a second a lap right from the get-go here? It really has been an odd Grand Prix.
Faster than us by around a second a lap.
I'm actually looking, though, at Verstappen a little bit further back. He's about to drop into the clutches of, I believe it's Carlos Sainz and Lewis Hamilton here. So Verstappen might genuinely walk away from this race with a couple of points. That would be crazy for our championship hopes. And if we could go into Abu Dhabi with a little bit of breathing room, I would be a happy man. Well, the way things have chopped and changed over the last few rounds of the season, Verstappen and I keep trading the World Championship lead there, but I'm hoping with just a handful of laps left that we are going to be able to try and not only reclaim the title lead, but give ourselves a nice healthy buffer. I really did think after Vegas, after that mechanical failure, we might be in big trouble towards the end of the campaign, but yeah, Verstappen through, like I said, I really don't know whether it's a lack of Red Bull pace or some technical issues as well for him, but they have just opened that door wide open again for us, and you can't help but think about poor Fernando Alonso. Had a couple more races gone his way, he could be right in this fight. Well, you never quite know with Lando Norris towards the end of a Grand Prix here, whether he's just decided to accept his P2 and try and walk away with some good points for the team, or is he just waiting to hopefully see our tyres hit the cliff and potentially can capitalise. We've got yellows out. That is... oh, that's the other Merc. That was right with Max Verstappen as well, but I think Hamilton is out of the Grand Prix that time around. And yeah, he's pulled over. So Hamilton is going to become our second Mercedes casualty of the evening. And I mentioned about their bad luck in this game, and once again, it is late on in the race. But Max Verstappen, has just been given a little bit of breathing room. Surely Red Bull will tell VCarb, you know, Daniel Ricciardo, Carlos Sainz, whichever one of you it is, just sit back away from him inside these dying laps here. But yeah, the joys of having two Formula 1 teams is Lando Norris. He's definitely not given up yet. That is not the place you go for a move. There is that stricken Mercedes and a long, long way off the road, but off the road it is, and that's the important bit there. Lewis Hamilton, whether this is his last season in Formula 1 or not, we don't quite know just yet, but it has been another year to forget for him and Mercedes. I think everyone just kind of expected them to get back to winning ways, and it simply just has not happened in this series there, as Lando Norris down or inside. 3 laps left of this Grand Prix, and again our fellow Brit will move back to the front. Well, I really did think for a brief period here that Lando Norris had maybe just taken too much out of his tyres, but now he's moved through. He's absolutely going for it. Now just heading on to the penultimate lap of the Grand Prix. Alonso and Russell still fighting a little bit further behind there, as we will again muscle our way back around the outside of that. McLaren, is this a bad time to go for the move though? Will Lando Norris be able to try and get me on the final lap of this race? Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows again. We've got an Alpine this time around breaking down. Not too sure. That might be Yuki Tsunoda right towards the end of this one. But that is going to mean... actually, that could work beautifully for us. Because with the yellow flags out, it might mean that Norris, we can just try and hang on ahead of him down that front straight. He might not be able to make the move in the braking zone, as Tsunoda Has that just been a huge moment for us? Lando Norris, I think, senses it as well, as he's going to try and go back down the inside through the final sector there. Norris will kind of force his way through. And maybe McLaren kind of told him, you know, he had to go for it there. It was all or nothing, as we are about to start the last lap then of this Grand Prix. But with those yellow flags out, unless we can get the run here, I think Norris might be able to hang on. Are we going to be able to do it, though? The yellow flags are creeping up on us. We do make it back through, though, before we get there. As there we go. You cannot overtake in yellow flags. You will get an illegal overtaking. You'll have to let the other car back through. Otherwise, you risk picking up, I believe it's a 5-second penalty. Looks like Russell has done the same thing to Alonso, just a little bit further back as well. But on a weekend where we needed to try and score as many points as possible to take both poles, to take the sprint win, and it looks like we're about to take the main Grand Prix as well with fastest lap bonus point. That's pretty good. Having Verstappen struggling as well down in P6, that is even better for us here. I mean, after Vegas, I really genuinely felt like this championship fight was all but over for us. I thought there's no way we're going to be able to beat Verstappen in these last couple of rounds. But things are really just chopped and changed all season long between myself and the Dutchman here through the final few corners of the Qatar Grand Prix. We have worked hard all afternoon for this one, and I would thoroughly say that we deserve the victory today after the disappointment on the Vegas Strip. Through the final corner, it is going to be P1 here in Qatar. Maximum points from the weekend. Total domination on paper.
Yes, 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 guys, yes! Come on, boys!
That's a spectacular victory then, and with it, the championship is secure. It's been a magnificent season, and they thoroughly deserve the cheers of the crowd here today.
And that's 2 wins in a row now, of course, and it marks the fact that it's not a fluke. So, you know, their head's in the right space. What more can we see going forwards?
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Qatar weekend, and as you can see, the full 34 points. It does not get much better than that there. Lando Norris comes through for P2, ahead of George Russell, making it a British 1-2-3 on the podium there. Aston Martin 4th and 5th ahead of Verstappen, Carlos Sainz, Gasly, Leclerc, and Esteban Ocon will round out your top 10 when all is said and done. Perez down in 11th, Oscar Piastri in 13th, and Hamilton, as well as Tsunoda, the two that failed to see the checkered flag. But with 1 weekend left to go of the championship, we have a 13-point buffer over Max Verstappen. So if he were to win the final race, we would technically need P4 with fastest lap, or we would need to try and get on the podium alongside the Dutchman as well there. Alonso out of it. It is officially a 2-horse race heading into the season finale, and we saw Season 1 was won by Red Bull. Season 2 was Red Bull versus Ferrari, won by Red Bull again. Season 3 was Ferrari. Season 4 we have once again got a World Championship decider there. Constructors-wise, though, we have done it as well. Ferrari are your Season 4 Constructors Champions as well. There are just 5 points in it between McLaren and Red Bull, though, so that's going to be the big battle to keep your eyes on as we head into the final weekend of the year there. But we're just going to give it our all. We're going to try and fight for that crown. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and let's try and win a world title with Ferrari. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with the season finale of Season 4 of the F124 Ferrari Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live earlier on this week from Qatar, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. I can reveal, obviously, spoilers for that video, that we do go into this final race with a championship decider between ourselves and Max Verstappen. We have a 13-point buffer over the Red Bull man as we head into this one. For us to wrap up the world title, we just need a podium, or even we could get P4 with fastest lap, and irrespective of what Verstappen does, we will walk away with the crown there. The Dutchman, he needs to basically win this. He needs a podium if I get a mechanical failure or something like that in the final round of the season. You can see Ferrari, we've already wrapped up the Constructors' Championship. There are 5 points in it between McLaren and Red Bull, though, in the battle for that crown. Further down the order, though, it's actually looking fairly clear-cut for a lot of drivers, until you get down to Oscar Piastri, Hamilton, and Sergio Perez. So both Red Bulls this weekend are in a fight in the championship. One of them, admittedly, is for P1. The other is for P8, which, yeah, it certainly has not been Sergio Perez's best year in the sport. But with all speculation and rumours about where we're going for next season, Charles Leclerc apparently might be leaving Ferrari as well. Hamilton might call it time on his Formula 1 career as well. There is still a lot to be decided once the season is done and dusted. But we've been trying to battle for over the 5 months inside F124 to finally get ourselves into a position where we can win a Formula 1 world title. So let's go out there, let's enjoy this final round, and finally bring glory back to Maranello.
Welcome to qualifying. It is time to have some laps at the limit in Abu Dhabi.
Well, I forgot to mention in the intro, but of course, if you guys aren't already, please do make sure you get yourselves subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140k by the end of the year, but whoa, hello. That's not an ideal way to start qualifying, I'll be honest, and immediately we've gone and put ourselves in a bit of trouble. So we'll try and get the car back around. There goes the wing before I've even started my first lap in Q2. I was more worried about the engine wear there. What engine component? The ICE is looking pretty worn. So we might have to replace that before we go into the GP as well. I was going to start talking normally in qualifying, but immediately I appeared to have bottled it. Well, I was going to talk about how this weekend the plan is to do pretty much the bare minimum I have to try and make sure that we walk away with the world title. And I tell you what, McLaren, once again, might be an ally on the circuit here. Max Verstappen, he's looking pretty racy, but so are those two McLaren cars. And of course, even if just one of them can beat him, it suddenly means rather than having to try and finish P3, we only suddenly need to finish about P7 here, which seems a lot more plausible. We have taken back-to-back pole positions in the last couple of races, but I'm not expecting this circuit to suit our car anywhere near as much as Qatar and Vegas did, so we might have already celebrated our last win in red this season last weekend, but that being said, of course, if there is a chance to win, then obviously we are going to take it.
Drop to P15.
Well, I've certainly ended up making Q2 a lot more stressful for myself than I ever intended to, but purple through that middle sector, of course, dominated by those two straights as we navigate our way then in through Sector 3 under the hotel that even 15 years on that still feels and looks futuristic. This track, yeah, certainly an odd one, but yeah, it does, you know, it's not where I'd host a championship finale, but it is starting to feel a little bit special in Formula 1. We only end up P7 though after that first run. We haven't got enough time to go again, so we've got to really hope other drivers don't improve. Well, the first panic of the weekend then averted for us there. George Russell ends up in P1 ahead of Verstappen and Lando Norris there. We only end up in P7 as Leclerc, Stroll and Hamilton all failed to see Q3 then in what has, yeah, just been a horrible year for all three of them. But yeah, Verstappen, he looks to be in the fight at the front. Can we try and find a half a second deficit? Well, I'm pretty certain I have got a spare ICE in the pool, so we shouldn't have to take a grid penalty as we head into Grand Prix Sunday here. But as we make our way then out to our first Q3 run, yeah, my Q2 lap time, we did leave a bit of time on the table. I just wanted to make sure that we got the lap nailed. Now it's time to try and kind of put it all on the line as best as we can. But that being said, here in Abu Dhabi, it's not an easy track to get a lap nailed. I find we're pretty good in Sector 1 and Sector 2. It's Sector 3 where we really seem to struggle, and the AI seem to absolutely come alive. Those McLarens look all conquering around this circuit. Of course, Lando Norris took the win for them here last year, but ultimately it didn't really lead to the championship challenge that I think that team were hoping for. Both drivers have been quick and consistent, hence why they're still battling with Red Bull in the Constructors. But that's kind of been as much about Perez being terrible as it has been about both their drivers being pretty quick. Will they snooker a move, though, for us next year? Or will we go to Mercedes? Those are still the big two questions as we go purple through Sector 2. Open up the car nice and tidy on the exit as we navigate our way in through these final few corners once again. Just want to try and get a nice lap time on the board. Something we can chase with our last-ditch qualifying run here in Anger in our Ferrari car. I would assume top times are around a low 1 minute 21, but one more corner to try and navigate then. What is the time gonna be? It is a 21.2. We go P3 behind the McLarens, but ahead of Alonso and Verstappen. And that apparently is going to be all she wrote. Underfloor damage. I had no idea that we'd pick that up then in towards the end of the session. I mean, we might be able to go back out there. I don't... But yeah, we can't do it. We can't even go back out there whilst the car's damaged. So P3 is going to be the best we're going to end up here. 0.02 of a second behind Lando Norris so far. But I cannot believe how odd this qualifying has been to kickstart the season finale. Well, I've got no idea whether the track conditions kind of fell away towards the end of the session or what happened there, but seemingly no one else really went out or was able to improve by the end of qualifying. So luckily, first panic has been averted. And I mean, Verstappen, if he finishes P4 or lower, we've wrapped up the world title anyway. He qualifies P5. There's a very good chance that we are in prime position already. Let's do this thing though for the final time this season. We're ready for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
It's time then for one final race in this year's Formula One World Championship. 2010 saw 4 drivers in contention for the title coming into this race, with Sebastian Vettel prevailing to become the youngest world champion to date. Is the one last sting in the tail awaiting us today? It's time to find out in the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. We have 16 corners here at Yas Marina Circuit, 7 to the right and 9 to the left. It's a total lap distance of 3.28 miles, 2 long straights and overtaking opportunities throughout the lap. And we expect average lap speeds of around 123 miles per hour. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Firestarter, Fernando Alonso, Tsunoda, Gasly, Perez, Ocon, Sainz, Leclerc, Stroll, Verstappen, Ricciardo, Oscar Piastri, Joe, Vesti, Hamilton, Hulkenberg, Albon and Ollie Behrman. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
This championship is still alive and there's still a chance we can win it, so get out there and bring the title home, come on!
Well, Mark trying to hype us up as well, but with Verstappen grid penalties, this weekend just gets even weirder. It's like neither of us want to try and win the world title so far, but we line up 9 positions ahead of the Dutchman, and we've only got to finish somewhere between 2 and like 6 positions behind him. It might not be over just yet though. Anything can happen here in Abu Dhabi, and Verstappen, he will want to try and get the elbows out as well. It's 5 red lights down on the grid. And for the final time of this season, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix gets underway there. We actually get off to a fairly good start, so does Alonso. How many times have I said that though? Down in towards someone. There was actually contact between him and Pierre Gasly, I believe. The Haas driver will move up into P5, or P4 temporarily. We'll slot back into P5, but just like last weekend, I'm happy just to work with the McLaren cars here. Like I said, the big thing for me, I just don't want a mechanical failure. If we end up with a mechanical failure and there's some kind of chicanery with this race that allows Verstappen to get right back up to the top, I'm going to be fairly upset. They still have memories, for those of you that have been around the channel for a while, of the final ever race we did on F123. We had a title fight against literally the man in front of us, Lando Norris, and I believe Max Verstappen. A three-way scrap heading to Brazil. We were following Norris. We wouldn't, if we made the move, it would have been enough to win the world title. And then like 9 laps in, we had a mechanical failure and it completely ruined everything from that season finale. I'm hoping that isn't going to be the case this season. I'm hoping that at the very least we're going to be able to get to the checkered flag and at least kind of control my own destiny. This Ferrari car has been reliable over the course of the campaign, but still, Vegas sticks in the mind in recent races there. But as we make our way to the end of lap 1, once again, it's going to be George Russell that leads the way for that McLaren team. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows already. Someone's day is coming to an end. I believe that might be Pierre Gasly.
Okay,
We've got a red flag.
No overtaking, please. We'll see you in the pit lane. There's been an incident on track, but officials aren't looking to push for a safety car right now. Just be careful.
Well, I'm really hoping we don't end up with another glitch like we did back in Brazil. But a red flag almost immediately here in Abu Dhabi. And I couldn't see anyone off the road or slowing down. Not too sure what to make of that one. And that's going to really affect things. And suddenly the team have absolutely flipped the strategy on its head. They want us to try and take the hard tyres throughout the entire rest of the afternoon. I'm not convinced they're going to make it that far, but I think if everybody else is going for it, then so do we. Alright, let's see what we can do though. 5 red lights once again down on the grid. And once more here in Abu Dhabi, it is going to be lights out and away we go. I don't believe we've ever had a red flag around this venue, and that time round off the hard tyres, we don't get as good a start down in towards turn 1 there. Lando Norris will immediately trying to look for a run on his teammate. Fernando Alonso will just try and close up on. I think that has worked out quite nicely though for Verstappen as well. Alonso almost locks up and makes contact with me. Yeah, I think Verstappen have made up quite a few spots off that initial start there, so he's already up into, I believe, the top 10 here. As we will try and move back into our P3 position. As here goes Norris and Russell. They're going to be 2 by 2 on the brakes in towards the next chicane there. Will Alonso be able to hook it up on me? We'll try and go for the switch back on the exit. As those McLarens, yeah, clearly want to put on a show. They haven't really got anything to lose this weekend in that fight, apart from obviously in the Constructors' title. Alonso, though, wants to make it 3 wide. Immediately decides maybe that's not such a wise idea. And, well, I just want to try and stay out of trouble here, lads. You know, have your fight, but please don't let me get involved there, as Russell and Norris still side by side down in towards the final sector there. Who's going to get out on top of this one? Norris there gets down the inside. I mean, Alonso and I just having to sit and watch as the Aston Martin there just bobbles over the curb. And we will end up in P3. So after all of that, your top 4, top 5 even, exactly as they were. Here we go, Lando Norris again, this time to the outside of George Russell. They make their way down the back straight. I mean, these two, early on, I mean, they both want to try and get a win. They both want to end the year on a high. And yeah, well, it's been a very topsy-turvy year for McLaren. Maybe they both know they're fighting for their seat as well. As, I mean, we got the power, we'll go for it, won't we? Down the inside of the pair of them, though, off of the corner. And up into the lead, then, of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. This would definitely be enough to win the world title. I tell you what, I got no idea what McLaren are doing between their two drivers. Clearly, they have allowed them to take the gloves off this weekend, but it is working beautifully for us early on. We've already got a 2.5 second lead over George Russell and Lando Norris, and well, if they're going to keep going side by side, we're going to keep trying to build up that gap. I believe that's Verstappen then, or up into 8th place at the moment. So he has very quickly been able to latch onto that group. The only kind of thing I'm worried about still is obviously if we end up with a mechanical failure and Norris is able to try and make his way back towards the front of the order, that could really screw us. But if we can just try and control this race, I mean, like I said, Qatar last weekend, that might be our last win for Ferrari, but I'd love to win it here just because then I know for sure it is our last win for Ferrari. But honestly, at this kind of race with, you know, in a Ferrari car of all things, I genuinely get like a little bit of anxiety about being out in front here. The only race in recent memory where we've kind of had this little bit of a buffer that we've been able to control the pace obviously was Las Vegas. Now, if we do get a mechanical failure, it was already decided before we even started the race. The game basically pre-picks at the start of a weekend whether you're having a mechanical failure or not. Of course, you can hinder that as well by, you know, running an engine component up to 100% or something like that. That I don't think is going to be a risk to us. But at the moment, yeah, we're just trying to just keep everything in the happy window, not doing things like that. I'll just have a quick look at the tyre wear. It's actually even less than I thought it would be around a circuit. I've pressed the wrong button. That's good. Yeah, even lower than I thought it would be around this circuit. Only 17% wear by the time we cross over to the end of lap 10. So we're getting less than 2% a lap. That being said, though, I just want to try and keep the gap up over the McLarens, because I don't really want to risk a fight if I can avoid it. Leclerc and I came to blows here last season. I'd like to not make contact with anybody this time. Well, I mentioned it in Qatar. If McLaren, you know, potentially want to try and persuade me to join their team, then maybe working with me to try and defeat Red Bull was going to be the way to go at the end of this season.
Clear track in front of us, so let's make best use of it and make the next lap a quick one. You got this.
Well, not only are they helping me out tonight, but they're also making this race rather boring for us at the front of the order. I'm not going to complain about just being sat out in front at this stage of the day. But yeah, those McLarens have just been nose to tail right from the get-go, and often not even nose to tail, often side by side in this Grand Prix so far tonight. But it is just allowing us to build up a bit more of a buffer. We're already at half distance here. And say, a lot can still change in these final 14 laps. But if the second half is as calm as this first half, it's going to be one of the odder title deciders ever in Formula 1. But that being said, it has been such a weird season of up and down performance for various teams as well, that having an odd season finale really would kind of actually be not odd, all at the same time. Well, Abu Dhabi odd does always give you a chance to reflect as well about the season you've had, about the season other drivers have had, and yeah, often for us here, it is a bit more kind of a nostalgia trip as well. But actually, very rarely do we end up with a title fight that takes us right the way to the season end as well there. But one of the other drivers I'm thinking of has got to be Charles Leclerc. Finally, after almost 20 years of waiting, he guided Ferrari back to the top of the sport. Of course, you know, last season, admittedly, we were quite salty about that. Because, yeah, had we not had all the mechanical failures that we did, we had 3, I think 4 actually in the end. One of them came in a sprint race to Leclerc's none. And all the points I lost because of those versus all the points we gained, we would have beaten our teammates to the world title by just a single point come the end of the season. Now, of course, obviously things would have worked out differently, obviously when the pressure was on. But yeah, Leclerc ultimately, yeah, comfortably dominated that season. Now, he's had a bit more bad luck in terms of reliability than me this year, but not much more. And we've ended up opening the gap to him in the World Championship to comfortably over 100 points as well. 2 wins for our teammate. One of those came back in the season opener, and I really did think after that that it was going to be another world title battling it out with Charles Leclerc. He finally got back to the top step of the podium in Las Vegas, which by the end of the season might still have proved very, very useful, depending on how things continue to go here. But yeah, for Charles Leclerc, kind of the fact that he's finally got Ferrari, that dream, that return to the top, and almost, well, 1 season later, all the rumours are saying that he's likely going to be leaving the team come the end of the year, really does make you wonder. That's not what I wanted to do. Luckily, we have got that bit of a buffer over those McLarens as we'll get back running again. I guess Russell and Norris now are battling for the win. We're still in P3. We can still try and get back to the front, but I guess we've got some cars to battle with here, and hopefully I don't make another mistake. Well, this is what McLaren have basically been doing all day long. Lando Norris gets right under the rear wing of his teammate George Russell, and as we make our way then out onto the second of the back straights, I think he's going to try and get the run then. Can we do what we did earlier on in the GP and maybe get the spring on the pair of them here? As you can see, Norris again just trying to save a little bit of battery. Whoa, thinks about it against his teammate. We took a bit of a risk there to try and go down the inside of the pair of them. But again, we will return to the front of the order. I kind of feel sorry for George Russell. If I didn't think I was leaving Ferrari at the end of the year, I might allow him to win this, but I would like to hopefully celebrate this as our last ever Ferrari win in F1 24. Your mind does tend to wander in races like this, and I can't help but feel as well, you know, F1 24, obviously, you know, like I've said, this isn't going to be the last season of career mode. We are going to try and get a few more seasons done. I've still got a few more things I want to achieve inside this series, but this game as well, I know for a lot of people, has just not been that interesting. Hopefully, you know, if the real-life season can continue to be exciting right towards the end, maybe that'll pick up a bit of interest again. But yeah, I really hope EA and Coders make some big alterations ready for F1 25. If this ends up being the one season we actually fight for the world title, then yeah, I can be pretty happy with how we've driven. But F1 24 still has, yeah, been a rough customer so far throughout most of this year. And of course, I'm still happy. You know, I still find the game enjoyable enough to play, but it is still some of the weird little things as well, like the battery usage for the AI. How badly optimized still is their battery usage? Because it feels like, you know, around a track like this, again, I know we've got a bit of a power advantage anyway over the rest of the field, but the fact that those McLaren cars are quicker than me normally, but obviously if I just use my battery in the right places for a couple of laps, they've got nothing, still just feels very, very odd. Well, as we round our way then towards the end of lap 27, this is an important lap for us in this Grand Prix, because I believe, I'm pretty certain, if we can get to the checkered flag now, we can't get, sorry, we can get to the end of this lap even, we cannot get a mechanical failure between now and the end of this race. I honestly haven't marked. Two drivers that have, though, have got to be those McLarens. They have shredded their tyres, and now we're just starting to inch away once again. But 2 laps to go here in Abu Dhabi, and I tell you what, like I said, this has been an odd little race, but it's been an odd little season as well. Like I said, we thought early on Leclerc would be the World Championship threat once again. He took that win in round 1, and then really after that, Ferrari, we looked comfortable at the front of the order, but our teammate just could not string it together again. He hung on to P2 in the championship for quite a while, helped, of course, by Verstappen's double DNF in the opening 3GP of the year as well. So Verstappen, to even bring it back to a title decider in this season finale, goes to show just the grit and determination of the Dutchman there. You know, Haas, early on in the campaign, they looked like they could be a threat. I really did think after the kind of the summer stretch that Alonso was going to be one of the ones battling for the World Championship, and even Lando Norris, who strung together a couple of wins later on in the campaign as well. It has been such a topsy-turvy season of drivers taking points out of each other that consistency has really made the difference when all is said and done. As we round the corner to start the last lap of the season, I must admit, I'm a little bit gutted that we couldn't wrap this up last year. I was hoping we would be the one to bring glory back to Maranello, but for Ferrari, we've made it back-to-back Constructors' World Championships. Mark, please let me have the moment. We've made it back-to-back Constructors' World Championships, and it looks like both of Ferrari's drivers over the last couple of years are gonna make it back-to-back Drivers' World Championships as well. Almost what they were able to do between 2007 and 2008 when they last won the crown in Formula 1. As we make our way, though, up the back straight, there is no team more special than Ferrari. There is no team greater than the one in red. We've still yet to win in front of the Tifosi inside this game, but ultimately, we won the Monaco Grand Prix, we won the British Grand Prix. Those were the other two big ones that we wanted to try and claim this season. We finally broke our curse at Monaco after the disappointment in last campaign as well. And as we round our way through the final couple of corners here in Abu Dhabi, ultimately, we could have had a mechanical failure this weekend. Verstappen and Red Bull, they have not had the pace to match us. Consistency has been the Dutchman's strong point once again, but he is still human. He can't always give that team superhuman races, but through the final corner, a little bit nervy in these last few rounds. It is going to be glory for Ferrari. Grazie ragazzi.
Guys, yes!
And
Come
well
on,
earned they
boys!
are indeed. It may have looked simple at times, but as any racing driver will tell you, competing at this level, at the very top, is anything but simple. There's no catching them now then. We have a new World Drivers' Champion. Victory today then, but bittersweet emotions I'm sure, as the championship slips through their fingers. Even so, what a fantastic final race of the season this was.
And 3 wins in a row now, of course, thrown the gauntlet down. The drivers are out there now. They realise that they are the target. They're the ones to beat. They've got the energy, they've got the momentum on their side.
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, for the second weekend in a row then, it is a British 1-2-3 on the podium. And I tell you what, McLaren, they certainly are going to be in that fight next year. But we've done it. We are officially Formula 1 World Champion in F1 24 there. A 35-point buffer over Verstappen. At the end of the day, I'm quite happy we got it back over the 25-point threshold there, because that means the argument that he had one more mechanical failure than us means absolutely nothing by the end of the year. Alonso, like I said, I really did think he'd be a championship threat in the end, but ultimately didn't quite have the consistency in that Aston Martin team. But 4 drivers for 4 different teams finishing inside your top 4 come the end of the year. I could not tell you when that last happened in Formula 1. Maybe 1982? I might even be wrong there. Someone has got to let me know down in the comments below. Norris finishes the year in 4th ahead of Charles Leclerc. Stroll gets over the 200-point bump in P6 ahead of Russell. Perez actually re-jumped both Mercedes in that finale there, as Hamilton beats out Piastri by just 1 single point. Hülkenberg beats out his teammate in Pierre Gasly in the end, with Ocon ahead of Yuki Tsunoda, with both V-Carbs, both Williams, and both Kick Saubers rounding out your championship. Just Fred Vesti, who was the only driver not to score a point all year. Constructors-wise, Ferrari, we had a 120-point buffer come the end of the year ahead of Aston Martin. McLaren thrashed Red Bull in that finale as well to lock down P3. Mercedes in 5th ahead of Haas, Alpine, V-Carb, Williams, and yeah, Kick Sauber at the bottom of the order. Every team scored points this season, though, which I believe is the first time since Season 1 that has happened inside this game as well there. But thank you to everybody who continues to watch and enjoy this series as well, for their ever continued support on the channel. It really does mean the world to me. We will be back very soon with Season 5 of this career mode, and even right now, I don't know what's going to happen next.